A pungent smell of gasoline wafted into the man's nostrils, jolting him back to consciousness and causing him to open his eyes. But what came into the man's view was not the familiar bedroom ceiling he remembered, but a car windshield. The sky outside the glass was exceptionally gloomy and oppressive, as if it had been splashed with a thick layer of ink, making it hard to breathe. At this moment, Lin Hui was sitting in the driver's seat of a motorhome, his hands gripping the black steering wheel tightly. Looking in the rearview mirror, Lin Hui saw that not far behind the RV, a thick gray fog shrouded everything, making it impossible to see what was hidden inside. This scene caused Lin Hui's pupils to contract sharply, and an ominous premonition instantly rose in his heart. He immediately reached into his pocket, wanting to take out his phone to check the situation, but the phone mysteriously disappeared, replaced by a black booklet. The manual's cover was made of rough leather, with a constantly flashing, blood-red countdown timer. Gray fog arrival time remaining, 59 minutes and 32 seconds. This bizarre turn of events filled Lin Hui with fear and confusion. He clearly remembered sleeping in his bedroom, so why did he suddenly find himself in this unfamiliar place when he opened his eyes? What was going on? Just as Lin Hui was in a state of utter confusion, a cold and emotionless mechanical voice suddenly exploded deep within his mind. All 7 billion humans in the world have been forcibly teleported to the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Welcome. Everyone is about to participate in a road survival game. Whether you were once a billionaire or a beggar on the street, you all start on equal footing now, a vehicle and a life. Your vehicles could be airplanes, tanks, taxis, bicycles, sports cars, or fire trucks. Whatever vehicle you acquire, you will automatically learn the corresponding driving skills. The road beneath your feet will stretch endlessly. It is your only path to survival. Remember, do not look back. The gray fog is chasing you from behind. Its speed is constant. Once you are swallowed up, you will perish completely. This is a dangerous world where survival resources are extremely scarce and extreme weather is frequent. The roads are teeming with zombies, corrosives, raiders, and all sorts of monsters. Vehicles are your only safe haven. You must constantly gather resources and supplies, continuously upgrade your vehicles, fight and kill zombies and monsters, obtain rewards, compete with other players, and survive on this death road. After hearing the cold voice in his mind, Lin Hui was completely stunned, his face filled with shock. He never expected that he would transmigrate and be forcibly dragged into such a cruel survival game. The problem is, he's just an ordinary person with absolutely no survival skills. In this wasteland highway world teeming with monsters and dangers, he even doubts whether he'll die any second now. A sense of despair instantly overwhelmed him. Just as Lin Hui was sinking into despair, another ethereal system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has been transported to a dangerous alternate world and possesses a personal vehicle. The gold attribute system has been activated for each level upgrade of the vehicle. The host will receive an SSS-level legendary, gold attribute. Gold attributes grant powerful abilities to any vehicle component, and these attributes can be stacked infinitely. Please upgrade your vehicle diligently. New player bonus. Your RV starts at LV.1, and you can draw your first attribute. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Hui's despair was instantly replaced by a strong will to survive. In that moment, he saw hope for living. He needs to first gather survival supplies and various resources, upgrade his vehicle, and enhance vehicle parts through the gold attribute rewards from the system, giving the RV more powerful special abilities so that he can survive the current crisis. Afterwards, he will recruit loyal female team members, build his own power, hunt zombies and monsters to obtain rewards, and continuously improve his strength. He aims to gradually upgrade his basic RV into a mobile fortress with unlimited food, survival resources, and powerful weapons, allowing him to roam freely in the apocalypse and ultimately dominate this brutal road survival game, becoming the sole king. Lin Hui quickly calmed down, immediately brought up the system interface, and prepared to draw the newbie benefit entries issued by the system, and upgrade his vehicle. The next second, a golden roulette wheel, visible only to him, slowly appeared before his eyes. The draw began. The wheel spun slowly, eventually coming to a stop. Then, a card radiating dazzling golden light appeared in the void. Entry name, Infinite Quality, SSS Golden Legendary Type, Rule-Based Attribute, grants the target the Infinite trait. If granted to a vehicle-mounted weapon, ammunition is infinite. If granted to a water tank, water is infinite. Use now? Seeing the word infinite, Lin Hui's previously calm heart skipped a beat. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland where resources are extremely scarce, what is most important? Water? Food? Bullets? No. For Lin Hui now, as long as the car can still move, there is still hope. Once the car stops moving, no matter how many resources he has, it's nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. Lin Hui glanced instinctively at the left rearview mirror. Reflected in it was a chilling scene. At the edge of the world, a gray wall of mist connecting the sky and the ground was slowly advancing. The deathly stillness and oppressive atmosphere were more despairing than a tsunami. Lin Hui took a deep breath, and without the slightest hesitation, raised his hand and gently tapped. Use entry, target RV fuel tank. Buzz. A golden light instantly disappeared under the vehicle. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The fuel gauge needle, which had been flashing red, suddenly shot upwards like crazy. 1/4. 3/4. Finally, it firmly hit the F, full tank, mark, even trembling slightly. Entry successfully assigned. The current vehicle fuel tank has been changed to Infinite Fuel Reactor. Characteristic 1, fuel supply is always 100%, never running out. Feature 2, the engine never breaks down, combustion efficiency is increased by 200%, and power output is doubled. Feature 3, no need to turn off the engine. Excess energy will automatically be converted into onboard electricity. Lin Hui couldn't help but laugh out loud. In this world, fuel is blood is life. Now, while everyone else is fighting tooth and nail for a few drops of oil, he possesses unlimited energy. This means that, as long as he doesn't do anything reckless, this RV is a true perpetual motion fortress. Meanwhile, the complaints continued on the regional channel. I've already started the car, but I'm afraid to step on the gas. Would idling save fuel? Hey buddy in front, don't brake. Try to rely on inertia. 20 kilometers per hour is the most fuel-efficient speed, right? But the black fog is 30 kilometers per hour. We'll still die. To save fuel, I even threw away the mattress in the car. Watching these gamers meticulously calculating fuel savings, even disassembling their vehicles to reduce weight, Lin Hui simply shook his head. He sat up straight again, adjusted the driver's seat, and fastened his seatbelt. Then, his right foot slammed down on the accelerator. Not a light touch. Not a test. But a full-on flooring throttle. Boom! The old diesel engine, enhanced with super-efficient combustion, suddenly unleashed a ferocious roar completely out of character for its weight. The sound was like a sleeping beast awakening completely. A powerful surge of force pushed him back, pressing Lin Hui firmly into the seat. The once cumbersome and sluggish Class C motorhome now resembled a crazed steel behemoth. Thick black smoke billowed from the exhaust pipe, and the tires screeched violently against the desolate road. The next second, the RV shot forward. The speedometer jumped wildly. 20. 60. 100. In just a few seconds, this dilapidated RV sped up to 100 kilometers per hour. The scenery outside the window rushed past. The once desolate wasteland was now blurred into afterimages. Meanwhile, on the same highway, a few hundred meters away, a player who was carefully controlling the accelerator and trying to maintain a speed of 35 kilometers per hour suddenly heard a thunderous engine roar behind him. What was that sound? An earthquake? He turned around in alarm, glancing at the rearview mirror. The next second, a wide RV, billowing with dust, sped past him like a cannonball, with extreme aggression and violence. Whoosh! A gale-force wind, carrying sand and gravel, lashed wildly against his car windows. The player was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly as the taillights of the RV receded into the distance, finally disappearing completely on the horizon. Dude! Is gas free? Is it a motorhome or a rocket? Bro! Take me with you! I'll do anything! Lin Hui, of course, couldn't hear the exclamations. He gripped the steering wheel with one hand, feeling the surging power of the engine, then looked down at the unwavering fuel gauge on the dashboard. At that moment, he finally truly understood what security meant. Current vehicle status update. Civilian Class C motorhome, modified version, level, LV.1 defense, 20, barely withstands the scratches of a level 1 zombie. Space, 8 cubic meters durability, 50%, left front tire moderately worn, replacement recommended, fuel, unlimited, external weapons, none. Lin Hui squinted, looking at the seemingly endless highway of death ahead. The first step, I've survived. Next, it's time to find resource boxes. Out of 100,000 resource boxes, how many can I actually grab? A minute later, Lin Hui finally found the resource boxes by the roadside. The boxes resembled wooden treasure chests, but their surfaces emitted a faint green glow. After confirming there were no zombies nearby, Lin Hui quickly got out of the car and dragged the resource boxes directly into the RV. Upon opening, a can of dark liquid was clearly visible inside. A system information box immediately popped up. Name: Universal Fuel X1 type, consumable quality, common effect, can be used as fuel for all vehicles. 1 unit of universal fuel allows a vehicle to travel 100 kilometers. It was all-purpose fuel. Although Lin Hui already had unlimited fuel and didn't need it anymore, he wasn't disappointed at all. Just because he didn't need it didn't mean others didn't. In this vehicle-centric post-apocalyptic survival game, all-purpose fuel was absolute hard currency, truly liquid gold. In the time that followed, Lin Hui drove his RV at breakneck speed along the highways of the zombie wasteland. He looted every resource crate that appeared ahead. Meanwhile, the players on the same route as Lin Hui were completely devastated. Where are the resource boxes? Damn it! They didn't leave me a single box? This lousy road survival game, if you want me dead, just say so. Chapter 3 -10 degrees below zero? Sorry, my RV maintains a constant temperature of 26 degrees Celsius. Night slowly descended. The wind on the wasteland was no longer as scorching and dry as during the day, but instead transformed into a biting, icy blade, constantly howling past. Looking through the rearview mirror, Lin Hui saw that the all-consuming gray fog wall had been completely left behind and could no longer be seen. He drove the RV while opening the system interface, looking at the constantly flashing crimson countdown. Time remaining until gray fog arrives, 8 hours 59 minutes and 32 seconds distance from gray fog, approximately 270 kilometers. Lin Hui slowly parked the RV behind a sheltered hill and then pulled the handbrake. Although he had unlimited fuel, he couldn't drive forever. People need rest. So does the vehicle. Especially the left front tire, which the system clearly indicated was in a state of moderate wear. We need to find tires and repair tools as soon as possible. Lin Hui let out a soft breath, then began to carefully examine his RV. This LV.1 civilian RV actually had a rather cramped interior space. Apart from the driving area, the rear living area was only 2 meters wide and 3 meters long. A simple folding table, flanked by 2 booth sofas, could barely be used as a dining table. Further back was a single bed, only 1.2 meters wide. A pillow. A thin blanket. It's a bit rudimentary, but it's still much better than most players. Lin Hui shook his head. Just then, a sharp, piercing gust of wind suddenly came from outside the car window. Whoosh! The next second, the temperature inside the car plummeted. The hot breath Lin Hui had just exhaled almost instantly turned into white mist. Frost rapidly formed on the car windows at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a system announcement suddenly popped up. Attention players in Area C996! A cold wave is hitting! The current ambient temperature has plummeted to -10 degrees Celsius and will continue to drop. Warning, low body temperature will cause heat loss, slowed reaction time, and a slight decrease in sanity. Survivors, please find a heat source or warm area as soon as possible. This game really doesn't give you a chance to breathe. Lin Hui rubbed his stiff fingers, then opened the chat channel for the area that had been flashing a red dot. However, after just one glance, his pupils contracted slightly. Current survivors in the area, 7,001,248 to 10 million. In just 7 or 8 hours, a staggering 3 million people had died in this region. Where did these 3 million go? Did they run out of fuel and get swallowed by the gray fog? Or did they encounter the zombies and monsters the system had mentioned? The atmosphere in the chat channel was even colder than the cold snap outside. It's so cold! My feet are numb! Someone please help me! Damn it! Why is the air conditioner blowing cold air? Is my car broken? Whoa! I'd rather be bitten by a monster than freeze to death. Does anyone have gas? I'm willing to trade instant noodles for it. Despair. Even through the screen, Lin Hui could feel the almost suffocating despair. On this deadly highway, fuel wasn't just power, it was the warmth that kept them alive. To keep warm, they had to start the engine and turn on the car's heater. But once the fuel ran out, they would be caught up and swallowed by the smog the next day. For the average player, this would be an unsolvable deadlock. But for Lin Hui, it was a different story. He glanced down at the fuel gauge, which remained stubbornly stuck at the full position. A deadlock? Not at all. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Hui reached out and turned the heater knob on the center console all the way to the top. Maximum fan speed. Maximum temperature. Boom! In just over 10 seconds, the heater vents began to spew out waves of heat. The frost on the car windows melted rapidly. The biting cold was completely dispelled. The temperature inside the cramped car rose rapidly. 0 degrees, 10 degrees, 20 degrees, 26 degrees. Lin Hui immediately took off his windbreaker, leaving him in only a thin t-shirt, and comfortably leaned back in the driver's seat. It's even a little hot. He casually adjusted the air vents, then his gaze fell upon the large amount of supplies piled up inside the RV. During the recent high-speed drive of 700 or 800 kilometers, he had used his superior speed to secure over 100 resource boxes ahead of time. According to the system announcement, there are 10 million players in the entire region, but only 100,000 resource boxes, a ratio of 100 to 1. Lin Hui opened all 100-plus resource boxes and obtained over 50 units of universal fuel. Besides that, the remaining items were mostly food, appliances, and daily necessities. Lin Hui began to sort through the items one by one. Strategic materials, 55x all-purpose fuel, 8x tires. Food, 24x bottled water, 500 milliliters, 15x compressed biscuits, 100 g, 10x rice crackers, 100 g, 6x potato chips, 70 g, 11x cola, 330 milliliters. Instant noodles, cup, x11, braised eggs x5, ham sausages x7, corn, 100 g, x12, lamb hot pot set meal x1, electric kettle x2, induction cooker x2, rechargeable high-power flashlight x3. Looking at the supplies that almost filled the entire RV, a glint of light flashed in Lin Hui's eyes. What's most important in the apocalypse? Without a doubt, it's supplies. If used sparingly, this stuff is enough for an average person to survive for a month. The only thing that gave Lin Hui a headache was that the system hadn't provided a storage backpack. A large amount of supplies were piled up inside the carriage, making it extremely cramped. Especially the 55 portions of universal fuel, which took up a significant amount of space. But for those in the chat channel who were practically freezing to death, all-purpose fuel was like liquid gold, a true lifesaver. Thinking of this, Lin Hui opened the regional channel and calmly typed, "For sale, all-purpose fuel X1. Private message me if interested." The message had barely been sent when the previously deafening chat channel fell silent for a second. Then it exploded. Holy crap! Someone's actually selling oil? Are you crazy? This is enough to get you 100 kilometers on the road. Do you own a gas station, bro? Dude! Give me a free one! I'm freezing! Lin Hui, no way. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Hui used 10 portions of universal fuel to exchange for a considerable amount of resources he needed, including water, bread, and other food. To his greatest surprise, 1 portion of universal fuel yielded an axe gun, although only 3 bullets remained. But for Lin Hui, who was currently unarmed, this was already a real weapon of mass destruction. He immediately put the axe and gun into his backpack, intending to study them later. Right now, however, he was hungry. Lin Hui glanced at the neatly stacked supplies, finally fixing his gaze on the mutton hot pot set meal. He never expected to find a hot pot set meal in a resource box. He tore open a bottle of mineral water and poured the water into the induction cooker pot. He plugged it in and pressed the switch. An ordinary player would never dare use the induction cooker at this moment. After all, a car battery's pitiful charge might not even last long enough to boil a kettle of water. If the battery is severely depleted, the vehicle might not even start. But Lin Hui is different. The energy overflow to electricity effect of unlimited fuel is constantly supplying an astonishing amount of energy to the generator. Let alone cooking a hot pot, it could easily power a welding machine. The water boiled thoroughly in just 2 minutes. Lin Hui tore open the mutton hot pot set meal. Inside were broth, 3 pounds of mutton, sesame paste, chili sauce, various vegetables, and glass noodles. Pretty generous. Lin Hui nodded in satisfaction, pouring the mushroom hot pot base into the boiling water. During the 3 minutes of waiting, he looked out the car window again. The wind outside sounded even more mournful, as if countless souls were wailing in the darkness. The regional chat channel continued to update. "I can't stand it anymore, it's too cold, my hands are turning black. Mom, I want to go home." Looking at these messages filled with despair, Lin Hui silently picked up a piece of mutton and put it into the pot. Soon, steaming white mist slowly rose, blurring his face. He picked up a large piece of mutton, coated it with sesame sauce, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Whoosh! The piping hot, fragrant mutton slid down his esophagus into his stomach. The intense satisfaction made every pore on Lin Hui's body relax. Ding! Consuming high-calorie, delicious food. Status update full. Lin Hui took another big gulp of the steaming mutton soup, feeling the fine beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. Then he looked again out the window at the dark, cold wasteland. Outside was hell, but inside the car felt like heaven. This is only the first day, Lin Hui murmured, stuffing the last piece of mutton into his mouth. In the rising steam, his eyes appeared exceptionally deep. Want to live like this forever? This vehicle still needs to become stronger. Just then, a muffled thud came from outside the car door. The next second, there was a screeching sound of sharp claws scraping against metal. Sizzle! Lin Hui's fork abruptly stopped in midair. His previously relaxed gaze instantly sharpened to the point of being razor-sharp. Chapter 4. On this escape route, vehicles reigned supreme. The ear-piercing screeching sound of friction rang out again, like rusty metal scraping against teeth. Lin Hui, who was eating mutton, froze instantly, his expression shifting from relaxed to wary. The car's heater was still running, but the atmosphere suddenly became tense. He quietly assessed the location, crept closer to the driver's seat, and peered through the side window. A distorted face was pressed against the glass. Grayish-white skin, a mouth split to the ears, and sharp teeth covered in black slime were slowly opening and closing. The monster greedily sniffed the scent of living people, its entire face pressed against the glass. A system notification popped up, and red data appeared in Lin Hui's mind. Target: Level 1 Strength Type Zombie, Strength and Constitution reaching 30, far exceeding that of ordinary people. Seeing the numbers, Lin Hui's heart sank. The opponent was fast, but its strength was comparable to a top-level boxer. If they encountered each other outside the car, he would have almost no chance to fight back. And this was only the lowest level of monster. Before he could think further, the zombie suddenly lost its patience, roared, and slammed its claws against the car door. With a loud bang, the 3-ton RV shook violently, and the metal door instantly dented deeply. A system warning sounded. The vehicle was under damage. Lin Hui quickly assessed the situation. This level 1 RV wouldn't last long. Once the door was breached, he would surely die in the confined space. He instinctively reached for the axe gun at his waist, the weapon he had just acquired. But instead of firing, he hesitated. In the instant the window was lowered, would a bullet be faster, or would the opponent's claws be quicker? Seeing the gleaming claws, Lin Hui quickly made a decision. He muttered to himself, "No need to fight head-on with my weaknesses." He sheathed his weapon and gripped the steering wheel again. The next second, his eyes lit up. If he couldn't beat them, he'd ram them. He abruptly released the handbrake, shifted gears, and slammed on the gas, roaring, "Get out of the way!" The engine roared, and the RV surged forward like a raging beast. The zombie was thrown about by inertia, but clung tightly to the door, its claws digging into the metal, refusing to let go. The sound of metal tearing was deafening. Lin Hui stared coldly at the steel guardrail 100 meters ahead. Instead of slowing down, he accelerated, quickly reaching 100 kilometers per hour. Just as they were about to collide, he swerved the steering wheel. The heavy car scraped against the guardrail, trapping the zombie between them with no chance of escape. Die! With a muffled thud, bones shattered. The zombie didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before being crushed into a corpse by the 3-ton RV. The vehicle jolted slightly. A system notification immediately sounded. Successfully killed a Tier 1 zombie, dropping upgrade blueprints, fuel, and a bottle of Sprite. Lin Hui was overjoyed, but didn't stop immediately. Instead, he drove a short distance further, confirming it was safe before stopping. He wiped away his cold sweat, picked up his weapon and flashlight, and carefully checked the vehicle's condition. The exterior of the car door was a complete mess, the sheet metal warped and covered in scratches. After a quick clean, he returned to the car and retrieved the upgrade blueprints he had just acquired. The blueprints indicated that the upgrade required steel and rubber materials. Once completed, the defense would increase to 40, and the interior space would be expanded. Thinking of the destructive power of that zombie, Lin Hui's eyes lit up. More importantly, if he successfully upgraded, his talent could trigger a new golden attribute. This meant that his advantage would be further amplified. Just then, a distress message suddenly appeared on the regional channel. A woman claiming to be a model was crying out for help, even offering various conditions, and her coordinates were only 3 kilometers away from him. Lin Hui glanced at it but immediately closed the message. In this world, blindly trying to save someone would only lead to death. He knew very well that the only person he could truly rely on was himself. He slammed the deformed car door shut again, muttering to himself. On this escape route, a car is worse than a person. With that, he slapped the blueprints on the dashboard and started the vehicle again. His goal was clear: find wrecked vehicles, collect resources, and upgrade the RV to be even stronger. Chapter 5 Encounter: An Uneventful Night. Lin Hui woke up in his 1.2-meter wide bed. This was his first night in the apocalypse, but he had barely slept, remaining in a state of semi-consciousness with his nerves constantly on edge. He immediately opened the system panel. The gray fog countdown had just over 4 hours left. He had driven 3 extra hours last night, otherwise he would have already been overtaken by the gray fog, and that ever-present sense of oppression lingered. After a quick wash, Lin Hui looked at himself in the mirror, an 18 or 19-year-old boy with messy black hair and a calm yet aloof gaze. He didn't linger. He went back to the driver's seat, made himself a bowl of instant noodles, and casually opened the regional channel. After a cold snap overnight, the number of survivors stopped at just over 5 million, then plummeted by another 2 million. The chat was flooded with requests for supplies and survival tips. Need fuel. Buying tires. Monsters almost broke down the door last night. I need to upgrade. The atmosphere had clearly become more tense. 10 minutes later, Lin Hui closed the channel and compiled the key information. Killing zombies would drop supplies and blueprints. People had already started forming teams, and there were even robberies and crimes. Order had collapsed, and the dark side of humanity was being magnified. He wiped his mouth and started the RV. His goal for the day was clear: collect 50 units of steel and 10 units of rubber to upgrade the RV. He was currently 3 units short of rubber. However, he quickly discovered a problem. Because of the unlimited fuel, he had traveled too far, and the area had almost no abandoned vehicles, meaning resources were dwindling. Lin Hui had to consider turning back. After driving for 20 kilometers, he suddenly saw a huge object in the wilderness beside the road, a crashed military helicopter. The fuselage was broken, but the thick armor appeared to him to be made entirely of high-quality steel. Luckily, he drove straight off the road and approached the wreckage. But soon, he noticed a wandering zombie nearby. System notification: Agile to 1 zombie, extremely fast, far exceeding the speed of ordinary people. Lin Hui didn't confront it head-on, but instead floored the accelerator to create noise and lure the zombie away. Sure enough, the zombie chased after him like a cheetah. He quickly changed direction, leading it around the scene. 10 minutes later, after confirming the zombie had disappeared, he took a detour back to the helicopter. But he had only driven halfway when he sensed something was wrong. The vehicle panel suddenly updated, durability down to 5%, all 4 tires have abnormal tire pressure, maximum range of 50 kilometers. Lin Hui's face darkened. He peered over and saw that all 4 tires were flat, the rims flat on the ground. Several sharp triangular steel nails were embedded in the tires. Road spikes. I've been tricked. He instantly realized this was no accident, but a trap deliberately set. Just then, the sound of an engine rang out. A dilapidated sports car painted yellow slowly approached and stopped 20 meters away. The car door opened, and 3 people got out. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a scarred face, exuding a fierce aura. Behind him were a hot woman and a young man with dyed blonde hair. The blonde-haired man approached with a smile. Brother, are you all right? This place is dangerous. We saw you've been parked here for a long time, so we came to check on you. Lin Hui didn't get out of the car. His right hand was already gripping the musket in his pocket. He said calmly, I got a flat tire. That's troublesome. The blonde-haired man feigned concern. Why don't you ride with us? We can go together and look out for each other. As he spoke, he and the scarred man slowly approached from either side, forming an angle between them. Lin Hui coldly watched their movements. The blonde-haired man hid his hands behind his back, his eyes constantly glancing into the car. He was all too familiar with this clumsy acting, a typical carjacking tactic. First, they plant road spikes, then they play the good guy, waiting for you to lower your guard before striking. No need, my car can still be repaired. Lin Hui's tone remained calm, but his body was already tense. Scarface took a step forward, less than 5 meters away, his voice low and hoarse. Brother, don't be ungrateful. In this godforsaken place, only by sticking together can we survive. Lin Hui suddenly sneered. No need to act anymore. You put these road spikes here, didn't you? As soon as he finished speaking, the blonde-haired man's expression froze, and the scarred man's eyes turned completely ferocious. Damn it! Since we've been seen through. His face darkened. Then don't blame us for being ruthless. Don't think you're safe hiding in the RV. Chapter 6 I can warm your bed, you can do whatever you want with me. Hearing Scarface's threat, Lin Hui remained unusually calm. The first rule of survival was already etched into his mind: vehicles are safe zones. As long as you don't get out, outsiders can't get in. So he remained firmly in the driver's seat, watching the other man's taunts. The scarred man sneered and threatened, saying that even if he couldn't get in, he could force him out, and even boasted that the tires wouldn't last long. Lin Hui simply replied, "Is that so?" The next second, he pulled out his axe gun and pointed it at the two men. Upon seeing the real gun, the two men's expressions changed drastically. Their primal fear of death was overwhelming. The blonde-haired man raised his hand to explain. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding." Before he could finish speaking, bang! Lin Hui decisively fired. At close range, the bullet pierced through the blonde-haired man's body, throwing him to the ground. He twitched a few times in the rubble and quickly went still. Scarface was stunned on the spot. Seeing his companion die a horrible death, and then looking at Lin Hui inside the car, who was expressionlessly resetting the hammer, a chill ran down his spine. He realized he had kicked a hornet's nest. He hurriedly begged for mercy, forcing a smile as he backed away, offering the car and the woman as bargaining chips, even saying that Lin Hui could use them however he wanted, as long as he could live. Lin Hui sneered and retorted, "When you were setting up road spikes, didn't you think it was a misunderstanding?" Before the other party could finish speaking, bang! A second shot rang out. The screams abruptly stopped, and Scarface collapsed to the ground, dead with his eyes wide open. Lin Hui holstered his gun and simply remarked, "Good luck, both shots hit." This axe gun had a strong recoil, but its power was truly astonishing. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, he still felt a little uneasy, but quickly suppressed it. In this world, the dead were the safest. He turned to look at the woman not far away. She was already slumped on the ground. Lin Hui got out of the car and walked towards her. The woman trembled and begged for mercy, giving her name as Li Shuang. Upon hearing this, Lin Hui immediately recognized her as the person who had cried for help on the channel last night, and directly questioned her about whether she was bait. Li Shuang cried as she explained that she was forced into it, while deliberately trying to please him in a humble manner. "As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything." She even crawled in front of Lin Hui and pleaded in a low voice, "I can warm your bed, you can do whatever you want with me. In this world, having a woman is better than having none." Lin Hui glanced down at the axe gun in his hand. Only one bullet left. This kind of person wasn't worth wasting resources on. He looked up and coldly said, "You only consume my food." His tone held no desire, only naked disdain. Li Shuang instantly broke down, wanting to say more, but Lin Hui directly scolded and interrupted him. He was too lazy to care and turned to deal with the taxi. After the system was activated, the taxi was enveloped in blue light and quickly dismantled, yielding tires and steel. Lin Hui looked at the resources as if he were playing a brutally realistic game. He immediately used materials to upgrade the blueprints. Although he was still short of steel, the tires met the requirements. After putting away the blueprints, he prepared to leave. Just then, Li Shuang suddenly lunged at him, grabbing his leg and refusing to let go, begging him to take her with him, otherwise she would surely die. Lin Hui calmly replied that she should continue to seek help from the channel. The woman lost control of her emotions and instead accused him of being responsible for dismantling the car. Lin Hui's eyes turned cold, and he was about to make his move when a piercing roar suddenly came from afar. He turned around abruptly. The agile zombie was back. The gray afterimage approached rapidly, clearly attracted by the gunshot and the smell of blood. Lin Hui instantly became alert, his adrenaline surging. He shoved the woman aside, retreated without hesitation, jumped into the RV, slammed the door shut, leaving Li Shuang alone in the middle of the road. The woman frantically pounded on the door for help, but it was too late. The next second, the zombie pounced, pinning her down like a cheetah. The screams lasted only 2 seconds, quickly turning into chilling swallowing sounds. Lin Hui, inside the car, watched this scene, his heart pounding. Too fast. If he had been a step slower, he might have been the one dead. He took a deep breath, decisively released the handbrake, and sped away from the scene. Taking advantage of the zombie's pause to feed, he quickly escaped. His target was clear, the crashed military helicopter. He had to upgrade his RV as soon as possible to survive in this world. Chapter 7: Upgrading the RV. Never wearing out. Outside the window, Li Shuang's screams were almost inaudible. Lin Hui sat in the driver's seat, his fingers gripping the steering wheel tightly, but his expression was unusually calm. Adrenaline made his senses exceptionally sharp. He glanced at the rearview mirror, where the agile zombie was frantically feeding. 5 minutes at most, he muttered, assessing the situation. Once the zombies finished eating, they would likely return, and with the RV's durability down to only 5% and all the tires flat, he had nowhere to escape. I must complete the upgrade before it returns. After driving about 5 kilometers, Lin Hui arrived at a crashed military helicopter. He pushed open the door and got out, unfazed by the biting cold wind. In his eyes, the wreckage wasn't scrap metal, but a life-saving resource. He placed his hand on the machine. System disassemble. The system indicated that disassembly was possible, but would take 3 minutes. Lin Hui stared intently at the progress bar, time seeming to stretch endlessly, his heart pounding. Fortunately, the zombies hadn't appeared yet. Finally, disassembly was complete. He obtained armor steel, rubber, and rare fire-controlled chips and precision components. Lin Hui quickly collected the key materials, put the steel and rubber into the upgrade blueprints, and rushed back to the RV. He returned to the driver's seat and immediately ordered, RV upgrade, LV.2. After checking the materials, the system indicated that due to the extremely high quality of the steel, the evolution direction had changed from steel plate reinforcement to heavy assault type. Evolve. The next second, a dark golden light engulfed the entire RV. This wasn't a repair, it was a complete rebuild. Special steel plates automatically covered the body, tearing away the originally fragile outer shell and replacing it with thick black armor. A menacing triangular ram extended from the front of the vehicle, its barbs gleaming coldly. Rotating steel spikes sprouted from the four-wheel rims, specifically designed to shred approaching zombies. The light faded, and a black steel chariot lay silently on the wasteland. The system notification indicated successful evolution. The RV's defense surged to 100, its durability was full, and even its fuel was unlimited. Lin Hui had just breathed a sigh of relief when a new notification popped up, talent triggered, drawing an SSS-level gold affix. The golden wheel spun, finally settling on a state of indestructibility. This ability made the components immune to all physical wear and tear. Lin Hui instantly understood that this meant true unlimited range. Give it to the target, the tires, he said without hesitation. Golden light seeped into the 4 off-road tires, their surfaces shimmering with a strange glow. After the modification, the tires gained absolute defense and constant grip, unaffected by even the harshest terrain. Just then, a roar shattered the silence. The agile zombie, having finished its meal, charged forward with its mouth full of blood and flesh, staring intently at Lin Hui, poised to pounce like a cheetah. Full? Lin Hui looked at it coldly. Then it's time to go. The zombie lunged forward instantly, moving so fast it was a blur, its claws aimed straight for the driver's seat. A piercing screeching sound erupted. The claws slammed into the armored vehicle door, sparks flying. But as it slid down, only a faint white mark remained on the black armor. Lin Hui stared at that mark, a slight smile playing on his lips. That's the true value of 100 defense. Chapter 8. A frenzied ride. Lin Hui sat in the driver's seat, looking at the ferocious zombies outside the window, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Have you scratched enough? Now it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly shifted into D gear, turned the steering wheel all the way to the left, and the entire car instantly roared to life. The engine roared with unlimited power, releasing 10 tons of torque in an instant, and the car body lurched violently. Caught off guard, the zombie clinging to the car door was thrown off balance by centrifugal force, its entire body leaning backward, with a giant rock right behind it. Die! Lin Hui roared, slamming the accelerator to the floor. The sharp spikes on the side, like giant blades, slammed the zombie against the rock. With a muffled thud, the agile zombie didn't even have time to scream before it was crushed into a corpse. A system notification sounded. Killed a Tier 1 agile zombie, dropped 1x universal fuel and 1x mineral water. The vehicle shook and then stabilized. Lin Hui, panting in the driver's seat, felt a surge of exhilaration. This overwhelming power was the key to survival in the apocalypse. However, the loot this time was rather meager. There were no upgrade blueprints. Just as he was about to get out of the vehicle to collect the supplies, he discovered that the reward had automatically appeared inside. A system notification indicated that the Level 2 vehicle had unlocked the auto pickup function, saving him the risk of getting out. Lin Hui checked the system. The gray fog was still 75 kilometers away, approximately 2.5 hours away. He was about to check the upgraded vehicle's interior when he was interrupted by a regional announcement. Player Zhao Tianba has successfully upgraded his vehicle to LV.3 and unlocked the autonomous driving module. This message instantly put Lin Hui on alert. LV.3? Autonomous driving? He thought he was already ahead, but someone else got there first. And this reward, which was just a rest tool for others, was equivalent to a perpetual motion machine for him, who had unlimited fuel. Once he has autonomous driving, he can travel 24/7 without stopping, keeping the car running even when he's resting, always staying ahead of everyone else, and even escaping the threat of death. Thinking of this, Lin Hui's eyes burned with fervor. We must upgrade as soon as possible. I can't keep slowly collecting resources. He looked ahead. The resource boxes on the road had noticeably decreased, clearly indicating that the pioneers had already swept through them. Scavenge the leftovers? Impossible. Lin Hui gripped the steering wheel, staring coldly at the blood-stained ram's corner. I'm going to be a hunter, hunting zombies head-on. The black RV roared off again, this time without dodging. After driving 50 kilometers, 7 or 8 wandering zombies appeared ahead. A smile crept onto his face. The time to hunt has come. He stepped on the gas, and the steel behemoth charged straight into the horde of zombies. A series of impacts rang out as zombies were smashed and torn to pieces like scarecrows. Black blood splattered everywhere, limbs flew in all directions, but Lin Hui remained expressionless. This was the crushing force of the LV.2 heavy-duty RV. With its 10-ton weight and reinforced tires, there was no need to worry about damage. System notifications refreshed rapidly, fuel, steel, and weapons kept arriving, and the RV's supplies quickly piled up. Lin Hui accelerated, deliberately crashing into areas densely populated with zombies. Those former roadblocks had now become his ATMs. Is this what it feels like to grind monsters? He thought, his mood increasingly exhilarated as he watched his supplies steadily increase. Just then, a system notification popped up again. Vehicle upgrade blueprint obtained, LV.2 LV.3, he had finally obtained the crucial item. After smashing through hundreds of zombies, he finally got his target. But as he continued forward, 3 rows of triangular spikes suddenly appeared on the road ahead, clearly a trap set by other players. Normally, he would have swerved to avoid them. But now Lin Hui sneered. Run them over! He didn't slow down, the RV drove straight over them. A series of metallic cracking sounds rang out. The steel spikes were utterly useless against the tires that never wore out. After the car drove past, not even a scratch was left on the tires. Lin Hui couldn't help but slap the steering wheel. Awesome! This feeling of ignoring traps and charging recklessly was true highway survival. In the face of absolute strength, caution was meaningless. Lin Hui's gaze was resolute. From now on, the rules of this escape route could only be set by him. Chapter 9: The 4 Major Guilds. Day 3. A black steel RV travels along a dilapidated road, surrounded by utter desolation. This area is known in the system as the zombie wasteland, a cold and dry environment resembling a no-man's land. Along the way, Lin Hui sees many vehicles upgraded to level 2, and even helicopters soaring across the sky. Those who survive to the 3rd day generally have decent vehicles to support them. System data showed that only a little over 3 million survivors remained in this area, and 70% had died in just 2 days. The gray fog was still closing in from behind, and no one could stop. Lin Hui glanced at the time. The gray fog would catch up in 14 hours, and his speed was stable at 80 kilometers per hour, so he was relatively safe for the time being. Lin Hui gripped the steering wheel with one hand, a chilled cola in the other, his expression relaxed. With tires that never wore out and an engine with unlimited fuel, he practically ignored road conditions, running over shards of glass and road spikes with minimal sway, the obstacles crushed instead. But he knew this wasn't enough. The vehicle needed further upgrades. Thinking of this, he opened his personal panel. Yesterday, he had hunted over 200 zombies and obtained a considerable amount of resources. The most common drop was universal fuel, followed by food, while medicine was extremely scarce. Currently, he only had 2 bottles of antibiotics, 1 bottle of fever reducer, and 1 bottle of stomach medicine. Looking at the truck full of supplies, he felt somewhat helpless. If he continued fighting, there wouldn't be any room left to store them. Lin Hui then took out the Tier 3 vehicle upgrade blueprints. The system provided 2 options. The standard version only offered a machine gun and minor enhancements, while the perfect version directly equipped a 25mm heavy machine gun, significantly improving defense and space. He chose option B almost without hesitation. A 7.62mm machine gun is barely enough to kill zombies, it's better to just ram them, he muttered to himself. But a 25mm cannon can blow a head off in one shot. He had already obtained the electronic components and fire-controlled chips from the military helicopter. The only thing he lacked now was 90 units of armor-piercing steel. This material could only be obtained from military vehicles or special vehicles. Ordinary players simply couldn't produce it. Lin Hui frowned and decided to try his luck in the regional channel. He quickly posted several acquisition notices, but an hour later, He had only received 20 units and had spent 5 units of fuel. The inefficiency was frustrating. Just then, someone reminded him that several major guilds were buying up special steel and high-end parts at high prices. Lin Hui then realized the problem. Top-tier resources were being rapidly monopolized by the guilds. He looked up at the channel, where several bolded and pinned messages stood out. The 4 major guilds had begun to take shape. The Overlord Alliance was recruiting members with great fanfare, claiming to be building a mobile city. The Rose Society only accepted women, attempting to establish a sanctuary. Iron Blood Heavy Industry focused on technology and equipment. And the Wolf Guild took a predatory route, even openly recruiting fat sheep players with their coordinates. Seeing this, Lin Hui's heart stirred. Zhao Tianba, the first person to upgrade to a level 3 vehicle. He wasn't surprised by the guild's emergence. Humans in the apocalypse naturally tend to stick together for survival. But he had no intention of joining. With the gold attributes at each level, he could easily develop independently. As for building his own guild, he also found it troublesome. Instead of leading a group of people, I might as well recruit a few female members myself. According to the system rules, he is the absolute master inside his own vehicle, and no one else can harm him, which makes hiring safe and reliable. Having figured it out, Lin Hui stopped worrying about the armor steel and instead posted a new buy request. Looking to buy axe gun bullets, long-term purchase, price negotiable. He only had 1 bullet left, and his sense of security was severely lacking. Less than 10 seconds after posting the message, someone messaged him privately. Su Qingqian, do you have antibiotics? If so, I'll trade 9 axe gun bullets for them. Chapter 10 Abandoned Armory. After seeing the message, Lin Hui pondered for a moment and replied. I do have some, but 9 bullets aren't enough. Antibiotics are rare resources. In the apocalypse, injury and infection are almost a death sentence, making antibiotics extremely valuable. The other party quickly countered. 15 bullets, that's the limit. Lin Hui didn't budge. After some back and forth, Lin Hui finally traded a bottle of antibiotics for 30 axe gun bullets. Looking at the bullets, he became suspicious. The source seemed unusual. He pressed for information and offered to pay. 10 minutes later, the other party responded, saying they knew the location to obtain them, but needed to exchange conditions. Lin Hui only had 1 bottle of antibiotics left, and didn't want to use it anymore, so he offered to exchange 1 unit of universal fuel for the intelligence. The other party quoted 10 units, which he immediately rejected. 1 unit at most. How can I verify its authenticity? The other party cursed him as a profiteer, but still relented, warning him that the place was extremely dangerous. Soon, the address was sent, Area C99687.9, 28.2, an abandoned arms factory. After paying for the fuel, Lin Hui pressed for details, only to learn that it was actually a zombie lair. A level 2 zombie and hundreds of level 1 zombies roamed within, making it extremely dangerous. Lin Hui closed the chat and began to calmly analyze the situation. The information might be false, or it might already be known to many, even attracting guild competition. Worse still, this could be a trap set by players. In the apocalypse, the human heart is more dangerous than zombies. 5 minutes later, he made his decision. The coordinates were over 300 kilometers away, and he decided to go there first. After all, special aerospace steel was rare, and if he didn't take a chance, upgrading his RV to LV3 would be delayed for who knows how long, while the armory might have bulletproof armor materials. With a plan in mind, Lin Hui posted a buyout ad on the regional channel, offering fuel, food, and medicine in exchange for grenades and landmines. He needed more firepower to improve his survivability. He then shut down the system, stepped on the gas, and headed straight for the abandoned arms factory. After driving over 200 kilometers, abandoned buildings began to appear in the surrounding area. The wasteland gradually disappeared. 50 kilometers from his target, he saw a gas station that had been completely looted. The fuel dispensers had been pried open, and the underground fuel tanks had been ripped open. Lin Hui parked his RV under the roof, preparing to take a short break. He wasn't short of fuel, but the long drive had left him mentally strained, and he also wanted to wash the RV. Sigh, washing a car is more troublesome than killing zombies, he muttered. He got out of the RV, carrying water with him, and used a brush to wash the alloy-spiked bumper corners. Just then, the silence was broken by the sound of a dilapidated engine, and a Wuling Hongguang van billowing black smoke pulled up. A balding middle-aged man stepped out, his face covered in grease but beaming with a smile. His eyes lit up when he saw Lin Hui's heavily modified RV, and he immediately sidled up to him, fawningly saying, Wow, boss, this vehicle is so imposing. Zombies would be turned into mincemeat if they ran into it. Lin Hui ignored him and continued cleaning. The man, however, showed no embarrassment and even reached out to touch the armor. "Don't touch it," Lin Hui said coldly. The man immediately withdrew his hand and began to promote himself again, saying he could cook and fix cars, and was just trying to make a living working for the automotive industry. Lin Hui stopped what he was doing, stared at him, and asked, "You can fix cars? Then can you even read these tires?" The man stammered, unable to answer. Lin Hui sneered and concluded directly, "You're of no value to me. Get lost." The man's face froze, and he wanted to say something more. The next second, Lin Hui drew his musket, his tone icy. "I don't lack friends, I only lack targets. Want to try?" The man trembled with fear and could only grit his teeth and leave. The Wuling Hongguang drove away in a sorry state, Lin Hui paying no attention. 2 kilometers away, the man stopped his car, his face full of resentment. "So what if you have a beat-up RV? You're not taking me? Then don't blame me." He opened the world chat and contacted a member of the Wolf Guild to report. "I've spotted a fat sheep. ALV3 heavy armored RV, only one owner, lots of supplies." He attached the precise coordinates. After confirming, the other party agreed to the trade and told him to keep an eye on the person. Seeing the reply, Wango revealed a sinister smile. "Kid, you think you can act tough? Just wait to get slaughtered." Chapter 11. The blame shifts eastward. To 2 zombies. Half an hour later, Lin Hui drove his RV to the outskirts of the abandoned arsenal. The location was remote, and the surroundings were deathly silent. He picked up his binoculars to observe and saw that most of the buildings had collapsed, with only a few factory buildings barely standing. The high walls were covered with withered vines, and the tops were wrapped with rusty barbed wire. Inside, a large number of zombies roamed. "There are indeed zombies, and quite a few of them," Lin Hui muttered, but after scanning the area, he couldn't find any second-tier zombies. "Should we go in and take a look?" Just as he hesitated, dust suddenly billowed in his rearview mirror, and the roar of engines rapidly approached. 8 modified off-road motorcycles rushed out from behind a gray heavy pickup truck, quickly fanning out and blocking all escape routes. The drivers were armed with machetes and chains, and some even threw road spikes ahead to block the road. Lin Hui's gaze fell on the pickup truck, its body welded with steel plates, a machine gun mounted on the roof, and emblazoned with a blood-red wolf head emblem. "A level 3 vehicle," he judged. "Any vehicle capable of mounting external weapons must be at least level 3. The car window rolled down, and a middle-aged man with a fierce face leaned out. It was Guiyong, a minor leader of the wolf gang. Holding a megaphone, he spoke arrogantly. "Listen up, RV in front, you're surrounded. Leave the car here, and get out. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life." The people around him sneered, clearly not taking Lin Hui seriously. Lin Hui just smiled faintly, already having made up his mind. "I was just worried about not having anyone to help me clean up the arsenal, and this is just cannon fodder delivered to my doorstep." He opened the car window and calmly replied, "What if we don't?" Guillaume was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. "No? Brothers, get your weapons ready!" Everyone raised their weapons and even lit Molotov cocktails, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. But the next second, the situation completely reversed. The black RV roared to life, and Lin Hui shifted gears and floored the accelerator, hurtling towards a motorcycle in front of him at full speed. Is he crazy? Before the other driver could react, he and his motorcycle were crushed on the spot. The RV ran over road spikes without stopping, heading straight towards the arsenal. Guiyong's expression changed drastically, and he roared, "Chase! Don't let him get away!" Clearly, he had underestimated the performance of this RV. Lin Hui floored the accelerator, and the speed rapidly increased, but he deliberately controlled the pace, waiting for the heavy pickup truck behind to catch up. At the same time, Guiyong ordered the machine gunner to aim at the tires. "Shoot them out!" A hail of bullets poured out, but only a cloud of dust was stirred up. The RV was unharmed and its speed was not reduced at all. Lin Hui quickly smashed open the gates of the arsenal, the heavy iron doors crumbling like paper before him. This sight fueled Guiyong's greed even more. "I'm taking this car!" He led his men in hot pursuit, the convoy charging into the factory like bloodthirsty beasts. But the next second, everyone's expression changed drastically. A dozen zombies, startled by the commotion, turned to look at them. The motorcycle convoy was going too fast. There was no time to react. In an instant, someone was tackled to the ground, screaming, "Brother Yong, save me!" Guiyong's face darkened. "We've been ambushed!" In a short moment, Lin Hui's RV had disappeared, while they were surrounded by zombies. But he remained unconcerned. "They're just a bunch of level 1 zombies." The next second, however, A deep roar came from the depths of the workshop, followed by a series of howls. The ground began to shake, and heavy footsteps grew closer. Guiyong turned around sharply and saw a large number of zombies surging out like a tide, and at the forefront was a monster nearly 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging, its skin bluish-green, dragging a broken steel rod in its hand. Second-tier zombies? Guiyong's voice changed, and he immediately roared. Retreat! Retreat now! But the exit was already blocked by the horde of zombies, and there was no way to retreat. In despair, he could only scream, Fire! Fire! But facing the surging tide of zombies, it was already too late. Chapter 12: Killing Tier 2 Zombies. A bountiful harvest. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun spat fire wildly, bullets hitting the giant Tier 2 zombie, but only splattering a few drops of blood, which only enraged it further. It roared and swung the I-beam in its hand, throwing it like a javelin, sending it hurtling through the air. With a loud bang, an off-road motorcycle that was trying to turn around was smashed into it, rider and all. Screams, gunfire, and roars mingled together. On the high platform, Lin Hui had already retreated through another door and was sitting in the driver's seat of the RV, sipping his cola and coldly observing through the bulletproof glass. To him, this chaotic battle was more like a performance that didn't require payment. Trying to steal my RV? He took a sip of his cola and chuckled softly. Remember to do your homework next time. The battle didn't last long. The motorcycle convoy was quickly swallowed up by the horde of zombies, becoming their next meal. The heavy pickup truck continued firing desperately, but its firepower couldn't seriously damage the second-tier strength-type zombie. Instead, it only enraged it more. No! I'm not reconciled! Guiyong roared in despair. The next second, the giant zombie had already rushed in front of the vehicle, smashing down with its fists. The front of the truck was instantly dented, and black smoke billowed from the engine. It ripped open the deformed car door and yanked Guiyong out. Before he could even finish yelling, "Help!" his neck snapped, silencing him abruptly. Seeing this, Lin Hui put down his cola, his gaze darkening. It's my turn to clean up the mess. He started the RV, the steel behemoth roaring as it began to move, its tires gripping the ground tightly. Ahead, the horde of zombies stood huddled together. The second-tier zombie was clinging to Guiyong's leg, its legs wounded by machine gun fire, making its movements slightly sluggish. For Lin Hui, this was the perfect opportunity. He slammed on the gas, using the slope of the high platform to plunge down, the entire RV like a falling black meteorite, hurtling towards its target with terrifying kinetic energy. The system had already determined that this zombie was no match for him. The giant zombie had barely raised its head, showing a hint of confusion, when the alloy ram was already upon it. Without any skill, only pure brute force, it was smashed into the ground with a deafening crash, flying through half a wall. Before it could even get up, Lin Hui swiftly reversed the rear wheel, dripping with shredded metal, running over its injured legs. The sound of bones cracking was crisp and piercing, and the zombie let out a shrill howl, struggling to raise the I-beam to retaliate. Scream? Let's see how many you can scream, Lin Hui said expressionlessly, shifting gears and ramming again. The second impact caused its chest to cave in. The third impact completely extinguished its breath. Silence fell. A system notification sounded. Ding! Successfully killed a Tier 2 zombie. The dropped rewards appeared. Vehicle upgrade blueprints and basic gene enhancement potions. A flicker of joy crossed Lin Hui's eyes, but he didn't rush to check. Instead, he continued clearing the area. He slowed down, drawing the surrounding zombies together, then crushing and eliminating them one by one. Level 1 zombies were driven only by instinct. They would constantly approach any sign of life. Half an hour later, the entire arsenal was completely silent, all the zombies having been cleared away. Lin Hui got out of the car, covered his nose, and quickly walked into the arsenal. The battle outside was just an appetizer. His real target was inside. After searching several empty factory buildings, Lin Hui finally found the armory. When he pushed open the door and saw the rows of supplies, his breath caught in his throat for a moment. I'm rich! Crates of unopened military ammunition were neatly stacked, and the system kept alerting. Axe gun bullets, anti-tank mines, and hand grenades. The quantities were staggering, enough to wage a small-scale war. But what excited him most were the shelves at the back labeled Raw Materials Area. Rows of gleaming metal ingots sat quietly. Acquired 500 units of armor-piercing steel. Lin Hui reached out and touched the metal, his fingertips trembling slightly. He had only intended to collect 90 units of special steel, but this arsenal had given him a double surprise. Chapter 13. The RV gets an upgrade again. Space folding gold entry. Chapter 13. The RV gets an upgrade again. Space folding gold entry. 500 units of armor-piercing steel, 3,000 rounds of axe gun ammunition, 500 anti-tank mines, and 1,000 hand grenades. Lin Hui looked at the mountain of supplies and then glanced at the RV that was already crammed full. Although the LV.2 RV had 12 cubic meters of space, almost only a narrow passageway was usable, and it simply couldn't hold all of this stuff. What's more troublesome is that the material storage function disappears once the advanced blueprints are used. The wrecked heavy pickup truck outside could still be dismantled for a considerable amount of resources, but the reality is harsh. He can't take these things with him. Lin Hui rubbed his temples, feeling incredibly frustrated. But soon, his gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the black RV, and he said in a low voice, "Since we can't take it with us, let's upgrade it first." He immediately brought up the advancement plan, and after confirming that all the materials were available, he didn't hesitate at all. "Start the evolution!" A thunderous roar erupted. The dark golden light blazed forth once more, this time tinged with crimson, exuding the aura of a war machine. The alloy steel in the warehouse, as if drawn by a tidal wave, surged wildly into the vehicle. Amidst the ear-piercing metallic clang, the RV began to rapidly deform and grow. The vehicle body was lengthened and widened, and the chassis became more robust, making it resemble a mobile fortress. The armor was further reinforced, with even reactive armor similar to that of a tank appearing on the surface. Most strikingly, a weapon turret rapidly formed on the roof, eventually raising a 2-meter-long 25mm black cannon barrel. This was no longer a rudimentary machine gun, but a fully automatic heavy chain gun with a built-in fire control system, completely operated from inside the vehicle, instantly elevating its firepower to a new level. 10 minutes later, the light faded, and an imposing steel behemoth stood in the center of the warehouse. A system notification sounded. The RV has successfully evolved to LV.3, doubling its defense, increasing its weight to 20 tons, expanding its space to 20 cubic meters, and is now equipped with the Big Poison Bee chain gun. Looking at the behemoth before him, Lin Hui felt much more at ease. Its size was more than enough to rampage through hordes of zombies. But the real highlight was the draw of the golden attribute. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, finally settling on spatial folding. When the attribute unfolded, Lin Hui was completely stunned, and the next second he couldn't help but swear. What? This feature directly expands storage space by 100,000 times, reaching 100,000 cubic meters, and also includes time-stopping, access control, and automatic collection functions. Simply put, it's a portable super warehouse where supplies never spoil and can be automatically collected. Lin Hui immediately became excited. This isn't just a storage locker, it's a portable logistics center. With this capability, he could take away not only the resources in front of him, but the entire arsenal. He immediately linked the entry to the RV storage locker. On the surface, there was no apparent change, but when he opened the cabinet door, it transformed into an endless white space, as if from another dimension. Lin Hui took a deep breath, turned to look at the pile of supplies, and his eyes changed. Take it all! The next second, massive amounts of steel, bullets, and explosives vanished as if swallowed up, tons pouring into the alternate dimension. In just a few minutes, the warehouse was completely emptied, even the shelves were taken away without a trace of waste. Not satisfied, Lin Hui left the warehouse and dismantled the heavy pickup truck and several wrecked motorcycles outside to replenish his resources. He then swept up all the supplies dropped by the zombies on the ground, storing food, seasonings, and books into his spatial storage. In less than 10 minutes, the once chaotic arsenal was completely emptied. Lin Hui looked at the mountain of supplies piled up in the storage space and patted the car body with satisfaction. That's enough, time to go. There's nothing left to keep here. With a whisper, the LV.3 RV roared to life, crunching over gravel as it drove out the gate. In the setting sun, the black steel behemoth cast a long shadow as it disappeared into the distance, its interior containing an entire war depot. Chapter 14. Basic Genetic Agent. Encounter with the Alien White Thorn. Chapter 14. Basic Genetic Agent. Encounter with the Alien White Thorn. Outside the armory. A dilapidated Wuling Hongguang minivan was parked behind a hidden dirt slope. Wang Go slumped over the steering wheel, clutching the walkie-talkie that had lost all signal, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Why is there still no movement? We can't get in touch with Guiyong either. Guiyong and the others have been inside for almost an hour, and the gunshots and screams from earlier have been gone for a long time. Has something happened? Wang Go swallowed hard, his heart pounding with anxiety. He had originally planned to sneak in and get a piece of the action after Guiyong dealt with that ungrateful wretch. After all, he was the one who provided the coordinates, and Guiyong had promised him 10 units of universal fuel. If Guiyong doesn't give it to him, he'll expose the Hungry Wolf Guild scam in the group chat. They promised to give me the coordinates, but won't give me the reward. But the deathly silence now filled him with a nameless fear. Should we go in and take a look? Just as he was hesitating. Rumble. A deep, powerful engine roar came from the broken gate of the arsenal. Wango hurriedly picked up the binoculars. The next second, the binoculars in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. All that could be seen was the afterglow of the setting sun. A massive, more menacing black steel behemoth slowly drove out. It was longer and taller than before, covered in reactive armor that resembled dragon scales. Most terrifying of all was the slowly rotating turret on the roof, its massive cannon barrel gleaming with a chilling light in the sunlight. And behind this car, Guiyong's pickup truck is not available. There is no motorcycle team from the Wolf Guild. There was nothing there. It's over. Wango's legs went weak instantly. Anyone who isn't an idiot can guess what happened. Guiyong and his entire army were wiped out. Run! We have to run! Wango started the smoke-belching van with trembling hands, trying to turn around and escape. But at that moment, the turret of the black behemoth that was moving suddenly turned. There were no unnecessary movements. That dark, gaping cannon muzzle, like the eye of death, precisely locked onto his beat-up car from hundreds of meters away. Inside the car, Lin Hui sat in the technologically advanced driver's seat, where a red crosshair was projected onto the Wuling Hongguang on the holographic screen in front of him. Fire control radar locks onto target, Wuling Hongguang, light vehicle. Distance, 1,450 meters. Hit rate, 100%. It really is you. If you asked me, how could I possibly have been targeted by those people from the Wolf Guild? Lin Hui stared at the minivan trying to escape on the screen, his eyes as cold as ice. Perfect, I'll use you to test the power of the new turret. His finger gently rested on the red launch button. Breakthrough. Aim at the fuel tank. Without hesitation, without pity. Press down. Thump. A dull, loud bang. The car body only vibrated slightly. A 25mm armor-piercing round, accompanied by a piercing whistle, instantly sliced through the air. More than a kilometer away, Wango was frantically pressing the accelerator, muttering, "Don't kill me, don't kill me!" The next second, boom dash. A huge fireball exploded in his field of vision. That was the last sight he saw in this world. The entire Wuling Hongguang was blown to pieces, with burning debris flying everywhere, like a flower of death blooming in the wasteland. Send value +3. Lin Hui looked at the burning fireball on the screen, a slight smile playing on his lips. That feels so good. My sanity has recovered after seeing a pile of mangled zombies. One shot, one kill. This power, this accuracy, it's clear that all those materials were well spent. He didn't stop, or even slow down, driving the RV directly over the still burning wreckage and heading towards the distance of the highway. The car interior was kept at a constant temperature of 26 degrees Celsius, with soothing jazz music playing. Lin Hui opened a can of chilled cola and then glanced at the regional channel on the system panel. At this time, the world channel was still filled with lamentations. Help! I'm out of water! Can anyone give me some water? My car tire was shot through by a white mutated beast. Now I'm stranded on the road, and the mutated creature is getting closer and closer. Someone please help me. Forget about parking upstairs, who dares to park now? I saw it too. There was a mutant with a very long tail just now. It looked a lot like the long white nail from tomorrow's battle. Luckily I ran fast. Is there a doctor here? I have a fever. It seems to be from an infection caused by a scratch. I don't have any medicine. Are there any home remedies to bring down the fever? Looking at this information, Lin Hui shook his head. This is the norm in the apocalypse. Hunger, cold, disease, monsters. While most people were still struggling to survive, he was already sitting in the armored fortress, thinking about how to spend the mountain of supplies. Suddenly, several top-pinned bounty posts caught his attention. The Overlord Alliance is offering a bounty. We'll buy any gene serums at a high price. If you can provide them, I'll make you the vice leader of the Alliance. Rose Society is offering a bounty. We're recruiting players with awakened specializations. If you've awakened a specialization ability, whether it's strength or reconnaissance, and you're female, you're welcome to join us. Food is plentiful. Mysterious buyer, 30 units of universal fuel for basic gene potions. DM me if interested. Gene serum? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. It seems that the top players have already come into contact with the extraordinary side of this world. Relying solely on vehicles is not enough. Human vulnerability remains the biggest weakness. This is why those big shots are frantically buying gene serums. I have a bottle right now. Lin Hui took out the bottle of basic gene serum that had been dropped from the level 2 zombie from his pocket. The deep blue liquid flowed slowly in the glass tube, emitting a captivating luster. Name: Primary Gene Agent. Category: Consumables. Quality: Rare. Effect: comprehensively enhances physical fitness and improves physique, physique plus 10. Side effects: severe pain may occur during the injection process. Pain? Lin Hui smiled. Compared to the pain of being devoured by zombies, what is this pain? Without any hesitation, he inserted the needle directly into the vein in his arm. Recommended bet. A surge of icy liquid instantly rushed into my veins, and then that icy feeling turned into a scorching heat like magma. His dash. Lin Hui gritted his teeth, and veins bulged on his forehead. Pain. Pain that penetrates to the bone. It felt as if every cell in my body was being torn apart and reassembled. This excruciating pain lasted for a full 5 minutes. When the pain recedes like the tide, it is replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and strength. Lin Hui suddenly opened his eyes. His body, which was originally a bit thin, has not yet transformed into an exaggeratedly muscular physique, but the lines of every muscle have become smooth and firm, full of explosive power. Physical strength, 15, 5 to 15. Combat capability assessment, physical fitness equivalent to a well-trained soldier. This feeling. Lin Hui took a deep breath and murmured. I feel like I could take on 5 adults by myself. While it's highly unlikely I can take on a zombie one-on-one yet, injecting a few more vials of gene serum will definitely make it possible. Thinking of this, Lin Hui also sought to purchase gene potions in the regional chat channel. The price he offered was 40 units of universal fuel or medicine in exchange, which was 10 units of universal fuel higher than the price offered by the mysterious player. Just then, the vehicle's radar suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarm sounds. It's neither a zombie nor a player. Instead, it was a massive, dark red signal source. Lin Hui immediately looked ahead. Through the telescope, he saw a stunning sight on the horizon. On the wasteland a few kilometers away, a camouflage-painted main battle tank, a genuine military heavy vehicle, was parked on the side of the road, its turret belching black smoke. And around the tank, 2 white, spear-like spikes were deeply embedded in the tank's armor, some even piercing through the tracks. At the source of those bone spurs, a slender, alien-like creature covered in white bony plates was crouching on a boulder, coldly watching the tank. Warning! Encounter with alien creatures. Name: Whitethorn Tier 3. Ding! Monsters of Tier 3 and above do not provide monster attributes or skill information. Players must discover these on their own. No monster attribute information provided? Lin Hui's pupils contracted slightly. He glanced at the thick armor of his LV.3 motorhome, its defense rating of 200, and then at the 25mm autocannon that had just been installed on the roof. I made a decision in my heart. Take a look at this Whitethorn and try to kill it. Tier 3 monsters must drop really good rewards. Lin Hui suddenly turned the steering wheel. The black armed fortress veered off the main road and slowly drove towards the white-thorned alien species. Finally, it stopped at a position within range of the machine gun. Chapter 15 Full-Screen Announcement. First kill of a Tier 3 monster. Chapter 15 Full-Screen Announcement. First kill of a Tier 3 monster. When Lin Hui was still 2,000 meters away from the Whitethorn, he stepped on the brakes. Through the scope screen, he could clearly see the monster's entire appearance. It's like an enhanced version of the alien mimicry creature from Tomorrow's War, covered in white bony shells, with long, sharp limbs and a long tail trailing behind it. At this moment, it was like a cat toying with a mouse, occasionally shooting out a bone spike from its tail, which would hit the broken-down tank with a loud clang. The tank's turret was completely jammed, clearly due to damage to its transmission mechanism. A section of the track was also broken, making it an easy target. Tier 3 alien. Lin Hui's fingers gently caressed the fire control lever, his eyes revealing a calm madness. No properties panel? No problem. As long as it has health bars and is a carbon-based life form, there is no problem that a 25mm machine gun cannot solve. If so, then fire a few more armor-piercing rounds. His external weapon, the M330, Buzzer B chain gun, has a total of 200 armor-piercing rounds. One round was used up during the last test, and he still has 199 rounds left. Killing this Tier 3 mutant should be enough. Let's test the waters first. Lin Hui took a deep breath and instead of immediately activating fully automatic fire, he switched to single-shot mode. The crosshair was locked onto the head of the white spike. Thump! A 25mm armor-piercing round was fired from the barrel. At a distance of 2 kilometers, for a machine gun with such a high muzzle velocity, there is no need to even consider the drop. But the White Thorn's reaction speed was simply unbelievable. Just as the shell was about to hit, it seemed to have eyes in the back of its head, and its slender body twisted suddenly, managing to avoid the head by a hair's breadth. Boom! The armor-piercing shell exploded on its back, splattering green blood. The next second, Lin Hui's pupils contracted slightly. The granulation tissue at the wound was wriggling wildly, healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 2 seconds, not even a scar was left. High-speed regeneration? Lin Hui frowned. This is even more disgusting than the zombie mechanic where you can only kill them by shooting them in the head. If that's the case, you'll need to fire several more shots to kill it, or destroy its core instantly. Based on his experience playing games, monsters all have weaknesses. Roar dash! The White Thorn, which had been ambushed, let out a sharp, piercing screech. It suddenly turned its head, its face devoid of features, consisting only of a gaping mouth, staring intently at the black RV in the distance. It was enraged. Whoosh! White Thorn abandoned the tank, landed on all fours, and instantly transformed into a white lightning bolt, rushing towards Lin Hui. Extremely fast. It's even twice as fast as that Tier 1 agile zombie. 2 kilometers seems to shrink to an inch beneath its feet. Good timing! Lin Hui was not nervous. If you dare to charge straight ahead, you'll become the best target. Just as the White Thorn rushed into the 800-meter range, it suddenly paused and swung its long tail, covered with bone spurs, violently. Call out! A half-meter-long white bone spike shot towards us like a missile, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound. When a bone spike struck the reactive armor on the front of the RV, sparks flying and a loud clang of metal striking metal. Although it did not penetrate the special steel that was several centimeters thick, it left 2 deep dents on the armor surface, and the surrounding metal even emitted white smoke and made a sizzling, corrosion sound. Warning! Armor damaged. Defense value, -2%. A highly corrosive toxin has been detected. Such strong penetrating power! And corrosive power too? Alarm bells rang in Lin Hui's mind. If you let this thing get close, it will keep attacking with its sharp claws and tail. Even a level 3 motorhome won't last long. We must never let it get close. Activate automatic fire control radar scanning. Command confirmed. On the holographic screen, the fast-moving white figure was covered by a red scanning grid. As the White Thorns kept changing direction and jumping, Lin Hui keenly noticed the detail. No matter how it moves, its body always instinctively turns to the side, as if protecting a spot on its right side with its hard carapace. There was a piece of carapace that was slightly lighter in color. I found you! A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Hui's mouth. At this moment, the White Thorn had already rushed 500 meters. It seemed to realize that the black car was not moving, and thought that the other party was stunned by its bone spikes. It let out a triumphant screech, and its speed increased again, preparing to jump onto the roof of the car and tear it apart. Now! Lin Hui abruptly switched the firing mode to fully automatic and pressed the fire button. Die, you bastard! Thump 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 dash. The chain gun on the roof roared like thunder. With a firing rate of 200 rounds per minute, it instantly wove together an impenetrable net of fire. This time, it wasn't a burst of fire, but a continuous barrage. In just 5 seconds, 17 armor-piercing rounds burst out of the barrel. The White Thorn in midair was instantly stunned. It tried to hide, but the path in front of it and the paths to the left and right were all blocked by the barrage of bullets. This is the suppression of heavy firepower. There are no tricks involved. You'll be overwhelmed by a metal storm. Puff puff puff. Several shells struck its legs and shoulders, exploding into large clouds of green blood mist. Although it was still healing, the immense kinetic energy caused its body to stiffen fatally. In that very instant. Thump! A shell hit the lighter-colored section of its right side armor with pinpoint accuracy. Pfft! It sounded like a hot knife cutting butter. The hard, bony carapace shattered instantly. The shell penetrated its body, and then exploded. Boom! White Thorn's slender body shuddered violently, and then its waist was blown in half. A large amount of green internal organs mixed with bone fragments sprayed out. His body, which had been charging forward at high speed, suddenly lost its balance and rolled on the ground like a rag doll a dozen times before crashing heavily into a rock. It was still struggling, trying to get up with the remaining half of its body. The granulation tissue at the wound was still writhing wildly, trying to reconnect the severed body. They have such a strong will to live. Lin Hui sighed, then pressed the launch button again. Thump! This time it was a single burst. It hit its right side precisely. Completely shattered. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the Tier 3 mutant, White Thorn. Rewards received. 1. 200 rounds of general-purpose ammunition. 2. Primary Gene Agent X1. 3. 1 potent antibiotic, rare, can treat heterologous viral infections. Congratulations. Player, Lin Hui, has achieved the achievement, first kill of a Tier 3 monster. Full screen announcement. Obtain 1 intermediate gene agent. The regional channel was instantly abuzz with excitement. The one who received the full screen notification before was Zhao Tianba, because his first vehicle was upgraded to LV3, and the other party had already established the Batian alliance. Now, whether it was the 4 major guilds or smaller guilds and groups, they all sent Lin Hui private messages, either to recruit him or to purchase his intermediate-level gene potions. Lin Hui immediately turned off the regional channel and set it to Do Not Disturb. Then, he looked at the completely motionless remains of the White Thorn and released the slightly hot control stick. Tier 3 monster. Indeed difficult to kill. Compared to a Tier 2 zombie, its strength has increased at least tenfold. What if we encounter a Tier 4 mutant? Thinking of this, Lin Hui felt a sense of crisis rise in his heart once again. We must continue upgrading the vehicles. Get more gold entries. Only in this way can we survive to the end in this road trip. Chapter 16 Su Qingqian was stunned. You can take a bath here? Chapter 16 Su Qingqian was stunned. You can take a shower here? Lin Hui glanced at the reactive armor on the front of the RV, where a bone spike from a different species of white thorn was stuck. Just this one bone spur reduced the RV's defense by 2%. Lin Hui didn't get out of the car to deal with it. Instead, he drove the RV to the corpse of the white thorn and used the automatic pickup function to sweep the loot into the storage space. Then, his gaze fell on the main battle tank that had broken down. This is a huge piece of fat meat. Although the tracks were broken and the turret was damaged, the military armor steel weighing over 10 tons was real. If we can break it down, we can get a lot more special steel in the other dimension. Lin Hui parked the car next to the tank, just about to give the dismantling order. Click. A sharp metallic scraping sound suddenly rang out. The hatch on top of the tank slowly opened a crack. Immediately afterwards, a fair hand reached out and laboriously pushed open the hatch. A girl wearing a cotton-padded coat, and with her face covered in grease smeared, crawled out of there in a disheveled state. She was coughing violently, clearly suffocating in the sweltering tank. Cough, cough, cough. The girl looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. She looked up and her eyes met Lin Hui's inside the RV. Are there still people alive in the car? This was unexpected by Lin Hui. He originally thought that the people inside had long been killed by the white thorn or starved to death. The girl's gaze swept over the imposing black heavy-duty RV parked in front of her, and the still-heating machine gun on its roof, before finally settling on the slain Tier 3 white thorn. A flicker of shock crossed her eyes. Did you kill that Tier 3 mutant? Are you Lin Hui? She also saw the full-screen announcement, and she didn't expect the player who received the full-screen announcement to be so young. Lin Hui sat in the driver's seat, wondering whether he should drive the other side out and then dismantle its tank. The woman, supporting herself against the tank turret, managed to stand upright, her voice somewhat hoarse. My name is Su Qingqian. Thank you for saving me. Su Qingqian? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow slightly. This name sounds familiar. I remember now, the player who traded his antibiotics for axe gun bullets in the trading channel before. I think that was his name. No wonder he was able to escape from the abandoned arsenal. He was driving a tank. You're welcome. Lin Hui's voice remained indifferent, showing no intention of getting off the bus. I only wanted to kill that Tier 3 mutant, and I also took a liking to your tank. Since you are still alive, I will not dismember you. After saying that, Lin Hui was about to shift gears and leave. To dismantle a vehicle, the vehicle's owner must die. Or the player agrees willingly. Seeing that Lin Hui was about to leave, Su Qingqian became anxious. Wait! Don't go! Disregarding her image, she slid off the tank, staggered to the front of the RV, and spread her arms to block it. My tank is broken! The tracks are broken, and the drive shaft is gone. I can't move it at all. Please take me with you. I can pay you. Lin Hui slammed on the brakes and looked down at her. At this moment, although Su Qingqian's face was covered in oil and she looked like a little kitten, her eyes were exceptionally bright. They did not show the pleading of a weakling, but rather an attitude of equal negotiation. Remuneration? Lin Hui smiled and tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel. What kind of compensation do you think you can offer me? I have no shortage of food, water, or all-purpose fuel. If you want to exchange your body or your looks... Lin Hui looked her up and down. Sorry, I don't need a pretty face. Su Qingqian bit her lip and whispered. I'm not just a pretty face. Su Qingqian took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. I have awakened my specialization. Specialization? Lin Hui murmured the word repeatedly. He had previously seen the 4 major guilds recruiting players with awakened specializations on the regional channel. What exactly is specialization? At this moment, Su Qingqian showed the system panel to Lin Hui. Name, Su Qingqian. Specialization, Instrumentation, Level 1. Ability description, possesses an innate affinity for mechanical structures, making them a natural-born mechanic. Significantly improves the efficiency of vehicle repair, modification, and dismantling. Specialization in medical equipment? Lin Hui's eyes finally showed a slight change. This specialization is interesting. Seeing that Lin Hui was interested, Su Qingqian immediately pressed her advantage. She looked at the bone spikes on the reactive armor on the front of the RV and said, Your RV's defenses have been damaged, but I can fix them. Su Qingqian walked to the front of the RV and pointed to the dent that had just been corroded by the white thorns. This Tier 3 alien toxin is persistent. If left untreated, it will slowly seep into the armor, and this plate will be ruined in 3 days. As she finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in her hand, and a toolbox materialized there. Then, she took a wrench and a bottle of unidentified spray and fiddled with the dent a few times. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A puff of white smoke rose up. The pit that was originally bubbling with green light quickly dried up, and after she tapped it a few times with a wrench, it regained its metallic luster. Note: vehicle defense has been restored to 100%. Lin Hui was somewhat surprised when he saw the system notification. This skill is indeed far superior to those mechanics who only know how to tighten screws. Moreover, as the monsters encountered become stronger, vehicle damage will become more frequent. He doesn't know how to fix cars either. A top-notch mechanic seems to have good logistics as well? You've got some skills. Lin Hui nodded, but did not open the door immediately. Instead, he pointed to the broken-down tank. The tank will also be considered as payment. Su Qingqian sighed and said, No problem. The tank's core is damaged. She can repair it, but she lacks the materials. Lin Hui disassembled the tank and obtained 150 units of special steel and 30 sets of electronic components. Click. The RV's heavy armored door finally popped open a crack. Get in the car. Fearing that Lin Hui might change his mind, Su Qingqian quickly climbed onto the stepping stone. However, the moment she climbed into the carriage, she froze instantly. It was like taking a single step from hell into heaven. The car doors were closed, shutting out the cold wind and stench from outside. A warm wave of heat washed over me. It was the comfortable temperature of a constant 26 degrees Celsius. The air didn't have the nauseating stench of blood typical of wasteland. Instead, it carried a faint, refreshing lemon scent. This place won't be like the cramped, confined, and oil-smelling compartments of a tank. What unfolded before her eyes was a spacious and bright living area. Genuine leather booth sofas, clean and tidy floors, and even a water dispenser with steaming water. On the table next to them, there was a half-empty can of cola and a torn bag of potato chips. Su Qingqian looked down at her oily hands, then at the environment that resembled a five-star hotel. She felt like her brain was short-circuiting. Was the life I was living before even human? Lin Hui sat in the driver's seat, looking at Su Qingqian's blank expression through the rearview mirror, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Stop spacing out. Go take a shower and wash off all that oil. I don't like the smell of gasoline in the car. Take a bath. Su Qingqian stared wide-eyed at the separate shower room with a frosted glass door in the corner. You can even take a shower here? Lin Hui didn't answer, but silently shifted into drive and continued driving. Chapter 17 makes me feel so safe. Chapter 17 I feel so safe. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. About 10 minutes later, the frosted glass door to the bathroom was gently pushed open, and a warm, humid air carrying the scent of shower gel instantly filled the cockpit. Lin Hui glanced at it subconsciously through the rearview mirror, and then his gaze lingered on it for a moment. The mechanic with the oily face from before is gone. Instead, there was a pure and innocent girl wearing a bathrobe. Since she had no change of clothes, Su Qingqian could only temporarily wrap herself in the white bathrobe that Lin Hui had provided. The bathrobe was obviously too big for her. The sleeves were rolled up several times, revealing a section of her fair forearm, as delicate as a lotus root. Her originally dirty hair was washed until it was jet black and smooth, and it was still wet and hanging over her shoulders, with water droplets dripping from the ends. Amidst the rising steam, a delicate, palm-sized face emerged. Without the grease stains covering her face, her features revealed the gentle charm of a woman from Jiangnan, especially her eyes, which were clear and lively, with slightly drooping corners that gave her a natural sense of innocence. At this moment, after being steamed by hot water, her skin was fair and rosy, like a freshly peeled lychee. She's quite good-looking. Lin Hui silently gave his assessment. With that kind of looks, in the original world, she would definitely be the kind of person who could collect a whole basket of love letters just by walking around campus. Su Qingqian seemed a little uncomfortable with the large bathrobe, her hands gripping the collar tightly. Feeling Lin Hui's gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she subconsciously shrank back. I've finished washing that. My old clothes were too dirty, so I put them in the washing machine to wash them, but they're not dry yet. Her voice was soft, with a hint of timidity. Not bad, you look like a human being now. Lin Hui withdrew his gaze, his tone calm, showing no sign of anything unusual. He casually picked up a blueprint from the passenger seat and tossed it over. Now that it's clean, let's get to work. You're an expert in machinery, take a look at this. Su Qingqian hurriedly took the blueprints, initially thinking they were some kind of indenture, but upon closer inspection, she froze instantly. It was a complex mechanical structure diagram. Vehicle upgrade blueprints, LV.3 LV.4. Required materials. 1. RV LV.3, already met. 2. High-strength titanium alloy X200 units. 3. Precision electronic components X30 sets, already satisfied. High-strength titanium alloy? Su Qingqian suddenly looked up at Lin Hui, her eyes filled with surprise. Upgrading to LV.4 already requires high-strength titanium alloy? Is this RV really that overstandard? Lin Hui shifted gears again, causing the car to vibrate slightly. Do you know where it is? He asked casually, but to his surprise, Su Qingqian took a light breath and spoke. Titanium alloy is rarely found in ordinary scrapped cars. But this area used to be an industrial zone, and I know there's an abandoned aircraft parts factory nearby. They should have some. However. She paused, then looked out the window with a hint of fear in her eyes. The terrain there is very complex, with collapsed building ruins everywhere, and the density of zombies is very high. My tank didn't dare to go deep into the area before, because if the tracks got stuck in the ruins, it would be a dead end. Complex terrain? A wild smile curved Lin Hui's lips as he lightly tapped the steering wheel with his fingers. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as complicated terrain. Hold on tight. Boom dash. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Hui suddenly floored the gas pedal. This 20-ton steel behemoth suddenly unleashed a breathtaking surge of acceleration. Su Qingqian exclaimed in surprise as she was pressed down into the leather sofa. Where are we going? There's a wasteland ahead. Watching the scenery rushing past the window, Su Qingqian gripped the handrail next to the car window tightly. Less than 500 meters ahead was a continuous cluster of collapsed buildings, with broken walls and rubble interspersed, cement blocks and steel bars piled up like mountains, and a wrecked car mixed in among them. In this kind of road condition, let alone a motorhome, even a tank would have to carefully avoid it. But Lin Hui. Instead of slowing down, he accelerated. Size 80, size 100, size 120. Lin Hui! The tires will burst! The car will overturn! Su Qingqian was so frightened that her face turned pale. She gripped the seatbelt tightly with both hands and closed her eyes. However, the anticipated violent collision and fatalities did not occur. Bang! Boom! Crack! A series of dense, muffled impacts came from my ears. The car body was indeed vibrating, but the vibration felt like a road roller crushing a few small stones. Lin Hui's RV has indelible run-flat tires and constant grip that keep it stable on any terrain and never tip over. Su Qingqian opened one eye. The next second, her jaw almost dropped to the ground. In the distance, the concrete wall that would have wrecked an ordinary vehicle and the abandoned car blocking the road appeared as fragile as foam in the face of the RV's menacing alloy-spiked corner. An SUV that was blocking the middle of the road was hit by Lin Hui and sent flying more than 10 meters away, tumbling and breaking apart in the air. A half-collapsed brick wall was smashed through by the RV, and bricks flew everywhere, hitting the bulletproof glass of the vehicle window with a crackling sound. Lin Hui, sitting in the driver's seat, held the steering wheel with one hand, looking as calm as if he were strolling in his own backyard. This RV's balance is way off the charts. As a mechanic who is proficient in vehicles, Su Qingqian felt that her worldview had been shattered. She has tanks. But even her Type 59 tank had to be handled with extreme caution when encountering such ruins, for fear that the tracks would break or it would get stuck in a ditch. But this man. He was driving a camper van and playing bumper cars in the ruins? What are you standing there for? Just as Su Qingqian was questioning her life, the car suddenly stopped. Lin Hui pointed to the wrecked car outside the window, which he had crashed into, and which now exposed its chassis and parts. I'll handle the clearing of the diagrams, you handle the disassembly. Go down and bring back all the useful materials. Since you specialize in machinery, you should be quick, right? Su Qingqian looked at the mess outside the window, then at Lin Hui's nonchalant expression, and couldn't help but think to herself. Is this guy a monster? I wouldn't even dare drive my tank like that. But despite her complaints, her current status is that of a working person. Okay. Su Qingqian wrapped her bathrobe tighter, picked up her toolbox, and got out of the car. The next few hours became the most unforgettable work experience of Su Qingqian's life. Lin Hui drove recklessly ahead, clearing a path for himself. Along the way, if Su Qingqian saw any abandoned vehicles, she would get out of the car and use her mechanical expertise to accelerate the dismantling speed of the system, dismantling them with extremely high efficiency. Dismantle the armored truck on the left. There's a machine tool in that half-collapsed factory building on the right. Go check if it has any titanium alloy. Hurry up, the zombies are coming. If any foolish zombies swarmed over, Lin Hui wouldn't even bother firing. He would simply use a dragon-tail swing, employing the terrifying meat grinders on the rear wheels, to instantly shred the zombie horde into a rain of blood. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Qingqian watched the black RV move through the horde of corpses as if it were nothing, and the shock she felt was beyond words. That's too violent. I feel so safe. This domineering and all-encompassing nature made her, a girl who had been cautiously trying to survive in the apocalypse for 4 days, experience for the first time what it meant to live in a world of the strong. Chapter 18 Su Qingqian, who loves spicy food. Chapter 18 Su Qingqian, who loves spicy food, as night falls. The wind in the wasteland became fierce and biting again. But warm lights were shining on the empty space next to the RV. Lin Hui parked the car on a sheltered, high ground, concluding today's operation. It was still more than 200 miles to the abandoned aircraft parts factory that Su Qingqian had mentioned. Driving at night was a bit dangerous, so Lin Hui decided to set off again tomorrow. Exhausted and with a sore back, Su Qingqian climbed into the car, panting, carrying her toolbox. I'm exhausted. She put the box on the ground and looked at Lin Hui with a resentful expression. They have absolutely no sense of chivalry or consideration for women. Lin Hui ignored Su Qingqian's gaze and nodded in satisfaction. The efficiency is good. After saying that, he took a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Su Qingqian. Su Qingqian's eyes lit up. She had been thirsty all afternoon, and her throat was parched. Thanks! A warm feeling welled up in her heart, and she thought that this capitalist boss still had some conscience, knowing to give his employees water to drink. She reached out her hand to take it. Lin Hui's hand stopped in midair. He pointed out the car window to the Alaram, which was covered in black and red blood and smelled foul after hitting zombies all afternoon. Who told you to drink it? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow, his tone matter-of-fact. Take this water and rinse the front of the car. It stinks so badly, it's ruining my mood. My SAM level is dropping. Su Qingqian's hand froze in midair, the gratitude on her face instantly solidified, and then slowly cracked. What did you say? She looked at Lin Hui in disbelief, never expecting that he would ask her to wash the car. And in the apocalypse, water is a resource more precious than gold. Even the leaders of those big guilds wouldn't dare to say they wash their cars with bottled water, right? You want me to get drinking water to wash that pile of rotten meat? Su Qingqian's voice trembled, from anger and shock. Otherwise what? Are you going to wash it with saliva? Lin Hui shoved the water into her hand and even waved his hand dismissively. Go on, you're not allowed to eat until you're clean. Su Qingqian stood in the cold wind, holding the bottle of water, looking bewildered. Bastards! Evil capitalists! What a waste of resources! While cursing inwardly, she had no choice but to hold back her tears, unscrew the bottle cap, and carefully pour the water onto the rag to wipe away the disgusting stains. With every drop of water she poured out, her heart bled. This is pure water. They actually used it to wash cars. This person is either absolutely insane, or a rich lunatic. Half an hour later, Su Qingqian returned to the car shivering. Her fingers felt stiff from being exposed to the cold wind outside. You've finished washing, you bastard! She muttered to herself as she pushed open the car door. However, the next second, an intensely spicy aroma instantly filled her nostrils, hooking her soul like a hook. Gurgle. Su Qingqian's stomach made a loud, uncooperative noise. She suddenly looked up. On the small folding table that was originally used to store miscellaneous items, an induction cooker was now placed. In the pot, the red oil sizzles, and the Sichuan peppercorns and chilies danced in the boiling broth. A plate of thinly sliced, red and white premium lamb and beef rolls sits on the side, along with neatly washed lettuce, enoki mushrooms, and luncheon meat. There was even a freshly opened can of ice-cold beer with tempting water droplets clinging to its surface. Lin Hui was sitting on the sofa, holding chopsticks, picking up a piece of mutton and swishing it in the pot. Up and down, it's cooked. He dipped the meat in sesame sauce, popped it into his mouth, and looked thoroughly enjoying it. Su Qingqian stood at the door, completely dumbfounded. Hot pot. Mutton? Ice beer? Was she dreaming? Or was she hallucinating from being frozen? This is the end of the world. While everyone else is eating moldy bread and drinking expired water, this guy is eating hot pot in his car? What are you standing there for? Lin Hui looked up at her and pointed to the seat opposite him. Go take another shower, and come back to eat when you're clean. You'll have the energy to work when you're full. Su Qingqian swallowed hard, then nodded involuntarily. After taking a shower, she changed into her own clothes. She was still bewildered even after sitting on the sofa and having a pair of chopsticks shoved into her hand. Eat up, what do you want me to feed you? Lin Hui poured her a glass of beer. Su Qingqian snapped out of her daze, looked at the bubbling red oil in front of her, and her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She picked up a piece of luncheon meat, and without caring whether it was hot or not, stuffed it into her mouth. The spiciness and meaty aroma explode on the tip of your tongue. In that instant, feelings of grievance, exhaustion, and fear surged up with the mouthful of hot food. Woo! As Su Qingqian chewed the meat, tears streamed down her face, falling onto the table. What's wrong? Is it too spicy? Lin Hui frowned. No, Su Qingqian said, sobbing as she stuffed mutton into her mouth, her words muffled. It's just so delicious, wah! Being able to eat hot pot at a time like this is such a blessing. I was in the tank before, and I was eating compressed biscuits that were as hard as rocks, and I had to drink cold water with them. My stomach was almost ruined. I want chili, give me more chili. I want it extra spicy. Looking at the adorable girl in front of him, who was crying her eyes out while eating like a starving ghost, Lin Hui couldn't help but laugh. The contrast is indeed quite significant. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Lin Hui pushed the mutton in front of him towards her. Water isn't a problem, food isn't a problem either. As long as you work hard, you'll have meat to eat every day from now on. You like spicy food, I have plenty of chili peppers. The food obtained from hunting zombies and opening resource boxes was plentiful, and it was all stored in the alternate dimension. Food never rots in the alternate dimension. Su Qingqian raised her head and looked at Lin Hui with red eyes. At this moment, this man, who was originally cold and domineering, was radiating a sacred light in her eyes. Meat and chili peppers every day? Su Qingqian sniffed, held back her tears, and then nodded solemnly. Boss, from now on I'll call you boss. Tomorrow, whatever you ask me to take apart, I'll take apart. Even if it's a Gundam, I'll do it. As long as I can eat hot pot, what does it matter if I have to do some work? The atmosphere finally eased. The two ate and chatted. Perhaps it was the delicious food that made her lower her guard, and Su Qingqian started talking. I'm from Zhejiang province. Before coming here, I was a freshman at an art academy. Su Qingqian took a sip of ice-cold beer, her face flushed. Chapter 19 Zombie Wasteland Map. Chapter 19 Zombie Wasteland Map. After arriving here, I was very lucky to run into my college classmate, Xia. She also awakened a specialization. Her ability is reconnaissance. As she said this, her eyes dimmed. We were working together very well. I had the tank, and she could scout. But then we ran into the Wolf clan. They pretended to be survivors and asked for help, and Xia, being kind-hearted, discovered they had RPGs. To protect me, Xia was... Su Qingqian bit her lip, her fingers gripping the beer can tightly until her knuckles turned white. That tank was my last resort, but it was still too difficult. If I hadn't met you, I might have died at the hands of that white thorn, or starved to death inside the tank. Lin Hui listened quietly, without interrupting or offering cheap sympathy. In the apocalypse, stories like this happen every day. The Wolf Guild, huh? Lin Hui said calmly. I've killed members of the Wolf Guild before, so I guess I'm collecting some interest for your friend. Su Qingqian suddenly looked up, a hint of pleasure flashing in her eyes. Thanks. This, thank you, was more sincere than any of the previous ones. No need to thank me, Lin Hui said calmly. Now that you're in my car, you're my employee. If you ever encounter the murderer who hurt you, tell me, and I'll get justice for you. After spending the day together, Lin Hui found Su Qingqian to be very useful. Not only are they pleasing to the eye, but they are also very capable when it comes to work. Su Qingqian nodded gently. Originally, she only wanted Lin Hui to give her a ride so she could leave once she found an unclaimed vehicle. Now her views have also changed. At this moment, Su Qingqian suddenly remembered something. He pulled a chip from his pocket and handed it over. This is an electronic map chip for the zombie wasteland. Xia left it for me. A zombie wasteland map chip? Lin Hui took it curiously and then inserted it into the RV. A map appeared on the 15-inch in-car screen, showing various important buildings, and the closest one was an abandoned aircraft parts factory. No wonder Su Qingqian was able to provide the location of her abandoned arsenal before. Oh, so there was this map. With this map, he no longer had to wander aimlessly through the wasteland like a headless fly. He had already shaken off the gray fog behind him, giving him ample time to gather materials and supplies. Looking at Su Qingqian's pure and adorable appearance, Lin Hui really wanted to give her a kiss. Letting Su Qingqian into the car was such a wise decision. It's late at night. After finishing the hot pot, the carriage was warm and cozy. But a new problem arose for the two of them. Although the RV has been upgraded and the space has increased, it currently only has one bed. That 1.5-meter wide bed, covered with a soft down comforter, looked so inviting that you'd want to sink into it. Su Qingqian glanced at the bed, then at Lin Hui, her face instantly turning red to her ears. A lone man and a lone woman. Sharing a room. And I just had some beer, I'm slightly tipsy, and the atmosphere is a bit ambiguous. Will he? Su Qingqian's heart began to race, her fingers twisting the straps of her clothes as she engaged in a fierce internal struggle. If he really wants me to resist, should I? After all, he saved my life and even treated me to hot pot. Moreover, he's not bad-looking, and he's so strong. Just as Su Qingqian was imagining an 80-episode romance drama, Lin Hui stood up. He took a blanket from the cupboard and threw it on the thick, long-haired carpet on the floor. What are you thinking about? Lin Hui's voice shattered her illusion. He pointed to the carpet on the floor. You're an employee, so you're sleeping on the floor. I'm the boss, I sleep in the bed. Su Qingqian's beautiful thoughts shattered instantly. She opened her mouth, looked at the comfortable bed, and then at the carpet. Although the carpet is very thick and there is underfloor heating, it is definitely not cold. But that's so typical of straight men. Oh. Su Qingqian responded with a slightly aggrieved tone, then obediently curled up in a ball on the floor, clutching the blanket. Lin Hui turned off the main lights, leaving only a dim night light. He lay in bed with his hands behind his head. Go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. By the way, you should also keep an eye on the regional channels to see if there's any information about special upgrade materials or gene potions. Okay, I understand. Su Qingqian's muffled voice came from the ground. Lin Hui closed his eyes, listening to the howling wind outside the window and the breathing of the other person inside the car. This is the first time there has been someone else in the car. Feel. It doesn't seem so bad. On the floor, Su Qingqian secretly opened her eyes and, in the dim light, looked at the profile of the man on the bed. Although she slept on the floor, it was the most restful and peaceful sleep she had had in the past few days. In this cannibalistic world, being able to serve as an employee, alongside a powerful figure is perhaps the greatest fortune one can have. Only, this boss really doesn't know how to be gentle with women at all. Su Qingqian bit her glistening lips, thinking angrily, but then a small smile unconsciously curved her lips as she fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 20 Regional Announcement. Chapter 20 Regional Announcement. The first rays of morning sunlight shone through the bulletproof glass onto the teak floor inside the carriage. There were no zombie roars, nor the howling of the cold wind. What woke Lin Hui was the rich aroma of milk and the sizzling sound of eggs frying in a pan. He opened his eyes, sat up from the soft bed, and for a moment had the illusion of returning to civilized society. The air temperature is constant at 24 degrees Celsius, and the humidity is just right, so I can sleep until I wake up naturally. Boss, you're awake? A crisp, pleasant sound came from the kitchen area of the RV. Lin Hui turned his head and paused slightly. Su Qingqian was busy working in front of the induction cooker. Perhaps because the car was very warm, she wasn't wearing many clothes, but instead changed into a white shirt. Because the size was too big, the hem of the shirt barely covered the top of her thighs, and she wore a pair of short denim shorts. With her movements, her long, fair, and straight legs dazzled in the morning light. Her originally somewhat messy long hair was casually tied up with a hairband, with a few strands falling around her ears, making her look both pure and exuding a touch of domestic charm. Morning. Lin Hui threw off the covers and got out of bed, stepping onto the carpet. Breakfast will be ready soon. There's hot milk, fried eggs, and toast that I just toasted. Su Qingqian flipped the fried eggs skillfully while turning back to give Lin Hui a sweet smile. I saw there was some ham in the fridge, so I cut 2 slices. Lin Hui nodded. He had left a lot of food in the refrigerator last night. 10 minutes later, the two sat at a folding dining table. On the table was an exquisite porcelain plate, with a fried egg that was golden brown at the edges and runny yolk, toasted to a golden brown and crispy texture, and served with 2 lettuce leaves and a few cherry tomatoes. There was even a knife and fork set out in a very ceremonial manner. Lin Hui cut off a piece of bacon and put it in his mouth, the aroma of the fat exploding in his mouth. Your cooking skills are pretty good. Su Qingqian smiled slightly. Thank you for the compliment. After saying that, she spread a spoonful of chili oil on her ham slice, then put it in her mouth and ate it with relish. Lin Hui smiled, enjoying the food Su Qingqian had prepared while opening the regional channel. The atmosphere on the channel was extremely tense at that moment. Current survivors in the area, 989,452 to 10 million. The red numbers are alarming. The number of people who used to number 10 million has decreased to less than 1 million. Lin Hui took a deep breath. I saw it too. Su Qingqian held a warm cup of milk in her hands. The smile on her face faded a bit, and her eyes were somewhat complicated. There was another cold wave last night. Many people's cars ran out of gas, and when the heating was turned off, they never woke up again. At this time, countless people are still wailing in the channel. Does anyone have any food? Please, even expired bread will do. I'd be willing to be that person's dog. My tire has blown out, and there's still 50 kilometers of fog ahead. I need help. Just 1 sip of water. Looking at these despairing words, and then at the warm milk in my hand, the delicate fried eggs on my plate, and the clean and fresh clothes on my body, Su Qingqian subconsciously glanced at the man opposite her who was elegantly eating a fried egg. If I hadn't met Lin Hui, now, she is probably one of those million cold corpses, or huddled in a corner of a tank, munching on hard, compressed biscuits, shivering in the cold and fear. And now, she actually lived a more refined vacation life in the apocalypse than in peacetime. This stark contrast caused her dependence on Lin Hui to reach its peak instantly. Stop looking. Lin Hui put down his fork, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and spoke calmly. That's the selection process. That's the rule of this game. He pointed to the milk in front of Su Qingqian. Drink it all, it'll smell fishy when it gets cold. We have important business to attend to today. Oh. Okay. Su Qingqian nodded obediently, picked up the cup with both hands, and drank it down like a little hamster, with milk stains still on the corners of her mouth. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Hui didn't rush to set off. He returned to the driver's seat, reclined it, and then took out 3 small bottles. A pale blue, basic gene-enhancing drug. A pale blue intermediate-level gene serum. There is also a potent antibiotic. This is what he got after killing that level 3, Whitethorn. I used 1 dose of the basic gene serum before, which raised my physique from 5 to 15. Lin Hui looked at the tube of light blue liquid, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. According to the instructions, the effects of the basic medicine can be stacked until the body develops resistance. Without any hesitation, he picked up the basic gene serum, unscrewed the needle cap, aimed it at his vein, and injected it. Laugh. The cold liquid was pushed into the blood vessels. Almost instantly, a familiar burning sensation swept through my body again. This time, however, Lin Hui didn't experience the excruciating pain that made his veins bulge. His body, having undergone the first strengthening, was clearly much more receptive to this energy. But that doesn't mean you don't feel anything. Su Qingqian, who was sitting in the passenger seat organizing the supplies list, suddenly heard a low growl from beside her. She turned her head in surprise and saw Lin Hui leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, his muscles trembling at a visible frequency. Each muscle fiber resembles a tightly twisted steel cable, exhibiting an extremely dense, streamlined aesthetic. Su Qingqian blinked her clear eyes, feeling very curious. After all, the basic gene serum was very precious, and she had only heard about it on the regional channel. 5 minutes later. Lin Hui suddenly opened his eyes. Are you alright? Su Qingqian asked with concern. I'm fine, Lin Hui said, then slowly raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and threw a punch. Snap! The air was compressed and exploded instantly, producing a crisp sizzling sound. His strength and speed have both improved significantly. Open your personal panel. Name Lin Hui. Race human. Status healthy. Sanity, SAN 100 to 100, note, sanity below 30 will cause suicidal thoughts, sanity below 20 will cause delirium, and sanity below 10 will cause madness. Spirit 5, note, average value for normal adults. The higher the spirit, the higher the resistance to rationality, and the faster the rationality recovers. Physical strength, 25, 15 to 25. Evaluation, your physical fitness has reached the level of an elite special forces soldier. Lin Hui clenched his fist, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He picked up the bottle of dark blue intermediate-level gene serum again. Name, intermediate genetic agent. Category, consumables. Quality, rare, common, rare, perfect, epic, legendary, mythical. Special effect, comprehensively enhances physical fitness and improves physique, physique plus 100. Side effects, severe pain may occur during the injection process. Usage requirements, physical fitness level must be 50, the human limit. If the user fails to meet the fitness level and is forced to use the device, it will cause DNA damage, gene chain collapse, and in severe cases, direct death. It's still a long way off. Lin Hui shook his head with some regret and put the intermediate-level gene serum back into the alternate dimension. It seems that to break through the limits of humanity, we still need to continue collecting basic gene serums. Shallow and shallow. Lin Hui suddenly spoke, his voice even more magnetic and deep than before. Huh! Here! Su Qingqian, who had been staring blankly at Lin Hui's muscles, was startled and blushed. Place an order on the public channel to buy basic gene serum. Price is not an issue. As long as they have it, try to get it back for me. Su Qingqian was taken aback for a moment, then nodded seriously. I understand. Sudden. A cold system notification suddenly exploded in the minds of all the surviving players. Regional announcement. Players in Region C996, please take note. Congratulations on surviving the initial 5-day selection period. The first phase of the mission is now announced. Journey to Fushur. Mission objective, All players in Area C996 must reach the coordinates, Fushur, coordinates, 324.5, 998.1, within 120 hours, 5 days, and survive in the city for at least 24 hours. Task rewards: 1. Ticket to the next stage map. Land of the Mist. 2. Vehicle upgrade blueprint X1. 3. 10 units of all-purpose fuel. 4. Primary gene agent X1. Friendly reminder: in 120 hours, all areas outside of Busan will be instantly covered by extremely high concentrations of smog. Chapter 21 Someone beat me to it. Chapter 21 Someone beat us to it. The regional announcement was issued. The entire regional channel was in complete chaos. Bushi? This is sending us to our deaths. I checked the coordinates, and it's more than 3,000 kilometers away. My car's top speed is only 60 kilometers per hour, and I need to find gas, so there's no way I could make it. If we don't go, the entire zombie wasteland will be shrouded in gray fog. This is forcing us all to jump into that meat grinder. The road survival game is trying to put us all in a cage. I'm not going. I'd rather stay here and hide. The person upstairs is wise. Didn't you see the system say it would cover everything with gray fog? That means complete annihilation. Not even a bone fragment will be left. Inside the RV, Su Qingqian looked at the blood-red countdown, her face turning slightly pale, and she almost dropped the milk cup in her hand. Cushy. She took a deep breath and looked at Lin Hui. Boss, we. Compared to Su Qingqian's nervousness, Lin Hui appeared unusually calm. He opened the electronic map of the zombie wasteland and entered the coordinates of Busan. The distance is 3,270 kilometers. At full speed in the RV, including rest time, it will take about 20 hours to get there. Lin Hui drew a straight line on the map, finally stopping at the location marked with a red dot. We still have nearly 100 hours to upgrade our vehicles and improve our physical capabilities. In this way, no matter what evil spirits or monsters may appear in Busan, we can deal with them with ease. Qingqian, hold on tight. Lin Hui gripped the steering wheel with both hands, shifted into drive, and pressed the accelerator. Our current mission is to go to the abandoned aviation electronics factory, obtain high-strength titanium alloy, and upgrade the RV to level 4 first. Boom dash. The LV.3 heavy-duty motorhome roared, like an ancient beast awakening, and sped toward the horizon. At the same time, in every corner of the wasteland, all the top forces, including the Tyrant Alliance, Rose Society, Iron Blood Heavy Industry, and the Wolf Guild's caravans, mobilized at this moment. The Overlord Alliance racing team. 3 armed helicopters carrying live ammunition were patrolling overhead. The Alliance leader, Zhao Tianba, was a tall, bald man who was currently sitting in a Land Cruiser, modified from a tank, a look of excitement on his face. Fushur? That's my backyard. Anyone who dares to compete with the Overlord Alliance for resources, I'll crush them. The Rose Society's motorcade. The president, Yang Ruoling, was a stunning woman wearing a halter-neck dress. She had long, wine-red curly hair cascading over her shoulders, and her slightly upturned eyes exuded a captivating charm. Every gesture she made was full of allure. She sat on the hood of a modified red Ferrari supercar, her long legs crossed, her fingertips lightly swirling a wine glass. Sisters, this mission is our chance to prove our strength. We must not lose to those stinky men. Iron Blood Heavy Industry Team. The president, a thin young man wearing thick-rimmed glasses, was sitting in a behemoth 3 stories high, calmly analyzing. Everyone, the road survival game is issuing its first mission, with a reward of a basic gene serum. With such a high reward, the difficulty must be quite high. But high risk, high reward. As long as you all follow my instructions, I will ensure everyone makes it to the next map alive. From now on, collect as many firearms as possible, at all costs. Especially those items with extraordinary abilities. As for the Wolf Guild caravan. In a menacing modified tank, a young, muscular man sat in the back seat. He had slanted bangs, prominent brow bones, fierce eyes, and a crooked smile on his lips. Last night, he killed the first guild leader of the Wolf Guild and successfully took over. This is a time when one is full of vigor and high spirits. Brothers! Our party is about to begin! The mission in Fuching is a nightmare for other players. But for the Wolf Guild, it's a huge feast, where all the surviving players in Area C996 will gather for their hunt. Sandstorms raged. 2 hours have passed since the Bushi mission was launched. On the highways, there are visibly more vehicles rushing to make a living. Most of them travel in groups of 3 to 5, and some even form convoys of more than 10 vehicles, while it is rare to see a single vehicle traveling alone. On the only way to Busan, there is a very important strategic supply point, an abandoned aircraft parts factory. That was also the goal of Lin Hui and Su Qingqian's trip. The 200 units of titanium alloy needed to upgrade the LV.4 motorhome can only be obtained from there. Boss, there's a situation ahead. Su Qingqian, who was sitting in the passenger seat observing the road conditions, suddenly spoke, her tone somewhat serious. Lin Hui narrowed his eyes slightly. Through the windshield, the outline of the huge parts factory, which lay sprawled on the ground like a steel monster, was clearly visible in the distance. Outside the parts factory, there was indeed a row of vehicles parked haphazardly. There were pickup trucks with welded steel plates, off-road vehicles with machine guns mounted on them, and even a modified cement mixer truck blocking the road as a roadblock. It seems someone beat me to it. Lin Hui did not slow down. Instead, he pressed the accelerator even harder. That parts factory isn't anyone's private property. So what if someone else gets there first? The RV's defensive attributes, anti-tank mines and grenades in the alternate dimension, and the heavy chain gun on the roof. That's his confidence. Sizzle! A sharp screech of brakes rang out. The black, heavily armored RV, exuding a chilling sense of oppression, came to a steady stop 50 meters from the roadblock. The 25mm chain gun on the roof of the vehicle gleamed coldly in the sunlight, pointing directly at the group of people blocking the road. Stop! Behind the roadblock, a group of players wielding various weapons shouted orders. This place has been taken over by the Shinkong Mutual Aid Association. Get out of here if you don't want to die. Lin Hui sat in the car without saying a word, just coldly watching this rabble. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on a modified Hummer behind them. There were 3 people standing there. The man in the lead was about 27 or 28 years old. He was wearing a smart dark gray trench coat and had a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He looked very refined. He pushed up his glasses and looked at Lin Hui's RV with great interest through the lenses. Beside him stood a muscular man with dark skin and an extremely eye-catching woman. The woman wore a black combat suit that covered her 2 long, shapely legs. Her eyebrows and eyes were sharp as blades, her red lips were slightly pursed, and she exuded a powerful aura. What's most striking is the sniper rifle she carries on her back, and her face, which remains aloof and unapproachable even in the apocalypse. If Su Qingqian is the kind of pure and innocent flower that makes people want to protect her, then this woman is a black rose with thorns, exuding a dangerous aura from head to toe. At this moment, the bespectacled man smiled slightly, clapped his hands, and signaled his men behind him to put down their guns. Then, he looked up at Lin Hui. Hello, friend, my name is Tang Chuan, and I am the president of the Xinguang Mutual Aid Association. Chapter 22 Cooperation? Chapter 22 Cooperation? The bespectacled man, Tang Chuan, stepped forward and elegantly called out to the RV. Friend, you've really gone all out with the modifications to this vehicle. To be able to turn a camper van into a mobile fortress, you must be quite the expert. I was originally the head of surgery at the first municipal hospital. Now I am fortunate to have gained the trust of my brothers and become the president of the new Light Mutual Aid Association. The person next to me is the vice president of our association. At this point, Tang Chuan pointed to the dark-skinned man on his right. He smiled and continued. We mean no harm. There are just too many monsters here, so we sealed this place off for everyone's safety. Lin Hui lowered the car window halfway, revealing a handsome face. Oh. There is only one word. Tang Chuan's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly resumed his usual warm and friendly fake smile. Friend, don't be so cold. His gaze inadvertently swept over Su Qingqian in the passenger seat. Even through the car window, he could clearly see the girl's delicate and pure face. A fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of greed and lust flashed deep within Tang Chuan's eyes. I'm really lucky today. I didn't expect to meet Lu Shi and then find another amazing woman. And this car. If I could get my hands on both this car and this woman. He pushed up his glasses, concealing the strange look in his eyes, and his tone became more sincere. To be honest, there's something we need in here. But there are a dozen or so white thorns in there. I see your vehicle has a lot of firepower, brother. How about we cooperate? How about you take 30% of the supplies here? The dark-skinned man beside him frowned slightly and glanced at Tang Chuan with displeasure, clearly unaware of the suggestion. He stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a knife as he scrutinized Lin Hui, his voice icy. President, we need manpower, not an ancestor. This guy doesn't look like someone who will follow orders. Hey, Won Bin, more people means more strength, Tang Chuan said with a smile, waving his hand. Lin Hui sat high in the driver's seat, quietly watching Tang Chuan's performance. He saw that familiar, nauseating hypocrisy in the other person's eyes. That's the look in someone who's spent years in the world of fame and fortune, someone who's used to scheming and pretending. You want to use me as cannon fodder? They're trying to take my car and my people? Lin Hui sneered inwardly. However, while the other party viewed him as cannon fodder and a sucker, he himself had also used them as tools for testing. After all, he didn't know what level of alien species were in the aircraft parts factory. In case they are high-level alien species, having these people around can help share some of the firepower. Thinking of this, Lin Hui gently patted the steering wheel, a smile appearing on his face. 30%? That's a good suggestion. Seeing that Lin Hui showed signs of wanting to cooperate, Tang Chuan's face lit up with joy. He adjusted his glasses, smiled, and said, Brother, what's your name? My surname is Lin, Lin Hui said casually. Brother Lin. Tang Chuan pointed to the abandoned aerospace auto parts factory in front of him. The white thorns inside are not like zombies. Even if they are at the same level, they are several levels stronger than zombies. At this point, he glanced at the machine gun on the roof of the RV and flattered. We'll have to rely on Brother Lin to put in a lot of effort later. No problem. Lin Hui smiled, then stepped on the gas. Take your men and let's finish this quickly. Boom dash. The RV's engine roared furiously. What a spirit! Tang Chuan took a deep breath, raised his hands, and gestured for the guild players to get in the car, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the aerospace auto parts factory. Brothers! Prepare for the attack! At his command, more than a dozen vehicles that were blocking the road started moving. Lin Hui didn't even glance at him again. He rolled up the window, stepped on the gas, and the RV, billowing dust, arrogantly drove into the gate of the parts factory. Miss Lu Shi, I'll be troubling you later too. Tang Chuan smiled at the woman carrying the sniper rifle. Don't worry, if we can take over the auto parts factory, I'll definitely hand over the high-strength titanium alloy I promised. The woman in black, named Lu Shi, nodded, then got into her LV3 modified sports car and joined the group. That woman's got some hot stuff. The muscular, dark-skinned man licked his lips as he watched the woman's retreating figure. In his original world, he was a water delivery worker who enjoyed reading novels to pass the time and longed to have in-depth conversations with aloof beauties. But the gap between reality and his reality only allowed him to fantasize at night. Upon entering this world, despite his fear, he quickly realized that this was his opportunity. So, relying on the muscles he developed from carrying water jugs and a ruthless streak, he killed many naive players in the early stages, quickly leveled up, and formed a guild with Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan glanced at the muscular man, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, but he didn't show it. Instead, he smiled and said, There's one in the RV too, we'll split it between us. As long as you stick with me, what woman can't you find in this apocalypse? The muscular man chuckled, then glanced at the massive black RV and asked, Tang Chuan, the firepower in that vehicle looks impressive. If we take over the auto parts factory, we should really give him 30%. Hee hee. Tang Chuan took off his glasses and took out a clean white silk cloth from his pocket to gently wipe them. At this moment, where was the slightest trace of refinement in his once gentle and elegant eyes? All that remains is a venomous and vicious nature, like that of a viper. That car is a tough nut to crack. If we try to seize it by force, many of our people will die. Tang Chuan put his glasses back on, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Besides, I didn't tell him what I found inside. The muscular man was taken aback. What did you discover? Tang Chuan turned around, looked at the gloomy factory building, and said softly, I just went inside, and there are indeed more than a dozen level 1 to 2 white thorns inside. But there is still a level 3 female white thorn that is laying eggs. At this point, Tang Chuan chuckled softly, a sound that sent chills down one's spine. 1 tier 3 dog, plus a nest of tier 1 to 2 white thorns. I think this brother Lin isn't quite sure about our strength yet. Let's wait until he's used up most of his ammunition and vehicle armor before we make our move. At that time, the car will be mine, and so will the person. The muscular man looked at Tang Chuan's sinister profile and felt a chill run down his spine. He nodded, but didn't say anything. Guild leader Tang Chuan is a player who has mastered a special skill and also possesses a powerful extraordinary item. This is why, even after receiving a basic gene serum, he was willing to remain subordinate and only serve as the vice president. Tang Chuan adjusted his glasses and smiled politely again. Alright, let's go take a look. Chapter 23 Chairman Tang, hold on. Chapter 23 Chairman Tang, hold on first. The New Light Mutual Aid Association. Guild and Lin Hui's RV slowly drove into the abandoned aircraft parts factory. The interior space of the parts factory is surprisingly large. Sunlight streamed through the broken glass windows of the dome, forming Tyndall effect beams in the dusty air, illuminating this steel tomb. The enormous stamping press stood in the shadows like a dead giant, with countless rusted gears and broken pipes scattered on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Hui's eyebrows twitched slightly. Based on what he saw and heard during his 5 days of experience, this world was very similar to the American West in his previous life, with wilderness everywhere, and only endless highways. There are no humans here, as if civilization has disappeared for decades. The few buildings you see are dilapidated, and the place is teeming with zombies and other strange creatures. The writing on the building is unlike any other writing system on Earth. Could this place have once been a civilization similar to Earth? But have the intelligent beings here turned into zombies? Or were they also summoned away by the road survival game to participate in the escape game on another planet? A series of thoughts flashed through Lin Hui's mind. What about the intelligent beings on this planet? Did they participate in the game and never come back? Was the entire army wiped out? Brother Lin? Suddenly, Tang Chuan's car pulled up beside Lin Hui. It was an LV-3 vehicle converted from an ambulance. The vehicle also had external weapons mounted on its roof, but they were just ordinary machine guns, which a young man was operating from a control panel. Tang Chuan rolled down the car window and handed a walkie-talkie to Lin Hui. With walkie-talkies, everyone can cooperate more smoothly. Lin Hui nodded and handed the walkie-talkie directly to Su Qingqian in the passenger seat. Qingqian, check if there's anything wrong with this walkie-talkie. It's always good to be cautious. If the other party tampers with the walkie-talkie, it could cause serious trouble. Okay. Su Qingqian took it and examined it carefully. Under the specialized equipment label, the structure of the walkie-talkie was clearly reflected in her black pupils. Boss, there's a positioning device inside. Everything else is fine. Lin Hui stroked his chin. The tracking device is fine. The operation began quickly. Squeak dash. The convoy led by the New Light Mutual Aid Association carefully rolled over the industrial waste scattered on the ground. The roar of the engines echoed in the enclosed space, sounding particularly jarring. Lin Hui followed them at a distance, driving his black LV.3 heavy-duty RV. Behind it was Tang Chuan's heavily armed ambulance. Boss, something seems off here. Su Qingqian's clear eyes scanned the dark corners around her warily. It's too quiet. Wasn't it said that there were more than 10 white thorns in here? White thorns are very intelligent. Compared to zombies, they possess a certain level of wisdom. Right now, they are like hunters, and hunters only strike when they are certain of success. Lin Hui, with one hand on the steering wheel, answered slowly and deliberately. With one hand, he very naturally reached into the car refrigerator and pulled out a can of iced cola, then pulled the tab with a click. The sound of bubbles bursting echoed inside the carriage. C-. Lin Hui took a sip and sighed comfortably. Perfect, there are free scout stones ahead. All we need to do is shout 666. Before he could finish speaking, from the depths of the once quiet factory, a sickeningly loud grinding sound suddenly rang out. It's like countless sharp fingernails scratching at a blackboard. Watch out! To the left! Tang Chuan's urgent shout came through the public radio ahead. The next second, the shadow moved. Swoosh! 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 More than a dozen white afterimages shot out from behind those huge machine tools, above the crossbeams, and even from abandoned ventilation ducts. That's a different species of white thorn. Although they were only Tier 1 and Tier 2 mutants, there were as many as 15 or 16 of them. They were like a group of predators who had smelled blood, and they pounced on the LV-3 modified pickup trucks at the front of the convoy. Fire! Fire now! Dash! Gunshots rang out instantly, and flames danced wildly in the dimly lit factory. However, the white thorns grew too fast. Although several Tier 1 white spikes were hit, the Tier 2 white spikes nimbly dodged the machine gun fire, landed on all fours, and bounced directly onto the roof of a LV-3 modified off-road vehicle. Although these vehicles are also LV3, the upgrade materials used are the most ordinary steel, and their defense is not on the same level as Lin Hui's RV. The sharp claws of the level 2 white thorn pierced through the thin sheet metal of the car roof, as easily as cutting tofu. Ah dash! A piercing scream came from inside the car, and blood flowed out from the cracks in the car window. President Tang, they're too fast! And there are obstacles everywhere, we can't hit them! Plus, they're coordinated! A team member's voice came through the walkie-talkie, sounding very anxious. Damn it! Tang Chuan, who was also at the back of the group, watched this scene with a grim expression. They had also hunted level 2 white thorns before, but that was in the wilderness. He hadn't expected that with obstacles around them, these white thorns would be so troublesome. He grabbed the walkie-talkie abruptly and roared. Brother Lin! Where's your machine gun? Open fire and suppress these white thorns! At this moment, Lin Hui's RV was parked in an excellent shooting position. If that 25mm chain gun were to fire, it could instantly tear those white spikes that jumped onto the roof of the vehicle to shreds. However, the RV remained completely still. Only the dark, gaping muzzle, like an old man taking a stroll, slowly turned twice before getting stuck. Lin Hui's lazy voice came through the walkie-talkie, accompanied by the crunching sound of chewing potato chips. President Tang, I'm so sorry, my fire control system seems to have broken when I went over the speed bump. I'm restarting it now, you guys hold on a bit. Reboot? Tang Chuan was so angry that he almost crushed the walkie-talkie in his hand. Screw your reboot. Chapter 24 Specialization. Spiritual Art, Mud Swamp. Chapter 24 Specialization. Spiritual Art, Mud Swamp. Criticism aside. But Tang Chuan was completely helpless. If this continues, he'll lose all his men. Wang Bin! Get your car on the roof! Tang Chuan could only yell into the walkie-talkie. Remember, the white thorn's weak point is a spot on its right side. This was intelligence he bought from a top-tier guild at a high price. Wang Bin, a dark-skinned, muscular man, gritted his teeth and had no choice but to drive his Hummer, which was welded with steel plates, forward and unleash a barrage of fire with its machine gun. Just then, a blue LV3 modified sports car pulled up. Liu Shi, dressed in a black combat uniform, leaned out of the car roof, holding a heavy sniper rifle, and aimed at a level 2 white thorn that was charging towards her. Bang! 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 3 bullets streaked through the air and, within 2 seconds, accurately struck the armor plate on the right side of the Tier 2 white thorn's waist. Snap! This level 2 white thorn slammed directly into the ground, struggled a few times, and then stopped moving. Amazing! Tang Chuan shouted excitedly. So accurate? Lin Hui's eyes showed a slight surprise. Although he had been slacking off, he had been observing the battlefield the whole time. He witnessed the woman named Liu Shi firing the gun. Almost without aiming, it hit a fast-moving white spike. Even the top snipers in my previous life probably couldn't achieve this level of accuracy. The woman before me must have also awakened some kind of specialization. Thump! Just then, a slightly larger Tier 2 white thorn seemed to realize that Lin Hui's RV wouldn't attack. It bypassed the chaotic battle ahead, bounced off a pillar, and transformed into a beam of white light, rushing straight towards Lin Hui's RV. Boss! They're here! Su Qingqian exclaimed. Lin Hui didn't even lift his eyelids, and immediately shifted into reverse. Buzz! The RV suddenly reversed. But this was not an escape, rather, it was a precise, tactical retreat. The white thorn had anticipated the landing point, but when the RV reversed, it missed its target entirely. However, the level 2 white thorn reacted quickly, flicking its long white tail. Ugh! A sharp bone spike sliced through the air and stabbed hard into the windshield of the RV. When dash! The bone spur hit the glass. But those bone spikes, strong enough to pierce through a Tier 3 motorhome, bounced off directly. This scene was witnessed by Vice President Wang Bin, who swallowed hard and couldn't help but gasp. He glanced at his own wrecked vehicle, now riddled with spiky shards, then at Lin Hui's perfectly intact RV, and the greed in his eyes deepened. At the same time, Lin Hui's gaze fell on the spot where the bone spur had struck him, and he sighed softly. Although it didn't penetrate the high-strength bulletproof glass, it left an unsightly white mark on the smooth glass. Tisk! Lin Hui frowned, as if he had seen his newly bought sneakers stepped on. Qin Qian, fix it. It's an eyesore. Huh! Now? Su Qingqian was stunned for a moment, looking at the monster lying on the ground outside, baring its teeth. It's still there. Don't worry, it can't get in. As Lin Hui spoke, he honked the horn. Drop dash. The white thorn was startled by the sudden horn sound and was about to get angry when it suddenly felt a chill down its back. Bang! An armor-piercing bullet flew in and pierced the armor on its right side. The immense backward force carried its massive body several meters away before it crashed heavily onto an iron pillar, spraying green blood all over the ground. Just one shot. A level 2 white thorn was taken care of so easily. Seeing this, the other white thorns hesitated for a moment, then bared their teeth and retreated, turning to attack the other vehicles. Su Qingqian breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the white mark on the front of the car, puffed out her pink cheeks, and as a mechanic with expertise in machinery, such a small problem was naturally no problem for her. She took out a toolbox and pulled out a tube-shaped object that looked like a toothpaste tube. Then, Su Qingqian stretched out her fair finger, squeezed out some colorless and transparent liquid, and applied it to the corresponding area on the glass. Finally, she made a virtual tap on the scratch from a distance. Buzz. A faint blue halo flashed by. A miraculous scene unfolded. The white marks on the windshield miraculously healed themselves as if they were alive, and the glass became shiny and new again, without even a speck of dust left. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. This scene was witnessed by Tang Chuan, who was changing his magazine not far away. His pupils suddenly contracted. Is that equipment specialization? In this apocalyptic world, vehicles are life itself. Even the Ironblood Heavy Industry Guild, which specializes in repairs, takes a long time to fix a car, requiring constant hammering and tinkering. But that woman fixed it with a wave of her hand? This is simply God-tier support. It is indeed a specialization even rarer than spiritual arts. The fire of greed in Tang Chuan's eyes burned even more fiercely. This vehicle is incredibly well defended, has fierce firepower, and coupled with that woman's amazing repair abilities, it's simply top-notch. We must get it. We absolutely must get it. But the current situation doesn't allow him to think too much. With the teamwork of the White Thorn, the defenses of the New Light Mutual Aid Association began to crumble. Help me! Another modified car was overturned, and the 3 players inside were dragged out by a white thorn and instantly dismembered. Blood stained the ground, and screams echoed everywhere. These players clearly underestimated the white thorn's combat power. This mutant is not only fast, but also knows how to cooperate and even use the terrain to ambush. A bunch of useless trash! Tang Chuan, seeing his men suffering heavy casualties, could no longer keep up the act. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and his eyes instantly turned icy cold. Cover me! Tang Chuan's heavy-duty ambulance stopped. He pressed the red button, and the floor of the ambulance suddenly opened, revealing an opening. Upon seeing this, Tang Chuan went to the cave entrance, squatted down, and slammed his right hand onto the ground. Specialization Spiritual Arts, Swamp. Boom! Centered on Tang Chuan, the cement ground within a radius of 50 meters suddenly seemed to turn into flowing liquid. The hard concrete softened instantly, turning into a dark brown, foul-smelling swamp. Hiss? Those white thorns that were originally as agile as the wind suddenly found their feet going weak, and their limbs sank directly into the mud. The mud seemed to have an extremely strong stickiness. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't pull their legs out and instead sank deeper and deeper. The figure that was originally as fast as lightning instantly turned into a lamb to the slaughter. What kind of specialization is this? In the RV in the distance, Lin Hui put down his cola and watched the scene with great interest. That's interesting. However, such a large-scale alien attack must consume a lot of mental energy, right? Lin Hui had heard Su Qingqian say that using a special skill to unleash extraordinary abilities would consume mental energy. Sure enough, after using this move, Tang Chuan's face turned noticeably paler, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Miss Lu Shi! It's up to you now! Tang Chuan roared. No! A cool, clear voice came from the walkie-talkie. Immediately afterwards. Bang! A dull but powerful gunshot rang out, standing out clearly in the noisy battlefield. 200 meters away. A level 1 white thorn trapped in the swamp suddenly had its carapace burst open like a watermelon, splattering green blood. Bang! The second shot. Another white thorn, which was preparing to ambush Lin Hui, was once again precisely pierced through its weak point and died on the spot. Bang! 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 The woman in the black combat suit, Lin Hui, was kneeling on the roof of a blue sports car. The heavy sniper rifle in her hand had an intimidatingly thick barrel. Every time she pulled the trigger, the enormous recoil would make her shoulders tremble slightly, but her body remained as steady as a rock. There were no unnecessary movements. No need to aim for too long. Every bullet takes the life of an alien. You've got something special. Lin Hui squinted, watching the woman's fluid movements. Besides Lin Hui, who was firing, the other surviving members of the New Light Mutual Aid Association also took aim and fired. Although their accuracy isn't that high, they have more bullets. With Tang Chuan in control and Lin Hui taking over, the situation reversed instantly. The originally ferocious white thorn swarm was slaughtered within minutes. All that remained was a pile of mutilated corpses and green blood everywhere. Call. Tang Chuan exhaled a breath of stale air, and the mud beneath his feet transformed back into hard cement. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced at the undamaged black RV behind him, and his eyes twitched involuntarily a few times. In this battle, 15 or 16 of his men died, and 5 vehicles were destroyed. And that person surnamed Lin. Not a single piece of paint chipped off. He even vaguely saw the man handing potato chips to the innocent-looking girl in the car. Brother Lin. Tang Chuan drove up to Lin Hui's side, his face once again displaying that fake smile, though it carried a hint of gritted teeth. Your fire control system took a really long time to restart. Oh dear, it was just fixed. Lin Hui rolled down the car window and patted the steering wheel with a regretful look on his face. This old car is so delicate. It always breaks down at crucial moments. Luckily, Chairman Tang is incredibly powerful and turned the tide with one move. I admire him. I admire your grandpa. Tang Chuan cursed inwardly, but on the surface he had to maintain his composure. Not at all. Now that it's cleaned up, let's continue our exploration. The high-strength titanium alloy should be located in the core warehouse inside. No problem, no problem. Lin Hui smiled and agreed, but he knew better than anyone else what was going on. Tang Chuan's eyes were even more sinister than before. If what came before was merely greed, what comes now is naked murderous intent. That bespectacled man, the boss, looks at us so scary, Su Qingqian whispered. Although she was naive, she wasn't stupid. The feeling of being stared at by a venomous snake made her very uncomfortable. Let him see it. Lin Hui took out another can of cola, his eyes calm as still water. Anyway, dead people don't have eyes. The convoy started again. Everyone thought the greatest danger had passed, and the atmosphere relaxed a little. However, the moment the convoy entered the core area of the parts factory. Squeak! A piercing shriek, so sharp it seemed to shatter eardrums, suddenly erupted from the deepest part of the factory. The sound carried a terrifying sonic vibration that shattered all the surrounding glass. What's going on? Everyone covered their ears in horror. Before they could even react. Boom! A huge black shadow descended from the sky. There were no warning signs whatsoever. A modified Hummer in the middle of the group, along with its 4 players, was instantly struck by a thick, white bone spike, as thick as a telephone pole. Penetrate! Like being skewered on a skewer, the entire vehicle was firmly nailed to the concrete ground. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive and terrifying figure slowly rose to its feet. A shadow fell over the entire room. Chapter 25 Crushing Victory. Chapter 25 Crushing. This is a true monster. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, its entire body was covered in bone armor that was as lustrous as white jade yet incredibly thick. Its arms are long and reach past its knees, and instead of claws, they end in 2 giant bone blades that resemble the Grim Reaper's scythe. What's most suffocating is its 5-meter-long tail, covered with barbs, which produces a sonic boom with every swing. Its face had no facial features, only a gaping maw that stretched to its ears, filled with rows of sharp teeth, from which dripped highly corrosive green saliva. A level 3 third order? Vice President Wang Bin stared at the wreckage of the Hummer that was nailed to the ground, his pupils instantly shrinking to the size of pinpoints. He had heard from the guild leader Tang Chuan that there was a level 3 white thorn giving birth inside. But I never expected that this female white thorn would be so large. The fact that the other person was standing there gave him a sense of invincibility. Wang Bin turned his head and subconsciously looked at Tang Chuan, whose face was also very ugly. He realized that he had indeed underestimated the strength of the 3rd-tier white thorn. After all, I've never encountered it before. But the day before yesterday, on the regional channel, a player named Lin Hui, was able to kill a level 3 white thorn. With such expertise and such a powerful guild, there's no reason why it shouldn't work. Roar! White thorn let out a roar, and its figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Quick! That's too fast. This monster of such size can actually unleash speeds exceeding those of a sports car. Get out! Get out of the warehouse now! Tang Chuan roared with all his might. There are too many obstacles in the warehouse, making it difficult to effectively hit the faster Tier 3 female white thorn in front of us. But it was too late. Bang! White thorn's figure crashed into the convoy like a cannonball. A pickup truck attempting to make a U-turn was flipped over with a single hand, tumbling 3 times in the air before crashing heavily against the wall and turning into a pile of scrap metal. Then, it swept its terrifying long tail. Sizzle! It's like a hot knife slicing through butter. The roof of a nearby SUV was completely sheared off, and the upper bodies of the 2 players inside, who hadn't had time to get out, vanished instantly, leaving only their bleeding lower bodies still sitting in their seats. Sold out instantly. A complete and utter massacre. Faced with this Tier 3 white thorn, this so-called New Light Mutual Aid Association team was as fragile as paper. Damn it! Damn it! Tang Chuan panicked. He pressed his hand to the ground again, attempting to repeat the same trick. Specialization Spirit Arts, Swamp. The ground softened again. But this time, the white thorn merely paused for a moment, then let out a disdainful hiss. It exerted its strength suddenly, its leg muscles bulging, and it actually broke through the mud's restraints, using the huge reaction force to leap high into the air again. This kind of simple control skill is much less effective against high-level creatures that outclass it in strength and speed. Bang! Gunfire erupted from Liu Shi in the distance. That heavy sniper bullet, powerful enough to blow the head off a Tier 2 white thorn, accurately struck the waist armor of a Tier 3 white thorn. However, when dash! A crisp metallic clang was heard. On the thick layer of bone armor on white thorn's chest, only a white spot appeared, without even a crack. Can't break through the defense? A hint of seriousness finally appeared on Liu Shi's usually calm face. She quickly pulled the bolt and loaded the precious armor-piercing rounds. But this white thorn was clearly highly intelligent. After being shot, its scarlet eyes instantly locked onto the willow stream high above. Roar! It abandoned its slaughter of the ants on the ground, gripped the ground with all 4 limbs, and like a giant gecko, swiftly climbed up the vertical wall, heading straight for the high point where Liu Shi was located. Call! Liu Shi exhaled and gave up shooting. She was confident she could hit the target with his shot, but she wasn't sure if the level 3 white thorn in front of her would die. If the opponent survived, she would be the one to die. Without any hesitation, she jumped into the sports car, stepped on the gas, and sped toward the warehouse door. A vehicle upgraded from a sports car, whose performance in 100-meter acceleration far surpasses that of other vehicles, roared to the doorway first with a boom. However, at that moment, a huge bone spike came flying through the air with a whooshing sound, and with a thud, it pierced through the steel shell of the sports car, the 2-meter-long bone spike deeply embedded inside the car. Liu Shi had already noticed it through the rearview mirror. She suddenly ducked down, avoiding the fatal penetration of the bone spur, but was still grazed by it. Liu Shi glanced at her wound, her brows furrowing slightly, but she couldn't care less. She stepped on the gas and sped out of the warehouse. Seeing this, Tang Chuan was terrified. Liu Shi's sports car was similar to his. If the bone spurs could pierce Liu Shi's RV, they could also pierce his own. He shouted into the walkie-talkie. Quickly! Fire! But he himself was retreating. The situation has completely collapsed. The level 3 white thorn is wreaking havoc. Because Tang Chuan misjudged the combat strength of the Tier 3 white thorn. In less than 30 seconds, the entire New Light Mutual Aid Association was wiped out. Apart from Liu Shi, who had already escaped, only he and the vice president's car remained. Tang Chuan shifted into reverse and started reversing rapidly. Hurry up. If he doesn't escape, he'll die here today. That monster, the guild leader, has his eye on us. On the rooftop gun emplacement, the young man in charge of firing spoke with a trembling voice. Tang Chuan was terrified and turned his head sharply to look at the black RV that had been motionless not far away. The car was still parked there. There was neither attack nor retreat. It's like a silent reef. You forced me to do this. A glint of madness and malice flashed in Tang Chuan's eyes. He pulled something wrapped in black velvet from his pocket. It was a crystal ball the size of an eyeball, completely transparent, with what appeared to be 3 worms sealed inside, constantly jumping around. Name: Eye of the Blame. Category: Extraordinary Item, Extraordinary Props. Quality: Rare. Special Effect: Transfers any biological aggro you receive to any designated target within a 500-meter radius. Limited to once per day. Current remaining uses 3. Side Effect: 1 hour after using this extraordinary item, the user will temporarily lose the ability to speak for 24 hours. This is his most treasured life-saving tool. But now, in order to survive, they have no choice but to use. Brother Lin, since your defense is so high, then please die for everyone. A sinister smile appeared on Tang Chuan's face. Without any hesitation, he gripped the Eye of Blame tightly in his hand, and a worm wrapped in red light flew out from the crystal eye. Go! At Tang Chuan's command, the insect shot out and struck the front of a black RV not far away. Snap! The insect shattered instantly, turning into specks of red light and disappearing without a trace. What is that? Lin Hui, inside the RV, was stunned for a moment. The next second, the level 3 whitethorn, which was originally sprinting along the wall and preparing to pounce on Tang Chuan, suddenly stopped. It suddenly turned its head, its scarlet eyes fixed on the black RV on the ground. Roar! Bai Ci let out a deafening roar and actually abandoned Tang Chuan, who was right in front of him. It slammed against the wall, using the force of gravity to accelerate, transforming into a white meteor that hurtled towards Lin Hui's RV with a terrifying sonic boom. Ha 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 ha! Upon seeing this, Tang Chuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. As he ordered his surviving men to retreat, he shouted towards the direction of the RV. Brother Lin! It's your honor to die for me! This is the end times. Only those who survive deserve to be the winners. Inside the car, Su Qingqian froze as she stared at the enormous white beast that was descending from the sky and growing larger and larger. Boss! It's coming at us! That Tang Chuan tricked us! That white thorn was too big and too fast. The kinetic energy from its descent from tens of meters high, combined with its terrifying bone blade, would definitely leave a dent in even Lin Hui's LV.3 motorhome. Don't panic. Lin Hui sat in the driver's seat, still holding the can of cola in his hand. His expression was frighteningly calm. He did not panic and flee as Tang Chuan had expected, nor did he blindly fire back. Lin Hui's finger gently rested on a green button on the center console. His physique, which is 25 points high, gives him a reaction speed that is beyond the average person. 3, 2, 1. Lin Hui stared at the rapidly enlarging red dot on the holographic screen and silently counted in his mind. Just as the Tier 3 white thorn was about to crash into the RV. Get down on your knees! Lin Hui suddenly pressed the fully automatic launch button. Thump 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 thump. The chain gun on the roof roared like thunder. With a firing rate of 200 rounds per minute, it instantly creates an impenetrable net of fire. Dozens of armor-piercing bullets struck the body of the Tier 3 white thorn simultaneously with great impact, and 3 or 4 armor-piercing bullets hit the white thorn's weak points at the same time. Roar! The once unstoppable charge came to an abrupt halt. The massive body of the Tier 3 white thorn froze in midair for a moment, then, like a kite with a broken string, lost all its aim. Bang! A loud bang. Its massive body didn't crash onto the RV, but instead slammed heavily onto the concrete ground about 1 meter in front of it. Squeak! Lin Hui abruptly shifted gears and slammed on the gas. Boom! The 20-ton steel monster, propelled by its 4 indestructible tires, charged with overwhelming force directly at the newly landed Tier 3 white thorn. They ran over it. It wasn't a collision. It was a crushing defeat. Snap! 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 At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Only the chilling sound of bones cracking echoed in the empty factory. Tang Chuan, who had already escaped through the door, froze instantly with a smile, like a duck being choked, unable to utter a sound. He watched the black RV that was frantically crushing monsters, its roof-mounted chain gun spinning before aiming at his own vehicle. A bone-chilling coldness shot from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. Chapter 26. Even if I kill you, the stuff will still be mine. Chapter 26. Even if I kill you, the stuff is still mine. At the entrance of an abandoned aircraft parts factory, Lin Hui's RV emitted a deep roar, and the 25mm machine gun barrel on the roof slowly rotated, eventually locking onto the heavy ambulance not far away with a suffocating sense of oppression. Squeak dash. Almost the instant the cannon was aimed, a soft sound came from the chassis of the heavy ambulance. Tang Chuan moved faster than a rabbit, abandoning the driver's seat and sliding out through the escape hatch in the chassis, tumbling awkwardly into the shadows of the nearby ruins. That RV could crush even a Tier 3 Whitethorn. His vehicle was just a soda can in front of it. Wang Bin! Open fire! Cover me! Tang Chuan, hiding behind an iron pillar, shouted hoarsely at Vice President Wang Bin, who had not yet gotten out of the car. However, the car was completely silent. A few seconds later, the car window rolled down, and Wang Bin, a muscular man with dark skin, poked half his head out, raising his hands high. He not only turned off the vehicle but also threw the assault rifle he was holding directly out of the window. President Tang, I may not be very smart, but I'm not stupid. Wang Bin stared at the dark, gaping muzzle of the machine gun, swallowed hard, and shouted in Lin Hui's direction. Boss Lin! I surrender! I want to live! You traitor! Tang Chuan was so angry that his face was trembling, and his mask of a refined scoundrel could no longer be maintained. He watched the black RV slowly approaching, feeling the overwhelming aura of death, and the instinct for survival instantly overwhelmed his dignity. Tang Chuan picked up the walkie-talkie and hurriedly said, It's a misunderstanding. Brother Lin! It's all a misunderstanding. Just now, that extraordinary item malfunctioned. Really? You know extraordinary items have side effects. Lin Hui rested one hand on the windowsill, holding a half-empty can of cola in his other hand, watching the clown perform with amusement. Oh? Out of control? Seeing that Lin Hui was willing to talk to him, Tang Chuan thought he had a chance and quickly started promoting himself like a floodgate of beans. Yes. Brother Lin, you see, although the process was tortuous, the result was good. That level 3 monster is dead, isn't it? We call this unconventional teamwork. And I'm useful. Really useful. I've awakened my spiritual magic specialization, and my spiritual magic is swamp. From now on, whether we're fighting monsters together or dealing with other players, I can be your support. While observing Lin Hui's expression, Tang Chuan gritted his teeth and pulled a small box wrapped in black velvet from his pocket, holding it high. To express my apology, I'm willing to give you this extraordinary item. It's a rare artifact. Brother Lin, having more friends means having more options. I used to be a surgeon at the first municipal hospital, and my medical skills are excellent. Lin Hui looked at the black box and raised an eyebrow slightly. An extraordinary item? Is this the thing that caused that Tier 3 Whitethorn to suddenly attack my vehicle? Yes. It's called the Eye of Framing. As long as you let me go, this thing is yours, and from now on I, Tang Chuan, will follow your lead. A glimmer of hope flashed in Tang Chuan's eyes. He believed that no one could resist such a temptation. In this post-apocalyptic world, having an extra skilled player teammate and an extra life-saving item is incredibly valuable. However, Lin Hui simply shook the can of cola in his hand, tilted his head back, and finished the last sip. President Tang, I don't like you. Tang Chuan's smile instantly froze. Brother Lin! What do you mean? I've already given you everything. Are you going to just throw me away like a fart? I think you didn't understand. Lin Hui placed his hand back on the machine gun's fire button, a faint smile playing on his lips. What I mean is, even if I kill you, the things will still be mine. I have OCD and don't want to keep a piece of trash that might betray me at any time. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Hui pressed down hard with his fingertips without any hesitation. You're asking for it. The hope in Tang Chuan's eyes instantly turned into a vicious madness. Under the threat of death, he unleashed unprecedented potential, plunging his hand into the ground, draining all his mental energy in that instant. Specialization Spiritual Arts, Swamp! Rumble. Centered on Tang Chuan, the concrete ground within a radius of 50 meters instantly collapsed and liquefied. The once solid ground had transformed into a deep, foul-smelling swamp churning with black bubbles. And this time, the swamp was several times deeper and more viscous than before. Ha! This RV is so heavy! You'd better get stuck in it! Tang Chuan laughed maniacally. The laws of physics told him that the heavier the object, the faster it sank in a swamp. As long as I trap you, I can escape. And you will sink underground, you will drown! However, the next second, his maniacal laughter seemed to freeze on his face as if it had been frozen by liquid nitrogen. The moment the black steel behemoth drove into the mud, it did not sink at all. Instead, it drove as steadily as if it were on a smooth highway. The 4 large tires, gleaming with a dark luster, moved across the muddy surface as if it were flat ground. Entry effective, never wears out. Feature 2 trigger, constant grip. Maintains 100% grip on any terrain, regardless of terrain. Even if the ground beneath your feet is quicksand, snow, or a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. If I want to go, no road can stop me. Z. The engine emitted a deep, powerful roar. Instead of slowing down, the RV accelerated and broke through the mud, kicking up clouds of black mud, like a black warship cutting through the waves, and drove straight toward Tang Chuan. Impossible. Tang Chuan's legs went weak, and he collapsed into the mud. His worldview collapsed. What kind of weird car is this? Why can't even the swamp created by spiritual magic trap it? Nothing is impossible. Lin Hui's indifferent voice came through the loudspeaker. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes open. Bang! Lin Hui did not give him another chance to speak. He stuck the axe gun out of the car window without even aiming at it. A gunshot rang out. A bloody hole appeared between Tang Chuan's eyebrows. His face, filled with shock and fear, tilted back as he fell heavily into the quagmire he had created, slowly sinking to the bottom. Su Qingqian, sitting in the passenger seat, stared wide-eyed. She had thought the RV beneath her would sink into the mud, but to her surprise, the RV ignored the terrain. That's incredible. How did you do that? Even with her expertise in machinery, she couldn't figure out the reason. Su Qingqian looked at Lin Hui curiously, but never asked a question. After all, I'm just an employee. The boss didn't tell her, and she didn't dare to ask. A guild should always be organized and orderly, Lin Hui said with a smirk, then continued to control the machine gun on the roof of the car, aiming at Vice President Wang Bin's car. Wang Bin, who was on the other side, was terrified when he saw this. Don't kill me! I'm a good person. I'm strong. I can be your dog. Lin Hui ignored him. Wang Go taught him a lesson. Killing those who have a grudge against you directly can save you a lot of trouble. Just as Lin Hui was about to press the launch button. Roar! A roar, deeper and more powerful than that of the previous female whitethorn, suddenly came from the direction of the wilderness. Immediately afterwards, a huge white afterimage flashed by. Pfft! Wang Bin, who was near the wilderness, suddenly stiffened. A massive blade, as thick as a spear, pierced through his vehicle, went straight through his chest, and lifted him into the air. Fresh blood dripped down the bone spur. As the dust settled, a male whitethorn, nearly 4 meters tall with metallic-looking bony armor, slowly emerged. Its scarlet eyes didn't even glance at the corpse hanging on its tail. Instead, they were fixed on the black RV and the mass of flesh belonging to a level 3 female whitethorn in the warehouse. Lin Hui watched the enormous machine slowly straighten up, and his grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. That was a male whitethorn. And it is a more perfect 3rd-tier whitethorn. Judging from its aura and appearance, it is probably not far from the 4th tier. Chapter 27 Types of Specialization. Chapter 27 Specialized Types. The oppressive feeling this male whitethorn gave off was completely incomparable to that of the female one from before. It stood there, like a giant mobile fortress. Especially the carapace on its right side, which is so thick it's almost unbelievable. Boss, this one seems even fiercer. In the passenger seat, Su Qingqian looked at the Tier 3 male whitethorn, her voice trembling slightly. Boss, it's hard to say whether our machine guns can even break through its defenses. Lin Hui tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his eyes growing even sharper. It has to be broken even if it can't be. It probably wants to avenge the female whitethorn inside. Just as Lin Hui was about to shift gears and fight head-on. Sizzle dash. The walkie-talkie on the dashboard suddenly rang. Hey, you in the RV. A clear, cool female voice rang out. The male whitethorn's weakness is not in its waist. Its bone armor has evolved perfectly, and its previous weakness is no longer a weakness. Its second weakness is in the gap of the 3rd bone plate at the back of its neck, which is only the size of a coin. Lin Hui raised an eyebrow and turned to look out the window. Behind a pile of scrap steel in the distance, on the roof of a blue sports car, stood Lu Shi, a woman in a black combat uniform, aiming a heavy sniper rifle at something ahead. She didn't run away? Why are you telling me all this? Lin Hui picked up the walkie-talkie, his tone indifferent. The woman's voice still carried a hint of aloofness. I didn't go far. I saw you kill that level 3 female white thorn and wanted to come back for a share. This male white thorn is at the peak of tier 3. Although your machine gun has strong firepower, its accuracy is not enough, and it will be difficult to hit that gap. Moreover, once it gets close, even if your vehicle has high defense, it will be overturned. Let's cooperate. Lin Hui took a deep breath and said, You are responsible for drawing fire and suppressing the enemy from the front, creating opportunities for me. I have a specially made depleted uranium armor-piercing round, and I only have one chance. After it's done, I only need 200 units of high-strength alloy, and the rest is yours. She paused for a moment, then added, The high-strength alloy content in this parts factory should be over 1,000 units. Lin Hui glanced at the woman through the rearview mirror. He's courageous, intelligent, and a really good shot. I can handle this by myself, Lin Hui said calmly. It's just a matter of using a few more shells. He still has over 300 armor-piercing rounds left. He's sure he can handle this tier 3 male white thorn. Moreover, Lin Hui was very confident in the defensive capabilities of his RV. Although his RV is only LV3, thanks to certain special features, it has 100% traction and will never tip over. At most, the exterior of the RV will be dented and battered. However, with Su Qingqian, an employee specializing in mechanical equipment, it can be repaired with a little more material. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie, then Lin Hui threw out another card. I know a lot of information, such as information about extraordinary items and all the major types of specializations. I think you should be very interested in that. Upon hearing the word specialization, Lin Hui's eyes flickered. Tang Chuan's bizarre mud swamp technique did indeed concern him. Understanding this system would be very helpful for his future development. Moreover, the effect of that scapegoating eye is too bizarre. If we don't figure out how it works, we won't even know how we die. Make a deal. Lin Hui's lips curled into a smile. Qingqian, get ready to work. I'll drive, you start the machine gun. Yes. Su Qingqian nodded emphatically. Roar! The tier 3 male white thorn roared and exerted force with its hind legs, instantly cracking the ground and creating a large crater. Boom! It was like a runaway truck, with suffocating wind pressure, crashing straight into Lin Hui's RV. They're here! Lin Hui shifted into reverse and suddenly reversed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Qingqian activated the overload mode of the weapon system, and the machine gun on the roof of the vehicle instantly spat out long tongues of fire. Da-da-da-da-da! A barrage of 25mm shells rained down on the head and chest of the white thorn. Although most of the bullets failed to penetrate the male white thorn, the enormous impact caused it to stagger and had to raise its head and roar. Now! Lin Hui roared. Behind the ruins in the distance, Lin Hui held her breath. The world seemed to stand still for a moment. Bang! A dull, aloof gunshot rang out. The expensive depleted uranium armor-piercing projectile, accompanied by a swirling airflow, precisely pierced the coin-sized gap. Pfft! White Thorn's movements froze instantly. The bullet pierced its spine and then exploded inside. The massive body swayed, then collapsed with a roar, kicking up clouds of dust. 4 or 5 pieces of supplies fell down, emitting a green light, and floated up and down on the ground. The battle is over. Lin Hui did not get out of the car immediately, but drove directly to the edge of the swamp where Tang Chuan's body had sunk. Although the person sank, the box containing the frame-up eye still floated on the muddy surface. As soon as the RV drove past, thanks to the automatic pickup feature of the space folding mechanism, the Eye of Blame instantly appeared in Lin Hui's alternate dimension. Miss Lin Hui, I'll clean up the battlefield first, is that alright? Lin Hui looked at Lin Hui in the distance. Whatever. I've said before, I only need 200 units of high-strength alloy. Lin Hui nodded slightly. Lin Hui didn't stand on ceremony. He drove around the auto parts factory and collected all the items dropped by CI into his alternate dimension. Among these items were 2 bottles of medicine, some food, drinking water, all-purpose fuel, various daily necessities, general-purpose ammunition, a game console, and even clothing. Most importantly, he found 1,500 units of high-strength alloy deep inside a warehouse in this abandoned aircraft parts factory. Finally, Lin Hui looked at Su Qingqian. Qingqian, all the vehicles of the Xinguang Mutual Aid Association, the outer wall of that auto parts factory, are made of good steel. Go and dismantle them. When it comes to cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Hui always leaves no trace of vegetation. An hour later. The entire auto parts factory looked like it had been swarmed by locusts. All valuable metals and electronic components, including the wreckage of the scrapped vehicles belonging to the Shin Kong Mutual Aid Association, were swept into the alternate dimension by Lin Hui. Obtained 1,500 units of high-strength titanium alloy. Obtained 8,000 units of steel. Obtained 220 electronic components. Obtained 160 units of rubber. Obtained extraordinary item Eye of the Fallen. Obtained 1 basic gene serum. Obtained 1 basic mental energy potion. Obtained drone X1. Obtained 12 portions of universal fuel. Obtained various supplies. Looking at the bountiful harvest, Lin Hui nodded in satisfaction before driving the car to Lu Shi. Lu Shi got out of the blue sports car and found that Lin Hui's RV was very tidy. A hint of undisguised shock flashed in her eyes. Where are your supplies? You've also awakened a specialization? It's the spatial type within spiritual arts? That's not important. Lin Hui didn't get out of the car, but instead rolled down the window a crack. Now, can we talk about the information on specialized and extraordinary items? Lu Shi took a light breath and slowly began to speak. Currently, there are 8 specializations: general, combat, shooting, weaponry, reconnaissance, medical, spiritual arts, and summoning. General and spiritual arts are the most common, while the other 6 categories are relatively rare. Lin Hui thought for a moment and said, Those 6 rare specializations are easy to understand from their literal meanings. You should be specializing in shooting, right? What about the general and spiritual magic specializations? I am indeed a shooting specialist. Lu Shi answered casually, then continued. General skills are similar to life skills, such as cooking, driving, singing, and makeup. Spiritual skills are more varied. You can think of them as skills in a game. For example, Tang Chuan's spiritual skill is Swamp, which can turn any terrain into a swamp. Specializations can be advanced, but this requires upgrade blueprints and extraordinary materials, similar to upgrading vehicles. As for extraordinary items, you can think of them as items with mysterious properties. They often possess strange powers, but they are also accompanied by side effects that are difficult for the user to accept. Chapter 28 Beautiful CEO. Chapter 28 The Beautiful CEO's Next Time. Lin Hui asked some more questions, some of which Lu Shi could answer, while others she didn't know the answers to. Lin Hui memorized this information. In this unknown apocalypse, knowledge is also a form of power. At that moment, he suddenly wondered if his golden words for each level might also be a specialization, belonging to the category of spiritual arts. Wrong. The thought had barely formed in his mind when Lin Hui shook his head. The golden items for each level are a cheat code. That was the voice from the high latitude that spoke when he received the golden entry for each level. Moreover, both Lu Shi and Su Qingqian said that after awakening a specialization, one's mental strength would increase, but his mental strength had always been 5, which was just the level of an ordinary person. Both Lu Shi and Su Qingqian are level 1 specialized players, and their mental strength is 25. So how exactly can one awaken a specialization? He asked Lu Shi, but she didn't know either. I woke up suddenly, either while sleeping, eating, or just lost in thought. In short, it all comes down to fate. Pulling himself back to reality, Lin Hui looked up at Lu Shi's cold eyes and asked curiously, By the way, how did you know this information? This intelligence doesn't seem like something one person could gather, and it's not being disseminated within the regional channel. Lu Shi parted her red lips slightly and said calmly, Top guilds exchange information, and as the former vice president of the Rose Guild, I naturally came into contact with this information. I see. Lin Hui nodded in realization, then pointed to a pile of alloy behind him. The intelligence was very useful. That's 200 units of high-strength titanium alloy. It's yours. Lu Shi breathed a sigh of relief and was about to stand up. Suddenly, a violent wave of dizziness hit her, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to her knees. Cough cough. She covered her mouth, her palms covered in black blood. Miss Lu! Su Qingqian exclaimed, pointing to Lu Shi's left arm. Your arm! Dark purple blood was flowing from the wound on Lu Shi's left arm. It was where she had been grazed by white thorns, and the virus had already spread. Damn it! Looking at her wound, Lu Shi felt a flicker of despair in her eyes. I never expected to be so unlucky. Such a small scratch, and it actually got infected with the virus. In this post-apocalyptic world where medical resources are scarce, being infected with this Tier 3 alien virus is essentially a death sentence. No, not even in the original world. Infected by the monster virus, it is also very difficult to cure. She knew very well that when she was in the Rose Society, some of her teammates had been scratched by zombies, and antibiotics were ineffective. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as their teammates turned into zombies. She was unwilling to accept it. Am I really going to die here like this? Do you want to live? A calm voice sounded from above. She looked up and saw Lin Hui looking down at her, holding a small tube that emitted a pale green fluorescent light. Potent antibiotics. Lu's pupils contracted sharply. It was a lifeline. What are your conditions? She was a smart woman. She knew the other party wouldn't give away such a rare potion for free. I think your marksmanship is good, and you're also quite clear-headed. Lin Hui shook the medicine in his hand. I need a sniper to join my RV. Impossible. She gritted her teeth, her pride undiminished even in dire straits. I will never be anyone's subordinate again. In her original world, she was a powerful and beautiful CEO who dominated the business world. Even after arriving in the apocalypse, she refused to be subservient to others and wanted to establish her own guild. This was the main reason she left the Rose Society. Tisk. Lin Hui smiled, not angry at all, but as if he had expected it all along. Let's put it another way. This is a deal. This potion will buy you labor until the Bukit City mission ends. During this period, you will be my temporary employee, responsible for long-range fire support. Once the Busan mission is over, if you want to leave, I can even help you steal a new vehicle. So? You didn't lose out on this deal, did you? She was stunned. Temporary employee? She looked at Lin Hui's eyes, which seemed out of place for his age, and then at her own worsening wounds. If you don't agree, you'll die right now. If I agree, at least I can live to see Busan, and maybe even have a chance to make a comeback. As the CEO, she understood this very well. Make a deal. She gritted her teeth and stretched out her trembling hand. Give me the medicine. I'm your temporary worker now. Lin Hui smiled with satisfaction and tossed the medicine into her arms. The reason he wasted a rare potion to save She was because he valued her abilities. She had been in a large guild, knew a lot, was intelligent, and was also a player specializing in firearms. The combination of these buffs can definitely be a great help in completing the Bushi mission. And in the future, he believed that She would definitely be reluctant to part with her RV. Thinking of this, Lin Hui's lips curled up. Welcome to the company. Qing Qian, help her into the car. Chapter 29 Shi, taking a hot bath is so comfortable. Chapter 29 Shi, taking a hot bath is so comfortable. The light of the setting sun shone gently on the headboard through the gaps in the thickened bulletproof glass blackout curtains. When Shi woke up, her mind went blank for a moment. There was no biting cold wind, no ear-piercing engine roar, and no lingering stench of decay in the air. Instead, there was a faint freshness and a soft, cloud-like touch beneath me. Where am I? She instinctively tried to turn over, but found that her spine, which had been stiff and sore from sleeping in the cramped sports car, was now incredibly relaxed. She suddenly opened her eyes. Instead of the cramped roof of a sports car, what catches the eye is a spacious ceiling covered with high-grade sound-absorbing velour. The central air conditioning vents are silently delivering warm air at a constant 26 degrees Celsius, while the humidifier next to it is spewing out fine white mist. She was stunned for a full 3 seconds before her memories flooded back like a tide. Infected by white thorns, near death, drank a potent antibiotic that could treat a foreign virus. I survived? She raised her hand, and her left arm, which had been infected from being chafed by a bone spur, was now fully healed. The excruciating pain had disappeared, replaced by a tingling, itchy sensation as it healed. Woke up! A crisp sound rang out. Su Qingqian pushed open the bedroom partition door, holding a neatly stacked pile of clothes in her hands. Today she wore a beige knitted sweater and jeans, looking like a girl next door, completely unlike the disheveled survivor in the apocalypse. Now that you're awake, go take a hot shower. Su Qingqian pointed to the frosted glass door in the corner. The boss said he doesn't allow any odors in the car. Take a bath. For the first time, a crack appeared in Shi's usually cold eyes. She looked at Su Qingqian in disbelief, then at the high-end looking shower room. There's water here? I mean, enough water for a shower? When she was in the Rose Society, even as the vice president, she wasn't extravagant enough to bathe directly with water. She had to be very careful with the amount of mineral water she used to wipe herself, using a wet wipe with just a little water to wipe herself repeatedly. Bath? And it was a hot bath. That's an extravagant act that you wouldn't even dare to dream of. Don't worry, there's enough water. Su Qingqian put the clothes on the bedside table, her eyes showing a hint of superiority from someone who had been through it all. With this car, putting everything else aside, the boss has never let me skimp on the water and electricity. She swallowed hard. As a woman with severe mysophobia, the sticky, blood-stained feeling she had been experiencing these past few days had made her feel like she was dying. She grabbed her clothes almost as if she were snatching them and rushed into the bathroom. Splash dash. The moment when warm water is poured over your head. Lucy's nerves, which had been taut for 5 days, finally snapped. She leaned against the tiled wall, letting the hot water wash over her body, tears mingling with the flowing water. It feels so good. It feels so good. The foam from the shower gel washed away the oil and blood from her skin. In the rising steam, she felt as if she had returned to the female CEO sitting in her Riverview apartment, overlooking the city lights. How can a temporary employee be paid so well? With her eyes closed, she felt the temperature of the flowing water. The defense line in her heart called pride was quietly loosening in the continuous flow of hot water. No wonder that pretty girl named Su Qingqian was so satisfied. If this is the kind of treatment you get when you work. So it seems like this job wasn't a bad deal? However, this is not my final destination. 20 minutes later. The bathroom door opened. A wave of moist steam rose up. Lin Hui was sitting on the sofa in the RV's living room, his mind immersed in the alternate dimension, organizing his recent haul. Hearing a noise, he subconsciously looked up. Then, his gaze sharpened slightly. She stood at the bathroom door, drying her wet long hair with a towel. Instead of choosing those loose-fitting sportswear, she picked out an outfit from the pile of spoils that best suited her personality. A well-tailored black-fitted blazer, worn over a white silk camisole, and paired with a black pencil skirt that hugs her rounded hips. The most amazing thing is that she even found a pair of perfectly intact black stockings. Her long, straight legs were encased in semi-transparent black stockings, gleaming with a restrained yet alluring sheen. Her shirt was tucked into her skirt, outlining her breathtakingly slender waist. She slightly raised her chin, adjusting her collar, as she walked over in a pair of low-heeled leather shoes. Even in the car, she maintained the elegance and competence befitting someone in a position of power. That was a professional habit ingrained in her bones, and also her last source of pride. Even when working, she wanted to be the best. Boss. She walked up to Lin Hui, bowed slightly, her long, slightly wavy hair falling to her chest, exuding a pleasant perfume scent. Lin Hui raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping unabashedly over her legs, and teased. Are you going to discuss a project worth hundreds of millions? I'm used to it. She remained calm, brushing a stray hair behind her ear. Since I'm your employee, image management is part of the job. I don't like dressing like a refugee. Tisk, that's got character. Lin Hui smiled and pointed to the sofa opposite him. Sit down. What would you like to drink? Coffee or tea? Coffee, no sugar please. She replied instinctively. Not long after. Su Qingqian walked over carrying a tray with a steaming cup of freshly ground Americano on it, its aroma rich and enticing. She glanced at Lu's seal-like outfit, then looked down at her own sweater and jeans, and pouted slightly. Humph, who is she trying to impress by dressing so sexily? Su Qingqian muttered to herself, but placed the coffee in front of Lu with a smile. Thanks. Lu picked up her coffee and took a small sip. Bitter with a sweet aftertaste, this is the authentic Arabica bean. Under Lin Hui's command, Su Qingqian walked to the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and drove towards the next destination. The car was moving, and the scenery outside the window was rushing past, a rugged wasteland. But she was surprised to find that the surface of the coffee in the cup was as smooth as a mirror, without even a ripple. This suspension system. She was secretly alarmed. As a car enthusiast, she knew all too well what this meant. It meant that the car's chassis technology had completely surpassed current technological levels, and might even be some kind of cutting-edge technology. And she looked around. The constant temperature air conditioning was on, the fresh air system was running continuously, and all the power-consuming appliances like the refrigerator, induction cooker, and water heater were running, but the car's fuel gauge remained full, and there were no signs of the engine being overloaded. Is this fuel unlimited? She put down her cup and took a deep breath. This man had more secrets than she had imagined. Oh, right. She put down her coffee cup, straightened her skirt, sat up straight, and looked at Lin Hui, who was fiddling with the drone. Now that I've joined the company, even if I'm just a temporary employee, there are some pieces of information I feel I need to share with you. But before that... She paused, a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Boss, I don't even know your name yet. Chapter 30. The RV gets upgraded again. LV4. Chapter 30. The RV gets upgraded again. LV4. Lin Hui didn't even turn his head, his finger swiping across the drone as he casually uttered 2 words. Lin Hui. Lin Hui? She's pupils suddenly contracted. The coffee spoon in her hand clattered against the side of the cup, splashing a few drops of brown liquid onto the back of her fair hand. That Lin Hui who was the first to kill a Tier 3 white thorn in the server-wide announcement. No wonder. No wonder he dared to drive his RV recklessly all by himself. No wonder he dared to say he could handle a level 3 peak male white thorn all by himself. So that's where their confidence came from. Previously, the president of the Rose Society had held a special meeting, instructing her to find a way to contact Lin Hui and to win him over at all costs. However, Lin Hui had disabled the private messaging function and could not be contacted. As a result, I'm now sitting in his car and have become his employee? She stared intently at Lin Hui's delicate and clean face with her beautiful eyes, feeling that fate was truly incredible. What? Doesn't it look like it? Lin Hui looked up at her with a half-smile. It's not just a bit unexpected. You are younger than I imagined. She took a deep breath, quickly adjusted her mindset, and her eyes became more serious. As a strong woman, she also enjoys communicating with other strong individuals. If she was forced to submit to the pressure of survival before, now she has genuinely developed some interest in this man. Lin Hui put down his cola and casually asked, Why did you leave the Rose Society? She leaned back in her chair, her hands clasped in front of her chest, exuding an intellectual charm. The first reason I left the Rose Guild was that I wanted to start my own guild. The second reason was that we had different philosophies. Different ideologies? Lin Hui asked curiously. She sighed and explained. They focus too much on so-called female mutual aid, bringing in all sorts of people, instead of focusing on the concept of elitism. In the apocalypse, such an idea can quickly build up a team, but it will certainly not last long. Lin Hui nodded. In the apocalypse, it would be unwise to help each other. The Overlord Alliance seems to have done a good job in this regard. They only recruit elites. Lin Hui opened a bag of cucumber-flavored potato chips and handed it to Shi. I don't want it, thank you. Shi politely declined with a smile. Lin Hui grabbed a handful and put them in his mouth, crunching as he asked in a muffled voice. Which of the 4 major guilds is the strongest? Shi took a sip of coffee and answered. Of the 4 major guilds, the Overlord Alliance is the strongest. Their fleet boasts over 2,000 modified vehicles and more than 5,000 elite players. Even more terrifying is their guild leader, Zhao Tianba. At this point, Shi lowered her voice. As far as I know, Zhao Tianba's vehicle has likely reached LV.6. Upon hearing this information, Su Qingqian, in the driver's seat, couldn't help but say, When I first heard the name Overlord Alliance, I thought they were so tacky. I didn't expect them to be so strong. That's not all. Shi took a light breath and continued. I heard that Zhao Tianba's vehicle has a hangar module and carries 3 armed helicopters fully loaded with ammunition. At this stage, air superiority is invincible. Moreover, Zhao Tianba's vehicle was followed by more than a dozen main battle tanks. Lin Hui paused slightly. Armed helicopters? Main battle tanks? This is indeed a bit excessive. Even if his RV has high defenses, it would still be a problem if it were bombed by several helicopters from the sky. The advantage of guilds lies in resource integration. Shi continued, a hint of worry in her eyes. Zhao Tianba doesn't need to lift a finger. He has thousands of people helping him gather materials. The best steel, the rarest chips, and the most advanced blueprints will all be delivered to him immediately. Going it alone, you might get an early lead by luck. But in the later stages, this gap in resources will be magnified infinitely. At this point, Shi looked at Lin Hui, her tone serious. Boss, although your RV is very powerful, I must remind you. If we encounter the core convoy of the Overlord Alliance, and are locked onto by their heavy firepower, it will be very difficult for us to win. A brief silence fell over the carriage. Su Qingqian looked at Lin Hui with some nervousness. However, Lin Hui's face did not show the solemnity that Lu Shi had expected. He simply nodded and tossed the last potato chip into his mouth. That's a good analysis. They are indeed very strong. Therefore, we cannot stop. Since they have tanks and planes, he'll arm this RV so that no one dares to mess with it. Now, let's upgrade our RV to LV4. Lin Hui took out vehicle upgrade blueprints, LV.3 LV.4, from the alternate dimension. Required materials. 1. RV LV3, already met. 200 units of high-strength titanium alloy, saved. Current inventory, 1,700 units. 3. Precision electronic components X30 sets, already satisfied. All the materials are ready. Lin Hui looked at the vehicle upgrade blueprints in his hand and said in a low voice, "Start the upgrade!" Chapter 31, Another Gold Entry. Infinite Synthesis. Chapter 31, Another Gold Entry. Infinite Synthesis. Initiate upgrade! As Lin Hui's voice rang out, the vehicle upgrade blueprints, LV3 LV4, in his hand instantly disappeared into the RV. This upgrade did not cause the kind of violent tremors that I had imagined. It's more like a restructuring that starts at the micro level. A deep, obsidian-colored light, like flowing water, enveloped the entire RV. Sitting in the car, Lu Shi and Su Qingqian felt as if the space in front of them was being distorted and stretched. The already spacious living room is now expanding outwards at a visible rate. The roof is rising, the body is getting thicker, and the floor is extending. The feeling was like being inside the belly of a growing steel life form. Lu Shi gripped the sofa armrest, watching helplessly as the view outside the car window became higher and wider. As a mechanical engineering specialist, Su Qingqian was dumbfounded. She could feel that every part and every screw of the car was undergoing a qualitative leap. 10 minutes later. The light faded. Ding! RV upgrade successful. Vehicle, motorhome, LV.4. Physical defense, 400, 200 to 400, high-strength titanium alloy reinforcement. Even armor-piercing rounds cannot penetrate its defenses. Magic resistance, 0. Tonnage, 40 tons, 20 to 40. Space, 40 cubic meters, 20 to 40. Note, the actual living space inside is expanded into a duplex structure. Durability, 100%. Fuel unlimited. External weapon upgrade, M330B, chain gun, 25mm caliber, M430B, chain gun, 30mm caliber. Weapon characteristics. Rate of fire 300 rounds per minute, maximum range 4,000 meters, equipped with intelligent fire control lock-on. Ammunition type, high explosive armor-piercing rounds. Ammunition capacity, 1,200 rounds, fully loaded. Lin Hui looked at the brand new attribute panel, his smile growing wider. It weighs 40 tons and has 400 defenses. This is no longer a motorhome, it's a heavy tank disguised as a motorhome. Especially that 30mm chain gun. With that caliber, a few shots would be enough to blast through even the tank, the king of land warfare, let alone the White Thorn. Boss, look! Su Qingqian pointed to the roof of the car and exclaimed in surprise. Lin Hui turned his head to look. The carriages that were originally only meant to accommodate one floor now had a small 2-story loft. That was a dedicated combat room and observation post. At the front of the vehicle, the originally menacing ram has now evolved into an even more terrifying V-shaped titanium alloy obstacle-breaking shovel, with a chilling gleam flowing across it, as if it could cut through any obstacle. Standing before the newly appeared floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the ruins outside, Lu Shi sighed. Is this the LV.4 of the top-tier vehicle? For most players, the materials they use to upgrade their vehicles to LV4 or even LV5 are just ordinary steel. Some lucky players or high-ranking members of guilds can use expert bulletproof steel. However, only a few core members, such as the guild leader, can use high-strength titanium alloys. Judging from the vehicle upgrade process just now, the materials Lin Hui used for the vehicle upgrade were undoubtedly the best. Even upgrading to LV4 requires the use of high-strength titanium alloy. Lin Hui was unaware of Lu Shi's thoughts. His focus was elsewhere. His gaze was fixed on the golden wheel that was spinning wildly on his retina. Upgrading to LV.4 means he will have a new gold entry. Come on, let me see what it is this time. Lin Hui held his breath. The previous abilities, infinity, indestructibility, and space folding, were all divine skills. What about this time? Bite. The roulette wheel freezes in place. A card radiating brilliant golden light, even faintly tinged with iridescent colors, appeared in the void. Congratulations on obtaining the gold affix, infinite synthesis. Quality, golden legend. Type, rule class. Attribute, allows for lossless synthesis, purification, and upgrading of materials of the same type. Effect. 1. Synthesis, combine the same type of raw materials, such as scrap iron, into advanced materials, such as steel. The number of synthesis times is unlimited. Ratio, 10:1. 2. Critical hit. During the crafting process, there is a 20% chance of obtaining a perfect material with doubled attributes. What? Upon seeing this attribute, even the usually calm Lin Hui couldn't help but gasp. In this post-apocalyptic world where vehicles reign supreme, what is most lacking? It's not food or water, but top-quality ingredients. Those abandoned cars and rusty steel bars outside, what others see as scrap metal, are, in his eyes, it's a treasure trove. With this entry, he didn't need to seek out any rare materials at all. He could easily use scrap iron to synthesize ordinary steel, and then use that ordinary steel to synthesize armor-piercing steel and high-strength titanium alloy. Finally, given enough raw materials, he can synthesize a god-level metal that even a nuclear bomb cannot penetrate. Can guilds integrate resources? Hee hee. Lin Hui sneered. I have a cheat code. Set a gold RV storage locker. A golden light entered the seemingly ordinary storage cabinet next to the RV's large bed. An item inside the RV can be assigned multiple attributes. The storage cabinet was previously assigned the ability to fold space, and now it has been assigned the ability to synthesize infinitely. This means that infinite synthesis can be used within an alternate dimension. Let's try going to another dimension. Lin Hui couldn't wait to try out this new ability. With a thought, his consciousness directly entered the alternate dimension warehouse with a volume of 100,000 cubic meters. In one corner of the warehouse, there was a pile of 8,000 units of scrap steel that had just been removed from the auto parts factory. Synthesis! Lin Hui used his ability on a pile of rusty rebar. Buzz! A strange fluctuation flashed by. The pile of scrap steel, which was like a small mountain, shrank by 90% in an instant. Instead, there are metal ingots that are 10% the size of the original, but are silvery white and have a mirror-like luster. Obtained, armored bulletproof steel, quality, excellent. Continue. Combine them again. The volume of that pile of armored bulletproof steel continued to shrink by 90%. Obtained, high-strength titanium alloy, quality, excellent. Continue the synthesis. Buzz. The light flashed again. This time, what appeared in his hand was a piece of metal that gleamed with a deep blue light. Obtained, blue titanium alloy, quality, perfect. Attributes. Ordinary blue titanium alloy has 3 times the hardness and tensile strength of high-strength titanium alloy, but weighs only half as much. Perfect grade blue titanium alloy. Double properties. Hardness and tensile strength are 6 times that of high-strength titanium alloy. It's done! Lin Hui clenched his fist excitedly. Even the leader of a top guild probably couldn't produce much of this level of material, right? This is an extremely scarce core resource. And he created it using only a pile of scrap metal. Dismantling an abandoned aerospace auto parts factory yielded 8,000 units of rusted steel, which were then used to synthesize 8 units of perfect-grade blue titanium alloy. A 10:1 synthesis ratio. Although it requires some consumables, this ability is undoubtedly bug-level. Lin Hui exited the alternate dimension and took a small piece of perfect-grade blue titanium alloy to study. At this moment, Su Qingqian and Liu Shi also curiously came over. Boss, what are you doing? Su Qingqian's eyes lit up when she saw the beautiful dark blue metal in Lin Hui's hand. What a beautiful color! What is this? As a mechanic, she immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this metal. This is blue titanium alloy. Lin Hui casually tossed the priceless metal piece over, saying, You've come at the right time. Take this and take a look. Su Qingqian caught it in a fluster. Lin Hui clapped his hands, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. Next, we're going to start a crazy stockpiling spree. Qingqian, demolish! Take back all the scrap metal you see on the road. Liu Shi, kill! Turn every monster that dares to block our way into experience points. before arriving in Busan. Lin Hui looked at the perfect grade blue titanium alloy that Qin Qian had just synthesized, which was shimmering with a deep blue light, and a smile appeared on his lips. I want to arm this car to the teeth. Xiao Tianba, right? The armed helicopter, right? Once we get to Busan, I'll show you what a dimensional reduction attack really means. Chapter 32 New Alien. Chapter 32 New Alien. The midday sun pierced through the thick, leaden-gray clouds, and the air was filled with the dry smell of dust and a faint stench of decay. Boom! The earth was trembling. A massive, jet-black steel behemoth was crushing the broken road with unstoppable force. This is the upgraded LV.4 motorhome. With its terrifying 40-ton weight, coupled with 4 wide, dark gold-colored, indestructible tires, this vehicle produces a deep, rumbling sound when it drives. In the operations room on the second floor, Lu Shi's voice came through the car stereo. Her voice was clear, crisp, and capable, exuding a calmness. A small convoy has been spotted 1.5 kilometers ahead, along with a group of zombies, numbering approximately 200. Among them. Lu Shi paused, her tone becoming slightly more serious. Besides the zombies, we also discovered a new type of mutant. They are bulky and green all over, and should be the corruptors that other players in the regional channel have mentioned. There are also several extremely fast raiders that are good at moving through the shadows of the ruins. Finally, something new? Lin Hui sat in the driver's seat, glancing at the convoy being besieged by zombies in the distance, before his gaze fell on the 2 new mutant species. He held the steering wheel with one hand, his eyes calm as still water, even with a hint of anticipation. He was getting tired of constantly bumping into ordinary zombies that only knew how to scream. Hold on tight, I'm about to speed up. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly, and he slammed his right foot on the gas pedal. Buzz dash! The engine let out a furious roar, as if a sleeping dragon had awakened. The black steel behemoth accelerated instantly, carrying a destructive kinetic energy, and charged straight into the horde of zombies ahead. There was no slowdown, no avoidance. It's pure physical crushing. Roar! The zombies had clearly never seen such arrogant food before. They roared and pounced, trying to tear the car's metal body apart with their sharp claws. However, this is like an ant trying to shake a tree. Bang 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 bang! It sounded like a watermelon being smashed by a heavy hammer, with a series of rapid sounds. The first 2 level 2 zombies that charged forward were instantly sliced in 2 upon contact with the gleaming barrier-breaking shovel, and then dragged under the vehicle. Immediately following was the sound of bones cracking repeatedly, turning into pools of dark red flesh that became a carpet spread across Lin Hui's path. The RV didn't even stop moving at all, as if it were in an empty field. There! Behind the ruins to the left front! Lu Shi's voice rang out. A bloated, spherical monster with eerie green skin emerged from behind the ruins, opened its mouth, and spewed thick green acid at the RV. ZZZZZ dash! The acid landed on the RV's titanium alloy armor, producing a puff of white smoke. Warning! Corrosive attack detected. 0.1% damage to the outer coating. That's it. Lin Hui sneered. This acid may corrode steel, even armored bulletproof steel. But his RV is made of high-strength titanium alloy, which is corrosion-resistant, so this attack was like a tickle. Lu Shi, click away from it. It's disgusting. Receive. Bang! A dull, aloof gunshot rang out from the rooftop attic of the car. Amidst the ruins, the head of the corruptor, which was gathering its strength, suddenly exploded, splattering green liquid everywhere. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots were fired. Each shot precisely took the life of a corruptor. After several days of practical training, Lu Shi's marksmanship has reached a level where he and his gun are one. She didn't need Lin Hui to stop the car. She could even accurately calculate the lead time and hit headshots every time while the RV was moving at high speed and bumpy. Boss, to the right! Something's coming! Su Qinqian, who was in the passenger seat, suddenly pointed to the shadow on the right and shouted. Several black afterimages leaped between the abandoned vehicles like ghosts. They were raiders, moving at incredible speed, their 30-centimeter-long claws gleaming with a metallic sheen. They attempted to use their speed to bypass the frontal obstacle-breaking shovels and attack the tires from the side. Trying to raid my base? Did you even ask me? Lin Hui's eyes sharpened, and he pressed the red launch button. Try out the new 30mm chain gun, automatic fire control lock. Above the vehicle, the newly upgraded chain gun turret suddenly spun, emitting a chilling mechanical clanging sound. Thump! 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 It was no longer the crisp, clear sound of gunfire, but rather the dull thud of cannons, like the beating of war drums. Each 30mm high explosive armor-piercing round fired is like a small hand grenade. The first raider that jumped into the air was hit directly in the waist by a cannonball. Boom! Its upper and lower body separated directly, and the middle part was vaporized into a cloud of blood mist by the enormous kinetic energy and explosion. This is not just a kill, this is an erasure. Upon seeing this, the other predators let out terrified screams and turned to run away. But how could Lin Hui possibly let these moving materials go? He maneuvered the machine gun, sweeping across the battlefield like the lash of death. The walls collapsed and the abandoned cars exploded. No living thing can survive in an area covered by artillery fire. In just 5 minutes, the battle is over. Or rather, this cannot be called a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre and purge. The RV slowly came to a stop in the center of the devastated battlefield. Boss, a total of 250 zombies, 5 corruptors, and 12 raiders have been killed. Dropped items have been automatically picked up. Su Qingqian excitedly reported. We're lucky. In addition to the usual supplies, we also got a bottle of basic gene serum. And a few rare bottles of antihypertensive drugs and antibiotics. A basic gene serum? Not bad. Lin Hui nodded, but he didn't leave immediately. His gaze fell on something not far away. There, a small convoy of survivors, consisting of 5 beat-up pickup trucks and modified cars, huddled behind the ruins of a gas station, shivering. Chapter 33 The Player's Envy. Chapter 33 Player's Envy. Most players have died, with only 5 survivors and 1 vehicle. These 5 were clearly trapped here by the horde of zombies. Before Lin Hui appeared, they were already at their limit, and their eyes were filled with despair. The appearance of Lin Hui's RV crushed the zombie horde with overwhelming force and saved them. At this moment, the group of survivors stared wide-eyed at the black behemoth that looked like a god descending to Earth. What kind of car has this been upgraded from? A round-faced man with a thick beard swallowed hard, his hand trembling as he held the iron pipe. Tank? Armored vehicle? No, this is a house. His companion gasped. Did it just blast those monsters to pieces with a cannon? How big of a caliber would that be? That's amazing. If I had a car like that, I'd be able to drive like a maniac. Envy, jealousy, and shock. A complex mix of emotions lingered in the eyes of these survivors. What happened next completely shattered their worldview. After the imposing black RV came to a stop, it did not get out to rob their supplies like the other looters, nor did it rush to leave. The car door opened. A cute girl with a single ponytail jumped down. She wasn't carrying a gun, instead, she was holding a huge toolbox. She walked straight to the abandoned vehicles on the roadside that had been burned to their frames due to the war. Although this car is wrecked, the chassis is still intact, and the scrap metal can be recycled. Su Qingqian muttered to herself as she placed her hand on the scrap metal. Break down! Buzz! The blue light flickered. The massive wreckage of abandoned vehicles vanished instantly, transforming into neatly stacked piles of scrap metal. What are they doing? Collecting scrap metal? The survivors looked at each other, feeling like their brains weren't working properly. Driving this level of doomsday vehicle, using a terrifyingly powerful machine gun, killing monsters and not leaving, just to scavenge for trash? At that moment, the RV window opened, and Lin Hui's head popped out. Don't be nervous, my friend in front. After speaking, he pointed to several relatively intact vehicles. I see that there are only a few of you left in your convoy. 1 vehicle should be enough for you. To lighten your load, I will take back the rest of the vehicles. The round-faced, bearded man mustered his courage and forced a smile. Brother, you saved us, so it's only right that you get these. Lin Hui nodded. You guys know what's good for you. Just as Lin Hui was about to close the car window, the round-faced, bearded man's voice suddenly rang out, his tone humble. Brother, can we follow you? The other survivors looked at Lin Hui with hopeful eyes upon hearing this. After witnessing Lin Hui's power, they all wanted to curry favor with him. Yes, yes, yes. We are not afraid of hardship, we eat very little, and we like to stay up late. As long as we can follow you, you can treat us like cattle and horses, and we can do anything. The round-faced, bearded man gritted his teeth and took out a bottle of basic gene serum. This is a serum I just got. I'm giving it to you in the hopes that you can take us under your wing. He was perceptive and could tell that Lin Hui was not a bad person. A basic gene serum? Lin Hui was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then said, "Bring it over and let me take a look." The round-faced, bearded man tossed it up, and Lin Hui caught it, and saw that it was indeed a basic gene serum. Such a rare item, and the other party just gave it away like that. They really have the guts. Lin Hui looked at the round-faced, bearded man and shook his head, saying, "Sorry! I have no intention of forming a guild or recruiting followers." Upon hearing this, the round-faced, bearded man's face showed deep frustration. But then, Lin Hui changed the subject. "However, for the sake of this bottle of basic gene serum, I can cooperate with you on business." "Business?" The round-faced, bearded man looked puzzled. "Yes." Lin Hui's gaze swept over the survivors and finally landed on the round-faced, bearded man. "I need a lot of scrap metal. You can collect it and sell it to me or trade it with me." "Change what?" a thin man wearing glasses asked, mustering his courage. "All-purpose fuel, purified water, canned luncheon meat, vegetables, and even firearms." Lin Hui's voice was incredibly seductive. 3,000 units of scrap metal can be exchanged for 1 unit of universal fuel or an item of equivalent value. No matter how you obtained it or at what price, I will pay you this price. I will buy as much as you can collect. Instant settlement for spot orders, fair and honest dealings for all ages. Upon hearing this, the survivors froze on the spot. Scrap metal for fuel? What can you do with scrap metal in this world? Even for a Tier 2 vehicle, the upgrade materials must be at least high-quality steel. Iron is not an option. In this world, there is scrap metal in many ruins, and there are also a lot of abandoned and rusty vehicles on the roadside. Scrap metal is basically worthless. They stared at Lin Hui in disbelief, wondering if he was just teasing them. After all, who would trade life-saving supplies for garbage? However, Lin Hui sat in the car with a slight smile on his lips. How could he not know what the other party was thinking? Scrap metal is indeed useless. But it has an unlimited number of synthesized entries. When these scrap irons are combined in a 10-to-1 ratio, they become refined steel, bulletproof armor steel, high-strength titanium alloy, and finally, the rare blue titanium alloy in this world. 1 unit of universal fuel can yield 3,000 units of scrap iron, which can be synthesized into 0.3 units of blue titanium alloy. This is such a lucrative deal. The main problem is that he doesn't have the energy to acquire these things himself, otherwise the cost could be reduced. Certainly. There must always be a profit margin for partners. Amidst a jumble of thoughts, Lin Hui calmly said, "If you want to cooperate, one of you can add me as a friend, and we can trade directly through the system." After a moment of silence, the round-faced, bearded man said seriously, "I want to cooperate." This is an opportunity for him. If the other party wasn't joking, then they might have a chance to rise to prominence. Anyway, trying it won't hurt. Lin Hui smiled and asked for the other person's name and ID. At this moment, Su Qingqian also got into the car. Lin Hui closed the car window and drove the RV away. Only the 5 round-faced, bearded men remained, staring at each other in bewilderment. "He's not kidding us, is he?" the bespectacled man muttered. "I don't know, but it doesn't seem necessary." The only woman among the 5 shook her head gently. "Li Xian, has that big shot added you as a friend?" The round-faced, bearded man finally came to his senses, opened his personal profile, and saw a friend request appear there. Lin Hui? Why does this name sound so familiar? The woman clapped her hands and said incoherently, "Do you remember the server-wide announcement from the day before yesterday? The player who got the first kill at Tier 3 was named Lin Hui. It's him. No wonder he's so strong. Sigh. What a pity, he doesn't even look at us. Otherwise I would have someone to rely on in the apocalypse. It's not too late." Li Xian stroked his beard, his eyes shining. "Didn't that big shot give us a chance to cooperate? Let's work hard for the big boss." Everyone nodded emphatically. "Yes, yes. Since the boss needs scrap metal, then let's dig up all the scrap metal in this area." Li Xian glanced at the system and smiled. "Brother Lin sent me some supplies." "Supplies?" the others asked. "What kind?" "There is some food and water, 50 portions of all-purpose fuel, 10 hand grenades, a rifle, and 50 bullets." Li Xian, a round-faced man with a beard, announced the supplies. "The big boss is so generous." Everyone was both delighted and surprised. The woman said thoughtfully, "This should be the price of that basic gene serum. It also shows that Boss Lin Hui is genuinely interested in cooperating with us. Chapter 34 This is hardly a post-apocalyptic survival story. Chapter 34 This is hardly a post-apocalyptic survival story. The night was as dark as ink, and the temperature on the wasteland plummeted to minus 20 degrees Celsius. The cold wind howled like knives against the car windows. The outside world was cold and dark, and the occasional howls of zombies sent chills down one's spine. But inside the RV, it's a completely different story, warm and cozy. A gentle breeze, maintaining a constant temperature of 26 degrees Celsius, wafted through the air, carrying a faint, sweet fragrance, a captivating blend of rose and jasmine. After a day of intense fighting and looting, Lin Hui parked the car in a secluded crevice in a canyon. "Boss, look!" Just after dinner, Su Qingqian mysteriously pulled Lin Hui to the car door. She pressed a button on a newly installed control panel by the door. Sizzle dash. A faint mechanical whirring sound could be heard from outside the car. Immediately afterwards, several thin nozzles emerged from the gaps in the RV's outer armor, resembling some kind of sophisticated mechanical tentacles. Puff dash. High-pressure water mist erupted instantly. That wasn't ordinary water. It was mixed with Su Qingqian's specially made detergent. The water mist washed over the car body, thoroughly cleaning away the zombie blood, slime, dust, and mud that had accumulated during the day. There were even several automatically rotating soft brushes meticulously wiping the windows, radar, and the machine gun. Less than 5 minutes. The RV, which was originally dirty and smelled of blood, has been completely transformed and now gleams with a cold metallic luster under the moonlight. Tada! Su Qingqian's face was full of praise. This is an automatic high-pressure cleaning module that I modified using unused materials over the past few days. That way we won't have to get out of the car to wash it anymore. Well done. Lin Hui patted her head generously, saying, "This feature is so useful." Lu Shi, standing to the side, also watched with wide, beautiful eyes. As a woman with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness, the psychological comfort of seeing a previously dirty car become spotless is indescribable. "Qingqian's cooking skills are truly exceptional," Lu Shi exclaimed sincerely. "That's right." Su Qingqian raised her chin like a proud little swan. "Moreover, after successfully creating and installing it, my specialization proficiency increased by 10%. My mental strength also increased by 1 point. What exactly is proficiency? Lin Hui had not awakened any specialization and knew nothing about this area. Su Qingqian directly revealed her personal panel. Name, Su Qingqian. Race, human. Status, healthy, mildly hungry. Sanity, sanity 100 to 100. Spirit, 26. Physique 3, combined strength, defense, speed. Specialization, instruments. Specialization rank 1, proficiency 15.5%. Su Qingqian looked at Lin Hui and explained. For a specialist player to upgrade their rank, in addition to needing the specialization upgrade blueprint for that specific specialty, they must also raise their proficiency to 100%. As for me, who has awakened my specialization in machinery, I can improve my proficiency by creating and repairing machinery. So that's how it is, Lin Hui suddenly realized, and subconsciously looked at Lu Shi. So you improved your proficiency through shooting? Lu Shi nodded slightly. That's how it is at level 1, but I don't know about level 2. So how proficient are you? 100%. Lu Shi sighed. As long as I have the Tier 2 shooting specialization upgrade blueprint, I can start preparing to upgrade. Lin Hui stroked his chin. Specialization upgrade blueprints seem to be very rare. I haven't seen anyone with one in the public chat. Lu Shi nodded. I even suspect that this thing doesn't exist in the zombie wasteland. We might have to go to the next map, the Misty Land, to find it. After the interlude, it was time for dinner. Today's main dish is spicy chicken noodles, paired with fried chicken and beer. The supplies dropped by monsters include all kinds of food. You can even get a serving of KFC original recipe chicken. As for why it's spicy chicken noodles? The reason is simple. Because the head chef is Su Qingqian, this girl really loves spicy food. If you didn't know better, you would think she was from Sichuan. You wouldn't guess she's from Zhejiang province. Lin Hui didn't care. He quite liked the spicy chicken noodles, but Lu Shi didn't seem to like them. Lin Hui gentlemanly took out a salad he had collected a few days ago. In the alternate dimension, food is always kept fresh, so there is no need to worry about it spoiling. Lu Shi glanced at Lin Hui in surprise. Thanks. after dinner. Click. The bathroom door opened. A wave of warm, moist air rose up, making the view in the living room somewhat hazy and ambiguous. Lin Hui was sitting on the leather sofa, holding a tablet and seemingly planning tomorrow's route. But when a few figures walked out, his gaze involuntarily drifted over and lingered there for several seconds. Having just taken a shower, Lu Shi had completely shed the coldness she displayed as a sniper during the day. She wasn't wearing a conservative nightgown, but rather a burgundy silk slip dress. The silk clung to her graceful curves like flowing water, shimmering with a delicate sheen under the soft light. The skirt was very short, only covering the upper part of her thighs, revealing a pair of long, fair legs that were even tinged with a faint pink from the steam of the hot water. She walked barefoot on the long-haired carpet, her toes round and cute, painted with black nail polish. This striking color contrast carried a breathtaking allure. Lu Shi dried her damp, slightly wavy long hair with a towel, her movements elegant and languid. Phew, he's alive again! She turned her head and found Lin Hui looking at her. Instead of looking away, she smiled faintly and raised her eyebrows slightly. Boss, is it pretty? That was the charm and confidence of a mature woman. She was well aware of her strengths and didn't mind showing off her allure in front of this powerful man. 15 minutes later, Su Qingqian came out after taking a shower. Compared to Lu Shi's mature and charming style, Su Qingqian has a different style, being cute and innocent. She was wearing a men's white shirt that was clearly a size too big, which was Lin Hui's spare clothes. The oversized shirt hem barely covered her thighs, leaving her two smooth calves exposed, making them appear exceptionally slender and delicate. Her face was flushed from just taking a shower, and her eyes were moist like a little deer's. She seemed a little embarrassed, clutching the hem of her shirt with both hands, yet she couldn't help but steal glances at Lin Hui's reaction. Boss, I'm done washing up too. Her voice was soft and sweet, carrying a fresh scent after a bath. Lin Hui put down his tablet, leaned back on the sofa, took a deep breath, and felt that being a boss was really worthwhile. Those survivors outside are probably huddled in the cold carriage right now, shivering under tattered blankets, unable to even get a sip of hot water, and constantly on guard against zombie attacks. And here. Not only does it have a constant temperature air conditioner and soft sofas, but it also has two stunningly beautiful women with completely different styles who have just come out of the bath. This is hardly a post-apocalyptic survival story. This is clearly the kind of enjoyment an emperor would have. Chapter 35, 150 Points of Physique. Surpassing Human Limits. Chapter 35, 150 Points of Physique. Surpassing Human Limits. Come and sit down. Lin Hui patted the seat next to him. The movie has just started. A classic romance film is playing on the large screen. Lu Shi walked over naturally, and sat down to Lin Hui's right. The scent of roses emanating from her instantly filled Lin Hui's nostrils. She crossed her legs, and her fair skin was almost dazzling under the light. Su Qingqian glanced at Lu Shi, and a sudden, inexplicable sense of crisis rose in her heart. Sister Lu Shi is so beautiful. And with such a great figure, so smart, and even knows how to use a sniper rifle, and the perfect teamwork with the boss during the fight just now. Would the boss prefer someone like her? Thinking of this, Su Qingqian bit her lip, quickly ran a few steps, and plopped down on Lin Hui's left side, sitting even closer than usual, her thighs almost touching Lin Hui's trouser legs. Boss, have some fruit. Su Qingqian diligently picked up a cherry and held it to Lin Hui's lips, her big eyes blinking. It's quite sweet. Lin Hui smiled as he ate it. Lu Shi glanced at Su Qingqian's pitiful expression, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes, but she didn't point it out. She just looked up at the screen with a dreamy gaze. At this moment, the carriage was quiet and cozy. The only sounds were the movie dialogue and the three people's soft breathing. Lin Hui enjoyed this rare moment of tranquility. But he did not become addicted to it. Because he knew that this piece was built on a foundation of strength. Once he arrived in Fuqing, facing even more powerful monsters and elites from various guilds, his current strength would be insufficient. After the movie ended. Alright, it's getting late. Lu Shi stretched, revealing her beautiful curves. I'll be on night watch tonight, and I'll take this opportunity to familiarize myself with the equipment upstairs. She pointed to the operations room on the second floor. There's now a cot laid out there, it's her private territory. As a former female CO, she enjoys her current comfort, but she is also more discerning. She knows when to advance and when to retreat. Moreover, she needs to prove her worth, not just be a pretty face. Good night, boss. Good night, Qingqian. Lu Shi strode up the stairs, leaving the two with a silhouette that left much to the imagination. "Good night," Su Qingqian replied softly. Only Lin Hui and Su Qingqian remained in the living room. "Go to sleep too, I've already made up the sofa." Lin Hui patted Su Qingqian's head and pointed to the large leather sofa that could be used as a bed. "There's still a lot of scrap metal to dismantle tomorrow, don't overwork yourself." "Okay, good night, boss." Su Qingqian nodded obediently and shrank into the soft down comforter on the sofa, only showing her eyes as she watched Lin Hui walk into the master bedroom. Lin Hui turned off the headlights, leaving only a dim night light. He got up and walked towards the master bedroom. That was the safest and most comfortable place in the whole car, and also his own absolutely private space. Close the door. Lin Hui's relaxed expression vanished instantly, replaced by a cold and stern look. He walked to the bedside and sat down, then flipped his palm over. Several items appeared in his hands. The crystal ball, about the size of an eyeball and completely transparent, which was seized from Tang Chuan, contained 2 4-segmented worms, the eye of frame-up. Name, Eye of the Blame. Type, extraordinary item, spiritual arts. Quality, rare. Special effect, transfers any biological aggro you receive to any designated target within a 500-meter radius. Limited to once per day. Current remaining uses, 2. Side effect, 1 hour after using this extraordinary item, the user will temporarily lose the ability to speak for 24 hours. So that's how the special effect works. That's why the level 3 white thorn suddenly stopped attacking Tang Chuan and started attacking itself instead. If my vehicle had been weaker at that time, I probably would have been killed by Tang Chuan's ambush. The abilities of extraordinary items are too bizarre, they are truly impossible to guard against. Lin Hui thought with lingering fear that a sense of crisis was quietly rising in his heart, completely dispelling the joy of having just upgraded his motorhome to level 4 today. 4 days until the mission in Fuqing. Lin Hui carefully put away the Eye of Blame, and then took out 5 more vials of medicine. 3 light blue primary gene serums. A pale blue intermediate level gene serum. And a pale gold basic mental energy potion. These are the potions I've accumulated over the past 2 days through trading and monster hunting. Lin Hui's eyes burned as he looked at the medicines. He is currently 25 years old. If 3 more injections of basic gene serum are administered, the level will reach 50. Meeting the requirements for using intermediate gene serum. What level will my physique reach by then? He was really looking forward to it. Lin Hui took a deep breath, picked up the basic gene injection gun, and aimed it at his arm. Laugh dash! The cool medicine was pushed into the body. Immediately afterwards, a burning sensation of power spread throughout his body. 20 minutes later. Lin Hui sat cross-legged on the bed, with 3 empty test tubes of basic gene-enhancing drugs on the bedside table beside him. Call. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, which shot out like an arrow, leaving a visible white trail in the air and even causing the curtains 2 meters away to sway slightly. Physical strength, 50, human limit. Warning, your body has reached the threshold for basic gene enhancement. Continuing injections will not yield any further benefits. We've finally arrived. Lin Hui clenched his fist, feeling the overflowing power within his body, like a full reservoir. 50 points in physique. In the original world, this was already a peak that even top soldiers and Olympic champions could hardly reach. Whether it's muscle density, bone strength, or nerve reaction speed, they have reached the ceiling of the human species. But that's not enough. In this post-apocalyptic world teeming with alien species, 50 points of physique are at best equivalent to being a slightly stronger human. Lin Hui's gaze fell on the intermediate level gene potion emitting a faint blue light on the bed. Intermediate gene therapy. Effect, physical strength plus 100. Usage requirements, physical ability must reach 50 points. This is the reward for getting a tier 3 first kill, it's more than 100 times rarer than a basic gene potion. Lin Hui took a deep breath, his eyes resolute. Without any hesitation, he picked up the intermediate gene serum, inserted the needle into his arm, and pressed down hard with his thumb. Laugh. The dark blue liquid instantly rushed into his blood vessels. It wasn't as cool as I had imagined. On the contrary, it was a terrifying burning sensation, as if magma were being poured into the body. Ugh! Lin Hui groaned, his muscles tensing instantly, veins bulging like earthworms writhing under his skin. Pain. Excruciating pain that penetrates deep into the bone marrow and tears the cells apart. It was as if an invisible hand was breaking and rebuilding every bone in his body, tearing and weaving every muscle fiber. Crack! 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 The dense cracking sound of bones echoed in the room, like popping beans. Lin Hui's body surface was oozing a large amount of dark red blood, and his body temperature rose sharply, even causing the surrounding air to distort with heat waves. This inhuman torture lasted for a full 10 minutes. Finally, the burning sensation gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented, transformative lightness and power. Lin Hui suddenly opened his eyes. A chilling glint flashed deep within his originally dark pupils. He stood up, and the grime and scabs on his body fell away, revealing skin that was as smooth as jade, yet contained explosive power. Lin Hui's physique did not become as exaggerated as that of a bodybuilding champion. Instead, it became more streamlined, with every muscle perfectly proportioned, as if it were nature's most perfect masterpiece. Ding! Physical enhancement complete. Physical fitness, 150, 50 to 150. 150 points. Lin Hui muttered to himself, and casually picked up a stainless steel thermos from the table. He just squeezed it lightly. Squeak dash. That military-grade stainless steel cup, known for its sturdiness, was crushed into a ball of scrap metal as if it were made of paper. I didn't even feel the slightest resistance. This power. Lin Hui looked at his palm, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. This is not just an increase in strength. He listened intently. Through the thick soundproof door, he could clearly hear Su Qingqian's even breathing in the living room, and the rustling sound of Lu Shi's clothes rubbing together as she turned over on the second floor. He could even hear the buzzing sound of a mutated beetle flapping its wings 50 meters away from the car. My gaze shifted. The once dark wilderness became clear in his eyes, like a misty winter dawn. Low-light night vision, a capability usually reserved for felines, was now his. A slight smile curved Lin Hui's lips. Now, if he encounters a Tier 2 white thorn again, even without using the RV to crush him or the machine gun, he is confident that he can kill him with just his physical body and a dagger. After calming his excited emotions, Lin Hui picked up the pale gold, basic mental energy potion again. Now that the physical body has broken through the limits of humanity, the mental strength cannot be neglected either. Till it down. This time the feeling was very gentle, like a clear spring flowing through my brain, instantly clearing my nerves, which were somewhat tired from the intense pain. Ding! Mental strength enhancement complete. Spirit 15, 5 to 15. Although it didn't bring about any obvious changes like a sudden increase in physical strength. However, Lin Hui could slightly feel that his thinking was clearer and his perception of the surrounding environment was more acute. Looks like we'll have to keep collecting mental energy potions. Lin Hui stood up and went into the bathroom to wash off the grime. Looking at his tall, straight figure and deep-set eyes in the mirror, he knew that from this moment on, he had completely transcended the realm of ordinary human beings. Chapter 36. When dealing with beasts, there's no need for humanity, just send them to hell. Chapter 36. When dealing with beasts, there's no need to talk about humanity, just send them to hell the next morning. The sunlight was still a stark white, but that didn't dampen the spirits of the three people inside the RV. Good morning, boss. Su Qingqian was preparing breakfast when she saw Lin Hui come out, and her eyes lit up immediately. Hey, boss, have you grown taller? She curiously leaned closer and gestured. And it looks even more stylish. Su Qingqian's face was flushed. Although Lin Hui was wearing loose loungewear, the masculine hormones he exuded made her heart race. Maybe you slept well last night. Lin Hui gave a perfunctory reply and sat down at the dining table. Lu Shi also came downstairs. As a sniper with keen senses, she looked at Lin Hui with even more surprise. Today, Lin Hui was like a beast that had sheathed its claws. The subtle sense of oppression he exuded made even someone as worldly wise as her feel a little uneasy. Could it be that they were injected with gene-enhancing drugs? Lu Shi pieced together all the information and quickly guessed the answer. However, she had never seen an intermediate-level gene serum and did not know how strong Lin Hui's physique was now. Intermediate gene serums are extremely rare. Currently, only Lin Hui has obtained one due to achieving the first kill. After breakfast, Lin Hui started the RV and continued on his way. On the way, he casually opened the system panel. Current survivors in the area, 398,791 to 10 million. Looking at the number that had decreased sharply again, the atmosphere inside the car became slightly heavy. There are fewer than 400,000 people left. This also means that the remaining people are either incredibly lucky, ruthless elites, or ruthless individuals with absolute strength. The RV sped along the highway. Sudden buzz dash! A piercing roar of an engine came from behind. Lin Hui glanced at the rearview mirror. A modified off-road vehicle riddled with bullet holes was seen charging toward them like a madman. Several hundred meters behind it followed a large convoy of 10 vehicles. They were all heavy-duty pickup trucks and modified jeeps, painted with blood-red wolf head logos, with machine guns mounted on the roofs, and some people even standing in the truck beds holding light machine guns, submachine guns, or RPGs, making arrogant and strange noises. The Wolf Guild? Lin Hui frowned. The fleeing LV4 SUV had clearly spotted Lin Hui's massive RV. The car owner was a young man dressed in black. He looked at the heavily armed black behemoth, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. As expected, there are players nearby, and they're this big. He suddenly turned the steering wheel, accelerated towards Lin Hui's RV, and threw something onto the roof of the RV. Then, the man in black turned on the car's external speaker and shouted at the pursuers behind him. The thing is in his car. I just threw him the LV5 vehicle upgrade blueprint. It's in this RV. Su Qingqian, sitting in the passenger seat, turned pale with anger. Is this guy crazy? This is a blatant attempt to shift the blame eastward. After shouting, the man in black took advantage of the moment when the Wolf Guild convoy behind him slowed down and surrounded the RV, quickly disappeared into the roadside bushes, and sped away. LV5 vehicle upgrade blueprints. Lin Hui narrowed his eyes and did not chase after the other party. However, he gave an order to Lu Shi on the rooftop. Shoot through the tires of that LV4 SUV. Yes. Lu Shi had already aimed at the off-road vehicle, and the moment Lin Hui gave the order, she pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets were fired from the barrel, flew a distance of 800 meters, and accurately hit the 2 left tires of the off-road vehicle. Warning! The left front and left rear tires are damaged. The vehicle panel of the man in black immediately issued a notification. He was startled. He glanced at the rearview mirror and saw someone aiming at him from the war room on the roof of the RV. Moreover, the members of the Wolf Guild had no intention of letting him go, and 2 cars chased after him. Damn it! The man in black cursed under his breath. It's like a persistent ghost. But given the current situation, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue fleeing. At the same time, the convoy of the evil Wolf Guild had completely surrounded Lin Hui's RV, and the players behind the truck bed were all aiming their weapons at the RV. A man wearing a leather jacket sat in the lead modified jeep. He had a face full of scars, and was holding a shotgun in his hand, looking at Lin Hui inside the RV with a playful expression. Hey! Listen up, everyone in the car! That kid said the stuff is with you. I don't care if it's true or not. Since we've met, it must be fate. Men, get out of here and leave the car and supplies. As for the women... Through the car window, he vaguely saw Su Qingqian's figure. In that instant, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he almost drooled. Absolutely top-notch. Truly top-notch. Ha! The woman stays and keeps the brothers company, and I might consider sparing your life. The henchmen around him also burst into lewd laughter. Inside the car, Lin Hui's eyes turned cold. He was just about to make his move. But suddenly he sensed that something was wrong with Su Qingqian beside him. This usually timid and gentle girl was now staring intently at the man in the leather jacket outside the window. Her body was trembling violently. It's not fear. It was hatred. Her hands gripped the seatbelt tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force, and she bit her lip until it bled. Hey kid, aren't you coming down yet? The man in the leather jacket spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Or are you trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? His lewd gaze swept past Lin Hui, greedily fixed on Su Qingqian behind the car window. This girl looks familiar. I remember now. The man in the leather jacket suddenly gave a disgusting, enlightened smile. Isn't this the female college student I met a few days ago? TSK. Too bad the other female college student wasn't tough enough, she died in no time. Perfect, you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep, this time I'm going to have some fun. Ha 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 ha! The surrounding henchmen erupted in ear-piercing laughter once again. Inside the car, Su Qingqian covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind. The scenes from her memories flashed wildly through Su Qingqian's mind. Xia, her college classmate who always protected her, was dragged away by this group of people in order to buy her time to escape. When she found Xia again, it was in an abandoned gas station. Xia was barely clothed, her skin was an eerie black, and there wasn't a single good piece of flesh on her body. Her death was extremely gruesome. That image became Su Qingqian's nightmare at night. Su Qingqian's eyes instantly reddened. She even forgot that she was just a weak girl and actually wanted to push open the car door and rush out. Calm down. A large hand pressed down on her shoulder. Lin Hui's voice was deep and powerful, like a stabilizing force, calming Su Qingqian's emotions which were on the verge of collapse. This kind of trash isn't worth getting your hands dirty. Lin Hui glanced at the man in the leather jacket still shouting outside the window, and said calmly, "Since they are enemies, then let's settle both the old and new scores together." Liu Shi. Yes. Lu Shi, who was on the second floor, had already set up her sniper rifle, her voice icy. Don't kill the leader. The rest is up to you. Lin Hui's expression remained unchanged. But those dark eyes at this moment completely transformed into a cold abyss. Qingqian, watch carefully. The boss will teach you a lesson today. In this world, how are animals treated? Lin Hui shifted into drive and floored the accelerator. There's no need to talk about humanity, just send them to hell. Chapter 37 Even villains are afraid of pain. Chapter 37 Even villains are afraid of pain. Boom! The moment the RV started, it felt like a small earthquake had struck the ground. A cloud of dust was stirred up, and the black car body, like an out-of-control hill, crashed straight into the modified jeep blocking its way. Holy crap! He's gone mad? The man in the leather jacket was sitting in the passenger seat with a lewd grin, hoping that the beautiful woman in the car would get out and beg for mercy like the women he had encountered before. After upgrading the RV to level 4, the chain gun is stored inside the RV and will only be deployed when needed. Therefore, in the man in the leather jacket's view, with more than a dozen vehicles on his side, as well as RPGs and heavy machine guns, what could the other side do even if it was just a motorhome? Can't they turn the world upside down? However, when the black steel mountain rushed towards him with suffocating wind pressure, the lewd smile on his face froze instantly, replaced by utter astonishment. It's too big. It's too fast. How dare they do that? Fire! Fire now! Blast it to pieces! The man in the leather jacket roared, his voice sharp and piercing with fear. Da-da-da-da-da! Boom! The members of the Wolf Guild are, after all, ruthless thugs who live on the edge, and their reactions are extremely quick. More than a dozen heavy machine guns mounted on the back of pickup trucks opened fire simultaneously, their muzzles spewing flames that stretched across the dim wasteland. A dense barrage of bullets rained down on the RV's outer armor like a metallic storm, producing a series of crisp clanging sounds. At the same time, the thug carrying the RPG grinned maliciously and pulled the trigger. Die! Even a tank will come to your knees! A rocket, trailing a long plume of flame and whistling with death, struck the side armor of the RV precisely. Boom! Flames shot into the sky, and the smoke and dust from the explosion instantly engulfed the RV. Ha ha! I won! Even a god would be killed by this shock! The members of the Wolf Guild cheered. However, the next second, it was as if an invisible hand had torn open the smoke screen. The black RV, with its imposing presence intact, burst out of the flames. Only a faint white mark remained on the high-strength titanium alloy armor, with hardly any paint chipping off. As for those heavy machine gun bullets that are considered powerful weapons, they don't even produce a spark when they hit them. You can only hear a sound, as powerless as raindrops hitting a steel plate. What the hell is this defense? Even the armor of a main battle tank isn't that tough! Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and a chill ran from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. Before they could even recover from their shock. Bang! A dull, resounding impact echoed across the wasteland. Lin Hui drove the RV, and the huge, gleaming V-shaped titanium alloy obstacle-breaking shovel, like a sharp knife cutting through cheese, effortlessly sliced through the side armor of the Jeep that was trying to escape. In that instant, the Jeep's bulletproof steel plates were torn apart as if they were made of paper. Then, they ran over it. Snap! Sizzle dash! The sickening sounds of twisting metal, shattering glass, and crushing human bones blended together. The driver inside didn't even have time to scream before he fused with the scrap metal and turned into a red, minced meat. The man in the leather jacket reacted extremely quickly, jumping off the motorcycle and rolling away the moment of impact. Although he was dazed and covered in blood, he at least survived. Ah dash! My leg! He rolled on the ground clutching his broken leg, staring in terror at the still roaring black behemoth, its wheels stained with blood and oil. That's not a car. This is clearly a monster in armor. Scatter! Scatter now! Keep the RPGs firing! Bomb the windshield of the RV! Despite the excruciating pain, the man in the leather jacket continued to shout. The player carrying the RPG immediately adjusted his direction, but just as he was about to fire. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The RPG player's head exploded like a watermelon, and the headless corpse slumped softly into the truck bed. In the operations room on the second floor, Lin Hui held up the heavy sniper rifle and looked at the headless corpse through the scope, her beautiful eyes showing no pity. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. A guy carrying a heavy machine gun, preparing to ambush the operations room, had a large hole in his chest and was thrown a meter away by the enormous kinetic energy. Every gunshot takes a life. Lin Hui, meanwhile, drove his RV recklessly through the convo. Anyone who gets touched will die, anyone who gets brushed will be injured. The elite caravan, that the Wolf Guild was so proud of, was nothing more than a flock of lambs to the slaughter in front of Lin Hui. Less than 3 minutes. The once arrogant and domineering Wolf Guild caravan has now been reduced to scrap metal and burning wreckage. Except for the man in the leather jacket with the limp, the entire army was wiped out. Squeak dash! The RV came to a smooth stop in front of the man in the leather jacket. A huge shadow loomed over him. Lin Hui pushed open the car door, his tactical boots crunching on the gravel. He slowly walked down, carrying the roughly designed axe gun in his hand. Su Qingqian followed behind him, her body still trembling slightly, but her eyes were fixed on her enemy on the ground, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug deep into her flesh. What do you want to do? The man in the leather jacket was so terrified when he saw the man approaching like the Grim Reaper that he wet himself, and desperately tried to move backward by bracing himself with his hands on the ground. Don't kill me! I'm the vice leader of the Wolf Guild. If you kill me, all the players in the Wolf Guild will hunt you down. Our leader is right ahead. His vehicle is LV5, a behemoth upgraded from a main battle tank. He'll tear you to pieces. Main battle tank? Lin Hui paused slightly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Let him come, if he dares. He walked up to the leather jacket and looked down at the arrogant thug. What did you say you wanted to play just now? The man in the leather jacket shuddered. Looking into Lin Hui's cold eyes, he suddenly realized that he had no way out. Brother! Master! I was wrong! I was blind to your greatness. I don't want this woman anymore. Really? It was all a misunderstanding. He tried to argue and beg for mercy. But Lin Hui simply raised the axe gun in his hand. Shallow and shallow. Lin Hui called out without turning his head. Su Qingqian's voice trembled slightly as she said, Yes, a mixture of excitement and fear. Watch closely. Lin Hui's voice was deep and calm, as if he were instructing a student. Shooting this kind of trash to death is too lenient. True revenge is to make him feel despair. The words fell. Bang! The first shot was fired. Lin Hui did not shoot him in the head, or in the heart. The bullet struck the leather jacket precisely on the left knee, instantly severing the entire lower leg, leaving only a layer of skin connecting it. Ah dash! A piercing scream echoed across the wasteland, sending chills down one's spine. This shot was fired for your classmate Xia. Lin Hui remained expressionless as he pulled the bolt and chambered around. Bang! The second shot. It hit the elbow joint of the right arm. Ah! Kill me! Please kill me! The man in the leather jacket rolled on the ground in pain, his face covered in snot and tears. This shot was fired for you. Lin Hui's voice remained calm and even, without any fluctuation. Bang! The third shot. It hit my lower abdomen. This shot isn't fatal, but it will cause your intestines to rupture and your body to rot, causing immense pain. Su Qingqian stood to the side, covering her mouth tightly, watching the man who was once like a demon now howling and begging for mercy on the ground like a dead dog. The fear in her eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief. It turns out that even evil people are afraid of pain. It turns out that if you're strong enough, even a demon will kneel down and beg for mercy. The ninth shot. Lin Hui looked at the leather jacket, who was in so much pain that he was almost fainting, and pressed the muzzle of the gun against his forehead. In my next life, I hope I can be reborn as a good person. Or at least I won't have to meet you again. Bang! Red and white things splashed. The world is quiet. Lin Hui put away his gun, took out a handkerchief, slowly wiped the bloodstains splattered on the barrel, and then casually tossed it onto the corpse. He turned around and looked at Su Qingqian, whose face was already covered in tears. How are you feeling? Su Qingqian suddenly threw herself into Lin Hui's arms and burst into tears. Thank you, boss, thank you. Okay, stop crying. Lin Hui gently patted her back, but his gaze was fixed on the end of the road in the distance. We haven't settled accounts with the people who just got involved with us, and we haven't dealt with those 2 Wolf Guild pickup trucks that chased after us either. Chapter 38 In the Next Life, Pay Attention. Chapter 38 In the Next Life, Pay attention to the highway a dozen kilometers away. An SUV belching black smoke is fleeing wildly. It was the young man in black who led the Wolf Guild to Lin Hui's side. The young man in black stepped on the gas pedal while glancing at the rearview mirror, his face full of panic. Buzzing. 2 modified pickup trucks behind him were moving at high speed, like 2 hungry wolves that were relentlessly pursuing him. Those were 2 vehicles that the Wolf Guild had split up to chase after. Damn it! Why are they still chasing us? The young man in black was filled with despair. His car was already badly damaged and couldn't possibly outrun these undamaged pursuers. Squeak! He was stopped on the side of the road. 7 or 8 members of the Wolf Gang jumped out of the car, carrying submachine guns and light rifles, and surrounded them with sinister smiles. Run? You think you can run away now? The leader, a man with a long face, kicked the door of the SUV and dragged the man in black out like a dead dog. Hand over the LV5 vehicle upgrade blueprints, or I'll chop you up and feed you to the zombies. The man in black was pinned to the ground, trembling. Big brother, I really did give the blueprints to that RV. I didn't lie to you. Bullshit. Do you think we're stupid? You'd throw away something so important? The man with the horse-like face raised his machete, ready to chop it down. Just then. Boom! A deep engine sound came from afar. The man with the horse-like face paused, then looked up. At the edge of the horizon, an enormous, almost exaggerated black RV was slowly approaching, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. There were even some scraps of meat and cloth still hanging on the debris-breaking shovel at the front of the vehicle. This? The members of the Wolf Guild were stunned. They certainly recognized the car. This is the car that the Deputy Hall Master and his men surrounded just now. How did this car catch up with us? Where is 7th brother? The horse-faced man was somewhat bewildered. According to the plan, with over a dozen vehicles and an RPG, taking down this RV should be a piece of cake. How come the RV seems completely undamaged? The RV stopped 50 meters away from them. The car window slowly rolled down. Lin Hui's young yet indifferent face was revealed. Hey, kid! Although the horse-faced man was a little scared, he still mustered up his courage and shouted. Where is our 7th brother? What have you done to him? Lin Hui rested one hand on the windowsill, a slight smile playing on his lips, revealing a set of white teeth. You want to see him? Yes. Speak up now. Otherwise I'll... No need for that. Lin Hui interrupted him, his voice as calm as if he were talking about a trivial matter. I'll take you to see him right away. Before he could finish speaking. Da-da-da-da-da! A tongue of fire suddenly shot out of the second-floor window. That was the assault rifle in Liu Shi's hand. Bang bang bang! At the same time, Lin Hui also fired his axe gun. There's no need for any tactics or nonsense. This was a reaping victory that was a foregone conclusion. These members of the Wolf Guild didn't even have time to raise their guns before they were riddled with bullets. The horse-faced man clutched his chest in disbelief, blood gushing from between his fingers. He reached for the walkie-talkie at his waist to call for backup. Bang! A bullet precisely severed his wrist. Don't bother. Lin Hui pushed open the car door and got out, kicking the walkie-talkie next to him away. Rest in peace. Your deputy leader is waiting for you down there to play cards. Bang! Finish off the attacker. Total annihilation. The man in black standing to the side was dumbfounded. He thought he was going to die, but Lin Hui actually saved him. Big brother! Thank you so much for saving my life! The man in black knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. I knew you were a good person, brother. I was blind to your greatness. Lin Hui stared into the other person's eyes and said coldly, "Where are the vehicle upgrade blueprints?" "Yes, that's right. I have the drawing on me. I'll get it for you right away." The man in black hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly pulled a drawing from his pocket and presented it to him with both hands. Lin Hui took the blueprints and glanced at them. Vehicle upgrade blueprints, LV.4 LV.5. Required materials. 1. 300 units of high-strength titanium alloy. A perfect upgrade can be achieved by using even higher-grade materials. 2. 1.0 detection radar chip. 3. Precision electronic components X50 sets. 4. Rubber X50 units. 5. 50 units of high-grade bulletproof glass. It is indeed an LV5 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Lin Hui nodded in satisfaction and put the blueprints into his alternate dimension. "Brother, now that I've given you the item, can I leave now?" the man in black asked cautiously. "Walk?" Lin Hui looked at him, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Weren't you happy when you used me as a shield just now?" The man in black, his face ashen, cried out, "Brother, I was wrong. I really want to live. Please take this blueprint as payment for my life." "Yes, it's true that you want to live." Lin Hui nodded, slowly raising the axe gun in his hand, aiming the muzzle at the black-clad man's forehead. "But in this world, there are consequences for doing wrong. I don't like being schemed against. Even just once. Be more careful in your next life." Bang! A gunshot rang out. The body of the man in black lay straight on the ground. Lin Hui picked up the axe gun, blew away the smoke from the muzzle, and was very satisfied with his marksmanship. He has been asking Lu Shi for shooting tips these past 2 days. He has a good talent for it, and can usually hit the target at short range. Of course, this is also related to my improved physique and better control over my muscles. Putting away his axe and musket, Lin Hui looked at Su Qingqian beside him and said, "Qingqian, let's clean up the battlefield." "Yes." Su Qingqian had calmed down and fully adapted to the rhythm, quickly dismantling the vehicle and picking up the dropped supplies. When a vehicle is dismantled, any supplies inside will fall out. After dismantling the 3 vehicles, they returned to the spot where they had just killed the man in the leather jacket and continued cleaning up the battlefield. It must be said that the elite squad of the Wolf Guild is extremely wealthy. In addition to a large amount of supplies, Lin Hui also obtained 43 intact firearms on this trip. It contains military pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, assault rifles, light machine guns, a light anti-tank rocket, RPG, and various types of ammunition. This force was not to be underestimated even in the original world. It could become a local warlord even in a backward country. But they were powerless against their own RV. Just as Lin Hui was feeling sentimental, Su Qingqian ran over with something in her hand. "Boss! Look at this!" Chapter 39 Infiltrating the Wolf Guild. Chapter 39 Infiltrating the Wolf Guild. Lin Hui took a look and found it to be an electronic device similar to a mobile phone, with a screen of about 15 inches and 2 small buttons, one red and one green. "What is this?" Lin Hui asked. "This is the Wolf Guild's internal communication device. I've cracked their communication frequency and device password." Su Qingqian's face was full of excitement. As someone with expertise in equipment, cracking such a simple encrypted channel was a piece of cake for her. She handed the communicator to Lin Hui, while simultaneously projecting the deciphered interface onto the RV's central control screen. On the screen was a radar-like display interface with distance markings and a dozen or so red dots flashing on it. The closest one was about 50 kilometers away. Su Qingqian explained. "Each red dot represents a convoy of the evil Wolf Guild." After she finished speaking, she pressed the red button on the communicator. After a few beeps, several voices came from it. "It's not very clear, but you can still tell the difference." Voice A: "Seventh brother, still not done? The other side is just a small convoy." Voice B: "Boss, you said we absolutely must get the LV5 upgrade blueprint this time." Voice A: "Useless seventh brother, you won't get killed by those weaklings, will you?" C's voice: "Hee hee, just robbed a survivor convoy. Those idiots tried to fight back, but I burned them all to death. Plenty of supplies, and 2 bottles of good wine. Time to split them up back home." D's voice: "I just encountered a lone Rose Society convoy. I'm going to give it a shot. If I succeed, buddy, you're in for a treat tonight." Sizzle. B's voice: "Seventh brother, did you hear me? Reply." Voice B: "Something's wrong. Old 7's location red dot hasn't moved for over 10 minutes. I tried contacting him using the post-apocalyptic survival game system, but he hasn't replied. Something's probably happened. Third brother, you're closer to Old 7, go check on him. C's voice, I'm coming right away. B's voice, be careful. Leave a message on the communicator immediately if you get any news. C's voice, okay. The voice recording ended. Lin Hui looked up at the central control screen. The red dot that was closest to him had dropped from 50 kilometers to only 40 kilometers. And it's been getting closer. They're coming for us. She walked over, looked at the screen, and frowned slightly. At their speed, they should be here in 20 minutes. She looked at Lin Hui. Should we avoid it? Should we ambush them here? Lin Hui stroked his chin, not answering Lu Shi's question, but looking at Su Qingqian. Can you block the location of this communicator? Lu Shi immediately realized what Lin Hui was planning to do and looked at Su Qingqian as well. Su Qingqian thought for a moment and said, this communicator should contain a locator, or a location tracking program. Removing it should enable this function. Lin Hui nodded and said, try it right away, the sooner the better. It would be best if you could get it done within 15 minutes. Su Qingqian immediately took out the repair kit, took out the tools, and carefully disassembled the communicator. When she awakened to her expertise in machinery, her mind was filled with a wealth of knowledge related to machinery. This transformed her from a complete novice in mechanics into a mechanical master, proficient in machines from various fields. Su Qingqian's movements were quick and precise. Although she had never been exposed to the internal structure before, she knew its function and principle at a glance. Watching Su Qingqian's artful movements, Lin Hui deeply felt the wonder of specialization. Moreover, Su Qingqian is only at level 1. If her rank increases, it will surely bring him even more surprises. Less than 15 minutes later, Su Qingqian had already closed the communicator again and said, it contains both a locator and software location tracking, which I have already removed. Now, to other players who have the communicator, it appears to have been destroyed. Well done! Lin Hui exclaimed excitedly. Ignore these members of the Wolf Guild for now, let's get out of here immediately. If they ambush them on the spot, Lin Hui's strength would make wiping out the entire enemy squad no problem. But he's planning a sustainable approach. The players in the Wolf Guild are so wealthy, it would be a waste not to use them to replenish their own supplies. Once they have tracked down the whereabouts of the Wolf Guild's caravan, there'll be nothing more than livestock to be kept by them. Whenever you get hungry, you can go up and take a bite. 5 minutes after Lin Hui's RV left, a convoy of more than a dozen vehicles came aggressively. A man in his 30s with a buzz cut and a goatee stepped out of the lead LV4 vehicle, his indifferent gaze slowly sweeping over the surroundings. The place was a scorched wasteland. All the vehicles had vanished, and the corpses of the Wolf Guild members lay scattered on the ground. When the man with the goatee saw the man in the leather jacket lying dead, his gaze turned icy. What a piece of trash! You can't even handle something this simple! He first picked up the communicator and glanced at it, only to find that the red dot belonging to the man in the leather jacket had disappeared. Then, the man with the goatee pressed the green button and posted a message. Second brother, seventh brother is dead. The stuff must have been stolen. Soon, after the hissing sound subsided, a deep voice rang out. Just as I thought. That small convoy was definitely no match for Old 7. Old 7 must have encountered other players. The player who could kill Old 7 must be extraordinary. They might be from another major guild. I'll chase after them now and see if I can find the murderer. The man with the goatee replied. The voice continued. Don't pursue too deeply. Report any incidents immediately. Even if the Tyrant Alliance steals something from my Wolf Guild, we'll make them return it. Everyone else, keep an eye out and see if there are any suspicious convoys. Good. Good. Several more voices rang out. Third brother, if we haven't found the target in 3 hours, retreat. The guild leader wants us to get to the outskirts of Fu City as soon as possible. The guild has a big plan, so don't be late. I understand. The man with the goatee put away his communicator, then looked in the direction and ordered the convoy to give chase. At the same time, a huge black RV sped along the endless highway. Inside the RV, Lin Hui had just finished listening to the conversation between the man with the goatee and another member of the Wolf Guild. A big plan? He pondered the 3 words, wondering what the Wolf Guild was planning to do. Boss, that convoy seems to be going the wrong way and is getting further and further away from us. Should we chase after them? Su Qingqian, Who was in the passenger seat? Suddenly asked, her eyes glued to the center console screen. Lin Hui turned his head slightly and looked at Su Qingqian with a slightly surprised expression. Your courage has improved quite a bit, actually suggesting that we take the initiative to pursue the enemy. A faint blush instantly spread across Su Qingqian's cheeks. She lowered her head and said in a slightly softer voice, Well, I only dared to think that way because the boss is here. Seeing this, Lin Hui couldn't help but smile. We definitely need to chase them, but not by directly engaging them in a direct confrontation. We can use a different tactic. What tactic should we switch to? Su Qingqian blinked her beautiful eyes. Chapter 40 New Tactics. New Objectives. Chapter 40 New Tactics. New Objectives. A different tactic? Su Qingqian blinked her big eyes, looking curious. Boss, shouldn't we just run over it? Like before? After experiencing the previous one-sided massacre, this once delicate school beauty seems to have developed a strange confidence in this simple and brutal fighting style. It may feel good to run them over, but that's not a long-term solution. As Lin Hui watched the red dot on the central control screen gradually recede into the distance, he patiently explained. First of all, we don't know if the other side has any trump cards that could threaten the RV. Although our RV has amazing defensive capabilities, what if the other side has some strange and extraordinary item like the Eye of the Fallen? More importantly, Lin Hui paused, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. We are hunters now. The greatest pleasure of a hunter is not wrestling with wild beasts, but setting a perfect trap, then sipping coffee and elegantly watching the prey jump in on its own, only to struggle and despair in the end. Su Qingqian nodded thoughtfully, then stared at Lin Hui's face and couldn't help but say, Boss, you're so naughty! Hey. Lin Hui chuckled and then asked, Qingqian, do you know how to modify anti-tank mines? He obtained 10 boxes of anti-tank mines, a total of 500, from the abandoned arsenal. However, those anti-tank mines were pressure-triggered, which was rather rigid and not flexible enough. If it can be modified into a controllable system, the execution of the new tactics will be smoother. Yes. Su Qingqian puffed out her chest, her face full of confidence. As long as I have the corresponding components, I can modify it. Very good. After Lin Hui finished speaking, he took out a drone from the alternate dimension and handed it to Su Qingqian. Change it too. I want it to not only look good, but also lay eggs. Lay eggs? Su Qingqian was taken aback, then her eyes lit up. Boss, are you planning to drop bombs from the air? Clever. Lin Hui patted Su Qingqian's head and continued. Finally, I'll give you a difficult task, to create an electronic product that can clone voices. I'll use it very much. No problem. Su Qingqian clenched her fist. Lin Hui took out all sorts of materials from the alternate dimension, as well as anti-tank mines, and handed them to Su Qingqian. After Su Qingqian left, Lin Hui turned to look at the cold and beautiful older woman who was wiping her sniper rifle. Liushi. She stopped cleaning her gun and looked up at Lin Hui. Your task is to control the situation. If the enemy detects the anti-tank mines in advance, you should fire. The first shot must take out their lead vehicle and block the road. Then, call out the names of anyone who dares to get out of the vehicle. I understand. She nodded gently, then her gaze fell on Lin Hui's eyes, and she couldn't help but ask. Boss Lin, what did you do in your original world? Lin Hui blurted out. A freshman. Military academy? She asked again. No. Lin Hui shook his head, then casually added. I did consider applying to a military academy, and my scores should be high enough, but I probably won't pass the political review. She opened her mouth, intending to ask. Why? But swallowed the words back. She felt that the boy in front of her had a story. However, years of professional experience have taught her that if the other party doesn't want to talk about it, never ask. After a moment of silence, She stood up and said, I'm going to help Qingqian. Although I don't understand the principles of machinery, I know a lot about weapons. This is the knowledge that the awakened shooting specialization has given me. Lin Hui nodded slightly, then suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the black RV veered off the road, heading towards the road where the Wolf Guild's convoy was located. As he drove, he opened the system panel, intending to check if there was any information of interest to him in the regional chat channel. But just then, Lin Hui noticed a private message. He clicked on it and saw a familiar ID, Li Xian. The message was sent 2 hours ago, and he hadn't opened the system at that time, so he didn't see it. Li Xian, is the boss still there? The 5 of us risked our lives. We dismantled all the scrap metal from a ruin. We even tried to buy it from many players in the regional chat channel. The picture shows piles of scrap metal stacked neatly, like small mountains. 150,000 units? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Li Xian is quite efficient at his work, he's a promising talent. Lin Hui, received. As previously agreed, 150,000 units of scrap metal will be exchanged for 50 units of universal fuel. Alternatively, you can exchange them for an equivalent amount of food and ammunition. The message was replied to almost instantly. You could feel Li Xian's excitement and trembling even through the screen. Li Xian, switch to all-purpose fuel. Only all-purpose fuel. With all-purpose fuel, we can go further and find more scrap metal. Boss, you're a true saint. We'll do this business for life. A living bodhisattva? Lin Hui smiled and completed the transaction casually. At the same time, he also told Li Xian that he also collected waste glass, and the purchase price was the same as that for scrap iron. Scrap glass can be synthesized into high-grade bulletproof glass, which is also one of the materials needed to upgrade Tier 5 vehicles. After closing the system interface, Lin Hui's mind stirred, and his consciousness entered another dimension. There was a pile of scrap iron as big as a small mountain. Synthesis! Lin Hui said softly. Buzz! The massive mountain of scrap iron collapsed instantly, countless impurities were removed, and the metal atoms rearranged and recombined at the microscopic level. 150,000 units of scrap iron synthetic, 15,000 units of refined steel. 15,000 units of refined steel synthetic, 1,500 units of armor steel. 1,500 units of armor-resistant bulletproof steel composite, 150 units of high-strength titanium alloy. 150 units of high-strength titanium alloy crafted from 15 units of blue titanium alloy, perfect critical hit. In just a few seconds, the once massive garbage dump has disappeared. Instead, there are 15 top-grade alloy plates that emit a faint blue light. 15 units of perfect-grade blue titanium alloy. High-strength titanium alloys are already very rare, let alone the next grade, blue titanium alloy. 1 unit of high-strength titanium alloy is worth a market price of 100 parts of universal fuel. No one has ever sold blue titanium alloy, but its price is at least 10 times that of high-strength titanium alloy. Lin Hui obtained 15 units of perfect-grade blue titanium alloy using only 50 units of universal fuel. I'm so tired of struggling. But for Li Xian and his group, that scrap metal was just bulky garbage that took up space. They didn't even want the trouble of throwing it away. Being able to exchange it for 50 units of universal fuel was like a windfall. Both sides felt they had come out on top, but Lin Hui clearly won because of the atmosphere. Lin Hui then combined the steel and armored bulletproof steel from the other dimension into a blue titanium alloy. He now has a total of 270 units of blue titanium alloy. He's lucky, 90 of them are perfect-grade blue titanium alloy. Although upgrading to LV5 only requires high-strength titanium alloy, Lin Hui wants to use blue titanium alloy directly. There are only 30 units left to reach the required 300 units of material. I'm sure I'll be able to collect them all soon. Currently, out of nearly 400,000 survivor players, only about 50 have reached vehicle level 5. The main reason, besides the rarity of LV5 vehicle upgrade blueprints, is the materials required for the upgrade. High-strength titanium alloy, high-grade bulletproof glass, and reconnaissance radar chip 1.0 are also rare. For Lin Hui, the first two items were not a problem. He only needed to use scrap iron and scrap glass to synthesize them. The most crucial component now is the reconnaissance radar chip 1.0. Regional chat channels are no longer reliable. Almost no one will trade good items there. However, Lin Hui already had another idea: to rob him. They stole from the players of the Wolf Guild. One of them must be a level 5 vehicle. If that vehicle has a reconnaissance radar function, I can take it down and dismantle it to get the reconnaissance radar chip. Chapter 41 Ambush. Chapter 41 Ambush. 3 hours later, Lin Hui took a long detour and finally arrived at his destination. Based on the map of the zombie wilderness and the movement route of the Wolf Guild convoy, he found an excellent ambush position. This is a canyon with steep rock walls on both sides and a road in the middle that can only accommodate 3 cars side by side. And just then, Su Qingqian's voice also came through, saying that all preparations had been completed. Lin Hui immediately stepped on the brakes. As planned, Su Qingqian and Liu Shi got off the bus. Su Qingqian lays the ground. Lin Hui, on the other hand, found a sniping spot and lay in ambush. Su Qingqian was lying on the road, holding a specially made mine-laying tool in her hand, her movements so skillful they were dazzling. "Boss, it's done!" 10 minutes later, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and pointed to several concealed spots that had been set up. "These are the main mines. I've combined 3 times the explosive charge, enough to destroy a level 4 heavily armored vehicle. I've also made 2 remote-controlled fuses so they're foolproof. And this too." She pointed to the drone hovering overhead, with 2 modified high-explosive anti-tank mines mounted below it. "As long as you give the order, boss, it's a bomber." "Well done." Lin Hui nodded approvingly, then looked at Lin Hui, who had already set up her sniper rifle in a crevice in the rocks high above. She was covered in camouflage netting, making her almost blend into the rock. "Liushi, perfect location. Everything is ready." Lin Hui drove the RV behind a huge rock. He sat in the spacious and comfortable driver's seat, where the central control screen in front of him displayed 2 separate images. On the left is a high-definition aerial view transmitted by a drone. The image on the right is a dynamic red dot map of radar scanning. 10 kilometers to go. 5 kilometers. 3 kilometers. 1 kilometer. Lin Hui fiddled with a detonator in his hand, took out a can of iced cola from the car refrigerator, and gently pulled open the lid. C-. The sound of bubbles was particularly clear in the quiet carriage. At the same time, the man with the goatee was sitting in a modified LV.4 military Hummer, his face so gloomy it could drip water. He had been driving his convoy across the wasteland for more than 3 hours, but had found nothing. "Damn it, where did that player who stole the LV-5 vehicle upgrade blueprints go?" The man with the goatee scratched his beard in frustration and picked up his walkie-talkie. "Attention all vehicles, keep your distance. The terrain ahead is complex, be careful of player ambushes." Although he said that, he didn't really think there would be an ambush. After all, they are the Wolf Guild. Most guilds or players would run away as fast as they could when they see the logo on their vehicle. Moreover, he has a dozen fully armed heavy vehicles here, including 20 vehicle-mounted machine guns, 2 RPGs, and a light mortar. With this firepower configuration, as long as they don't encounter anyone from the Overlord Alliance, they can basically roam freely in this area. Unless the other person is out of their mind or suicidal, seeing this kind of scene would definitely make them run as far away as possible. "Third brother, should we take a detour? Something doesn't feel right." The driver next to the man with the goatee suddenly spoke up. He was rather timid. "Drive slowly and be careful." The man with the goatee shook his head. "He's already wasted some time chasing after the player who killed Lao Chi, and if he changes roads again, he might miss the guild leader's important mission." The convoy slowly drove into the canyon. The road here narrows, casting shadows that create a sense of oppression. Above, there seemed to be an inconspicuous bird flying by, making a slight buzzing sound. But nobody noticed. "Third brother, the road conditions ahead seem a bit off." The driver of the lead vehicle suddenly said into the walkie-talkie. "The soil on the ground looks freshly turned." The man with the goatee felt a chill run down his spine. His instincts, honed from years of risking his life, sent shivers down his spine. "Oh no! Stop the car! Stop the car now!" He roared at the top of his lungs into the walkie-talkie. However, it's too late. Just as the lead vehicle slammed on the brakes, the car jerked violently to a halt. Sitting in his RV, drinking cola, Lin Hui watched the vehicle enter the red circle on the screen and gently pressed the red button in his hand. Boom! A deafening roar, so loud it seemed to shatter eardrums, instantly shattered the tranquility of the valley. That wasn't a landmine. Instead, it was a triple-tube anti-tank mine that Su Qingqian had specially added to detonate simultaneously. A huge fireball shot into the air, hurling the heavily armored, modified pickup truck, weighing several tons, into the air more than 10 meters high. The car disintegrated in midair, its parts raining down before turning into a burning pile of scrap metal that crashed heavily onto the second car behind it. "Enemy attack! Ambush!" The man with the goatee felt his ears ringing, before he could even react to the terrifying explosion. Suddenly, the bird above our heads dropped 2 dark objects. It landed right between 2 vehicles that were trying to turn around and escape. Boom! Boom! 2 more explosions were heard. Smoke and dust billowed, and gravel flew everywhere. "Over there! On the mountain! Counterattack! Flatten that hilltop!" The members of the Wolf Guild were, after all, desperate criminals. After a brief moment of panic, they immediately launched a counterattack. More than a dozen machine guns opened fire wildly in the direction from which the explosion came, sending sparks flying across the rock face. But at that moment, "Call out dash!" A bullet, accompanied by a piercing whistle, pierced through the billowing smoke and dust. Bang! The machine gunner in the second vehicle had his head explode like a watermelon. His headless body lay limply in the truck bed, his finger still on the trigger, the machine gun futilely spitting fire into the sky. "Over there! Sniper!" Bang! Another shot. The Wolf Guild player who tried to get out of the car to find cover was shot and sent flying. Liu Shi's location was too tricky. It was a natural blind spot for shooting. And she was like death calling her name. Every gunshot takes a life. The entire convoy was trapped in a narrow valley, unable to move forward or backward, and could only passively take the hits. Fear began to spread in everyone's heart. "Damn it! Back up! Back up now!" The man with the goatee watched his brothers fall one after another. Although he was unwilling, he could only retreat. "How can we fight if we don't even know where the enemy is?" Lin Hui sat in the RV, watching the panicked prey on the monitor screen, and precisely threw the empty Coke can into the trash can. Then, he pressed the remote control again, and the minefield that had been buried behind him was detonated. Boom dash! The deafening explosion echoed throughout the canyon once again. Chapter 42, We're plundering your Wolf Guild. Chapter 42, We're plundering your Wolf Guild. The smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated. The once orderly and imposing Wolf Guild convoy was now nothing more than a pile of twisted scrap metal and burning wreckage. A column of black smoke shot straight into the sky, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of burning and blood. Apart from the man with the goatee who was deliberately left behind and the driver sitting in the driver's seat, almost everyone else was wiped out. Click, click! Lin Hui drove the RV slowly into the battlefield. The crunching sound of 40-ton wheels rolling over metal debris and bones became the final straw that broke the survivors' psychological defenses. "Don't kill me! I surrender!" The driver was terrified. He crawled out of the overturned car, knelt on the ground covered with broken glass, and cowed out desperately until his forehead bled. The man with the goatee, though his face was covered in blood and one of his legs had been blown off, still had a fierce look in his eyes. He leaned against a still-burning tire, gripping a large-caliber revolver tightly in his hand, staring intently at the black RV parked in front of him. "You want to kill me? Not so easy!" The man with the goatee roared and raised his hand to fire. Bang! Before he could pull the trigger, a bullet pierced his wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The pistol fell to the ground. On a distant rock, Liu Shi blew away the smoke from the muzzle of her gun, her expression indifferent. Lin Hui pushed open the car door, his tactical boots making a steady sound as they stepped on the ground. He ignored the driver who was kowtowing, and walked straight up to the man with the goatee. He stepped on the wound on the man's broken leg and ground it hard. "Ah!" The man with the goatee let out a blood-curdling scream, his clothes instantly soaked with cold sweat, and he curled up like a shrimp. "The bones are quite strong." Lin Hui squatted down, looking at the face contorted with pain, his voice so calm it sent chills down your spine. The man with the goatee, enduring the pain, stared intently at Lin Hui. "Do you know I'm from the Wolf Guild? How dare you rob us?" "The Wolf Guild?" Lin Hui chuckled upon hearing this. "We're going to rob your Wolf Guild." "Tell me about it. What are your guild's big plans?" Lin Hui learned through the communicator that the members of the Wolf Guild were heading to the vicinity of Fu City, and the entire guild was about to launch a major plan. "You also know about the grand plan?" The man with the goatee was taken aback, then said coldly, "Who exactly are you? A member of the Overlord Alliance? Or Iron Blood Heavy Industries?" Lin Hui smiled, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "You can guess." "I guess you." The man with the goatee glared fiercely at Lin Hui and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. "Pa! Want to know? Dream on. I know you too well. You won't let me go. If I fall into your hands, it's because I'm not as good as you. But remember this. I'm the vice leader of the Wolf Guild. If you kill me, the leader won't let you off. He'll skin you alive and tear out your tendons, and he'll take all the women around you." Snap! Lin Hui remained expressionless, reached out and grabbed his other intact arm, then gently bent it. The sound of bones breaking is crisp and pleasant. "Ah dash!" The man with the goatee was in so much pain that he almost fainted, and his eyes were about to pop out. "You talk too much nonsense." Lin Hui said calmly, his eyes showing no emotion. I gave you a chance. Since you want to be a tough guy, then I'll grant your wish. He stood up, no longer glancing at the man with the goatee, and turned to look at the trembling driver. You tell me. The driver was so terrified by what he saw that he wet his pants. Looking into Lin Hui's cold eyes, he felt it was more terrifying than seeing a demon. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Stop torturing me. You dare say that? The man with the goatee glared at the driver. Aren't you afraid of the gang leader's methods? Besides, even if you did say it, do you think this person would let us go? Upon hearing this, the driver's eyes flashed with fear. Lin Hui stomped heavily on the man with the goatee's head, the immense pain rendering him unable to speak. Then, he looked at the driver and said, Don't worry, as long as I'm satisfied with what you say, I'll let you go. Really? The driver asked, looking at Lin Hui. Lin Hui said calmly, Of course, you can choose not to believe me, and then I'll shoot you right now. I'll talk. The driver trembled, and spilled everything he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. That grand plan is for the chairman to set up checkpoints on the outskirts of Busan. The guild leader said this is pig farming. Once those solo players and small guilds have collected most of the resources, we'll harvest them all at once. It's effortless and profitable. Hearing this, Su Qingqian clenched her fists. These people were simply insane. Aren't you afraid that all the solo players and small guilds will unite and wipe you out? The driver glanced at Su Qingqian and said in a low voice, To be honest, we're not afraid of anyone except the Overlord Alliance. Besides, the guild leader didn't say he was going to kill those casual players. They just need to pay the toll to enter Fu City. Give up money to avoid disaster, or be hunted down and killed by us? I bet many players would choose the former, right? Lin Hui rubbed his nose. This did indeed seem like something the Wolf Guild would do, treating players like leeks to be harvested. Even if the Wolf Guild wanted to wipe them out, the three major guilds and other powerful forces probably wouldn't agree, since the mission in Fushur still needed a lot of solo players or small forces to act as cannon fodder. Although I'm not afraid of anything, this serves as a reminder to myself to make thorough preparations before entering Busan. Lin Hui took a light breath and continued. Now tell me in detail about your guild. What is its organizational structure? How many people are in it? The driver glanced at the third brother who was still screaming in pain, his voice trembling. Our guild has a total of 10 halls, and each hall is divided into 10 teams, with each team having between 40 and 60 people. Lin Hui pointed at the man with the goatee. What's his name? Which gang do you and he belong to? The driver's Adam's apple bobbed as he said, We are from the Tsanglong Hall. His name is Hui. He is the captain of the third team and also the deputy hall master. We all call him third brother. Lin Hui silently noted it down and continued to ask. How many level 5 or higher vehicles does the Wolf Guild currently have? The driver thought for a moment and said, At least 12 vehicles. The president and vice president have level 6 vehicles, and the leaders of the 10 branches all have level 5 vehicles. I've also heard that the vice leaders of other branches are looking for materials to upgrade their vehicles, but I don't know if they've succeeded. At this point, he flashed a fawning smile. Today, we found a Tier 5 vehicle upgrade blueprint, but unfortunately it was stolen. We were just chasing after that person. I can take you to find him. The driver tried to offer a valuable piece of information in exchange for Lin Hui's trust. Lin Hui nodded slightly. No rush. One last question for you, what's your leader's name? What kind of vehicle is his upgraded version of? Does it have reconnaissance radar capabilities? The driver swallowed hard. What are you going to do? Lin Hui said coldly. This is not something you should ask. You just need to answer. The driver took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, The leader's name is Yang Etong, and the vehicle he's using is a modified heavy armored personnel carrier. I don't know if it's equipped with reconnaissance radar, but I've heard that the leader's vehicle can scan all moving targets within a 10-kilometer radius. After saying that, he looked at Lin Hui and said, That's all I know. Very good. Lin Hui nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the man with the goatee on the ground suddenly stopped screaming, raised his head, and revealed a ferocious smile. Kid? You want to lay a hand on your big brother? Do you know how terrifying a Tier 5 vehicle is? You'll be blasted to smithereens before you even get close. Of course, I hope you go. Ha! That way I can see you down there sooner. Oh, really? Lin Hui looked at him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Then I'm even more determined to go and meet him. But before that, I'd like to show you something. Chapter 43 Su Qingqian, boss, what are you going to do? Chapter 43 Su Qingqian, boss, what are you going to do? Lin Hui looked at Su Qingqian. Qingqian, take out your little invention and give it a try. Su Qingqian immediately took out a small black device that looked like a walkie-talkie and waved it in front of the man with the goatee. What is this? The man with the goatee was taken aback. A voice print simulator. Su Qingqian smiled sweetly. I recorded your screams, your voice, and your curses. Through voice print analysis and synthesis, I can perfectly simulate your voice. After saying that, she pressed the switch and said into the microphone, Big brother, I'm in danger, requesting backup. A chilling scene unfolded. What came through the speaker was indeed the slightly hoarse, trembling voice of the man with the goatee, a voice filled with pain and alcohol. Even the tone of voice was incredibly lifelike. You all. The man with the goatee stared wide-eyed, as if he had seen a ghost, and his whole body began to tremble violently. He suddenly understood what Lin Hui was trying to do. With this, I can use your identity to lure that hall master out. Lin Hui took the voice print simulator, his eyes cold. I don't need to go looking for him. I can let him come to his death on his own. You devil! The goatee-bearded man roared in despair. He found that this young man, who looked like a college student, was even more terrifying than the Wolf Guild. The man with the goatee seemed to have thought of something, and opened the system panel, wanting to send out the message. However, when Lin Hui saw the blue system interface appear on the goatee man's face, he immediately understood what the other man was thinking. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A wisp of smoke rose from the axe gun in Lin Hui's hand. A bloody hole appeared between the eyebrows of the man with the goatee, and his eyes, filled with shock and resentment, were forever frozen at that moment. He never imagined that he would become an accomplice in the ambush of his boss in this way until his death. The driver next to him, seeing this, desperately shrank back, his face contorted in a grimace that looked more like a grimace than a cry. Brother, I promise I'll keep today's events a secret, and I'll never go back to the Wolf Guild. I was forced into this before, but now I just want to be a good person. You said you would let me go. Lin Hui glanced at the driver, his eyes calm. I just promised you I wouldn't kill you. The driver was overjoyed and was about to kowtow to express his gratitude. But Lin Hui changed the subject, looked at Lu Xi in the distance, and shrugged. She didn't agree. The driver froze, then abruptly turned to look at Lu Xi. He was greeted by Lu Xi's emotionless eyes. Bang! Without any hesitation, Lu Xi pulled the trigger. She never showed any mercy to such villains who aided and abetted evil and whose hands were stained with the blood of innocents. Eliminating them completely was the first lesson she learned in the apocalypse. 10 minutes later. After the supplies were collected, the RV set off again. Inside the car, Su Qingqian deciphered the communicator she found on the man with the goatee and handed it to Lin Hui. Boss, someone is looking for Hu Wei on the communicator. Lin Hui pressed the red button, and after a buzzing sound, a deep male voice rang out. Third brother, how's it going? Have you spotted the target? Received a reply. Lin Hui recognized the voice. When he was eavesdropping earlier, the man with the goatee called him second brother. So he took out his voice print simulator, took a deep breath, and adjusted his breathing and state of mind. Then, he pressed the green message button. The next second, the hoarse voice of the goatee man rang out. Second brother, no target found yet. I'm heading towards Busan. Soon, the deep male voice rang out again. All right. Hurry up. Don't delay the chairman's business. Seeing Lin Hui put down the voice print simulator, Su Qingqian blinked her big eyes and asked, Boss, what do we do next? Lin Hui opened the map on the central control screen, smiled and said, Of course, it's to find burial sites for them. Next, Lin Hui and his two companions studied the map. Finally, they chose an abandoned hospital more than 500 kilometers away as their target. After confirming the location, Lin Hui looked at the girl beside him and said, Qingqian, continue modifying the anti-tank mines, and make use of those grenades as well, make more. We have more enemies this time, so we need to cover a larger area with mines. Also, make some more powerful air-to-ground missiles. The kind that can destroy level 5 vehicles. Yes. Su Qingqian nodded emphatically. Lin Hui shifted his gaze to Lu Xi, who was wiping her sniper rifle again. She seems to have a severe case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. She's always cleaning guns whenever she has a spare moment. Lin Hui smiled and said softly, Sister Lu, you've been a CEO before, so you're quite good at negotiating business. How about you take on the responsibility of procurement as well, even if it means a little more hard work? He doesn't usually keep an eye on the local chat channel, so he misses out on a lot of information and items. If Lin Hui could take over, then I would be much more relaxed. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Hui straightened her back, revealing her shapely figure. She rolled her eyes at Lin Hui, knowing perfectly well what he was thinking. In her original world, she was the one who gave orders to others. No one ever controlled her. But he owed Lin Hui his life. As long as her mission in Busan continues, she remains Lin Hui's employee. Actually, this kind of life is quite good, and the RV is also very powerful. Is it really necessary for me to start a guild? The thought flashed through her mind, and Lin Hui was suddenly startled. She realized that her heart was wavering. She glanced at Lin Hui with a complicated expression, then sighed and said, "No problem." Lin Hui smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you from now on, Sister Lu." Hearing their conversation, Su Qingqian turned around and said with a smile, "Sister Lu, could you please keep an eye out for gunpowder, sensors, batteries, and other such items?" After this battle, Su Qingqian realized the strategic significance of drones. She decided to try and see if she could build a drone. "Okay." She wrote it down and looked at Lin Hui. "Boss, what about you?" Lin Hui chuckled and took out the list he had prepared beforehand. She took the list and saw that it contained gene serums, mental energy serums, extraordinary items, level 6 vehicle upgrade blueprints, and reconnaissance radar chips. She looked up and reminded her, "Don't you need high-grade bulletproof glass?" She remembered that one of the materials needed to upgrade the RV to level 5 was high-grade bulletproof glass. "No need for that." "Oh." She nodded gently, then, as if remembering something, said, "Boss, aren't you going to give me some supplies? There are people trading these items in the chat channel, so there must be a lot of competitors. If I need to ask you for supplies again, I definitely won't be able to outrob others." Lin Hui nodded in agreement, then looked at Lin Hui and Su Qingqian and said, "You two come with me, I'll take you somewhere." "Boss, where are we going?" Su Qingqian asked. "You'll see when you get here." Lin Hui blinked. The RV was parked in a secluded spot. He led Lin Hui and Su Qingqian into his bedroom. "Huh!" Su Qingqian glanced around the room, her pretty face instantly turning as red as an apple. She whispered, "Boss, what are you doing? Am I going with Sister Lu? That's so embarrassing." Lin Hui glanced at Su Qingqian and immediately realized that the girl had misunderstood. He tilted his head and looked at Su Qingqian with a smile. "We're already so familiar with each other, why would you be shy?" Su Qingqian nervously intertwined her two fingers, stammering, "Actually, well, what you said makes some sense. Well, it's not impossible." She seemed to have made a major decision, and suddenly looked up, only to find that Lin Hui was no longer beside her. Moving her gaze, Su Qingqian saw Lin Hui and Lin Hui standing next to a locker. At this moment, Lin Hui smiled slightly and said, "Haven't you all been curious about where the supplies dropped by killing monsters and the materials dropped by dismantling vehicles go?" Chapter 44 Boss, are you a god? Chapter 44 Boss, are you a god? Su Qingqian looked at Lin Hui's back and then at the ordinary-looking locker. The blush on her face instantly faded, replaced by a look of utter bewilderment. "Huh! Not that one?" She was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. So the boss just wanted to show them the supplies? Although Lin Hui maintained a cool and aloof demeanor on the surface, a hint of barely perceptible curiosity flashed in her eyes. She had previously guessed that Lin Hui might have awakened some extremely rare spatial spiritual technique, otherwise those mountains of materials and supplies could not have disappeared into thin air. "Are you ready?" Lin Hui placed his hand on the locker doorknob, glanced back at the two of them, and a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. "The following scenes may slightly overturn your worldview." Click. The moment the cabinet door opened, a strange ripple spread out like water. The originally dark interior of the cabinet had no end, but instead a void entrance shrouded in soft white light. This? Lin Hui had been standing with her arms crossed, maintaining her unique mature and reserved demeanor, but at this moment, her usually calm and beautiful eyes were wide open, and her pupils contracted sharply. As for Su Qingqian, she exaggeratedly covered her mouth, her blush still fading, replaced by a shocked paleness. "What is this?" Su Qingqian's voice trembled. Lin Hui, a faint smile playing on his lips, stepped into the white light first, then turned back and waved to the two of them. "What are you standing there for?" The two women took a deep breath and carefully followed the illusory gate of light. Boom dash. It felt as if you were suddenly transported from a narrow alley to a magnificent giant square. My vision suddenly opened up. They were standing in a huge, pure white space. There were no lights overhead, but the light was extremely soft and bright. She mechanically turned her head and looked at the mountain of supplies on her left. It truly is as solid as a mountain. Crates of bottled water were stacked high, and over 1,000 packages of all-purpose fuel were neatly arranged, exuding a reassuring industrial aesthetic. Various meats, vegetables, fruits, snacks, and daily necessities were also on display. In the distance, there were also guns, ammunition, and steel lying around haphazardly. This is your warehouse. She took a deep breath, trying to make her voice less trembling. She originally thought Lin Hui just had a larger backpack. But what's in front of me? Judging by appearances, it's at least 200,000 or 300,000 cubic meters. This isn't a warehouse, it's clearly a miniature world. It's a little messy. I haven't had time to tidy it up yet. Lin Hui casually picked up a bottle of soda, unscrewed it, took a sip, and spoke as casually as if he were introducing his own vegetable garden in the backyard. Currently, it's about 200,000 cubic meters. Items placed in this space will be absolutely kept fresh and will never rot. After upgrading to a level 4 motorhome, the space increases by another 100,000 cubic meters. In the future, the space will double with each upgrade of the vehicle. 200,000 cubic meters? Su Qingqian felt that her brain was no longer able to keep up. What does 200,000 cubic meters mean? This is equivalent to the internal volume of a stadium. Boss! Su Qingqian swallowed hard, looking at Lin Hui with a dazed expression. Are you really not related to the Doomsday Survival game? This isn't a vehicle, it's a mobile shelter. Compared to Su Qingqian's simple shock, Lu Shi's focus was more practical, never to be corrupt. She walked up to the mountain of supplies, all of which were very fresh, as if they had just been picked. Lu Shi was once again shocked. As someone who had once been in a position of power, she knew all too well what this meant. This is not just storage, it's a strategic level resource preservation warehouse. But that wasn't the most shocking thing for her. She discovered that there were more than 200 pieces of alloy with a faint blue luster piled up here. She didn't recognize these alloys, but she could tell at a glance that they were not comparable to high-strength titanium alloys. Dozens of high-grade bulletproof glass were placed next to the blue alloy body. She had never seen Lin Hui collect these rare materials before. Moreover, she noticed a detail. That included steel and basic bulletproof glass from dismantling tanks and armored vehicles from the New Light Mutual Aid Association and the Evil Wolf Guild, as well as steel scraps from countless abandoned cars and high-strength titanium alloys obtained from abandoned aircraft parts factories. These materials are all gone. Here, there's only scrap metal from the caravan that was just ambushed and killed by the man with the goatee. Could it be? A crazy idea popped into her head. She pointed to the pile of blue titanium alloy, hesitated, and said, Boss, these. Lin Hui noticed Shi's reaction. He smiled and casually tossed the empty Coke can aside. He walked up to the small pile of steel and gently placed his long, slender fingers on the scrap steel plate. Sister Lu, look carefully. Lin Hui's mind raced. Golden Legendary Entry Infinite Synthesis, Activate. In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst forth from Lin Hui's palm, instantly enveloping the large pile of scrap steel in front of him. Buzz dash. A strange buzzing sound echoed throughout the space. Under the horrified gazes of Lu Shi and Su Qingqian, the gray-black steel seemed to melt, and began to twist, compress, and recombine wildly. Impurities are removed, and the molecular structure is forcibly altered. The originally gray-black scrap iron mountain is shrinking in size at a rate visible to the naked eye. A few seconds later, the light faded. The original pile of scrap metal disappeared. Instead, there were 3 perfect grade blue titanium alloy plates, emitting a faint blue light, neatly stacked on the ground. It was a mesmerizing deep blue, with a surface as smooth as a mirror, as if it contained the stars and the sea. This is... She reached out her hand, trembling, wanting to touch it, but not daring to. Lin Hui patted the dust off his hands and said calmly, It took about 30,000 units of scrap iron to synthesize 3 units of blue titanium alloy. Dead silence. The entire alternate dimension fell into a deathly silence. She suddenly turned her head to look at Lin Hui. She finally understood why Lin Hui dared to be so arrogant in collecting scrap metal. Why is his car so ridiculously defensive? Turn out to be. He is different from ordinary players. In this wasteland, Lin Hui, who has mastered this god-level ability, is simply a god. Oh my god! Su Qingqian clung to Lin Hui's arm, her eyes sparkling. Boss! From now on, I'll believe you if you say the sun is square. You're so handsome. This is just too handsome. Transforming a pile of junk into a priceless top-grade alloy in an instant. This is the power of the creator. Lu Shi took a deep breath, trying to calm her wildly beating heart. She looked at Lin Hui and said, Boss, since you have this kind of ability, the business we're going to do is not just as simple as purchasing. We can even monopolize the rare materials market in the entire C996 region. Lin Hui gave her an approving look. I'll leave it to you to do. Chapter 45 The Mysterious Girl. After the strange girl emerged from the alternate dimension in Chapter 45, the relationship between the three of them clearly grew closer. Su Qingqian admired Lin Hui even more. Lu Shi felt an even deeper sense of belonging to the RV. After witnessing Lin Hui's abilities, she had completely given up on the idea of starting her own guild. She is indeed strong-willed, but if there is a stronger and more outstanding person who can lead her, she is willing to be subordinate to him. But he could only be below Lin Hui. I expect to hire more employees in the RV park in the future, so I must make sure I have a firm grip on the position of second-in-command. Lu Shi glanced at Lin Hui, who was returning to the driver's seat, and secretly drew a red line for her own identity. The RV sped across the zombie wasteland. Over the next few hours, Lin Hui made his way towards the abandoned hospital, clearing out several groups of zombies and other alien species along the way. With the V-shaped titanium alloy obstacle-breaking shovel in front of the RV, coupled with Lu Shi's superb marksmanship, Lin Hui easily harvested a large amount of supplies and materials. Night falls. The wasteland was swallowed by endless darkness. Only the occasional howls of corpses echoing from afar serve as a reminder that this is the end of the world. Lin Hui drove his massive RV and, following the map's directions, slowly brought it to a stop in front of a desolate cluster of buildings. Their destination was 200 meters ahead. According to the map, the name of this hospital is Renai Hospital. Arrive. Lin Hui turned off the car lights, leaving only a faint glow on the dashboard. Through the huge bulletproof windshield, the three looked at the group of buildings that appeared particularly eerie in the night. The main structure of the hospital building has collapsed halfway, resembling a dying giant lying in the darkness. He will set a trap here, then lure the leader of the Wolf Guild here and annihilate him. At this moment, Su Qingqian suddenly pointed in the direction of the hospital entrance and lowered her voice. Boss, look at the entrance. Lin Hui adjusted the focus, and with his low-light night vision, he instantly saw the situation on the other side. At that moment, his brows furrowed slightly. At the entrance of the overgrown hospital, there was a dilapidated bus parked. That wasn't some upgraded doomsday vehicle, nor was it a heavy vehicle belonging to a guild leader. Moreover, it's the very first-level vehicle. In the depths of this wasteland teeming with zombies and mutated beasts, in this godforsaken place more than 2,000 kilometers away from the starting zone, there was actually a fragile level 1 car parked there. This is not scientific. Lu Shi, clutching her sniper rifle, frowned deeply. How did this Class 1 vehicle get here? Lin Hui slowly raised his head, his gaze passing over the strange bus and looking towards the top floor of the hospital building. In this pitch-black, deathly silence, a light was on in one of the windows on that floor. There's a power supply? Su Qingqian gasped. This area has been abandoned for countless years. The backup generator in this abandoned hospital should have been scrapped long ago. A dilapidated Tier 1 vehicle. A window lit by a stark white light. In the dead of night, amidst the rampant zombies, this extreme anomaly filled the air with a chilling atmosphere. It seems we're not the only players here. Lin Hui squinted, his fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel. This was the burial ground he had carefully chosen for the Wolf Guild, and he certainly wasn't willing to give it up easily. No matter who was inside, they had to be moved. I'll go scout out that car. Lu Shi neatly tied her long hair back, tightened her tactical bulletproof vest, put on infrared night vision goggles, and carried a sniper rifle equipped with a silencer. Her eyes were sharp. As a highly skilled marksman, stealth is her forte. Be careful. Lin Hui nodded. Keep communications open. Don't worry. Lu Shi nodded gently, then got out of the RV. The night wind carried the smell of decay, and under the cover of darkness, Lu Shi crept toward the hospital gate like a ghost. Her movements were very professional, Using bushes and abandoned stone blocks as cover, she quickly approached the dilapidated bus. "Boss, something's wrong." Lu Shi's hushed voice came through the earpiece, tinged with doubt. "There's no one in the car, but there are dozens of zombies." "Zombies?" Lin Hui was taken aback. "Yes." Lu Shi pressed her face against the bus window and peered inside, lowering her voice. "These zombies are strange. They seem to have lost all sense of feeling and are just wandering around inside the bus." "Don't touch that car, go into the hospital lobby and take a look," Lin Hui said in a deep voice. "Qin Qian, deploy the drones for support." "Receive!" Su Qingqian's fingers flew across the keyboard, and the modified reconnaissance and strike drones silently took off, flying towards the lit rooftop. The corridor was silent through the glass of the window. At the same time, Lu Shi had already slipped into the hospital lobby. The hall was in a mess, with dried blood and stretchers everywhere, but there were no zombies. Lu Shi's voice came through. "There isn't a single zombie. It's unusually quiet. I'll go up to the rooftop and take a look." After saying that, she took the bag and went up the steps. Second floor, third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor. Everything is normal. No signs of life. Lu Shi lowered her voice. "I've gone up to the top floor and am now in the corridor, just near that glowing room." Sizzle. Suddenly, a static noise came through the headphones. A sense of foreboding rose in Lin Hui's heart. "Sister Lu? Report the situation." "What is that?" Lu Shi's voice suddenly became urgent, with a hint of barely concealed fear. "What's wrong?" Lin Hui asked immediately. "There's a sizzling sound inside the house." Bang! After a short gunshot, communications were completely cut off. "Lu Shi!" Lin Hui suddenly stood up. "Boss! Drone footage!" Su Qingqian suddenly exclaimed. The moment Lu Shi was injured, she immediately used the weapon on her drone to smash the window and rushed into the corridor. Lin Hui suddenly turned his head to look at the screen. In the scene, Lu Shi's body is being dragged into the house by a blurry figure. Just then, a dark shadow flashed across the drone's camera lens. Smack! The screen instantly turned into a snowy display. "The drone was destroyed! It was going too fast, I didn't even see what it was." Su Qingqian's face turned pale. "Stay in the car, lock the doors. Be ready to meet me at any moment." Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Hui grabbed the axe gun and the extraordinary item Eye of Mischief. At the same time, with a thought, the muscles in his body instantly tensed up. A full burst of 150 points of physical strength. Boom! He pushed open the car door and jumped out, rushing towards the hospital building like a cannonball. Lu Shi cannot die. This is not only because she is his employee, but also because she is an indispensable long-range firepower in his team. Moreover, the person who was able to make Lu Shi lose contact in such a short time is definitely not a simple character. Lin Hui rushed into the hall, unlike Lu Shi who had sneaked in. He chose the most direct approach. A violent charge. Lin Hui didn't stop and rushed straight to the stairwell. There was a faint, nauseating stench in the air. He rushed to the top floor in one breath. This is the floor where the lights are on. Lin Hui gripped the axe gun tightly in one hand and the eye of blame in the other, slowing his pace and breathing becoming long and shallow. His exceptional hearing allowed him to detect even the faintest sounds coming from deep within the corridor. Tick-tock, tick-tock. That was the sound of liquid dripping. Following the sound, Lin Hui arrived at the double doors at the end of the corridor. That stark white light shone through the crack in this door. Lin Hui took a deep breath and suddenly pushed open the door. Bang! The door slammed against the wall with a loud bang. However, the scene before him sent a chill down Lin Hui's spine, even though he was used to seeing killing. This is an extremely spacious and excessively clean operating room. The shadowless lamp was turned on at maximum power, illuminating the room as bright as day. On a hospital bed in the corner, Lu Shi was sleeping soundly. There were no obvious wounds on her body, and her chest was still rising and falling, as if she was just asleep. In the very center of the operating room stood a huge, specially made operating table. On the operating table lay a monster. That was a giant zombie that was over 4 meters tall. Its body was covered in bulging muscles, its skin was a dull, bluish-gray, and its right arm had grown into a massive, bony hammer. Lin Hui's pupils suddenly contracted. Tier 4 zombie. This is a tyrant among zombies. But that's not the scariest part. The most terrifying thing is that this Tier 4 zombie tyrant is being dissected. Its chest cavity had been completely opened, and black blood flowed through the tubes into the bucket below, making the dripping sound that Lin Hui heard from outside. Beside the tyrant's enormous corpse stood a young girl. She was wearing a pure white dress with a blood-stained transparent raincoat over it. Her long, silvery white hair was casually draped behind her, shimmering with a holy yet eerie luster under the operating lights. She looked to be 18 or 19 years old, with a slender and delicate figure, as if a gust of wind could blow her over. But in her hand she held a delicate scalpel. The Tier 4 tyrant, whose skin even a heavy sniper rifle might not be able to penetrate, was easily sliced and separated by her scalpel, just like a piece of soft tofu. The girl was not alarmed when she heard Lin Hui barge in. Her movements remained elegant, precise, and steady. Clatter. She tossed a piece of the cut-off grayish-black mutated organ into the plate next to her. Then, she slowly turned around. It was a face of breathtaking beauty. It is beautiful. But the sense of horror also reached its peak at that moment. Lin Hui's muscles were taut to the extreme at this moment. Who is this? Player? Is it a special kind of alien species? Or are they indigenous people? The white-haired girl slowly removed her blood-stained rubber gloves, her gray eyes staring silently at Lin Hui. The corners of his mouth suddenly turned up slightly. He revealed a smile that was both innocent and chilling. You're actually all right? Her voice was ethereal, yet carried a strange excitement. Chapter 46 Tyrant. Chapter 46 The scene with the tyrant was truly bizarre. The stark white operating lights illuminated the operating table down to the finest detail, and the air was thick with the pungent odor of putrid blood. On that specially made metal platform large enough to lie down a giant, the 4th-tier tyrant zombie, which should have been rampaging across the wasteland as the top of the food chain, was now lying on an operating table. Its chest cavity was completely opened, revealing the huge, dark purple heart inside. The mastermind behind this cruel scene was a seemingly delicate silver-haired girl. Hearing the silver-haired girl's words, which were tinged with a strange mix of excitement and unease. You're actually all right? Lin Hui didn't let his guard down. Instead, he gripped the axe gun in his hand even tighter. In this apocalyptic world, the things that seem harmless are often the most deadly. Are you an alien or a player? Lin Hui's voice echoed in the empty operating room, carrying undisguised murderous intent. After all, he understands less than 1% of the world. He wasn't surprised at all that some high-level alien species possessed extremely high intelligence and could infiltrate human player groups through mimicry. The girl in front of me could easily suppress and dissect a level 4 tyrant. She didn't seem like a normal human being at all. The silver-haired girl did not answer. She merely tilted her head, her long, flowing silver hair cascading down. She didn't stop what she was doing because of Lin Hui's questioning. Instead, she turned back and continued rummaging through the exposed chest of the level 4 zombie tyrant. Squeak dash. The sound of a scalpel cutting through bone was particularly jarring in the quiet room. It's really interesting that this nerve plexus is still active. She murmured to herself, the scalpel in her hand dancing like a butterfly flitting among flowers, precisely severing a blood vessel next to the tyrant's heart. Black blood splattered onto the transparent raincoat. Were we ignored? Lin Hui's eyes turned cold. He glanced at Lu Shi, who was lying unconscious in the corner, and without further hesitation, raised the axe in his hand, ready to shoot the strange girl. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, call dash! A faint yet foul-smelling gust of wind suddenly came from the corridor behind. Lin Hui's hearing was extremely sharp. Almost instinctively, he took a step to the side, his body tensing up instantly like a fully drawn bow. Whoosh! A sharp claw, carrying a foul stench, grazed past his ear and slammed into the floor where he had just been standing. Sparks flew everywhere. The hard terrazzo floor was scratched into a deep groove as easily as if it were tofu. Lin Hui turned his head to look. The once empty corridor and walls now had more than a dozen figures. These things were pitch black, with extremely long limbs and twisted joints. They crawled on the walls and ceilings using both hands and feet, like a group of giant humanoid spiders. They have sharp claws that are over 30 centimeters long, their exposed skin is covered with black stripes, their eyes are bloodshot, and disgusting saliva drips from the corners of their mouths. Raiders? Lin Hui recognized the alien species. Roar! More than a dozen raiders launched an attack simultaneously. They were incredibly fast, leaving trails of afterimages in the cramped operating room as they pounced on Lin Hui from all directions, their sharp claws blocking all of his escape routes, their coordination remarkably skillful. If it were an ordinary player, facing such a three-dimensional encirclement, they would probably be torn to pieces in an instant. But unfortunately, they encountered Lin Hui. Noisy. Lin Hui's eyes turned cold, but he showed no sign of panic. He didn't even use the axe gun's firing function. Instead, he flipped his wrist and swung it like a melee giant axe. In the past, he might have found it difficult to deal with an attack from so many agile aliens. But now. Perfect, let's test the limits of 150 points of physique with you guys. Bang! Lin Hui didn't dodge the predator rushing towards him, but instead delivered a straight kick. With a loud bang, the raider's chest collapsed instantly, and it flew backward like a cannonball, crashing hard into the wall and turning into a pile of minced meat. At the same time, a strong gust of wind swept in from behind. Lin Hui didn't even look, and immediately delivered a sweeping strike. The musket whistled through the air, leaving a silver crescent-shaped arc. Click-dash! The two raiders who attempted to ambush the enemy didn't even have time to scream before they were cut in half mid-air. The broken spine and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The remaining raiders were clearly taken aback for a moment. Their simple thought processes couldn't comprehend why this human, who showed no signs of mutation, possessed power far exceeding that of these monsters. But Lin Hui didn't give them a chance to think. He moved. His 150 points of physique erupted, making him even faster than these monsters known for their speed. Bang bang bang! The musket spewed out tongues of fire. At close range, the shotgun blast accurately shattered the head or spine of a raider. The magazine is empty. Lin Hui suddenly realized something, dodged backward, and swung his axe gun in the process. Brush! A cold glint flashed. The last raider that tried to ambush from behind was cleanly sliced in two before it could even scream. This is the art of combat. There are no fancy skills, only extreme speed and power. Less than 2 minutes. A dozen or so raiders, enough to slaughter a standard player squad, were reduced to a pile of corpses. Lin Hui shook the blood off the axe and gun, his breathing remained steady, and his heartbeat didn't even quicken much. His previous martial arts training, amplified by his 150 physique, allowed him to perform with ease in this battle. But at that moment, he frowned slightly. A slight dizziness washed over me. It's like drinking a small glass of beer. You won't get drunk, but the lightheaded feeling is very real. Poisoned? No, it's something in the air. Lin Hui immediately recalled the silver-haired girl's words from earlier. You're actually alright. I see. There should be a colorless and odorless potent neurotoxin or anesthetic gas in this space. If it were an ordinary player, even someone with a physique of 50, who is considered the human ceiling, they would probably be collapsed on the ground by now, completely at the mercy of others. However, he possesses an extraordinary physique of 150 points, and his body's functions manage to withstand the toxins, resulting only in a slightly tipsy effect. Lin Hui shook his head to dispel the dizziness. He turned around, his gaze passing over the corpses scattered on the floor, and locked onto the operating room door again. Your bodyguards are all dead. Lin Hui raised his axe and musket, ready to break down the door, and said coldly, Now it's your turn. But just then. Boom dash. The operating room door was blasted open with tremendous force. A suffocating sense of terrifying oppression surged forth from the darkness as if it were a tangible force. Lin Hui's pupils contracted slightly. The heavy footsteps made the ground tremble. A monster over 4 meters tall, with bulging muscles and grayish-blue skin, emerged from the operating room. It was that Tier 4 zombie tyrant. Compared to its appearance while lying on the operating table, this Tier 4 zombie tyrant looked much larger, its bone hammer on its right arm emitting a ghostly light, and its whole body exuding a destructive aura. In its enormous left palm, it was grasping an unconscious woman. Willow Creek. She was held in the tyrant's hand like a rag doll. If that giant hand exerted even the slightest force, she would perish. The tyrant lowered his head, his murky, tyrannical eyes fixed on Lin Hui. Chapter 47 I might do it. Chapter 47 I might do it. The air in the corridor seemed to freeze. On one side was Lin Hui, wielding an axe and musket and stepping on the corpses of raiders. On the other side was the towering rank 4 zombie tyrant, as imposing as a small mountain. This visually striking confrontation brought the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Clatter. 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 Suddenly, light footsteps sounded. A mysterious, eerie silver-haired girl slowly walked out of the operating room and stood behind the tyrant. She slowly took off the transparent raincoat stained with black blood, revealing a white dress underneath. After casually tossing down the transparent raincoat, the silver-haired girl raised her head, her gray gaze falling on the dead raider mutants. That's really rude. Clearly, these are extremely valuable experimental materials. Lin Hui narrowed his eyes, and his left hand quietly reached into his pocket, grasping an eyeball that exuded an eerie aura, the eye of frame up. His brain was working at lightning speed. If he were to act recklessly, and use the eye of frame to divert hatred, he would be very confident in killing the strange girl in front of him. The problem is, Lu Shi is in their hands. We're afraid to act rashly for fear of unintended consequences. At this critical moment, the silver-haired girl broke the silence first. You did this to save this woman, didn't you? She glanced at Lu Shi, who was being held in the tyrant's hand, and said in a flat tone as if she were discussing an insignificant object. If that's the case, there's no need to fight. I never intended to hurt her in the first place. Lin Hui's eyes flickered slightly, but he still didn't lower the axe. You didn't intend to hurt her? Then why did you grab her? I'm just having surgery here, the silver-haired girl said calmly. To prevent the surgery from being disturbed, I sprayed high concentrations of anesthetic gas in the corridor and ventilation ducts. The woman barged in on her own, inhaled too much, and passed out. I dragged her back because I was afraid she'd be eaten by the predators outside. As she said this, she turned her head, her gray eyes fixed on Lin Hui, a fanatical light suddenly bursting forth from her previously indifferent gaze. Lin Hui was very familiar with that kind of light. It's like Su Qingqian seeing high-quality materials, or a hungry wolf seeing meat. I'm more curious about you than her. The silver-haired girl stepped forward, ignoring the weapon in Lin Hui's hand, and leaned closer to examine him. Such a high concentration of the drug, yet you were almost unaffected. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Your physique has absolutely surpassed the limits of humanity, and even surpassed most alien species. It's simply perfect research material. Lin Hui felt uneasy under her gaze, and without showing any emotion, he took a half-step back and said coldly, Since it's a misunderstanding, then let her release the person. He pointed at the tyrant. And why are you able to control this thing? This one? The silver-haired girl glanced at the tyrant behind her, a hint of smugness flashing in her eyes. This is my creation, Tyrant Number 1. It only took me several days of research to complete, removing the virus control center in the brain, implanting a special parasite, and finally combining it with my medication. As she spoke, she turned her head again, her eyes shining as she looked at Lin Hui. Could I study you a little? I promise I mean no harm. Just a tiny bit of blood, or a slice to observe the muscle fibers. Lin Hui's lips twitched. Slice and observe? And it's only a tiny bit? This woman is either a human gamer, or a scientific madman. No way. Lin Hui refused decisively, his eyes sharpening again. Give me back my companion. Otherwise. What if you don't return it? The silver-haired girl tilted her head, seemingly trying to test Lin Hui's bottom line. If you don't return it, then it's a fight? You can give it a try. Lin Hui gripped the axe gun tightly. How boring. The silver-haired girl pouted, like a deflated balloon. She has absolutely no spirit of dedication to science. She snapped her fingers. Roar. The Tier 4 tyrant let out a low growl, obediently bent down, and gently placed the unconscious Lu Shi on the floor in front of Lin Hui. The silver-haired girl even took a small bottle out of her pocket and tossed it to Lin Hui. This is the antidote, just wave it under her nose. Lin Hui took the bottle, hesitated slightly, and then held it under Lu Shi's nose. Cough cough. A few seconds later, Lu Shi coughed violently, her long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. The moment she regained consciousness, she instinctively reached for her gun, only to find herself lying on the cold floor. Woke up! A familiar voice rang out from above. Lu Shi looked up and met Lin Hui's calm eyes. Boss? Me? Lu Shi tried to stand up, but found her limbs weak and sore, a side effect of the anesthetic gas. His body tilted, and he was about to fall. Lin Hui sighed, reached out and put his arm around her waist, then lifted her up in a princess carry. Don't move around, the effects of the medicine haven't worn off yet. Suddenly lifted into the air, Lu Shi's face flushed bright red. As a former aloof female CEO and now a cold and glamorous sniper, when has she ever been hugged like this? Feeling the warmth from Lin Hui's broad chest and his strong heartbeat, Lu Shi felt even more dizzy than when she was poisoned. She instinctively buried her head in Lin Hui's arms, not daring to look at the person who came. They're gone. Lin Hui, holding Lu Shi, glanced warily at the silver-haired girl before turning and leaving. After confirming that the other party was indeed a harmless mad scientist, he didn't want to stay there any longer. Hey! Wait for me! Footsteps sounded behind me. Lin Hui turned around and found that the silver-haired girl had actually followed him eagerly. Why are you following me? My surgery is over, Bai Ling said matter-of-factly. I need to go back to my bus stop to rest. By the way, my name is Bai Ling, what's yours? A few minutes later, the three of them walked out of the hospital building. Under the moonlight, the black LV.4 heavy-duty motorhome parked in the open space exuded a cold and domineering metallic luster. Boss! Inside the RV, Su Qingqian, who had been worried about Lin Hui, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. Bai Ling, who was behind Lin Hui, froze the moment she saw the RV. Immediately afterwards. Wow! She excitedly rushed over, almost pressing herself against the armored panels of the RV, her cheeks rubbing against the cold metal, a look of pure bliss on her face. The thickness of this armor! The material! This is a perfect mobile fortress! If we use this to store zombies and mutants, it can hold at least several hundred. Plus, it can provide a huge research lab. It's so much better than my old beat-up bus. Hearing her raunchy words, Lin Hui's lips twitched involuntarily. Using my 5-star post-apocalyptic RV to house zombies? You can't believe you even thought of that. However, he also understood why there was a Class 1 bus parked at the entrance. Is that your car? Lin Hui pointed to the dilapidated bus next to him. Yeah. Bai Ling glanced at it with disdain. That's used to store my experiments. I use it for experiments, and release it as bodyguards when I run into trouble. Lin Hui felt the chill run down his spine. No wonder he dares to drive around in a level 1 bus? Indeed, who would provoke a pervert who drives around carrying monsters? That? Bai Ling turned around, clasped her hands together, and looked at Lin Hui expectantly, her big eyes blinking. Can I get into your RV? I'd like to live in a big house too. Cannot. Lin Hui refused decisively. Are you kidding me? Why would you let such a mad scientist, who might slice up zombies at any moment, or even want to slice up himself, get on the bus? That's like inviting a wolf into the house. Why? Pointing to Lu Shi and Lin Hui's arms, then to Su Qingqian who had just gotten out of the car. Why can they? Oh, I see, they are your mating partners. Puff dash. Su Qingqian, who had just taken a sip of water to calm her nerves, spat it out. Lu Shi, nestled in his arms, was filled with shame and indignation, wishing she could disappear into the ground and bury her head even lower. Lin Hui was speechless. Shut your mouth. They are my employees. Then I'll be your employee. Bai Ling immediately seized the opportunity, patting her chest and guaranteeing. I can do it. Chapter 48. The visual impact of this scene is truly quite strong. Chapter 48. The visual impact of this scene is truly overwhelming. No! Lin Hui said coldly. I don't need a madman who only knows how to dissect zombies and wants to turn my car into a morgue. Besides, he looked Bai Ling up and down. The way you're looking at me makes me dangerous. I'm amazing. I've awakened my specialization. Seeing that Lin Hui was about to leave, Bai Ling panicked and quickly offered her own bargaining chip. I can definitely help you. No matter what the illness, even if you've been bitten by a zombie, I can treat it. Plus, I can concoct all sorts of medicines. She leaned close to Lin Hui and said mysteriously, I can make that kind of aphrodisiac potion that you guys love. It works incredibly well, it can make you super strong. The air suddenly became quiet. Looking at the silver-haired girl in front of him, who was earnestly promoting aphrodisiacs, Lin Hui felt that this world was too magical. Cough cough. Su Qingqian blushed and broke the awkward silence. So, what specialization did you awaken? Bai Ling puffed out her chest and declared proudly. Medical! And she held up 2 slender, white fingers and waved them in front of everyone. I've already advanced to Tier 2. That's amazing! Taking me in will definitely be a good deal. Second order. The moment those 2 words were uttered, they were like a thunderclap, exploding in the ears of the 3 of them. Lin Hui stopped in his tracks. Lu Shi suddenly raised her head. Even Su Qingqian's mouth dropped open, her face filled with disbelief. Most dedicated players haven't even reached the 1st tier proficiency level yet. Even the top specialists in major guilds only achieve high proficiency upon awakening their skills. Not to mention that advancing to the second tier requires specialized upgrade blueprints that no one has ever seen before, as well as various extraordinary materials. And this silver-haired girl in front of me, who seems a bit mentally unstable and only knows how to dissect zombies, is actually already a second tier awakened? This is probably the first tier 2 awakened player in the entire server. You're at level 2? Lin Hui stared at her, his eyes serious. If it's true, then the value of this silver-haired girl named Bai Ling will be immeasurable. Of course. Bai Ling proudly raised her chin. In order to advance my career, I killed quite a few high-level alien species to obtain materials. Lin Hui took a deep breath and began to reassess the pros and cons. A powerful second-tier support character who can also control zombies. This addition to the team will be a huge boost to their upcoming trip to Busan. Even if she's a mad scientist. Lu Shi, nestled in Lin Hui's arms, gently tugged at his collar and whispered. If she is a Tier 2 medical specialist awakener, she will be very useful to us. In this bizarre post-apocalyptic world, having a doctor and a scientist who can study monsters is extremely important. Lin Hui nodded. He looked at Bai Ling, whose big, inquisitive eyes were staring intently at him and the RV. Okay, I agree. Lin Hui finally relented. You can get in the car and become our personal doctor. Yeah. Bai Ling cheered and was about to rush onto the bus, but then stopped and pointed at the dilapidated bus. Where am I going to put all those zombies on my bus? They're all my precious experimental materials, and that Tier 4 zombie tyrant too, I can't let them go to waste. Lin Hui's face darkened, and he glared at her. Those filthy things absolutely cannot get on the bus. Want to turn your RV into a biohazard scene? No way. Bai Ling's face fell instantly, like a little girl who had been told by her parents that she couldn't keep a kitten. But Lin Hui changed the subject, looking at her aggrieved expression. After all, she was a second-tier specialist, so he had to give her a sweet treat. Once my RV is upgraded to level 5, I can carve out a separate, sealed laboratory for you at the back. You can do whatever you want with it then, but not now. Really? Bai Ling's eyes lit up instantly. It's a deal. While it's a shame we can't bring zombies on board right now, the prospect of an independent laboratory in the future is clearly more enticing. Get in the car, Lin Hui said with a sigh of relief. Okay, boss. Bai Ling happily climbed into the RV. The moment Bai Ling stepped inside the RV, this science fanatic, who was usually only interested in science, was completely petrified. She stood in the entryway, a warm blanket beneath her feet and soft, warm-toned ambient lighting above her head. There was no trace of the stench of decay and blood in the air. Instead, there was a faint scent of lavender and fresh oxygen from the ventilation system. The huge screen on the center console gleamed with a futuristic glow, the leather sofas were wide and soft like clouds, and in the open kitchen not far away, a double-door refrigerator was making a soft hum. Most importantly, constant temperature 26 degrees Celsius. Bai Ling murmured to herself. She stretched out her hand, feeling the warm air blowing from the central air conditioning, and a layer of mist appeared in her gray eyes. This constant temperature environment, and this sterile level air filtration. Su Qingqian puffed out her chest proudly and introduced. How about it? This is the boss's. It's perfect. Bai Ling suddenly interrupted her, jumping for joy. This constant temperature environment is practically made for cultivating bacteria and parasites. If you remove the sofa, you could fit at least 3 large petri dishes here. And the electricity is so plentiful, it can even power a centrifuge and a low-temperature freezer. As she spoke, she pulled out a measuring tape from somewhere and charged towards the master bedroom. Is that the biggest room, the bedroom? As long as I throw away the bed, I can. Smack. A large hand pressed down on her head mercilessly. Lin Hui's face darkened, and veins throbbed on his forehead. That's where I sleep. You dare touch my bed? Bai Ling shrank back dejectedly and muttered. 2 square meters is enough for sleeping, what a waste of space. Shut up. Lin Hui pointed towards the bathroom. Now, immediately, go take a shower. Wash away this stench of blood. That's an order. Oh. Lin Hui breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Bai Ling take the clothes Su Qingqian had prepared and disappear into the bathroom, his temples throbbing. 15 minutes later. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Click. The door opened. A wave of warm air, carrying the fresh scent of shower gel, wafted out. Lu Shi and Su Qingqian, who were sitting on the sofa drinking coffee, turned their heads at the same time, and their expressions became somewhat subtle. Bai Ling walked out. She didn't wear the conservative pajamas Su Qingqian had prepared for her, but instead wore only a loose white shirt that Lin Hui had provided. Because of her petite figure, the shirt looked like a dress on her, barely covering the top of her thighs. Her two fair legs were straight and long, and her skin had a faint pinkish hue from being soaked in hot water, making it dazzlingly white. Her long, silvery white hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, the ends still dripping water, sliding down her collarbone and into her deep neckline. The most deadly thing is that, because she wasn't wearing a bra, the soaked shirt fabric clung to her body curves, exuding an extremely primal and defenseless allure. Phew, that feels so good! Bai Ling showed absolutely no awareness of being a woman, casually walking over to the sofa and plopping down. As she moved, the hem of her oversized shirt rode up slightly, revealing a large expanse of her fair skin. Cough, cough! Su Qingqian, who was drinking coffee, almost choked to death. Her face flushed instantly, and she instinctively looked at Lin Hui sitting opposite her to see his reaction. Oh no! This newcomer, though a scientific madwoman, has a figure and skin that's practically unfair. And she's even going braless. What if the boss can't resist? Lin Hui quickly turned his head and took a big gulp of cola to calm his nerves. Although he is a gentleman, the impact of this scene is indeed quite strong. Su Qingqian panicked and rushed over like a protective mother hen, grabbing a blanket and wrapping Bai Ling up tightly. No! You have to wear it! We're in the car, and there are men around! Don't you have any shame? Shame? Bai Ling blinked, her big eyes peeked out a small silver head from under the blanket, and explained in a scientific tone with an air of self-righteousness. We are all human beings, and our skeletal structure and organ structure are pretty much the same. What's there to hide? In the eyes of medicine, it's just a combination of fat, water, protein and inorganic matter. She looked at Lin Hui, her eyes clear and without a trace of impurity. Boss, do you want to see? If you want to study my body structure, I can take my clothes off and cooperate with you, as long as you let me study it too. Puff dash. This time it's Liu Shi's turn to spray water. The mature woman looked at the ridiculously high level of naivety in front of her, and alarm bells went off in her mind. This isn't some mad scientist, this is clearly a sophisticated green TB*TCH. She genuinely doesn't care. This kind of subtle flirting is the most deadly. I'm not looking. And I have no interest in being studied by you. Lin Hui gritted his teeth and said, I don't care how you wear it, and I won't care if you don't wear anything at all. But if you mention studying me again, I'll throw you out of the RV right now. Oh. Bai Ling's eyes remained clear. Lin Hui rubbed his temples. Now let's eat! Chapter 49 I promise to make you the toughest man in this wasteland. Chapter 49 I promise to make you the toughest man in this wasteland. The atmosphere at the dinner table was somewhat awkward. To cater to everyone's tastes, Su Qingqian specially prepared half-spicy and half-mild dishes. The pot of spicy blood curd, bubbling with red oil, emitted an enticing aroma that made Bai Ling, who hadn't had hot food for days, stare wide-eyed. Delicious! This is delicious! Although Bai Ling is a science fanatic, she eats without hesitation, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. After a hearty meal, Lin Hui tapped on the table and started an employee meeting. Now that we're on board, there are some things we need to clarify. Lin Hui looked at Bai Ling with a serious expression. You said you're a second-tier specialist, but what are your specific abilities? We need to reassess the team's combat strength. Upon hearing that it was a serious matter, Liu Shi and Su Qingqian also put down their chopsticks. They were also curious about what exactly made the so-called second order stronger than the first order. Bai Ling licked the grease from the corner of her mouth, her expression becoming slightly more serious. You should have sensed it by now. She looked at Liu Shi and Su Qingqian, holding up one finger. At the first level, apart from spiritual arts and summoning, the other specializations only touched upon the extraordinary and most of them were still within the scope of humanity. Su Qingqian nodded, agreeing. As a Tier 1 mechanic player, she understands almost all mechanical structures. Given enough materials, she can even handcraft any machine that humans can make, but this is still the ultimate application of physics and engineering. Liu Shi didn't refute it. Level 1 shooting not only made her proficient in using various firearms, but also made her a sharpshooter, hitting the bullseye every time. However, this was still the pinnacle that humans could achieve. A strange light flashed in Bai Ling's eyes as she said, I am a medical specialist. At level 1, I mastered all medical knowledge and was unparalleled in medical skills. But at the second level, I fully touched the extraordinary realm. I can now use the blood of alien species and extracts from some plants to concoct medicines that did not exist before, and these medicines have extraordinary properties. She counted on her fingers. For example, potions that can dispel lower-level alien species, and potions that can cure cancer and diabetes. Of course, I have many ideas in my mind, such as a regeneration agent that can regenerate severed limbs, or an evolution agent similar to a primary gene agent. Unfortunately, I don't have enough materials, time, or laboratory conditions, so it can only be a theory for now. At this point, she looked at Lin Hui expectantly. Boss, as long as you build me a laboratory and get me the materials, I guarantee I'll make you the toughest man in this wasteland. Lin Hui automatically filtered out the last half of the sentence. Touch the extraordinary. This information is extremely important. This means that second-tier awakened individuals have begun to break away from the conventional combat power system and are developing in a more fantastical direction. In other words, future enemies will be even more unpredictable. But Lin Hui wasn't afraid at all. Although he hasn't awakened his specialization, as long as his RV is upgraded to level 30, 50, or 100. Don't even mention being an extraordinary player. Even gods. Give me the coordinates, and I can blast it down too. Lin Hui glanced at Bai Ling, who looked pitiful, and calmly offered a pie in the sky, saying, "We'll talk about the lab stuff after the RV is upgraded to LV.5. Okay, fine," Bai Ling said, slumping on the table, somewhat disappointed. She felt unwell every day she didn't do research. Just then, Su Qingqian glanced out the window. Through the bulletproof glass, you could see the enormous Tier 4 zombie tyrant crouching beside the RV like a loyal watchdog, intimidating all the scoundrels around. That sense of oppression could be felt even through the car window. Su Qingqian swallowed hard and finally asked the question that everyone wanted to know. Bai Ling, how did you control that monster? You said you used parasites, but how did you command them? Upon hearing this question, Bai Ling paused in her actions. She slowly raised her head, a slightly eerie smile appearing on her delicate, fair face. She stretched out her finger and gently pointed to her temple. Because the worms in its brain obey me. Or rather, it obeys the mother worm in my brain. You have worms inside you? Su Qingqian felt goosebumps rise all over her body and subconsciously shrank closer to Lin Hui. The thought that some indescribable soft-bodied creature might be lurking inside the delicate silver-haired girl in front of her made her feel terrible. Don't make such a fuss. Bai Ling rested her chin on her hand, speaking in a relaxed tone as if she were discussing today's weather. That's my symbiote. This parasite comes from a higher-order species called the white worm. When I dissected it, I found a special parasite in its blood that can invade the brain of an organism and take over its nervous system. She gestured in the air with her chopsticks. I extracted thousands of parasites and cultivated a mother worm which I then implanted into my body. As long as I release the mother worm's pheromones, the zombies that I have implanted with low-level parasites will regard me as a supreme empress and obey my every command. Are there any restrictions? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow, keenly grasping the key point. If she could control it infinitely, Bai Ling would be an army all by herself, and could even sweep across the entire wasteland. Of course. Bai Ling pursed her lips and sighed with some regret. First of all, this parasite is only effective against brain-dead creatures like zombies, and is ineffective against sentient alien species or living people. Secondly, the higher the level of the zombie, the higher the level of the parasite required, and cultivating high-level parasites consumes a lot of my energy and materials. Currently, I can only precisely control that Tier 4 tyrant at the same time, plus the 40-odd ordinary zombies in that bus. And the distance can't be too far. If it exceeds 3 kilometers, they'll get out of control. Lin Hui nodded. Although there are limitations, it's still terrifying enough. This means that his team suddenly gained a zombie suicide squad that was painless and fearless, as well as a super tank with Tier 4 combat power. Lin Hui glanced at the enormous tyrant outside the window, a slight smile playing on his lips. Very good. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, his eyes gleaming. With your helpers, the ambush plan that was originally only 90% successful now has a 99.9% chance of success. Tomorrow, we're going to prepare a big gift for that leader of the Wolf Guild. Chapter 50 Taking the Hook. Chapter 50 The morning after taking the bait. The fog over the wasteland had not yet dissipated, and the gray sky hung low. The abandoned Renai hospital was as silent as a ghost town, except for the occasional roar of a zombie coming from afar. Inside the RV, Lin Hui was sitting in the driver's seat, fiddling with the communicator he had taken from the goatee-bearded man, eavesdropping on the Wolf Guild's activities. As planned, She drove the old Class 1 bus away from the hospital. Bai Ling was squatting on the open ground next to the RV, feeding a busload of low-level zombies. Eat up, eat up. You'll have the energy to work when you're full. She skillfully used a scalpel to cut open the zombie's stomach, then inserted the anti-tank mine that Su Qingqian had modified, and sewed it up. The scene was both eerie and harmonious. The scalpel in Bai Ling's hand was an extraordinary item, exceptionally sharp. Lin Hui withdrew his gaze and took a deep breath. Qingqian, start the voice print simulator. Received. Hui's, the third brother with the goatee, voice print model has been loaded. The similarity is 100%. Su Qingqian's voice came through the earphone. Lin Hui pressed the green button on the communicator, adjusted his posture, and even deliberately did a few high knee jogs in place to make his breathing rapid and disordered. Everything is ready. Sizzle dash. Brothers! Come help me! Lin Hui shouted hoarsely into the communicator, his voice filled with panic, despair, and a slight tremor from extreme excitement. That hoarse, husky voice was practically a reincarnation of Hui himself. There was a few seconds of silence in the channel. Immediately afterwards, that calm and cold male voice came through. Third brother? It's second brother! Why is there so much static on your end? What's going on? I'm in danger! Lin Hui, panting heavily, said urgently. I just raided a convo. I only wanted to make a little profit, but guess what I got? What? The voice on the other end was clearly tense. Blue titanium alloy! A full 30 units of blue titanium alloy! Lin Hui's voice instantly rose an octave, the crack occurring at just the right moment. And I also heard that poor bastard I killed begging for mercy before he died, saying that his boss had a LV.6 vehicle upgrade blueprint. A deathly silence. A full 5 seconds passed before my second brother's barely suppressed excitement came from the other end of the communicator. Third brother! Are you sure it's blue titanium alloy? And you even have the blueprints for LV.6? Third brother, is it true? Another voice rang out, belonging to one of the other deputy hall masters. It's true. That unlucky guy probably wasn't lying to me. He even showed me the photos. Lin Hui continued his acting, even slapping his thigh hard to create a sound effect. But the enemy had a level 5 heavy armored vehicle equipped with reconnaissance radar. I was discovered as soon as I tried to launch a sneak attack. My car can't hold on much longer. Come help me. If we pull off this, our wolf gang will have a tier 6 vehicle. Boom dash. To make it look realistic, Su Qingqian detonated several grenades from a distance. They've caught up. Come quick, brothers. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lin Hui abruptly cut off the communication. The moment he put down the communicator, the Oscar-worthy expression of terror on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold smirk like a hunter watching its prey fall into its trap. Blue titanium alloy, level 6 blueprints. Lin Hui looked at the flashing red dot on the radar map on the central control screen and chuckled. I don't believe you can resist this bait. To make the lie seem more believable. At this very moment, She was driving that dilapidated Class 1 bus, speeding recklessly across the wasteland, creating a moving signal trail, heading straight for the abandoned Renai Hospital. At the same time, on a rocky beach 200 kilometers away from Renai Hospital, a large convoy was resting here. There were at least 20 or 30 modified armed vehicles, like a pack of steel wolves, exuding a chilling aura. At the very center of the convoy stood a massive LV.5 modified armored personnel carrier. The vehicle was equipped with a reconnaissance radar and a Gatling gun on the roof, and its thick armor was covered with red skull patterns. Inside the car, a man with a buzz cut was sitting on a leather sofa, toying with a blood-stained dagger in his hand. This person is none other than Yang Antong, the leader of the Azure Wolf Hall of the Evil Wolf Guild. This man has a very distinctive appearance, somewhat resembling the martial arts star Andian, who specializes in playing villains. In particular, the scar on the corner of his mouth that runs through to his ear makes him look especially ferocious and cruel when he smiles. He was in a good mood at the moment. At his feet knelt several trembling survivors. Please don't kill me! A female player cried, tears streaming down her face, her clothes disheveled. Yang Atong grinned, revealing a mouthful of smoky, yellow teeth. He ignored the woman's pleas for mercy, grabbed a male player next to him, and skillfully strapped a beeping black device to the man's chest. Run! Yang Antong patted the male player's face and grinned maliciously, This is a time bomb, it only lasts 5 minutes. If you can run 2 kilometers, the bomb will automatically deactivate. If you can't bang, you'll turn into fireworks. Run! The male player was so frightened that he scrambled out of the car and ran wildly into the depths of the wasteland. Through the car window, Yang Yatong watched the desperate figure running away, his eyes filled with a perverse pleasure. Just then, the communicator crackled with, "Third Brothers, distress call." Yang Yatong's playful expression froze instantly when he heard the words, "Blue titanium alloy," and LV.6 blueprints. He sat up abruptly, and the dagger in his hand plunged into the table with a thud. Level 6 blueprints for blue titanium alloy? His breathing became heavy, and a greedy green light flashed in his eyes. As the owner of a level 5 vehicle, he knew all too well what those 2 words meant. Even the most skilled players currently only have a level 6 vehicle. To break through to LV.6, the most important thing is the LV.6 blueprint, and its rare core material, blue titanium alloy. The LV.6 vehicles will no longer be simple armed vehicles, but true land cruisers with the ability to launch small missiles. That's a real qualitative change. A sexy woman with long, wavy hair standing next to the hall master hesitated and asked, "Could this be a trap?" "Trap?" Yang Yatong sneered, her eyes filled with contempt. "In this area, who would dare to set a trap for me? Besides, I know the third brother. He's incredibly tough and would never lie to me." More importantly, he didn't want to let this opportunity slip by. Since the current chairman, Zhang Yaoyang, successfully usurped the position, he has been keeping these hall masters in check, fearing that the same thing will happen again. If he doesn't rely on himself, it's anyone's guess when he'll ever reach LV.6. If he can upgrade his vehicle to level 6, Yang Yatong can start his own business, and even take over the Wolf Guild. That's the power to launch missiles. Yang Yatong licked his lips, his desire overcoming his slightest doubt. Moreover, he has absolute confidence in his own abilities. With his LV.5 heavy armored vehicle, fully armed convoy, and specialized abilities, he was confident he could crush anything, even if it were a trap. "Pass on my orders!" Yang Yatong suddenly stood up and shouted into the communicator. "Second brother, you lead the main force to continue to Fushur as planned. I'll go meet up with the third brother alone." Looking at the red dot on the radar that represented third brother, Yang Yatong's lips curled into a crazy smile. Just then, a muffled boom came from afar. The male player who ran out exploded into a cloud of blood mist a few hundred meters away from 2 kilometers away. Yang Yatong didn't even glance at it before kicking the car door open. "Set off!" A small convoy of 25 fully armed, elite modified vehicles, led by Yang Yatong's giant armored vehicle, rushed frantically toward Renai Hospital. Chapter 51 The Third Brother is truly a loyal and good brother. Chapter 51 The Third Brother is truly a loyal and good brother. Top floor of the abandoned hospital. Lin Hui looked at the red dot on the central control screen that was rapidly approaching, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The red dot moved extremely fast, with an arrogant and unstoppable momentum, heading straight for its death at the abandoned hospital. The fish has taken the bait. He turned his head and looked at Bai Ling, who was leaning on the windowsill. "Bai Ling, are you ready? Your patient will be here shortly." Bai Ling turned around, smiling like an innocent little devil, her gray eyes flashing with a morbid fanaticism. "Don't worry, boss. We will make them feel at home." Okay. Lin Hui nodded slightly. "Bai Ling, go into the dug basement immediately." Because Bai Ling can only control zombies within a 3-kilometer radius, she cannot leave with them and must remain in the abandoned hospital. Seeing that Bai Ling had hidden herself, Lin Hui got into the RV and left with Liu Shi and Su Qingqian. Then, let's wait quietly for the show to begin. 40 minutes later. The roar of engines broke the silence. 25 fully armed modified armored vehicles, like a pack of steel beasts, stood menacingly in front of the gate. He held the communicator in his hand, his brow furrowed. "Third brother?" Third brother received a reply. Sizzle sizzle. There was only a series of silent sounds. "Master, we can't—" She glanced warily at the eerie. The signal lasted. Although it was deliberately concealed, he still managed to discover some clues thanks to his extensive combat experience. "There are tire tracks from heavy vehicles." He pointed to a deep indentation on the ground, half covered by sand, and said, "Judging by the depth of this indentation, it must have weighed at least 30 tons. It was definitely a big one. Go in and search." Yang Yatong waved his hand. "Deploy the drones to scout ahead." Everyone on high alert. A few minutes later. Master! We've made a discovery! The subordinate in charge of operating the drone exclaimed in surprise. Yang Yantong leaned closer to take a look, and his pupils instantly contracted. In the footage transmitted by the drone, a pile of metal plates emitting a faint blue light was neatly stacked in a corner of the hospital lobby. Even through a screen, the unique texture of the high-end materials makes your heart race. Blue titanium alloy. And there are a full 30 units. It really is blue titanium alloy. Yang Yantong's breathing became heavy instantly, and the greed in his eyes could no longer be concealed. These materials are high-grade alloys required to upgrade LV.6 vehicles. But what about the third brother? The woman with the big waves frowned. And this thing is placed in such an obvious way, it's like it was deliberately left for us. Could it be a trap? Trap? Yang Yantong sneered and glanced at the radar terminal on his wrist. My reconnaissance radar 1.0 shows no signs of movement from any large vehicles within a 10-kilometer radius. If there's an ambush, I can spot even a mouse. And he pointed to a black object next to the pile of blue titanium alloy. That's the third brother's communicator. The communicator is here too. This means that the third brother was indeed here, but he may have hidden it here to distract the pursuers. Or he may be dead. No matter what. Yang Yantong took a deep breath, a look of emotion appearing on her face, though it seemed incredibly fake. Third brother is a real bastard. He went to such lengths to prevent the blueprints and materials from falling into enemy hands. Good brother. Once we get them, I'll definitely erect a monument for you. Team 1. Take metal detectors and scout ahead. Watch out for landmines. Second team, provide covering fire. Yes. A dozen or so fully armed elite henchmen, guns at the ready, cautiously crept into the hospital gate. Inside the RV, Su Qinqian stared at the screen, her palms sweating with nervousness. Boss, they've gone in. But they're so cautious, they're even using a metal detector to check their way in. Fortunately, we didn't simply bury the mines in the shallow layer like before. Don't worry. The most dangerous mines aren't underground. He used the communicator to contact Bai Ling, who was still in the abandoned hospital. Bai Ling, it's your little cutie's turn to take the stage. Receive! Bai Ling chuckled. Hospital lobby. Several members of the Wolf Guild were scanning the ground with metal detectors. Beep 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 dash. The detector suddenly emitted a series of rapid beeps. Thunder! The group leader shouted, and everyone scattered instantly. A combat engineer carefully dug away the paving stones, only to find that what was buried underneath was not a landmine, but a broken piece of steel bar. Damn! False alarm! The team leader wiped away his cold sweat and kicked a pile of miscellaneous items next to him while cursing. Just then. Roar dash! A series of low, guttural roars suddenly came from the shadows beside them. Immediately afterwards, 5 or 6 level 1 zombies covered in festering sores suddenly pounced out. Zombies? Open fire! Da-da-da-da-da! A barrage of gunfire erupted. The elite members of Team 2 were all excellent marksmen, and their weapons were top-notch. The ordinary zombies posed no threat whatsoever. They were blown to the bone before they could even get close. Pfft! Black blood splattered. Several zombies lay on the ground, their bodies twitching a few times before becoming still. Pfft, you scared the crap out of me. The second group leader spat disdainfully. You think you can launch a sneak attack with just these few pieces of rotten meat? However, as he tried to continue walking forward, he suddenly froze. After killing these zombies, in addition to dropping ordinary supplies such as biscuits and mineral water, they also dropped 2 round, dark green metal discs. Anti-tank mines? One of the members of Group 2 exclaimed excitedly. This is really good stuff. The leader of the second group said, Take it with you. We'll hand it over to Boss Yan along with the blue titanium alloy later. We have no right to dispose of this thing. Good. The 2 groups then proceeded very smoothly. Soon, they arrived at the place where the blue titanium alloy was stored and safely carried the 30 blue titanium alloy steel plates to Yang Yantong. Master! We got it! Yang Yantong couldn't wait to get out of the car and check. A deep blue light shone on his greedy face. He crouched down and slashed hard with an extraordinary dagger, leaving not even a white mark. This stuff is really blue titanium alloy grade. Yang Yantong was so excited that his hands were shaking. Third brother, oh third brother, you died a worthy death. He silently gave the third brother a thumbs up in his heart, realizing he hadn't misjudged him. Master, we also found this inside. A younger brother came running up, panting, carrying 2 round plates in his hands. This is the equipment that dropped after killing zombies. Yang Antong looked down. Anti-tank mines dropped when zombies are killed? This is a powerful weapon. My luck is pretty good today. But at that moment, the wavy-haired woman who had been silent all along suddenly changed her expression. She suddenly raised her head, and in her eyes, which were covered in black eyeshadow, flashed a scene that only she could see. That's the future 3 seconds from now. In that scene, the 2 landmines suddenly exploded, sending flames soaring into the sky and blasting her and Yang Antong into pieces. Not good! In an instant, the woman let out an extremely sharp scream. Run! It's going to explode! Chapter 52. Can you foresee whether I will kill you? Chapter 52. Can you foresee whether I'll kill you? Run! A scream erupted from a sexy woman with big, wavy hair. Although Yang Antong didn't know what had happened, he had absolute trust in the abilities of the female companion beside him. She is an awakened spiritualist. The awakened specialization is spiritual arts and precognition. It can actively foresee what will happen in the next 3 seconds, and can also passively foresee what will cause fatal damage to itself in the next 3 seconds. Although the time is short, it can definitely save lives in critical moments. Almost the instant the woman shouted it out. Without any hesitation or even a moment to think, Yang Antong activated his extraordinary item. It was a monocle embedded in his wristband. Consuming a large amount of mental energy allows him to traverse and jump across any mirror surface within a 1 kilometer radius, with a 5-minute cooldown. Brush! Space distortion. Yang Antong and the sexy woman with big waves disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, the two jumped out from the rearview mirror of a level 3 modified pickup truck behind the convoy. And just 0.1 seconds after they disappeared. Boom! The anti-tank mine in the henchman's hand was detonated without warning. The shockwave instantly obliterated the nearby members of the Wolf clan, and the front of the nearest Tier 5 vehicle was also cratered, with parts and severed limbs flying everywhere like raindrops. The anti-tank mines modified by Su Qingqian are powerful enough to destroy a Tier 5 vehicle whose main materials are not perfect. Damn it, damn it! Yang Antong stood up unsteadily beside the heavily armed pickup truck in the distance. Although he escaped death by using props, the mental exhaustion caused by the force mirror jump left him with a splitting headache. Seeing his vehicle damaged and the blue titanium alloy flying everywhere, he was instantly enraged. There must be someone inside this abandoned hospital. Quickly! Find the culprit and make them wish they were dead! But just then, a series of zombie roars rang out. Bai Ling controlled the zombies, which had been stuffed with anti-tank bombs, to emerge from all sorts of bizarre corners. In ruins, inside abandoned hospitals, and even underground. They don't bite, they just charge. It detonates as soon as it gets close to a heavy vehicle. Boom! 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 Explosions were heard one after another. The enormous fireball instantly engulfed the entire open space in front of the hospital. A series of explosions. This was a plan that Lin Hui had already devised. First, disguise the anti-tank mine as an item dropped by killing a zombie. Once the anti-tank mine gets close to Yang Antong, detonate it immediately. Unexpectedly, Yang Antong possessed an extraordinary item that allowed him to teleport instantly. Then, he immediately implemented the next plan. That's a zombie bomb. Agile zombies are used for sprinting, while strength zombies burrow underground. Once he gave the order, the zombies immediately appeared and destroyed the convoy and the members of the Wolf Guild inside the convoy in a surprise attack. Aya dash! Screams, explosions, and the sound of metal tearing apart filled the air. Those Wolves Guild elites who were cheering and jumping for joy instantly turned into souls lost in the sea of fire. All 25 vehicles were destroyed in this series of explosions. These people didn't have time to react at all, especially the powerful zombies underground. As soon as they emerged, they immediately detonated nearby vehicles, leaving them no time to even fire their guns. Cough, cough, cough! Although the voluptuous, sexy woman anticipated the explosion and jumped out of the core blast zone, she was still slammed against the wall by the shockwave. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her once exquisite leather clothes were torn to shreds, and her face was covered in dust and blood. Yang Antong, however, survived by staying away from the blast zone thanks to his exceptional physical abilities. Looking at the hellish scene before him, watching his hard-earned wealth vanish in an instant. His eyes turned red with a bloodshot rage. "Who is it? Get the hell out here!" He roared at the empty ruins like a wounded beast. "Answer him." It was a heart-stopping roar of an engine. Buzz dash! Far away, a heavily armored black RV, resembling a dark knight, sped toward the abandoned hospital, kicking up clouds of dust. Lin Hui sat in the driver's seat, watching Yang Antong, who had narrowly escaped, through the holographic screen, a playful sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. "They didn't get blown up? Looks like he's got something." But, while driving the RV, Lin Hui gave Bai Ling commands via the communicator. "Since he's not dead, let's finish him off with another blow. Bai Ling, release the tyrant." "Okay." Bai Ling's excited voice came through. "Roar!" A deafening roar came from the ruins of the hospital building. Immediately afterwards, a 4-meter-tall, muscular Tier 4 tyrant smashed through the main entrance of the building, charging out like a human tank. Its target was Yang Antong, who had just gained a foothold. A Tier 4 zombie tyrant? Yang Antong was terrified when he saw that terrifying figure. Although he awakened his fighting prowess and considered himself invincible in close combat, this was only effective against humans or low-level zombies. Even with his superior fighting skills, he couldn't defeat a level 4 monster that completely overwhelmed him in both strength and defense. "Run!" Yang Antong was no longer arrogant as before, and turned to run away. He rushed toward his LV.5 modified armored personnel carrier, which had not yet been completely destroyed. Once he gets in the vehicle, he still has a chance to turn the tide thanks to the armor and firepower of a Tier 5 vehicle. However, the level 4 zombie tyrant was faster than he had imagined. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The tyrant's fist struck the door handle of the command vehicle precisely, shattering the entire door lock cylinder. "The car door is stuck and can't be opened." "Grass!" Yang Antong cursed in despair. The tyrant behind them was already rushing towards them, bringing with him a stench of blood. "There's no other way but to fight!" Yang Antong gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He drew a tactical dagger from his waist, a gleaming blade that was another of his extraordinary weapons, the Hidden Blade, which possessed extremely high attack power. "Lu Xiao Xiao! Predicted for me!" He yelled at the sexy woman with big, wavy hair. The woman with the big waves also got up from the ground. Although she was injured, she knew that if she didn't fight desperately, no one would be able to leave today. She endured the excruciating pain and activated her ability. "To the left! Its claws will sweep across in 2 seconds!" Upon hearing this, Yang Antong suddenly rolled to the right. "Call!" The tyrant's giant claws grazed his scalp and smashed a concrete pillar behind him, snapping it in two. "I got it!" Yang Antong seized the opportunity, leaped up suddenly, and stabbed the dagger in his hand fiercely into the tyrant's eyes. However, just then, drop dash! A clear horn sounded. Yang Antong turned around subconsciously. A huge black RV had somehow driven up behind him and was ramming into his back. A pincer attack from both sides. "No dash!" The woman with the large, wavy hair let out a desperate scream. In her precognitive vision this time. "It's a dead end." Bang! A dull thud that made your teeth ache. Yang Antong was in midair and unable to gain any leverage, so he was hit directly by the RV. He was like a fly swatted on a wall, sent flying more than 10 meters away, crashing hard into the tyrant's arms. Yang Antong looked utterly hopeless and resentful. He tried to use the monocle to jump away, but the cooldown period hadn't ended yet, and the extraordinary item was unusable. Roar! The tyrant let out an excited growl and slammed his arms together. Snap! It's like crushing an egg. The leader of the Azure Wolf Hall of the Evil Wolf Guild was crushed into a lump of flesh by that terrifying force before he could even let out a scream. Blood flowed down the tyrant's arm. The entire room fell silent. Only the woman with the big, wavy hair remained, slumped on the ground, her face ashen, staring at the slowly coming to a stop in the black RV as if she were looking at a demon crawling out of hell. Lin Hui pushed open the car door and slowly got out. He held an axe gun in his hand, the dark muzzle pointed at the head of the voluptuous, sexy woman. The woman with the big, wavy hair pleaded, "Don't kill me! My ability is precognition, and I'm very useful." Lin Hui walked up to the woman, looking down at her with an indifferent gaze. "Since you can foresee it, Could you have predicted it? Will I kill you? Chapter 53. A review of the achievements. The RV has been perfectly upgraded. Chapter 53. Taking stock of the gains. The RV gets a perfect upgrade. Don't kill me! Lu Xiaoxiao's voice trembled violently as she desperately tried to force a smile. I'm very useful. My ability is precognition. I can help you avoid many deadly dangers. I can even become your woman if you need me. I'm willing to do anything. Just let me go. She looked up, her face, wet with tears and dust, revealing a desperate plea. She knew that this man had no shortage of supplies, vehicles, or even women. But her abilities are absolutely rare. Your ability is indeed very rare. Lin Hui lowered his head, looking at the terrified, pleading face, and spoke in a flat tone. But... He paused, his eyes devoid of any pity. I don't like you. Huh! Lu Xiaoxiao hadn't reacted yet. Lin Hui said calmly. My car is filled with partners I absolutely trust. You! Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened suddenly. No! Lu Xiaoxiao let out a piercing scream. In that instant, her precognitive abilities were passively triggered. She saw that scene. 3 seconds later, flames shot out from the muzzle, and the shotgun blasted her head into a bloody pulp. I saw it! You're going to kill me! No! Bang! A muffled gunshot cut off all the pleas for mercy and screams. Lu Xiaoxiao's body suddenly leaned backward and fell heavily into the dust. Those eyes were still wide open, retaining the image they saw in their last second before they died. The man put away his gun, turned and left, his back as cold and indifferent as an iceberg. Lin Hui's indifference and decisiveness completely exceeded her ability to predict. Bai Ling glanced at the corpse on the ground and clicked her tongue in amazement. Boss, this woman has a nice figure, did you really kill her? If you think it's a waste, you can take it back while it's still hot and make it into a specimen. Lin Hui glanced at her. Forget it then, this kind of person isn't worth studying. Bai Ling waved her hand dismissively, then stared at Lin Hui and said, Among the current human players, you're the only one I'm interested in. Lin Hui ignored her ravings and walked straight toward the blurry mass of flesh and blood not far away. That was Yang Antong's corpse. Boss, look at this! Lu Shi stood up and found 2 extraordinary items on Yang Antong's body. This is a monocle with a gold-rimmed frame, and a completely black, non-reflective dagger. Yang Antong was able to rise to the position of Hall Master in the Evil Wolf Guild not only because he was a master of combat, but also because of these 2 things. Lin Hui took the monocle and focused his attention on it. Lines of small print immediately appeared. Name, the Evil Spirit's Monocle. Category, Extraordinary Item. Quality, Rare. Special Effect, allows the user to traverse and jump across any mirrored object, including water, glass, and reflective metal surfaces, within a 1 kilometer radius. Each use consumes 10 points of spirit power. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Side effects, the user's mental strength will be severely impacted, and they will have nightmares that night, dreaming of a terrifying vengeful spirit. Evil spirits? Do such things even exist in this world? Actually, the vehicle's attribute list includes magic resistance, which is probably for protection against these things. However, these are likely monsters from the next dungeon. Misty Lands. Lin Hui raised an eyebrow and picked up the dagger again. Name, Hidden Blade. Category, Extraordinary Item. Quality, Rare. Special Effect, Armor Penetration. The blade can ignore the outer defense of monsters of level 5 and below. Side effects, long-term use of this item will make the user increasingly bloodthirsty and brutal. Mirror Jump to break defense. Lin Hui played with the 2 extraordinary items, a playful smile curving his lips. This Yang Yatong has quite a few treasures on him. Although they all have certain side effects, they can save lives in critical moments. Lin Hui stored the 2 extraordinary items into his alternate dimension and continued to give instructions. Qin Qian, dismantle all the wreckage of the Wolf Guild's vehicles. Especially the reconnaissance radar chip 1.0 inside that LV.5 vehicle. Yes. Su Qingqian's face flushed with excitement. She knew that after disassembling these materials, the RV was about to undergo another upgrade. Half an hour later. At the entrance of the hospital, all that remained of the Wolf Guild was the completely decomposed ruins. Obtained 50 units of high-strength titanium alloy. Obtained 1,700 units of armor-piercing steel. Obtained 7,000 units of scrap steel. Received 300 sets of precision electronic components. Obtained, 650 units of basic intermediate bulletproof glass. Obtained, 1 reconnaissance radar chip, 1.0. Acquired, 45 various light firearms, and a quantity of ammunition. Obtained, 7 RPGs, 13 shells. Obtained, various supplies. Obtained, Evil Spirit Monocle X1, Hidden Blade X1. Looking at the mountain of spoils piled up in the alternate dimension, Lin Hui nodded in satisfaction. These guys from the Wolf Guild are a walking treasure trove. Unfortunately, the anti-tank mines were too powerful, destroying at least 40% of the supplies, especially firearms and ammunition. It would be better if there were a gentler offensive approach. Thinking of this, Lin Hui looked at Bai Ling. The previous sedative was quite effective. It would be great if it could also work in a non-enclosed space. Seeing Lin Hui looking at her, Bai Ling excitedly ran over, her little face full of anticipation. Boss, we got the reconnaissance radar chip too. Can we upgrade the RV now? She was really looking forward to her own independent laboratory. Certainly. Lin Hui smiled and took out the LV.5 vehicle upgrade blueprint from the alternate dimension. This time, he not only plans to upgrade his RV to level 5, but he also plans to replace all the materials used in the previous upgrade, such as armored bulletproof steel and high-strength titanium alloy, with blue titanium alloy. According to the description of the LV.5 vehicle upgrade blueprint, if all vehicles are made of blue titanium alloy or higher, the vehicles will achieve a perfect upgrade. Perfect upgrade. This word sounds really cool. What kind of surprise will it bring? Lin Hui looked at his RV, his eyes flashing with an intensely burning light. Chapter 54 LV.5 Weapon Upgrade 1130 Close-in Weapon Gun. Chapter 54 LV.5 Weapon Upgrade 1130 Close-in Weapon. The RV was upgraded from level 1 to level 4, using a total of 350 units of steel materials. The high-strength titanium alloy required for upgrading from level 4 to level 5 is 300 units. In other words, if Lin Hui wanted to perfectly upgrade his RV, he would need a total of 650 units of blue titanium alloy. For other top players, let alone 650 units of blue titanium alloy, they probably wouldn't even be able to gather 50 units. Lin Hui, with his 650 units, glanced at the mountain of scrap iron and various low-level materials in the alternate dimension, a confident smile curving his lips. These were acquired in the past 2 days through Li Xian's Scrap Metal Guild, on a frenzied buying spree. Although they are all scrap metal, they are like mountains of gold and silver in the face of infinite synthesis. With a thought, Lin Hui activated the infinite synthesis of words. Buzz. Shining with golden light. Inside the alternate dimension, massive amounts of scrap iron, ordinary steel, armored bulletproof steel, and high-strength titanium alloys began to frantically disintegrate, compress, and recombine under Lin Hui's control. Obtained 580 units of perfect-grade blue titanium alloy. Perfect-grade critical hit. Just a few seconds. All materials have been synthesized. And all of them were critical hits that reached the perfect level. Today really is my lucky day. Lin Hui was overjoyed. Adding to the 90 units of perfect-grade blue titanium alloy that he had already synthesized, he now has a total of 670 units of perfect-grade blue titanium alloy, which meets the requirements for a perfect upgrade. He picked up the blueprints, his eyes resolute. Initiate upgrade. Ding. 650 units of blue titanium alloy detected. The vehicle will undergo a perfect upgrade. Required materials. 1. Blue titanium alloy X 650 units, satisfied. 2. 1.0 detection radar chip, already satisfied. 3. 50 sets of precision electronic components, already satisfied. 4. Rubber X 50 units saved. 5. 50 units of high-grade bulletproof glass, completed. Boom! Under Lin Hui's command, the LV.5 vehicle upgrade blueprint in his hand instantly transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the massive RV. This upgrade is far more impressive than any previous one. A deep blue light, almost tangible, burst forth from inside the RV, illuminating the ruins of the abandoned hospital entrance in a deep blue hue. The sounds of metal rubbing, gears meshing, and circuits connecting all intertwine, creating a symphony of industrial heavy metal. The car body visibly expands and stretches. The already massive vehicle became even more imposing, covered in layers of black armor plates that interlocked like dragon scales. The roof rose, and the rear cargo area unfolded to the sides, transforming the original double-decker structure into a triple-decker. "This is reshaping the vehicle's structure," Su Qingqian exclaimed. As a player who has awakened her expertise in machinery, she can sense that the interior space of the RV is undergoing a dramatic transformation. This time, it's not just about expanding the space, but about completely changing the interior layout of the RV. As the host of the vehicle, Lin Hui can plan the space inside the vehicle. 3-layer structure. Under Lin Hui's plan, the bottom floor contains the driver's cab, kitchen, and Bai Ling's long-desired independent laboratory. The second floor consists of Lin Hui's master bedroom, Su Qingqian's bedroom, the living room, and the bathroom. The third floor houses the operations room and Lu Shi's bedroom. 10 minutes later, the light faded. A colossal, dark blue beast, its body gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, stood silently in the center of the ruins. Its height has reached 8 meters and its length exceeds 15 meters, just like a real land-based aircraft carrier. The vehicle body is covered with streamlined, perfect-grade blue titanium alloy armor, giving it a futuristic feel. Ding! The RV upgrade is complete. Vehicle, motorhome, LV.5. Physical defense, 3000, 400-3000, perfect-grade blue titanium alloy armor, capable of withstanding small missile attacks. Magic resistance, 0. Tonnage, 300 tons, 40 to 300. Space, 300 cubic meters, 40 to 300. Note, the actual living space inside is expanded to a 3-story structure, including a separate laboratory. Durability, 100%. Fuel unlimited. External weapon upgrade, M430, Big B, chain gun, 30mm caliber, 1130 close-in weapon system, 30mm caliber. Weapon characteristics, equipped with an 11-barrel 30mm Gatling gun. Rate of fire, 11,000 rounds per minute. Effective range, 3,000 meters. Maximum range, 5,000 meters. Capable of clearing half a football field's airspace in 5 seconds. A terminator of saturation attacks. Includes multi-target intelligent fire control locking and missile interception systems. Ammunition type, 30mm tungsten alloy armor-piercing rounds. Ammunition capacity, 11,000 rounds, fully loaded. Reconnaissance radar. The vehicle has the ability to detect moving life forms, vehicles, and bullets within a radius of 10 kilometers. Type 1130 close-in weapon system. Lin Hui looked at the attribute panel, his eyes gleaming. This thing was a defensive marvel on aircraft carriers in its original world, with a firing rate of tens of thousands of rounds per minute, enough to tear apart incoming missiles in an instant. Now it's installed on my RV. Then I will no longer be afraid of small and medium-sized missiles. Within 10 kilometers, once a missile attack is detected, the target will be locked onto immediately based on feedback from the reconnaissance radar, and then subjected to a saturation attack. Is this the perfect upgrade? That's fucking awesome. This is true romance for men. However, such weapons also have drawbacks. Those are useless bullets. He currently only has 11,000 rounds of ammunition, which he will use up in 1 minute. It seems we'll have to treat general-purpose artillery shells as a strategic resource from now on. At the same time, Su Qingqian looked at the RV's streamlined exterior and the terrifying close-in weapon system, her little face filled with excitement and admiration. Boss, this car is absolutely amazing. Lu Shi also walked to the window, looking at the monstrous RV outside, her eyes filled with shock for a long time. A vehicle with 3,000 physical defense and 300 tons of unlimited fuel is probably incomparable even to the LV.6 vehicle of the Overlord Alliance leader, right? She looked at Lin Hui, this man who always managed to push the boundaries of her understanding. Where's my lab? Where's my lab? Compared to the two women's shock at the combat power, Bai Ling seemed to have gone mad and rushed directly onto the RV. A few seconds later, her extremely excited scream came from the back of the RV. A negative pressure ventilation system, a constant temperature incubator, a fully automated robotic operating table, and even a high-grade bulletproof glass cage specifically for imprisoning high-level zombies. This is heaven. This is absolutely heaven. Boss, I love you to death. I've dedicated my life to you. Just let me die in this lab. Lin Hui's lips twitched. This mad scientist was indeed only interested in her laboratory. But he didn't mind. Because the most exciting moment has arrived. Each level of gold affix talent triggers. Currently drawing LV.5 gold affixes. The golden roulette wheel spun wildly on Lin Hui's retina. Previously, infinity, never wears out, space folding, and infinite synthesis were all godlike skills. What will it be this time? Bite. The roulette wheel freezes in place. A card radiating dazzling golden light appeared in the void. Chapter 55 automatically repairs gold entries. Chapter 55 Automatic repair of gold attributes. Gold attribute, automatic repair. Quality, golden legend. Type, rule class. Attribute, grants the vehicle the ability to regenerate itself. Effect. 1. Nano repair, recommended to be applied to the vehicle's outer shell. If the vehicle is damaged, it will automatically repair the structure by consuming energy. Minor damage, scratches, dents, repaired in seconds. Moderate damage, armor cracks, repaired in minutes. Severe damage, structural fractures, repaired in hours. 2. Never get scrapped. As long as the core keel is not completely destroyed, the vehicle can regenerate indefinitely. 3. Material replenishment. If special materials are required for repair, they will be automatically retrieved from other dimensions first. Automatic repair? Lin Hui's breathing instantly became heavy. With this entry, as long as it's not instantly destroyed, the vehicle can continuously repair itself during battle, becoming a true indestructible fortress. Perfect. Upon realizing this, Lin Hui said in a low voice, "Give it a purpose, a motorhome shell." The next second, a golden light instantly disappeared into the surface of the RV. He clenched his fists, a look of excitement in his eyes. It boasts an insane 3,000 defense, coupled with 11,000 rounds per minute of 1130 close-in weapon system, and automatic repair. He could even drive his RV right up to the Wolf Guild's convoy, turn off the machine guns, and simply crush them. After all, injuries heal automatically. It's just a matter of time and energy. And his RV has unlimited fuel. Now, he can basically roam freely in this zombie wasteland. Just as Lin Hui was getting excited, Lu Shi, who was in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke up. "Boss! Someone has sent out a distress message on the regional channel. The reward is 2 bottles of basic mental potion." 2 bottles of basic mental energy potions? Upon hearing about this kind of reward, Lin Hui immediately became interested. His physical strength has now reached 150 points, but his mental strength has always been a weakness. These 2 bottles of mental strength potions are exactly what he needs most right now. Lin Hui quickly opened the system panel and checked the regional chat channel. A red message appeared. Urgent SOS. Player Jinhaoyun. Coordinates, x99.8, y101.2. Help. Someone, please help me. I'm trapped in a dark forest. It's full of monsters with human faces. They can fly. They can fly. I have 2 rare, basic level spirit potions. Whoever can rescue me can have these 2 potions. I promise. I have proof. I can't hold out much longer. I need highly skilled players. No newbies, please. The player also posted 2 clear photos. One picture shows 2 bottles of basic mental potion. In another picture there is a pale monster with a distorted face and human features, a pair of rotting fleshy wings on its back, and a pair of sharp claws under its feet, emitting a silent shriek at the camera. The moment the distress message was sent out, the entire regional channel exploded. 2 bottles of basic mental energy potions? This is a real gem. Although I've never seen it before, the 4 major guilds are buying it up. 1 bottle can be exchanged for 500 units of universal fuel. My vehicle is level 3, I wonder if I can take down that monster? Going to your death for a basic mental energy potion? Are you crazy? That's a tier 4 mutant. Yes. I've encountered it. It was a tier 4 mutant called Man-Faced Owl, incredibly fast, and its claws were extremely sharp, practically capable of cutting through iron like mud. I personally witnessed the convoy being sliced to pieces by 3 man-faced owls like slicing melons. And the convoy was led by a tier 4 modified tank. Your level 3 vehicle wouldn't last 0.1 seconds. Another player expressed their feelings. A mutant with a human face that can fly? And its claws are so sharp. How are the monsters in the zombie wasteland getting more and more monstrous? How are we low-level players supposed to survive? Just don't mess with them. They're not like zombies, they don't just appear everywhere. As long as you're not too unlucky, you probably won't run into them. Help! Whoever rescues me first gets what I have. These are 2 bottles of basic mental energy potions. This is a golden opportunity. Jinhaoyun, The player who posted the distress message cried out in despair. Forget it, this thing can even destroy a heavy tank, who would dare to go? Going there is just for delivering packages. By the way, Jinhaoyun, that human-faced owl had such sharp claws, how come you're alright? And you were still able to send out distress messages? Is your vehicle that sturdy? Jinhaoyun, I have an extraordinary item. Hey, why are you asking so many questions? You're not even coming. I'm just curious. Just then, a high-level player finally spoke up in the chat channel. Li Feifei, I am the Vice President of the Rose Society. I am about 130 kilometers away from you. I am setting off to rescue you now. Jinhaoyun, wow! Finally, someone from one of the 4 major guilds saw me. Sister Li Feifei. Come quick, I'm waiting for you right here. I knew it, I'm very lucky. Seeing a skilled player make a move, the onlookers started discussing it animatedly. It's actually the Vice President of the Rose Society. I heard her vehicle is already level 6. Tier 6 vehicles? Those are for players at the very top of the pyramid. Go, Feifei! Seeing that a player had accepted the order, Lin Hui stroked his chin. A player has accepted the order, we can't fall behind. He turned off the system screen and glanced at the coordinates on the map. The dark forest was less than 100 kilometers from his current location. The eyes of Lin Hui, a 4th-tier mutant of the human-faced owl, gleamed with eager anticipation. Qin Qian, set your target, dark forest. Huh? Boss, should we go rescue him? Su Qin Qian asked with some worry. That kind of mutant called the human-faced owl is very powerful, and it can fly. Certainly. Lin Hui smiled and said, since he has a basic mental energy potion, we naturally can't let it go. And he patted the RV's thick, perfect gray blue titanium alloy armor. My LV.5 motorhome needs to find a worthy opponent to test its power. Bai Ling heard the commotion and sent a message through the vehicle's communication system. Boss, remember to leave me one alive, I need it for my research. No problem. Lin Hui smiled, shifted into drive, and floored the accelerator. Buzz dash! The level 5 RV Fortress let out a deep roar, turned around without hesitation, and sped off toward the dark forest. As the distance gets closer, a forest appeared ahead, a dark and shadowy place where light seemed unable to reach, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding environment. Chapter 56, 1130 Close-in Weapon System, Activate. Chapter 56 1130 Close-in Weapon System, Activate. Dark Forest. This forest is like a splash of ink from God, appearing abruptly on this wasteland. The surrounding area was a gray-white Gobi desert and withered yellow grass, but this forest was unique in that all the trees had an unsettling charred black color. Buzz dash. Lin Hui's RV slowly drove into the dark shadows. The light around us was eerily distorted. It was daytime, but as soon as we entered the forest, it felt like we had fallen into the dead of night. Under the headlights, everyone's vision was restored. The tree trunks here are twisted like ghost claws, and the leaves are as black as iron, densely intertwined, completely blocking out the sky above. Looking at the pitch-black forest in front of her, Su Qin Qian unconsciously swallowed. She sat in the operations room on the 3rd floor, observing the surroundings through the scope. Her voice was grave. The radar shows that the magnetic field in this area is very chaotic, but the reconnaissance radar can still barely function. Lin Hui gripped the steering wheel, his expression remaining calm. Be careful, this place is a bit eerie. Moreover, it was unusually quiet. Once inside the forest, the sound of the wind vanished instantly, replaced by a deathly silence. Only the low rumble of the RV engine echoed through the trees, sounding particularly jarring. Sudden. Boss, stop the car! Bai Ling's voice came from the laboratory at the back of the car. Look at the side of the road. Lin Hui stepped on the brakes. Following Bai Ling's direction, several skeletons were scattered among the dark bushes. Those weren't the bones of a different species, but those of a human. Bai Ling had already put on her protective suit at some point, jumped out of the car to check it out, and then ran back with a skull in her hand, her face full of excitement and confusion. Boss, something's not right. She pointed to the weathering marks on the skull. Based on preliminary carbon dating, this body has been dead for at least 50 years. 50 years? Lin Hui and the 2 women exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The highway survival game has only been going on for less than 10 days. How could there be a modern human corpse that has been dead for 50 years in this wasteland? Could it be? She took a deep breath and made a chilling guess. That this game has already been played many times before us. Or perhaps, this place was once a civilization highly similar to Earth, and then it was destroyed? This speculation weighed heavily on everyone's minds. If that's really the case, then what terrifying truth is hidden behind this so-called highway survival game? Regardless of what happened in the past. Lin Hui broke the silence, restarted the car, his eyes resolute. As long as we live, we will know the answer someday. Just then. Beep 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 dash. The reconnaissance radar on the center console suddenly emitted a rapid alarm. On the screen, the few scattered red dots suddenly multiplied as if a commotion had broken out, with dozens appearing in an instant. Moreover, they are extremely fast. Boss! 3 o'clock! An aerial target is approaching! Speed 300 kilometers per hour! Su Qingqian exclaimed in surprise. They're here. Lin Hui suddenly looked up at the window. Call dash! A huge black shadow swept across the roof of the RV, bringing with it a foul stench. It was a monster the size of a small airplane. It had a pair of rotting fleshy wings with a wingspan of over 3 meters. Its body resembled a skinned human torso, and its limbs had transformed into sharp claws. The most terrifying thing is its head. That was a huge human face. But what's most terrifying is its face. That wasn't a bird's beak, but a pale, bloodless human face. The face looked like that of a middle-aged woman, with a wooden and eerie expression, rolled-up eyes, and even a strange smile on her lips. Is this the human face, Dao? She gripped the sniper rifle tightly, feeling a chill run down her spine. Squeak dash! A sickening metallic scraping sound rang out. The owl swooped down, its claws sharp enough to slice through a tank, gripping the side armor of the RV. Sparks flew everywhere. However, the expected sound of steel being torn apart did not occur. The human-faced owl felt a jolt in its claws, as if it had grasped an unshakable piece of divine iron. On its middle-aged woman's face, however, lay a remarkably human expression of confusion. All that could be seen on the dark blue car body were a few faint white marks. Moreover, in those few seconds of its days, the white marks seemed to come alive, quickly healing and disappearing, becoming shiny and new again. Entry in effect, automatic repair. Ha! The middle-aged woman's previously wooden expression instantly became extremely vivid. It stared wide-eyed, displaying a puzzled expression that seemed to say, "This is not scientific," and even tilted its head, looking both comical and terrifying. Puff dash! Su Qingqian, who was inside the car, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Boss, it seems to be questioning its existence. So you're already questioning the existence of birds? Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. The real show is yet to come. It seemed to be angered by the sturdiness of the RV. The owl suddenly let out an angry scream. A bizarre scene unfolded. Its facial features twisted like dough, instantly transforming from the face of a middle-aged woman into the face of a young man. The new face was contorted with rage, its features contorted and its eyes bloodshot. Ha, you changed your tune pretty quickly. Sitting in the car, Lin Hui looked at the strange face and felt not fear, but rather a sense of amusement. Bai Ling shouted excitedly from the back of the truck. This kind of mutant is so interesting. I want to study it. Boss, can you capture one alive? After changing his appearance, the human-faced owl's speed instantly doubled. It transformed into a black afterimage and launched another frenzied attack on the RV. At the same time, several other owls nearby could no longer contain themselves and swooped down. Bang 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 bang! The sound of claws striking the armor was as dense as a torrential downpour. However, faced with absolute defense, all fancy tricks are futile. No matter how they clawed, pecked, or even rammed into it, the dark blue steel behemoth remained as steady as a mountain, without even a sway. Defense test complete. Lin Hui calmly took a sip of cola. Perfect grade blue titanium alloy, it certainly didn't disappoint me. Since you can't beat them, it's my turn. He glanced at the human-faced owls who were still attacking frantically, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Sister Lu, fire control radar locked on. Target locked. Lu Shi's voice came through. Lin Hui shouted. Type 1130 close-in weapon system, activate. Chapter 57 What is a metal storm? This is it. Chapter 57 What is a metal storm? This is it. Following Lin Hui's command, the armored cover on the roof of the vehicle suddenly popped open. A Gatling gun with a futuristic design and 11 thick barrels slowly rose into the air. 11 jet-black gun barrels began to preheat and rotate under the action of the motor, emitting a heart-pounding hum. The owl that was still frantically attacking the roof of the car seemed to have sensed the danger. It abruptly stopped, its angry male face instantly transforming into a terrified old man's face, and with a flap of its wings, it prepared to flee. It's too late. Lin Hui coldly pressed the launch button. Sizzle! That wasn't the sound of gunfire. That's the sound of a chainsaw cutting wood. The Type 1130 close-in weapon system spewed out a flame that was 2 meters long. What does a rate of fire of 12,000 rounds per minute mean? That's 200 shots per second. The owl, which had flown less than 10 meters, didn't even have time to let out a scream. Within 0.1 seconds, its body was pierced, torn apart, and pulverized by hundreds of 30mm tungsten alloy armor-piercing rounds. Puff! A burst of scarlet blood mist exploded in the air. This is the ultimate expression of modern industrial brutality aesthetics. Stop! Lin Hui quickly released the button. Even so, that brief 1-second shot still consumed more than 200 bullets. The car was deathly silent as it stared at the lingering cloud of blood mist in the air. This? Lose, she swallowed hard, staring at the red dot on the radar that vanished in an instant. That's it. Too brutal, Su Qingqian murmured to herself. They didn't even leave behind a complete corpse. Oops. From the laboratory in the back of the truck came Bai Ling's heartbroken scream. Boss, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to capture it alive? How am I supposed to study it now that you've broken it down into molecules? Lin Hui looked at the blood mist slowly drifting down from the sky and touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. Ahem, the firepower is a little excessive. Once the 1130s open fire, it's a physical extermination, leaving no survivors. As he spoke, he glanced at the ammunition consumption. In that 1 second, nearly 200 bullets were fired. This isn't bullets, it's money. And defeating a Tier 4 alien human face doll yields 1 unit of high-strength titanium alloy. Seeing the system notification, Lin Hui felt even more heartbroken and his heart ached. 200 tungsten alloy armor-piercing rounds were replaced with a piece of broken alloy. We lost money, we lost a lot of money. Just as Lin Hui was feeling sorry for the bullets. 5 kilometers away from them, a large convoy also drove into the edge of the dark forest. This is the main convoy of the Rose Society. The uniform pink paint scheme, while seemingly girlish, clearly indicated that these women were not to be trifled with, as evidenced by the machine guns and rocket launchers mounted on each vehicle. Leading the pack was a streamlined red supercar. That's a top-tier LV.6 vehicle. After upgrading to level 6, the red supercar's appearance has changed dramatically, but its speed remains its advantage. In the driver's area, a woman with shoulder-length short hair and wearing sunglasses is holding the steering wheel with one hand. She wore a black, tight-fitting combat suit, the collar slightly open, revealing her healthy, tan skin. Her features were strikingly handsome, and she wore sunglasses, exuding a cool and capable aura that rivaled any man's. Li Feifei, Vice President of the Rose Society. Sister Feifei. A female teammate suddenly spoke up. I heard gunshots. Has someone already gotten there first to rescue Jin Haoyan? Another female teammate scoffed. I heard that kind of human face doll is particularly ferocious. It can easily tear apart even a tank. It's probably someone who's willing to risk their life for a basic mental potion. The last female teammate on the bus agreed with this idea. Li Feifei narrowed her eyes and said, We'll find out once we go in. I'm also very curious who has the guts to venture into this dangerous restricted area. After saying that, she picked up the communicator and addressed the convoy behind her. Everyone, listen up! Stay put and wait for me to return. Yes. Li Feifei's convoy has a total of over 30 vehicles, but most of them are made of ordinary armored bulletproof steel, which would be dangerous to enter. Her LV.6 sports car not only uses high-strength titanium alloy, but also has 10 units of blue titanium alloy added to the keel, which is enough to withstand RPGs. Li Feifei sighed. If only the whole car could be made of blue titanium alloy. After witnessing the hardness of blue titanium alloy, she became very fascinated by it. However, blue titanium alloy is extremely rare. Even with the combined efforts of the entire guild, only 60 units were collected, most of which were used on the guild leader's vehicle. Lost in thought, Li Feifei's car had already entered the dark forest. Vice President, this place feels really creepy. A female team member next to her shrank back. Is there a ghost? What are you afraid of? Li Feifei sneered and tossed her hair. So what if it's a ghost? My Red Lotus has 3 medium tactical missiles. I'll blow them up one by one. And have you forgotten my abilities? The female team member nodded nervously. The convoy moved forward slowly. Before long, Li Feifei saw the white bones by the roadside. This is... She frowned slightly, remembering what the president had said yesterday. It seems that the game is indeed more complex than we imagined. Vice President! Look ahead! Just then, a sharp-eyed team member suddenly pointed to an open space ahead and exclaimed. Li Feifei slammed on the brakes. Not far ahead on the ground, there was a pool of extremely conspicuous blood. No, that can't be called bloodstains. It was a large patch of dark red blood mist that was sprayed out in a spray pattern, and the surrounding tree trunks and grass were covered with fine bits of meat. There were no large pieces of corpse, only complete pulverization. What caused this? Li Feifei got out of the car to check and picked up a black feather fragment the size of a fingernail. The feathers of the human-faced owl. Her pupils suddenly contracted. As a vice president who had seen many battles, she knew all too well the speed and defense of the human-faced owl. That kind of Tier 4 mutant was not only fast, but its fur was also incredibly tough. Ordinary machine gun fire could at most leave a few bloody holes. But this... It was destroyed by some kind of large-caliber weapon with an extremely high rate of fire in a very short time. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground and the huge tire tracks, Li Feifei felt a chill run down her spine. Even the chairman's vehicle can't achieve this level of firepower. Could it be Zhao Tianba from the Overlord Alliance? No, he's heading to Busan. He couldn't possibly be in such a remote place. Li Feifei took a deep breath and looked into the depths of the forest. It seems that a formidable newcomer has emerged from among the smaller factions or individual players. She returned to the car, her expression turning serious. Vice President, should we still go? The team members asked cautiously. They weren't novices and clearly knew that the enemy's vehicles possessed terrifying weapons. The 3 of them felt a burning sensation on their faces, ashamed of their words. The other party wasn't some unlucky guy, but a big shot they'd never seen before. Go! Li Feifei gritted her teeth, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. I want to see who this person is who can cause such a commotion. Furthermore, we cannot give up on those 2 bottles of basic mental energy potion. Full speed ahead. Destination, SOS coordinates. Chapter 58 Li Feifei's Shock. Third update. Chapter 58 Li Feifei's Shock. Third update. Achoo! Lin Hui, who was in the driver's seat of the RV, sneezed. Who's talking about me? He rubbed his nose and continued driving forward. Boss, a vehicle is following us, about 5 kilometers away. In the operations room on the 3rd floor, Lu Shi reported. It should be Li Feifei, the vice president of my former employer, the Rose Society. Do you know him? Lin Hui glanced at the radar display screen and asked casually. Lu Shi said calmly. We worked together for 2 or 3 days, and she's quite capable. Oh? So you're someone I know? Lin Hui smiled but did not slow down. Since we're here, let's watch the show together. The RV continued its journey deeper into the area. As they got closer to the coordinates, a thick fog suddenly appeared, and even the signal of the reconnaissance radar began to be interfered with. Arrive. Lin Hui parked the car in a clearing in the woods. This is the coordinate of the SOS message posted by the player named Jin Haoyun. But where are they? The open space was deserted, with only a few strange black trees, not a soul in sight. Could it have already been eaten? Su Qingqian leaned against the window. Not even a trace left? Just then. Gah! A chilling scream suddenly rang out from all directions. Immediately afterwards. Suddenly, a dozen pairs of scarlet eyes lit up in the thick fog. Whoosh whoosh. A sudden gust of wind arose. A dozen or so enormous human-faced owls, flapping their decaying wings, burst out of the mist and circled above the RV. Each of them had a different human face. There was a weeping old woman, a grinning young woman, and a blank-faced old man. This scene is absolutely horribly depressing. The man-faced owls immediately became excited when they saw prey delivered to their doorstep. Gah! These owl-faced men swooped down simultaneously, their sharp claws gripping the roof of the RV. Zzz dash. Sparks flew everywhere. But the result was the same as before. Not even a scratch was broken. Tisk, these things are really persistent. Lin Hui shook his head. Lu Shi immediately set up her sniper rifle. Boss, should we fire? Etc. Lin Hui suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared at a certain spot. Below those circling owls, there was a particularly strange zombie, standing on a large rock, waving its arms stiffly. At the same time, a semi-transparent system light screen appeared out of thin air in front of it. A line of text floated out. Jin Haoyun, help! Is that Sister Li Feifei? It's me, Jin Haoyun. I'm right in front of you. That ugly zombie in blue overalls is me. Don't shoot. I'm an ally. The three people in the car fell silent. Su Qingqian rubbed her eyes. Boss, am I seeing things? That player turned into a zombie? No. Lu Shi shook her head and said, this must be due to the use of some extraordinary item or his spiritual ability. What a talent! Lin Hui couldn't help but sigh. To survive in a monster horde, this guy actually disguised himself as a zombie? Boss, I've locked onto a human-faced owl. Lu Shi's voice came through. Let's do it! Lin Hui gave the order. Bang! 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 The sniper rifle in Lu Shi's hand spat out flames continuously. This time she used a specially made, high-potency anesthetic bullet, the surface of which was coated with a potent anesthetic agent given to her by Bai Ling. After 3 shots, a human-faced owl with the face of a weeping woman froze and swayed as it plummeted from the sky. Gah! When their companion was attacked, the remaining dozen or so human-faced owls instantly flew into a rage. They abandoned the smelly and tough-looking zombie, turned around, and pounced on Lin Hui's RV. Good timing. Lin Hui sneered. 11:30, locked. Buzz dash. The sound of the close-in weapon system's motor started again. Sizzle! The fire dragon has reappeared. This time, Lin Hui was smarter and only fired for 0.5 seconds. Even so, the 3 human-faced owls that charged at the front were torn to shreds as if they had run into an invisible wall of fire. The remaining 10 were so scared they peed their pants. Their simple thought processes simply cannot comprehend such terrifying firepower. This isn't prey, it's death itself. They screamed and ran away in all directions. Lin Hui let out a breath and did not continue the pursuit. There is no other reason. Bullets are too expensive. The battle is over. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Just then. Buzzing. The sound of an engine came from behind. The Rose Society's car finally arrived. Li Feifei drove her red LV.6 sports car and pulled to a stop at the edge of the open space with a beautiful drift. She froze the moment she took off her sunglasses. What did she see? A black behemoth, several times larger than her sports car and resembling a moving castle, was quietly parked in the center of the venue. Around the vehicle, the ground was littered with the remains and fragments of the human-faced owl, and the blood had stained the black earth red. This is... Li Feifei stared wide-eyed at the still-smoking Type 1130 close-in weapon system, feeling her throat go dry. Close-in weapon system? That's something from a warship, isn't it? But that wasn't the most shocking thing for her. Squeak dash. The tailgate of the black behemoth slowly opened. A suffocating sense of oppression emanated from within. Thump! 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 Heavy footsteps sounded. A 4-meter-tall, iron-muscled Tier 4 zombie tyrant actually stepped out of the car like a porter. It ignored the Rose Society's car and walked straight up to the anesthetized human-faced owl. Then, it stretched out its huge hand, picked up the human-faced owl like a chick, carried it on its shoulder, and turned to walk back into the car. He was as well behaved as a silly goose the whole time. The sunglasses in Li Feifei's hand fell to the ground with a thud. As she watched the RV slowly close its tailgate, only one thought remained in her mind. Was I just hallucinating? Chapter 59 The Lucky One, Jin Haoyun. Chapter 59 The Lucky One, Jin Haoyun. This is unscientific. A female teammate next to Li Feifei swallowed hard, her voice trembling. That's a tyrant. A level 4 tyrant. How could it be so obedient? Another female member of the Rose Society took a breath, her voice hoarse. That's the Type 1130 close-in weapon system. I've seen it in military magazines before. It's the ultimate defensive weapon installed on aircraft carriers to intercept supersonic anti-ship missiles. 12,000 rounds per minute. Let alone a few human-faced owls, even a fully armed Mectoranosaurus would be riddled with holes in those few seconds. And the outer armor of that RV? It looks so much like blue titanium alloy. Impossible.
No one could possibly obtain so much blue titanium alloy, and look at the color, it's such a deep, dark blue, completely different from regular blue titanium alloy. Listening to her teammates' discussions, Li Feifei took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart. As the vice president of the Rose Society, she had seen many grand occasions, but what she saw before her was still beyond her comprehension. The absence of a missile launcher indicates that this is only a level 5 vehicle. But that sense of oppression, that weaponry that was armed to the teeth, was several times more terrifying than her LV.6 sports car. She'd believe it if you told her it was a level 7. Sister Feifei, what should we do? The team member asked cautiously. What else can we do? Li Feifei gave a bitter smile, a hint of helplessness showing on her usually proud face. The monsters have been defeated in an instant, and Jin Haoyun has been rescued. What else can we do? However, although the mission was intercepted, Li Feifei's curiosity was completely piqued. In this zombie wasteland, besides Zhao Tianba of the Overlord Alliance, when did such a formidable person appear? Let's go take a look. Li Feifei put her sunglasses back on and straightened her collar. Since we've run into this guy, I have to meet him. And I also want to know, who exactly is he? At the same time, the driver's side window of the RV slowly rolled down. Lin Hui's young and calm face was revealed. He didn't even glance at the Rose Society, instead focusing his gaze on the zombie, not far away. Half of his face was rotting, his eyeballs were bulging outwards, and there were even a few maggots crawling around in the wound. If the other party hadn't just opened the system interface, Lin Hui would have definitely let the tyrant punch him flat. Jin Haoyun, right? Lin Hui looked at him with a half-smile. I saved you. Where are the 2 bottles of mental energy potions? Huh? Oh. Oh. The zombie shuddered suddenly, snapping out of its shock. He took off a ring from his finger that looked like an iron ring. The stinking, hideous zombie vanished instantly. Instead, there was a young man in his mid-20s wearing a long down jacket, with single eyelids, a somewhat long face, and eyebrows that looked rather comical. His expression at that moment was quite remarkable. He originally thought that only the Rose Society came to his rescue, but unexpectedly, a Cheng Yao Jin appeared out of nowhere, and such a powerful one at that. Boss! Thank you so much for saving my life! Jin Haoyun jogged over with a bright smile on his face, and respectfully handed over 2 bottles of potion emitting a pale blue glow. This is your payment. Lin Hui took the medicine, checked it briefly, and after confirming that it was correct, casually put it into the alternate dimension. Then, he looked Jin Haoyun over with great interest. And the oddly styled vehicle at his feet. Is that a scooter? No, to be precise, it's a heavily modified LV point for a scooter. Its pedals are widened and thickened, and it is equipped with 4 large off-road wheels. It even has 2 miniature jet propulsion units at the rear. On both sides of the handlebars, there is even a miniature submachine gun hanging on each side. That's outrageous. You drive this? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. Hee, please excuse my poor performance, sir. Jin Haoyun scratched his head, looking embarrassed. This is my treasure, it runs incredibly fast. It's just a little drafty. Lin Hui's lips twitched. This kid's name is really fitting. He's managed to survive in the zombie wasteland on a scooter and even level up to level 4. His luck is simply divine. Imagine a zombie riding a scooter blending into a horde of zombies. The scene would be quite something. Just then, Li Feifei slowly drove up in her red sports car. When Jin Haoyun saw the Rose Society's logo and glanced at Li Feifei in the driver's seat, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. He was yelling for Li Feifei to help in the public chat, but when she arrived, the monster had already been instantly killed by someone else. That Vice President Li of the Rose Society? Jin Haoyun rubbed his hands together and said with an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry to have made you come all this way for nothing. This expert was too fast. I didn't even have time to react, and the monster was gone. It's alright. Li Feifei took off her sunglasses, her gaze not lingering on Jin Haoyun for long, but instead looking directly at Lin Hui, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the RV. Friend, I am Li Feifei, the Vice President of the Rose Society. May I ask which great master has come to greet me? Her tone became much more polite, with a hint of probing. Lin Hui hadn't spoken yet. A tall figure walked over, revealing a cool and stunningly beautiful face. The moment Li Feifei saw that face, she froze completely. Lu Shi? Her eyes were filled with astonishment. It's you? Lu Shi glanced at her indifferently, her tone as calm as if she were greeting a passerby. Long time no see, Vice President Li. Is this your car? Li Feifei pointed to the huge RV, her tone tinged with complexity. If it's Lu Shi's car, it means that Lu Shi is doing much better than they imagined after leaving the Rose Society. No. Lu Shi shook her head, turned slightly to look at Lin Hui. This is my boss's car. Li Feifei was stunned for a moment, then her gaze fell on Lin Hui, and she looked him up and down. Oh, boss? Li Feifei crossed her arms and suddenly sneered. President Lu, when you left Rose Society, you vowed to go it alone and not be controlled by anyone anymore. What? It's only been a few days, and you've already found another man to back you up? Looks like you don't want to go it alone, you just want a man, don't you? The moment those words were spoken, the surrounding air instantly cooled down. The members of the Rose Society all shrank back. Sister Feifei's mouth was as sharp as ever. Back then, the two vice presidents often argued. However, Lu Shi didn't even frown. Say what you want. Lu Shi's voice was cold and clear. Even if I really want a man, it's still better than you having no one at all. You! Li Feifei's face flushed red with anger, but she was speechless for a moment. Lin Hui, sitting in the driver's seat, glanced at Lu Shi with some surprise. Who would have thought that this usually aloof and domineering woman could be such a ruthless character when it comes to roasting people? Snort! Li Feifei took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. She knew that the focus now wasn't on arguing with Lu Shi, but on getting to know this mysterious and skilled player in front of her. Although the Rose Society does not recruit men, it does form cooperative relationships with male players. Lin Hui wasn't interested in the Rose Society. He looked past Li Feifei and at Jin Haoyan. Do you have any more mental potions? If so, I'm willing to pay a high price for them. It's gone, it's really gone. Jin Haoyan shook his head vigorously. I only found 6 bottles. I drank 4 to survive, and the rest are all yours. Found them? 6 bottles? Lin Hui stared sharply at Jin Haoyan. Where did you find such good luck? Li Feifei also perked up her ears. How could someone actually find a strategic resource like a mental energy potion? Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Jin Haoyan didn't dare to hide anything and pointed to the deeper part of the dark forest. It's inside, he said with lingering fear. I originally wanted to go to Busan, but while I was driving, I encountered a strange thick fog. When I opened my eyes again, I was deep in this forest, inside a huge palace. A massive palace? Lin Hui narrowed his eyes. Chapter 60 is really haunted. Chapter 60 There really are ghosts. Yes. It really is a palace. Jin Haoyan gestured, his face showing exaggerated terror. That palace was enormous. It was like it was built for giants. Each pillar was hundreds of meters high, reaching into the sky. Standing below it, I felt like an ant. Before I could observe carefully, I saw a swarm of human-faced owls rushing out from the depths of the palace, which terrified me so much that I quickly turned into a zombie and ran away. As I ran, I realized my mental energy was almost depleted, and at that moment I thought, if only I had a mental energy potion. And guess what happened? I actually found a bunch of basic mental potions on the palace steps. They were just thrown on the ground like trash. There were a total of 6 bottles. I drank 4 bottles and slowly walked outside, which allowed me to hold on until you arrived. Grand Palace. Lin Hui stroked his chin, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Since there are spirit potions on the outside, what about inside the palace? Could there be even more advanced items? Like intermediate spirit potions? Or upgrade blueprints for level 6 or even level 7? At this moment, Li Feifei had obviously thought of this as well. How about it? Want to collaborate? She suddenly asked. Li Feifei looked at Lin Hui, her eyes flashing with ambition. Since everyone wants the potion, why don't we go in together and take a look? I have a level 6 vehicle, and you have that terrifying firepower. If we join forces, we could even put up a fight against a level 6 alien. And... She paused, then pointed to herself. My specialty is psychic esoteric techniques. I can sense unseen dangers. In this eerie place, my reconnaissance abilities are definitely more useful than your radar. If we encounter a danger we can't overcome, we'll retreat immediately. The spoils of war will be divided among ourselves. How about that? Want to take a gamble? Lin Hui did not answer immediately, but looked at Lu Shi instead. Lu Shi leaned close to Lin Hui's ear and whispered, Boss, what she said is true. Her clairvoyance is indeed very strong. She can see things that we can't, especially those dirty things. Lin Hui weighed the pros and cons. While my own RV is physically invincible, These ancient ruins are often fraught with mystical dangers. Having a dedicated scout, or rather, a teammate, is definitely a safer option. About how far? Lin Hui turned to ask Jin Haoyan. I don't know either, Jin Haoyan said with a bitter face. I feel like I've been running around like a headless fly for more than an hour to get here. Okay. Lin Hui nodded and made a decision. Then let's go in and take a look. But let me make this clear beforehand. If things don't look good, I'll be the first to leave. Of course. Li Feifei smiled proudly. I don't need anyone to protect me. At this moment, Jin Haoyan pitifully raised his hand. Could you two great masters take me with you? I don't want to be here alone. What if the man-faced doll comes again? Lin Hui thought for a moment. This guy may look like a loser, but he's the only one who's ever been to that palace. Get in the car. Lin Hui pointed to the back of the car. But there are no seats left in the car, so you can go to the back and squeeze in with the tyrant. Ah? Jin Haoyan glanced at the terrifying tyrant sitting in the corner in a daze, and his face turned green. But looking at the dark woods around him, he gritted his teeth. So be it. At worst, I'll turn into a zombie and chat with it. After saying that, he cautiously climbed into the back of the car. For the sake of safety, without saying a word, he activated the ring's power and transformed back into that ugly zombie, cowering in a corner, trembling. The tyrant tilted his head and glanced at him, seemingly wondering why this fellow human looked so sleazy, before turning his head away in boredom. Set off! With Lin Hui's command, the black RV and the red sports car, one after the other, disappeared once again into the even thicker fog. The wheels rolled over the long-rotted, black, withered branches, making a sickeningly crisp sound. The further in you go, the thicker the fog becomes. Even with the headlights on full blast, the RV's lights can only illuminate a distance of less than 20 meters ahead. The magnetic field here is completely disordered. Su Qingqian frowned as she looked at the various instrument panels on the center console that were jumping wildly. The radar is malfunctioning, and even the electronic compass is spinning. Boss, we're driving completely blind right now. Lin Hui gripped the steering wheel, his expression grave. This feeling of losing control is unpleasant. How much further? He asked Jin Haoyan in the back compartment through the internal communicator. I don't know either. Jin Haoyan's voice trembled. The fog is so thick, it looks the same everywhere. But I feel the oppressive feeling getting stronger. We should be almost there. It took another half hour to drive. The fog was extremely thick. If the fog outside only obstructs vision, then the fog here is practically a living thing, thick, cold, and clinging to the bulletproof glass, forming a greasy film of water. Parking. Lin Hui suddenly slammed on the brakes. There is no road ahead. Or rather, the road ahead was blocked by something extremely magnificent. In that instant, the thick, inky fog seemed to be parted by an invisible hand. Everyone gasped in shock. Those are pillars. Giant stone pillars, each over 500 meters tall and entirely bluish-gray in color, stand abruptly in the darkness like a spine supporting the sky. Each pillar is carved with intricate and ancient patterns that do not belong to any known human civilization. They are wild and rugged, yet they exude an indescribable sacredness and majesty. Looking up along the stone pillars, you can't see the top at all. They seem to pierce the clouds, supporting this abandoned sky. At the end of the stone pillar, the outline of a palace as huge as a mountain was faintly visible in the mist. At that moment, the feeling of human insignificance was magnified infinitely. Oh my God! This is incredible! Su Qingqian murmured to herself, forgetting to record data on her tablet. Li Feifei's car also stopped, and her voice, filled with awe, came through the car's loudspeaker. Is this a palace of the gods? This thick fog looks so eerie. Could there be ghosts? Li Feifei's female teammate suddenly asked. Li Feifei frowned upon hearing this. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Jin Haoyan in the back of the RV suddenly shout excitedly. Look! He pointed to a huge staircase leading to the palace. Scattered in the gap between the 2-meter-high steps were more than 20 test tubes emitting a faint golden light. In the darkness, the blue light was so alluring. Basic mental energy potion! Lin Hui's eyes narrowed. It really exists. Bai Ling, let the tyrant go get it! Lin Hui didn't lose his temper and gave the order immediately. Okay. Bai Ling clearly knew what was important. The enormous tyrant jumped off the chariot and strode heavily toward the steps. At the same time, Li Feifei also made a move. 2 holsters were strapped to the outside of her legs, one of which held a specially made silver revolver. She moved with incredible speed, like a red cheetah, rushing up the steps in a few leaps. Seeing this, Jin Haoyun panicked, reverted to human form, jumped off the car, and ran off with his rear end sticking out. Fortune favors the bold. I'm going to take the risk. Just as Tyrant, Li Feifei, and Jin Haoyun were about to return after snatching the basic mental energy potion, Li Feifei suddenly sensed something and looked in a certain direction. Her face changed drastically, and she shouted, "Run! Something's coming out!" However, she had barely finished speaking. Woo dash! A piercingly shrill sound exploded in everyone's minds without warning. That wasn't the sound of the wind. It was a woman crying. The sound seemed to emerge from the depths of hell, carrying endless resentment and chill, instantly piercing through the vehicle's armor, through the flesh, and directly into the depths of the soul. Ah! Inside the RV, Su Qingqian and Lu Shi simultaneously covered their ears, their faces turning deathly pale. Lin Hui felt as if his brain had been stabbed hard by a red-hot steel needle, and the intense pain almost made him lose his grip on the steering wheel. Warning! You are under psychological attack. San -10. Something's wrong! Retreat! Lin Hui shouted into the communicator. The fog rolled in. Behind the enormous stone pillar, a figure slowly emerged. That was a person. It wore a tattered red wedding dress, its long hair cascading down its front, obscuring its face. It had no feet, its body hovering in midair, and the surrounding mist condensed into black ice crystals the instant it appeared. As it drew nearer, the chilling aura it exuded almost froze one's blood. Ghosts really do exist! The female team member in Li Feifei's car screamed in despair, curling up into a ball and trembling. Chapter 61 The Vanished Dark Forest, Third Update. Chapter 61 The Vanished Dark Forest, Third Update. The red-clad ghost seemed to be attracted by the scream and slowly turned its head. Although their faces were obscured, everyone felt a malevolent gaze upon them. Die! A hoarse syllable fell to the floor. The red-clad ghost suddenly raised its hand, and a black stream of energy shot towards Li Feifei like a sharp sword. Damn it! Li Feifei reacted extremely quickly, dodging the black air current with a roll. Boom! The spot where she had just stood had been silently eroded into a large pit by the hard rock steps. This is not a physical attack at all. Li Feifei's expression changed drastically. In a panic, the female teammate in the sports car pulled the trigger of the machine gun on the car. Da-da-da-da! The dense bullets whistled past, but seemed to hit nothing but air, piercing directly through the red-clad ghost's body and striking the stone pillar behind it, sending sparks flying. The vengeful ghost was completely unharmed. Physical attacks are ineffective? Lin Hui saw it clearly from inside the car, and his heart sank. Don't use the machine gun! That's a spirit! Li Feifei roared and suddenly drew the silver revolver from her waist. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out. This shot wasn't fired with an ordinary bullet, but with a silver bullet. The bullet struck the red-clad ghost precisely in the shoulder. Sizzle! Like hot oil poured on snow, black smoke rose from the spot where the red-clad demon was struck, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Ah dash! It's injured! But it also thoroughly enraged it. From the depths of the mist, even more dense cries and laughter could be heard. 1, 2, 3. Countless twisted, translucent figures emerged from every corner of the palace, like a procession of 100 ghosts. Run! Li Feifei rushed back to the sports car, while Jin Haoyun, already terrified, turned back into a zombie and scrambled under Lin Hui's car. In this chaotic moment, Lin Hui's gaze was suddenly drawn to something on another set of steps. There was an old-fashioned brass key, gleaming strangely under the dim car lights. The key is engraved with an intricate eye motif. His intuition told him that was the most valuable thing here. Bai Ling! Have Tyrant throw that key over here! Then ignore Tyrant and let it chase after us. Lin Hui decided immediately. Although Bai Ling felt sorry for her experimental subject, she also knew that this was a matter of life and death. She suddenly channeled her mental power. Big guy! Pick up that brass key and throw it over here! At the last moment, the tyrant roared, grabbed the brass key and the psychic potion in his hand, and hurled them toward the RV with all his might. Smack! Just as the key and the medicine were about to smash into the armor in front of the windshield, Lin Hui quickly activated the automatic pickup function. Obtained 15 basic mental energy potions. Obtained brass key. Item received. Hold on tight. Lin Hui suddenly shifted into reverse and floored the accelerator. Buzz dash! The massive RV roared like a beast, its huge wheels kicking up dirt as it turned and sped away. At the same time, Li Feifei's sports car started. The female teammate beside her looked terrified and said in a trembling voice, "Sister Feifei, I've discovered that these female ghosts are exactly the same as the ones I've been thinking about." Li Feifei was taken aback by his words, then suddenly remembered something. She frantically turned the steering wheel while yelling, Tian, stop thinking nonsense!" "Huh!" The teammate who was called Sweetie was stunned for a moment. "What's the meaning?" "No, it's nothing. You sing." "What should we sing?" "National anthem. Now." "Stand up." Accompanied by off-key and distorted singing coming from the sports car, the two cars sped wildly through the fog as if they had gone mad. In the rearview mirror, Lin Hui noticed that the group of red-clad ghosts were not chasing his RV, but were staring intently at Li Feifei's sports car, seemingly because of the gunshot they had just exchanged. Damn it! Li Feifei felt a chill run down her spine as she watched the red figure relentlessly pursuing her. She awakened the spiritual art of clairvoyance, which allows her to perceive things that ordinary people cannot, but also easily attracts special beings. "Get out of my way!" She abruptly pressed the missile launch button. This is no ordinary missile. It is a specially made missile filled with a large amount of silver powder. Boom dash! A burst of silver fire erupted behind him. The shockwave from the explosion sent the red-clad ghosts flying, but it did manage to hold them off for a moment, though it didn't kill them. That's enough. Li Feifei's sports car burst into astonishing speed, instantly reaching 250 kilometers per hour, turning into a red lightning bolt and overtaking Lin Hui's RV. "Hey! You can't play like that!" Lin Hui watched the sports car speed away and gritted his teeth. Although his RV was incredibly defensive, it was too heavy and couldn't match the speed of a sports car. "Boss! That damn thing is catching up again!" Su Qingqian looked in the rearview mirror, her voice unusually tinged with panic. "Hold on tight!" A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Hui's eyes. "I may not be good at speed, but when it comes to endurance, I have unlimited fuel." Although it is a diesel power system, with unlimited fuel, the combustion efficiency is increased by 200%, and the power output is doubled. The RV engine let out a roar that was close to its limit, and the speed was actually pushed up to 180. Xin Haoyun, who was stuck at the back of the car, clung tightly to the crossbeam of the chassis, being jolted around until he was dizzy and disoriented, muttering to himself, I'm so lucky, I'm definitely not going to die." Meanwhile, a bang was heard. The tyrant finally caught up, leaped high into the air, and then hung on the back of the RV. 20 minutes. Those 20 minutes felt like 20 years to everyone in the car. That chilling feeling, like a thorn in my back, never disappeared. Lin Hui felt like his head was about to explode from the constant mental pollution. At this moment, his SAM value had dropped below 60. "There's light ahead!" Su Qingqian shouted in surprise. Through the thick fog, a sliver of grayish-white light finally appeared ahead. "That's the exit. Charge out!" Lin Hui roared, and the RV crashed through the last barrier of fog, bursting into the sunlight. The warm sunlight shone on the car. In that instant, all the chill, fear, and auditory hallucinations vanished. "Call." Lin Hui was panting heavily, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. That was too dangerous. This kind of psychological attack is simply impossible to defend against. Li Feifei, who was ahead, had already stopped at the entrance of the dark forest and joined the other convoys of the Rose Society. She was clearly also quite exhausted. "Boss, look behind you!" At that moment, Su Qingqian's trembling voice suddenly came. Lin Hui turned his head with difficulty and looked at the rearview mirror. Behind them lay an empty, desolate Gobi desert. That pitch-black, gloomy forest, that magnificent palace, and those terrifying vengeful spirits. They all disappeared. It was as if they had never existed. Only the brass key on the front of the car and the 15 bottles of basic mental energy potions proved that what had just happened was not an illusion. Lin Hui gripped the cold key, gazing at the desolate wasteland, a deep sense of dread flashing in his eyes. This is too bizarre. Chapter 62 What You Think Will Come True. Chapter 62 What You Think Will Become Reality. The wind in the wasteland carried sand and gravel, which made a soft rustling sound as it hit the car body. The group, who had just escaped, stared in silence at the dark forest that had vanished into thin air. This is too bizarre. Su Qingqian pressed her face against the car window, her pale face filled with disbelief. Such a large forest, and that palace, how could they just disappear like that? Perhaps it never existed in this space in the first place. She looked at the spot where the dark forest had originally been, her eyes deep. It's like some kind of projection. Lin Hui suddenly frowned as he looked at the projection. After calming down, he noticed a chilling detail. It was that staircase with a bunch of basic mental energy potions. It seemed to have been empty at first. Outside the car, Li Feifei leaned against the red LV.6 sports car, an unlit cigarette between her fingers. Although her face was still a little pale, her eyes had regained their composure. The mental storm she just experienced had taken a toll on her. As a seer awakened, she was even more sensitive to such strange occurrences. She strode to the front of the RV and looked up at Lin Hui sitting in the driver's seat. Now that we've been through life and death together, shall we get to know each other? Lin Hui rolled down the car window but didn't get out. He simply nodded politely and said, Lin Hui. Lin Hui. Li Feifei pondered the name, a look of realization flashing in her eyes. No wonder you were the one who got the first kill of the Tier 3 alien species in the server-wide announcement, right? I thought you were a tough guy back then, but I didn't expect you to be even tougher in person than the rumors suggest. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation naturally returned to the bizarre experience they had just had. I have a theory about that enormous palace. Li Feifei suddenly spoke up, her expression turning somewhat strange. I think that place can materialize the thoughts in a person's mind. Manifestation? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. Yes. Li Feifei pointed to the female team member in her sports car. When we were escaping just now, my team member Tian told me that those ghost brides looked exactly like the ones in her mind. She paused for a moment, then added. However, she had never seen these ghost brides before. Upon hearing this, Lin Hui's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly looked at Jin Haoyun, who was squatting on the ground vomiting. Jin Haoyun, you said before that when you first entered the palace, it was because your mental strength was insufficient, and you were thinking that it would be good if there were some basic mental strength potions, and then you saw the potions? Oh? Yes. Jin Haoyun looked up, his face blank. I was almost fainting, and I was just thinking how great it would be if I could find some potions on the ground. Then I looked down and hey, there really was a whole bunch. And this time, Jin Haoyun scratched his head. A whole bunch of them have appeared on the same set of steps again. I suspect someone deliberately put them there. That's right. Lin Hui snapped his fingers, his gaze becoming profound. What you think is what you see. Lu Shi's pupils contracted sharply. You mean that palace can materialize the thoughts in our hearts? Lin Hui sighed and said, Jin Haoyun is a heartless, lucky guy. All he could think about was how the basic mental energy potion could save his life, so he saw the potion. And that female member of the Rose Society named Sweetie, because she was afraid of ghosts, imagined scenes from horror movies, which attracted those ghost brides. Thinking of this, he looked at the empty wasteland, a hint of lingering fear in his voice. If we... He didn't continue speaking. But everyone understood. If they were thinking of something far more terrifying, like some unparalleled conceptual monster. They are probably corpses by now. What you think about will come true, Su Qingqian murmured to herself, feeling a chill run down her spine. What kind of place is that? A miracle? Who knows? Lin Hui shrugged. That place is simply not something players can explore at this stage. That was a true, forbidden zone. It's nothing short of a miracle that they all managed to walk out alive. As Lin Hui ran his fingers along the texture of the brass key in his hand, his opinion of it rose several notches. Oh, right. Lin Hui pulled himself together and looked at Li Feifei. That ghost bride just now, physical attacks were ineffective against her. What did you use to hurt her? This is important. Lin Hui's firepower was indeed formidable, but it was based on physical strikes. If he encountered such a spiritual entity in the future, wouldn't all his high-tech equipment in his vehicle become useless? Silver. Li Feifei didn't hide anything. If she wanted to befriend Lin Hui, intelligence was the best way to show goodwill. She pulled the silver revolver from its holster, poured out a bullet, and showed it to Lin Hui. The warhead contains high-purity mithril powder. Although the damage isn't explosive, it's currently the only method that can cause substantial damage to spirits. Of course, if you awaken certain spiritual techniques that restrain spirits or obtain corresponding extraordinary items, that's a different story. Silver. Lin Hui nodded thoughtfully, then turned to look at Su Qingqian inside the car. Did you write it down? Got it, boss. Su Qingqian quickly wrote on the tablet. When I get back, I'll melt down the silver in the stock and plate all the clothes and weapons system shells with silver. Li Feifei's eyes twitched as she listened. That would cost a fortune. Is this man planning to kill the ghost with money? After discussing the intelligence, the next step was to divide the spoils, or rather, the transaction. Li Feifei's gaze fell on Jin Haoyun, or more precisely, on the basic mental energy potion he was tightly protecting in his arms. Chapter 63 Mental Breakdown. Chapter 63 Mental Breakdown. Jin Haoyun, you must have picked up a few bottles of potions over there just now, right? Li Feifei got straight to the point. I urgently need basic mental energy potions right now. If you're willing to sell, I'll buy them at the market price of 500 doses of universal fuel per bottle. I want 2 bottles. Jin Haoyun's eyes lit up when he heard this. Sell! Of course, sell! He pulled out 4 bottles of potions and chuckled. Actually, my mental strength has already reached the 50-point limit, so this stuff is just a beverage to me. It won't do any good. I want one too. Lin Hui suddenly spoke. Although he had just collected 15 bottles, who would complain about having too much? He might not need them himself, but he had 3 employees to pay their salaries. I'll take the remaining 2 bottles. Lin Hui said calmly. But I don't need to use universal fuel to pay the bill. No need for universal fuel? Li Feifei and Jin Haoyun were both stunned. In this world, besides fuel and food, what other forms of hard currency are there? The next second, Lin Hui had by link command the tyrant to carry down a piece of blue titanium alloy and place it at Jin Haoyun's feet. The metal seemed to possess some kind of profound magic. Just by looking at it, one could feel its indestructible texture. This is... Li Feifei's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints, and she exclaimed in shock. Blue titanium alloy? Although Jin Haoyun had never seen blue titanium alloy before, he had heard others talk about it from the regional chat channel. Moreover, judging from Li Feifei's horrified expression, this thing was priceless. 1 unit of perfect-grade blue titanium alloy, in exchange for 2 bottles of potion, Lin Hui said casually, pointing to the blue titanium alloy. Should we change it or not? Change it. Change. Before Jin Haoyun could speak, Li Feifei almost shouted. I'll switch with you. God knows how much she begged and pleaded to scrape together that tiny bit of blue titanium alloy just to upgrade the frame of that sports car. This man in front of me is actually trading with blue titanium alloy? What a waste of money! This is such a waste. Without saying a word, Jin Haoyun handed the 2 bottles of medicine to Lin Hui, then tremblingly stroked the heavy metal at his feet. Wow, this is way too precious! Jin Haoyun was so moved he almost cried. He felt he had gotten a huge advantage. However, in Lin Hui's eyes, this was not a loss at all, but a huge profit. Blue titanium alloy? Isn't that just a matter of 10,000 units of scrap iron? The cost price is less than 4 units of universal fuel. The price he offered Li Xian was 3,000 units of scrap iron for 1 unit of universal fuel. This material, which is considered top tier and rare by others, can be synthesized by him in any quantity he desires, as long as he has enough scrap iron. This is the overwhelming advantage brought about by the infinite synthesis of gold attributes. You are welcome. Lin Hui smiled and gave Jin Haoyun a meaningful look. Because of your intelligence, I also gained a lot from it. This alloy is both a transaction and a thank you gift. At this, Jin Haoyun burst into tears, wishing he could immediately acknowledge him as his godfather. Li Feifei, who was standing next to her, was so engrossed in watching that she swallowed hard. She stared intently at Lin Hui, her eyes burning with desire. Lin Hui, do you still have any of this blue titanium alloy? I'll buy it. Lin Hui looked at the vice president of the Rose Society in front of him, who was completely disregarding his image for the sake of materials, and felt secretly pleased. This is the joy of monopolizing top-tier resources. I have. Lin Hui's 2 simple words made Li Feifei's breath catch in her throat for a moment. She was just trying it out. After all, most players would treasure even a single unit of this rare blue titanium alloy. But Lin Hui's tone was so calm, it was as if he were saying, I have a lighter. But I don't want fuel, nor do I want ordinary resources. Lin Hui leaned against the car window, his fingers lightly tapping the windowsill, and stated his conditions. I need universal shells and LV.6 vehicle upgrade blueprints. If you have these, I can trade with you. How much do you have? Li Feifei asked cautiously. About 100 units, Lin Hui said without batting an eye. 100 units? Li Feifei felt that her worldview was collapsing. Despite the entire guild's resources and the tireless efforts of thousands of members, the Rose Society's stockpile of blue titanium alloy amounted to only 60 units. But Lin Hui in front of us is a casual player, yet he has 100 units? Did he find blue titanium alloy or? Li Feifei took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. We at Rose Society have some general-purpose shells, which we can trade. But we probably can't get LV.6 vehicle upgrade blueprints. Oh? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. Currently, there are only 10 LV.6 blueprints in the entire zombie wasteland map. Only 10? How did you know? Lin Hui asked in surprise. Each one has a serial number, Li Feifei said with a sigh of relief. All 10 have been found so far, including 4 from the Overlord Alliance, and 2 each from the remaining 3 major guilds. She paused, then said, If you want to upgrade your vehicle to level 6, you'll have to go to the next dungeon, or destroy a level 6 vehicle. The level 6 vehicle upgrade blueprint is special. It drops when you dismantle a vehicle. Upon hearing this, Lin Hui's eyes lit up. This road survival game was quite humane. But thinking about it, it makes sense. This game inherently encourages players to kill each other. It has been like this from the very beginning. In this lawless wasteland, murder and robbery are commonplace. Oh, right. Lin Hui suddenly thought of something. If we want to upgrade to LV.6, besides the blueprints, what other core materials are needed? Since the other party is a level 6 car owner, they must know this kind of information. Li Feifei hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. Although the upgrade blueprints are universal, different types of vehicles require different core materials. However, there's one thing in common. All LV.6 vehicles require an autonomous driving module as the core, as well as a large amount of high-strength titanium alloy and higher-grade metals. Lin Hui noted down the name. Autonomous driving module. Thanks. Lin Hui nodded, then pointed to the window of the carriage behind him. For specific transaction details, you can contact my secretary directly. Secretary? Li Feifei followed his finger, and saw the side window on the first floor of the RV slowly lower. A rich, mellow coffee aroma, mixed with the buttery scent of freshly baked bread, instantly filled the dry, dusty air. Li Feifei subconsciously wrinkled her nose. She had changed into a loose and comfortable silk loungewear, holding a steaming cup of exquisite bone china coffee, and was leaning lazily against the window, even raising the cup towards her. Finished chatting? Want to come up for a drink? Freshly ground Blue Mountain. Lu Shi's voice was light and casual, yet it conveyed an indescribable sense of ease. Look behind Lu Shi. It was a comfortable living room with a constant temperature of 26 degrees Celsius, soft lighting, plush sofas, and you could even see Su Qingqian watching a show while holding a bag of potato chips. Look at yourself again. Covered in dust and greasy with sweat, they fought tooth and nail in the wasteland for the guild and for a few bottles of potions, without even a sip of hot water. Li Feifei felt like she was losing her composure. Chapter 64 Rose Society President. Chapter 64 The Rose Society President. No need! Li Feifei gritted her teeth and refused, then turned and left, her back view exuding a stubbornness that said, I'm so jealous, but I won't say it. Watching Li Feifei's furious back, Lin Hui couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was about to start the RV when he saw Li Feifei suddenly stop and turn around. Lin Hui. Li Feifei looked at him with complicated eyes. Aren't you afraid that I'll spread the news that you have a large amount of blue titanium alloy? Or tell the Overlord Alliance? A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Lin Hui smiled indifferently and gently pressed a button on the remote control. Buzz dash. The menacing Type 1130 close-in weapon system on the roof of the vehicle rotated again, its dark barrel pointing straight at the sky. You can give it a try. His voice was calm, yet it exuded absolute confidence. Tell them I have blue titanium alloy. But don't forget to tell them that if they want it, they'll have to pay with their lives. Li Feifei felt a chill run down her spine. He knew that the man in front of him had the ability. I have another message for you, it's free. Li Feifei took a deep breath. The Wolf Guild has set up checkpoints at all 4 entrances to Fu City. Any solo players or small to medium-sized convoys that want to enter the city must either hand over 50% of their supplies as a toll or risk their lives in a crash. They have gathered a large number of members. If you want to go into the city, you'd better be mentally prepared. After saying that, Li Feifei got into the sports car, stepped on the gas, and drove off with the convoy. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Lin Hui curled his lips into a cold smile. Collecting tolls? Perfect timing, I'm just missing a LV.6 upgrade blueprint. At this moment, Xin Haoyan, who had been standing by expectantly, finally found a chance to interject. Great God! Great God! Shin Haoyun lay down beside the RV tires, his face full of anticipation. Can I work with you? I don't have any other skills, I'm just lucky. I want to join your team. He realized that following this guy meant not only safety but also a life of luxury. Look at the other members in the RV. They were living the dream life. Moreover, he also heard about the Wolf Guild setting up checkpoints on the outskirts of Busan. If I were to encounter those ruthless players, wouldn't they strip me of all my good stuff? He has a spatial ring, about 10 cubic meters in size, which contains many good things, some of which he found on the road and some of which he just traded. I am now definitely a wealthy player. Lin Hui looked down at Shin Haoyun, who was staring longingly at him. Should I get you on the bus? Although the RV is spacious, the current crew configuration is already perfect. Su Qingqian is in charge of logistics and technology, Lu Shi is in charge of remote operations and transaction negotiations, and Bai Ling is in charge of medical and biological research. Having another mascot that only shouts 666 seems unnecessary. Just get on the bus. Lin Hui shook his head. However, I can point you in the right direction. Huh? You won't accept it? Shin Haoyun looked disappointed. Don't be disappointed yet, Lin Hui said calmly. I have a business partner named Li Xian. He recently founded an organization called the Scrap Metal Association. The Scrap Metal Guild? Shin Haoyun was taken aback. Why does that name sound so shabby? The name is not important, Lin Hui said. This guild is specifically responsible for collecting scrap metal and various materials in different places. Go to the outskirts of Busan and find him. Give him my name and say that I asked you to join. Your luck is perfect for scavenging supplies in dangerous areas. You can sell whatever you collect directly to me through Li Xian. In exchange, when I enter Fukushi, I will provide you with shelter, as well as the top-tier materials or weapons you've always dreamed of. Shin Haoyun was a smart man. He understood immediately. This is making him a lackey. Although I can't get into the core level, I've at least gotten on the coattails of the number 1 player in the entire server. No problem. Don't worry, expert. I'll go right away. Shin Haoyun instantly regained his energy, mounted his small modified scooter, and excitedly sped off towards the coordinates given by Lin Hui. Watching the other party leave, Lin Hui rolled up the car window. Qingqian, target Fusher, full speed ahead. Since the Wolf Guild has prepared a grand welcome for me, I'll give them a big surprise. At the same time, 1,000 miles away, on the top floor of a high-rise building in Busan. This place has been converted into temporary accommodation. A woman in an evening gown is lounging on a leather sofa, swirling a glass of red wine in her hand. She had long, wavy, wine-red hair, and striking features. A beauty mark at the corner of her eye added a touch of allure. But her eyes were deep and unfathomable, exuding the authority of a superior. The president of the Rose Society is Yang Rawling. You mean? Yang Rawling spoke into the communicator, her voice languid yet magnetic. That man named Lin Hui not only owns a level 5 motorhome with combat power comparable to level 6, but he also has a large quantity of blue titanium alloy. On the other end of the communicator, Li Feifei reported from her speeding sports car. Yes, President. He traded blue titanium alloy for 2 bottles of basic mental energy potion without even blinking an eye. By the way, Lu Shi was in his car too. Upon hearing Lu Shi's name, Yang Rawling's eyes flickered slightly before returning to calm. That's interesting. She took a sip of red wine, the crimson liquid staining her lips and making her appear even more alluring. Guild Master, should we help him? Li Feifei asked. The Wolf Guild is blocking the entrance to Fu City. If Lin Hui tries to enter the city, he will definitely run into them. No rush. Yang Rawling put down her wine glass and tapped her slender fingers lightly on the table. The Overlord Alliance and the Wolf Guild are now in cahoots. It's not worth offending 2 major guilds for the sake of 1 player. Let's wait and see. Only if he can break through the Wolf Guild's blockade alive will he be qualified to be our ally. But... Yang Rawling's tone shifted abruptly, becoming serious. That blue titanium alloy, no matter what method you use, even if it's seduction, you must bring me back as much as possible. It's the key to our breakthrough to LV.7. Yes, President. Li Feifei replied helplessly. Chapter 65 Mythical Level Extraordinary Items. Chapter 65 Mythical Extraordinary Item. The afternoon sun finally pierced through the seemingly impenetrable layer of lee-gray clouds, scattering sparsely across the wasteland. Although there was little warmth, the long-awaited light finally dispelled some of the gloom of the apocalypse. On that broken highway that cuts through the wilderness, a huge RV is crushing the gravel on the road and steadily making its way toward Busan. Inside the master bedroom on the second floor, Lin Hui threw himself onto the soft bed and stretched comfortably. This is the joy of owning a top-of-the-line RV. Outside is a post-apocalyptic survival scenario, inside is a vacation and wellness retreat. He casually swiped open the system interface. Distance from fog, 450 kilometers. Survivors in the current area, 350,085 to 10 million. 350,000. Lin Hui looked at the number, his eyes flickering slightly. Compared to the initial precipitous drop, the mortality rate has now leveled off significantly. Those who have survived to this point are all players with considerable skill. This means that the competition that follows will be the real battleground. Beep beep! The private message box suddenly popped up. Li Xian, brother Hui. Shin Haoyun has already met up with me. Li Xian, this kid's luck is incredible. He just met up with me and on the road he encountered a convoy that had been wiped out by zombies and picked up a lot of supplies for free. Li Xian, and that's right. The guild's core members have expanded to 24, all of them hardworking and dedicated. At the current pace, we expect to acquire 10 million units of scrap metal before sunset today. 10 million units. A satisfied smile curved Lin Hui's lips. Lin Hui, well done. Lin Hui, remember, our partnership must be kept absolutely confidential. I don't want too many people to know that I'm your financial backer. Li Xian, absolutely. Brother Hui, don't worry, I posted the acquisition information anonymously on the regional channel, and apart from me and a few others, no one in the guild knows where this scrap metal went. Li Xian, by the way, Brother Hui, I want to get some heavy weapons for self-defense this time. The ones the brothers have are too lousy. Lin Hui, no problem, you can talk to Sister Lu about the list yourself, and she will report back to me. Lin Hui closed the chat interface and sat up in bed. It must be said that Li Xian was indeed a very competent middleman. With this continuous supply of scrap metal, his infinite synthesis talent could unleash its full power. Next, it's time to take stock of the spoils. Lin Hui had a sudden thought. Splash! A large number of test tubes emitting a pale gold glow appeared on the bed, with an antique brass key lying next to them. 19 bottles of basic mental potion. A mysterious brass key. Lin Hui picked up a bottle of medicine. The pale golden liquid swayed gently in the test tube, as if it contained some kind of mysterious power. Basic spirit potion. Permanently increases spirit power by 10 points upon consumption. Mental strength has always been my weakness. Lin Hui took a deep breath, uncorked the bottle, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. The liquid was icy cold upon entering the mouth, with a hint of coolness, and slid down the throat into the stomach. The next second. Boom! A cool breeze instantly rushed straight to the top of the head. The feeling was like plunging your head into ice water on a hot summer day, or waking up after a wonderful sleep after 3 consecutive nights of staying up all night. His brain, which had been throbbing slightly from encountering the red-clad ghost, instantly became crystal clear. All fatigue, fear, and anxiety were swept away at this moment. Ding! Mental strength enhancement complete. Mental strength, 25, 15 to 25. Cool! Lin Hui exhaled a breath of stale air, and felt that the world before him had become clearer. Again. The second bottle, the third bottle, the fourth bottle. After the fourth bottle of medicine was consumed. Ding! Your mental strength has reached the human limit. Continuing to take basic potions will be ineffective. Please seek intermediate mental strength potions or wait until you awaken your specialization before taking them. It's stuck already? Just like with basic gene serums, 50 points is the limit for humans. Lin Hui smacked his lips, seemingly still wanting more. His mental strength has now reached 50 points. With his eyes closed, his 5 senses weren't significantly enhanced, but his thought process was more than twice as fast as before. Most importantly, he glanced at his sanity value. Sanity value, 85 to 100, recovery speed increased by 100%. The sanity points that were previously lost are rapidly recovering. It seems that for non-awakened individuals, the role of mental power is mainly reflected in perception, rational resistance, and the manipulation of extraordinary items. Lin Hui seemed to be deep in thought. Although he can't use it to unleash extraordinary abilities like a specialized awakened, these 50 points of mental energy are enough to prevent him from being passively attacked when facing most mental attacks. The remaining 15 bottles of medicine were just enough to be distributed to Su Qingqian and the others. After finishing with the medicine, Lin Hui's gaze finally fell on the antique brass key. It lay quietly on the sheet, its surface dull and lifeless, with a complex eye totem etched on it. For some reason, when Lin Hui's mental strength increased to 50 points, looking at the key again caused him to feel an instinctive palpitation. That is the tremor etched into the genes of a living being when faced with a higher-ranking entity. Identification. Lin Hui took a deep breath and activated the system's item identification function. Lines of text slowly appeared. Name: brass key. Category: extraordinary item. Quality: myth. Special effects: unknown. Description: unknown. It is rumored to originate from some indescribable, great being. Hiss. Lin Hui gasped, his scalp tingling instantly. Mythical level? In this game, item tiers are divided into junk, common, rare, perfect, epic, legendary, and mythical. In a time when even rare items are highly sought after, he actually obtained a mythical item? Moreover, that introduction. From an indescribable being. Lin Hui felt the key in his hand suddenly become extremely hot. This isn't a stroke of luck, it's a ticking time bomb. Who exactly is that indescribable person? Is it a deity? Is he the mastermind behind this apocalyptic game? Or is it some being that transcends the gods? Gulp. Lin Hui swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. If I take this, will that terrifying being already watching me? It's like you find a lottery ticket on the street, only to discover when you go to claim it that it was dropped by death. The room fell into a deathly silence. Lin Hui stared intently at the key, his eyes shifting unpredictably. Fear, hesitation, ambition? Damn it, let's go all out! After a long while, Lin Hui suddenly gritted his teeth, his eyes turning fierce. It's the apocalypse, what's there to be afraid of? Now that it's in my hands, it's mine. Lin Hui's eyes narrowed, and his fingers gripped the cold brass tightly. In this world filled with despair, the greatest danger is not death, but weakness. Furthermore, the fact that even the system can identify its attributes indicates that it remains within the framework of the rules of the game. Since it's within the rules, it has the potential to be exploited. In this foggy world, the bold get rich, and the timid starve. Opportunities often come with risks. If we back down now, what will we have to fight against when facing even more terrifying enemies in the future? Receive! With the thought, Lin Hui threw the brass key into the deepest part of the alternate dimension, and even used several thick layers of perfect-grade blue titanium alloy to isolate it. No matter what happens in the future, at least for now, this thing is mine. After calming himself down, Lin Hui glanced at the time. There are 44 hours left until the travel to Busan mission is forcibly activated. The RV is less than 1,200 kilometers away from Busan. If you drive at full speed, it will take a maximum of 8 hours to get there. It's time for the final pre-battle mobilization. Lin Hui straightened his clothes, pushed open the door, and strode downstairs. Qingqian, tell Yoshi and Beiling to meet in the living room on the first floor. We need to hold a pre-war meeting. Chapter 66 Providing Employee Benefits. Chapter 66 Employee Welfare Distribution. The first floor of the RV, a spacious and luxurious living room. The air was filled with the rich aroma of freshly ground coffee, and Su Qingqian even thoughtfully baked a plate of cookies. If you ignore the desolate Gobi Desert outside the window, this place looks like an afternoon tea party in a high-end residential area. Bai Ling was wearing a loose white dress and was frantically writing something down on a tablet, while muttering to herself. Lu Shi elegantly held her coffee, but her cool eyes were fixed on Lin Hui. Su Qingqian sat obediently in the corner, holding a notebook in her arms, ready to listen to her boss's instructions. Looking at the three beautiful women in front of him, each with her own unique charm, Lin Hui felt a sense of accomplishment. This is his current team. The first thing to do is to provide employee benefits. Lin Hui didn't waste any words and waved his hand. Splash! 15 bottles of basic mental energy potions, emitting a pale golden light, were neatly arranged on the table. In that instant, the entire living room was bathed in a golden light. I drank 4 bottles of this morning's spoils. You guys can divide the rest, 5 bottles each. 5 bottles? Looking at the potions, Lu Shi, who was usually calm, was now breathing rapidly. She knew all too well the value of this thing. Lin Hui, on the other hand, bought 5 bottles right away. Looking at Lin Hui's calm profile, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She didn't say anything more, but silently picked up the medicine, her eyes becoming even more determined. Su Qingqian looked at the swaying pale golden liquid in front of her, her eyes slightly reddening. In this apocalyptic world where human life is as cheap as grass, let alone such a rare potion, it's already very good that we can live so comfortably. Lin Hui's behavior is simply divine. On the other side, Bai Ling's reaction was completely different. Wow! This is a basic mental energy potion. This is the first time I've ever seen one. Bai Ling's eyes shone brightly. There was no emotion involved, only the excitement of a mad scientist. She grabbed the medicine, studied it for a while, and then drank it down bottle after bottle like beer. Phew, that feels great! Bai Ling wiped the pale gold liquid from the corner of her mouth. How are you feeling? Lin Hui asked. This feels great. Bai Ling jumped up from her seat excitedly, spun around in place, and her large white shirt fluttered, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. My mental strength limit was already high. After all, I'm a second-tier awakened one. Now She opened her panel and boasted with a Versailles-like expression. My mental strength has reached 170 points. Although it hasn't reached the limit of the second tier yet, it's enough. Bai Ling moved close to Lin Hui, her nose almost touching his face, and excitedly said, Boss, do you know what this means? Lin Hui leaned back instinctively. What does that mean? That means I'll only need to sleep 3 hours a day from now on. I can use the remaining 21 hours to do research, dissect the alien species, and mix medicines. Oh my god, this is so wonderful! I'm going to finish all the biochemical experiments I didn't complete before. Lin Hui, Lu Shi, and Su Qingqian all fell silent. Is this the difference between a man and an ordinary person? After his mental strength surged, his first thought was that he could sleep less and work more? Even capitalists would weep upon hearing this. A few minutes later, all 3 women finished taking the medicine. Su Qingqian's mental strength was originally only 25, but after drinking 5 bottles, it soared to 80. I feel like my perception of machinery has become much more acute. Su Qingqian looked at her hands with delight. I can now control more drones at the same time. Lu Shi's mental strength has also increased to 95. For players who have awakened their specialization, they are no longer human in essence, so basic mental potions still have an effect on them. However, there is a threshold, which is different for each specialization of awakened, and this threshold is not 50 points. Lin Hui was very satisfied. The improvement in the team's strength was an aid to his conquest of the apocalypse. Alright, now that we've covered the good news, let's get down to business. Lin Hui tapped the table, his expression turning serious. Our trip to Fushur will inevitably lead to a tough battle with the Wolf Guild. My goal is simple, just run them over. I want to kill their guild leader or vice leader and get the LV.6 vehicle upgrade blueprint. As he said this, Lin Hui exuded a chilling killing intent. But he then changed the subject, saying, although our RVs are invincible in terms of defense, and we also have closed-in weapon systems, CIWS consume too much ammunition, and we can't rely on just this one method. We need cheaper and more diverse ways of fighting. Please share any ideas you may have. Su Qingqian was the first to raise her hand. Boss, I can modify swarm drones. My mental strength has improved now, and I can control 50 suicide drones at the same time. Just attach explosives or anti-tank mines, and it's a low-end version of a cruise missile. Good idea. Lin Hui nodded approvingly. I'll leave this to you. There will be plenty of materials. He looked at Bai Ling. Where's your zombie suicide squad? Speaking of this, Bai Ling frowned and scratched her messy silver hair in distress. Boss, that's exactly what I wanted to say. The previous human bomb tactic was indeed very effective, but my stock is not enough. Controlling zombies requires a specific parasite. And that parasite can only be extracted from the blood of a foreign species called the white worm. Bai Ling sighed. Those insects are rare and dangerous. It would be a waste of our time to catch them ourselves. Also, the potent anesthetic you asked me to prepare before, the kind that works even in non-enclosed spaces, I'm short of the raw materials. I need a mutated plant called infant flower, which is also very hard to find. Even a clever cook can't cook without rice, Bai Ling said, shrugging. White worms? Infant flowers? Lin Hui touched his chin. It's obviously too late to search the entire map for these things now. A major battle in Busan is about to break out. But who says you have to find it yourself? Lin Hui's lips suddenly curled into a playful smile, a smile that carried the unique control of a capitalist. Bai Ling, you don't need to go looking for her, nor do you need to hunt her. Lin Hui leaned back in his chair and took out a metal plate that emitted a faint blue light from the alternate dimension blue titanium alloy. He threw the metal plate onto the table with a dull thud. We don't have time, but there are hundreds of thousands of players in this area who have plenty of time. If the offer is high enough, even a demon from hell will be captured and sold to me. Lin Hui looked at Lu Shi. Sister Lu, open the regional channel. Issue a server-wide bounty. Rewards will be blue titanium alloy. We'll turn all the survivors in Area C996 into our laborers. Chapter 67 All the players on the server are my employees. Chapter 67 All players on the server are my workers. Upon hearing Lin Hui's words, Lu Shi instantly understood his intention. A beautiful smile curved her lips. Understood, boss. I'll make all the players in District C996 go crazy for you. At this moment, in the C996 area chat channel. Although everyone was in a tense atmosphere of migration, their enthusiasm for chatting remained undiminished. Damn it, the road ahead is blocked again. Those bastards from the Wolf Guild have set up a roadblock ahead and are saying they want to charge a 50% toll. Damn! 50%? Why don't they just rob us? You forgot? They were robbing people. It's just that this time they were too shameful, blocking the entrance. A bunch of beasts. I had 2 friends who I didn't befriend, and they blasted them to smithereens with their rocket launchers. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. They have the bigger fist. I think we should take a detour. Taking a detour? The other roads are also blocked. They control all 4 entrances to Fushur now. It's too difficult for solo players and small and medium-sized forces. Hey! Aren't the other 3 major guilds going to do anything about it? They come and go as they please, why would they stand up for us? They might even be in cahoots. Just when everyone was sighing and complaining, an anonymous message, highlighted in bold and red, exploded on the channel without warning, like a depth charge. Anonymous player, buying items at high prices and in unlimited quantities. Acquisition 1, acquisition of the alien, white worm, only tier 5 adult forms are needed. Price, 1 worm 5 pieces of blue titanium alloy. Acquisition 2, acquisition of the mutated plant, infant flower. Price, 1 flower 1 piece of blue titanium alloy. Acquisition 3, acquisition of general-purpose artillery shells. Price, 2,500 general-purpose artillery shells 1 piece of blue titanium alloy. Acquisition 4, extraordinary items, specialized upgrade blueprints, and autonomous driving modules are available for private negotiation. Blue titanium alloy can be traded. Acquisition 5, acquisition of general-purpose sniper ammunition, drones, explosives, and silver, spot settlement. Universal fuel, medicine, food, thermal weapons, and high-strength titanium alloys can also be used for settlement. Boom dash. As soon as the message was sent, the entire channel seemed to freeze for a full 3 seconds. It was as if everyone had forgotten to breathe at that moment. Immediately afterwards, the message bar exploded, scrolling at a dizzying speed. What? I'm not seeing things, am I? Blue titanium alloy? Blue titanium alloy? Really? That's a core material for upgrading LV.6 or even LV.7 vehicles. Someone's offering to trade for it. Who the hell is this? Such a big mouth. Buying as much as you can get? Do you own a blue titanium alloy mine? It's a scam, right? It's definitely a scam. Who would be so wasteful? Hey upstairs, look closely, they've uploaded another photo, that row of bluish-green titanium alloy. Hiss, it's true? So this is blue titanium alloy. I've heard you guys talking about it in the group chat, and now I finally see it for myself. It's really eye-opening. A player with the ID, Qingyi, suddenly sent a message. Brothers! I just tried trading a blossom of infant, which I found in a canyon, and I actually got 1 unit of blue titanium alloy. It's real. It's real blue titanium alloy. It's incredibly hard. Is that Wild God himself? The pride of us solo players. Wild God. Can you share what the infant flower looks like? Qingyi, the infant flower's blossoms resemble a curled up hand, and you can hear a baby crying if you get close. This exotic flower is also very dangerous. It is not recommended for players who are not level 5 to pick it. Players have confirmed this. This caused an uproar throughout the entire area. Everyone had one thought in mind: find the white worm. Find the infant flower. Find the universal cannonball. White worms, huh? I remember seeing some in the Gobi Desert up ahead. But those things are incredibly powerful. They're tier 5 mutants. Anyone got heavy firepower? Grab your weapons and come with me. Does anyone have universal artillery shells? I'll pay double the price. I'd be willing to go bankrupt if I could get blue titanium alloy in exchange. They've all gone mad, completely mad. The originally lifeless survivors instantly transformed into gold prospectors with boundless enthusiasm. Inside the living room of the RV. Looking at the chat history that was flooding the screen and the transaction requests that kept popping up in the background, she was a little stunned. In just 30 minutes, we have received 10,000 universal shells, 3 infant flowers, more than a dozen drones, and someone even brought an unexploded aerial bomb to trade. That's right. Lin Hui took a leisurely sip of coffee, a bright smile spreading across his face. In this world, nothing is off limits. If it is, it's because you haven't offered a high enough price. Although he did not establish a guild, after gaining control of core resources, he experienced the treatment that only top guild leaders enjoy. No wonder the top guild leaders level up so quickly. With thousands of players searching for resources for them, how could they not level up fast? Lin Hui stood up, pointed to the infant flower that had just arrived, and said, Bai Ling, we have the materials. The rest is up to you. Bai Ling's gaze had already been drawn to the 3 strange flowers that resembled infants, and her eyes shone brightly. At the same time, she quickly explained the idea behind making the potion. The petals of the infant flower are pale and cartilaginous, and the stamen is a black thorn with a milky white sap below the tip. This sap, when mixed with various substances, turns into a mist upon contact with air, and those who inhale it will instantly fall into a deep sleep. Lin Hui didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. How do you know all this? Bai Ling licked her lips. This is knowledge that came into my mind when I advanced to the 2nd tier. After saying that, she immediately rushed into the laboratory with the infant flower, her voice ringing out. Give me 12 hours. I'll give you a potion that can knock out a whole bunch of people. Shallow and shallow. Lin Hui then looked at Su Qingqian. All the explosives and drones that were collected will be handed over to you for modification. I'll show the Wolf Guild what aerial death really means. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Su Qingqian excitedly ran back to the workshop carrying a pile of parts. After arranging everything, Lin Hui walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, the setting sun, like blood, dyed the wasteland crimson. In the distance, you can vaguely see a convoy of players frantically searching for something. Lin Hui watched this scene without much emotion. In this cruel game, some are pawns, struggling to survive, while others are players, using resources to influence the world. Having acquired the gold attributes for each level, he was destined to become the one who set the rules. The Wolf Guild. Lin Hui gazed in the direction of Fuqing, a smile playing on his lips. Enjoy your last bit of revelry. The game will only truly begin once I arrive. Chapter 68 Reactions from all sides. Better to kill the innocent than let the innocent go free. 1-4. Chapter 68 Reactions from all sides. Better to kill the wrong person than let the right one go. 1-4. While the players were going crazy for blue titanium alloy, this news inevitably reached the ears of the highest levels of the 4 major guilds. Fu's City South District. The Rose Society's temporary headquarters. The crimson sunset streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting its light on Yang Rawling's slightly wavy, wine-red hair. She stared at the pinned bounty message in the regional chat channel, her fingers unconsciously tapping the screen. Anonymous. Yang Rawling parted her red lips slightly and let out a soft snort. Who else could it be but Lin Hui? Although there was no evidence, her intuition told her that this was definitely Lin Hui's doing. Oh. Yang Rawling's voice held a hint of amusement. Acquiring large quantities of general-purpose artillery shells, explosives, and drones is clearly preparation for war. It seems he really intends to storm into Busan. This is going to be interesting. She took a sip of red wine, walked to the window, and looked down at the convoys of cars gathering below. Pass down the order, deploy 2/3 of the team members. Objective, collect the white worm and infant flower with all your might. No matter the cost, get those blue titanium alloys back for me. A glint of ambition flashed in Yang Rawling's eyes. The other 3 major guilds will also take action. Whoever gets the blue titanium alloy will have more say in this escape route. Donggu, Busan. The 4 major guilds occupy the 4 major regions and have established defenses in each region to prepare for the upcoming system missions. A 12-story building was converted into a temporary headquarters for Ironblood Heavy Industries. In the top-floor operations conference room, a thin young man wearing thick-rimmed glasses was standing in front of a huge holographic map. His name is Jude, the president of Ironblood Heavy Industry. Although he looks like a frail, nerdy engineering student, everyone knows how terrifying his mind is. He single-handedly led the guild to the top 4 in the entire server through meticulous calculations and planning. President, what's the bounty on the regional channel? The vice president, a woman with muscles as thick as an iron tower, stood behind Shinjuga like a primary school student, speaking respectfully. I saw it. Juga pushed up his glasses, a glint of light flashing behind the lenses. A very interesting move. Using high-value rare materials to exchange for low-value but urgently needed tactical supplies. This illustrates 3 points. Juga held up 3 fingers and said calmly. First, this mysterious player possesses a relatively large amount of blue titanium alloy, and no longer needs it. His vehicles are likely now made entirely of blue titanium alloy. Second, the other party needs infant flower and white worm. He or someone in his team is an awakened specialist who needs exotic materials, and it is very likely that they are a medical specialist. Third, the opponent is strong, but the 4 major guilds have already obtained the 10 LV.6 vehicle upgrade blueprints, so he only has a level 5 vehicle at most. The opponent urgently needs to expand his firepower. In addition to dealing with the upcoming travel to Fuching mission, he may also need to hunt down a level 6 vehicle, and the target is very likely the Wolf Guild. The reason is simple. The Wolf Guild has gone too far, accumulating long-standing resentment among smaller factions and solo players. The wisest choice is for a powerful player to step forward and fire the first shot against the Wolf Guild. Surely others will follow suit and attack the Wolf Guild in return. Then we. The vice president, the woman with the iron tower, asked tentatively. Is that even a question? Juga turned around, a faint smile playing on his lips. We at Ironblood Heavy Industry may not have much else, but we have so many weapons and ammunition that we don't know where to put them. Give the order to the logistics department to take stock of all those dusty general-purpose artillery shells in the warehouse, gather 50,000 shells, contact that anonymous player, and sell them all to him. Since they urgently need it, let's do them a favor and exchange some blue titanium alloy to prepare for the LV.7 upgrade. Remember, be polite, Juga said meaningfully. In this game, having more friends means having more options. Especially friends who are rich. Also, send the reconnaissance team to search the surrounding area for infant flower and white worm. The Wolf Guild. The West District defense line of Busan. The atmosphere here is completely different. It was filled with violence, bloodshed, and frenzy. In a command post converted from an abandoned warehouse, Roy Chung sat on a black leather sofa. He had side-swept bangs, high-bridged brows, and a fierce look in his eyes, like a hungry wolf. His signature crooked smile was chilling. Bang! He slammed his hand on the table, making the bottles on it bounce around. Damn it, which bastard is causing this trouble? John Yaoyang's eyes gleamed with greed as he looked at the intelligence report handed to him by his subordinate. I've been working so hard to block the road and collect tolls, and this bastard isn't handing them over but instead using them to put up a bounty? President. Vice President Xiao Hui pushed open the door and walked in. He was a middle-aged man in his mid-30s, with a sinister face, bald eyebrows, and a fierce appearance. We just received news that Yang Antong of the Tsanglong Hall has gone missing. Xiao Hui reported in a low voice. The last time we contacted him, he said he had found a fat sheep and led a team to chase it. Then we never heard from him again. Out of contact? John Yaoyang narrowed his eyes, his fingers lightly stroking the stubble on his chin. Although Yang Antong isn't the strongest hull master, that LV.5 troop carrier isn't just for show, it's equipped with reconnaissance radar. It made him disappear without a sound. It seems he's bitten off more than he can chew. Zhang Yaoyang sneered, showing little grief. In his eyes, Yang Antong was ambitious and had long been restless. It was better that he was dead, it saved him the trouble of cleaning house. But... Zhang Yaoyang's tone shifted, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Even when beating a dog, you have to consider its owner. Anyone who dares to touch members of my wolf guild must pay the price. Xiao Hui. Exist. Zhang Yaoyang licked his lips, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Send a team out to investigate Yang Tong'an's cause of death. The rest of you, strengthen the blockade. That mysterious player who dumped the blue titanium alloy will definitely be heading to Fu City. If he dares to come, kill him right here. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. If we can slaughter this fat sheep and seize all his inventory, the Wolf Guild will be the next big thing in the server. Yes. Zhao Hui accepted the order and was about to leave. Etc. Zhang Yaoyang stopped him. How were the profits today? When the topic of profits came up, a slight smile finally appeared on Zhao Hui's sinister face. President, what a bumper harvest! Zhao Hui excitedly reported. More than 3,000 vehicles from the 10 branches are all in place. We have set up checkpoints at all 4 entrances. Today alone, we have intercepted more than 5,000 vehicles belonging to individuals attempting to break through the checkpoints. We've collected over 30,000 portions of all-purpose fuel alone. There's also a large quantity of food, water, various materials, and weapons. Not bad. Zhang Yaoyang nodded in satisfaction. There will only be more players in the next 2 days, and there's a high probability that some players will get blue titanium alloy. Make sure you keep a close eye on it, and don't let a single piece of blue titanium alloy slip by. Go to the front lines and oversee the battle. Remember, better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. This time, we'll make sure to pocket all the tolls. Clear! Chapter 69 Zhao Tianba, Power, I'm going to throw the tiles, 2-4. Chapter 69 Zhao Tianba, Power, I want to throw tiles, 2-4, the tallest landmark building in Buba's city Twin Towers. This is the best view in the entire city of Busan, and it's also the temporary command center for the Overlord Alliance. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor was an extremely tall, bald man. He had a cigar dangling from his mouth, his back to the crowd, his silhouette like a towering mountain, giving off a suffocating sense of oppression just by standing there. Zhao Tianba, known as the strongest man in District C996. President, the information is confirmed. A curvaceous young woman respectfully reported. That anonymous player is indeed buying up large quantities of war supplies. And he's specifically targeting blue titanium alloy. Upon hearing the words, blue titanium alloy, Zhao Tianba's tiger-like eyes snapped open, flashing with sharp light. Blue titanium alloy. He turned around, his voice deep and thunderous. My LV.6 vehicle, the Apocalypse tank, used the full 100 units of blue titanium alloy to finally reach an 800 defense. If upgrading to level 7, it can be entirely recast using blue titanium alloy. Zhao Tianba clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. Then my defense will at least double. At that time, I won't be afraid even when facing a 6-tier mutant. He knew all too well the gold content of the blue titanium alloy. That's a rare material that can multiply the defensive capabilities of vehicles. Investigate. Find out who this person is at all costs. Zhao Tianba waved his hand. Also, let's try to make a deal first. Whatever he wants, we'll give him in exchange. Also, post a message in the public chat channel. Tell players who have blue titanium alloy that they can directly join the Overlord Alliance and become a squad leader. The Wolf Guild will naturally not dare to block their way. Yes, the young woman replied, then hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking. Will the Wolf Guild have any objections? After all, we are currently in a cooperative relationship, and they have agreed to give us 30% of the profits. Zhao Tianba scoffed. Zhang Yaoyang? Ignore him. Just convey my message to him. If he has any objections, let him come find me. Oh, right. Zhao Tianba seemed to remember something. You just said you discovered the white worm, but that team was wiped out. Yes, Chairman. The young woman looked troubled. Those worms are too bizarre. Whenever our team members get close to them, they inexplicably go crazy, as if they've lost their minds. Humph, that's the ability of the white worm. Zhao Tianba snorted coldly, as if he knew this alien species inside and out. The white worm will affect the player's mental state, and its range is 3 kilometers. To deal with it, you can't get close. Remember, its weak point is in the 3rd segment of its abdomen, where there is a pink area, that's its psychic sac. Once you destroy that area, it'll be nothing but a lump of dead flesh. And there's the infant flower dot. Zhao Tianba continued. That flower can make people sleep for 3 days and 3 nights if they hear crying. When picking it, only awakened team members with a mental strength of over 40 points can go. The young woman was stunned. She looked at Zhao Tianba with admiration. Alliance leader, you know so much. How did you know all this information? The young woman joined Zhao Tianba on her very first day in the survival game. From that day on, Zhao Tianba began to gather players, establish guilds, and rapidly rise to power through forceful means. Moreover, she always felt that Zhao Tianba was very mysterious, as if he knew a lot about this world. Zhao Tianba glanced at the young woman, offered no explanation, and simply waved his hand dismissively. Go. Bring these things back, we need to seize the initiative. After the woman left, only Zhao Tianba remained in the room. He turned around, looked at the ruined city outside the window, and a complex expression flashed in his eyes. This time, I'm determined to go further on this path of survival and uncover the truth of this game. Throw tiles, I want to throw tiles! Zhao Tianba clenched his fist. At the same time, 150 kilometers outside of Busan, in the Gobi Desert, a dozen vehicles were surrounding a huge creature, a giant white worm, as big as a semi-trailer truck, its plump body wriggling on the sand. From a distance, it looks like it's covered in sticks. Huh! What about the players in the vehicles? Just then, another convoy sped over upon hearing the news, and inside one of the vehicles, a young player looked puzzled. Something's not right. Inside the lead truck of the convoy, a middle-aged man who appeared to be the team leader frowned slightly, then picked up his binoculars and looked inside. The white worm didn't have a stick on it at all. That's a person. Dozens of people, like javelins, were stuck on its back, swaying as it wriggled, creating a bizarre and terrifying scene. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. Use the binoculars to take a look. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the other players also picked up their binoculars to observe. Hiss. It's so weird. Uncle Hao, what should we do? The young man's Adam's apple bobbed. The middle-aged man named Uncle Hao shook his head. Look at the vehicles around the white worm. Some of them belong to the Overlord Alliance. If they can't handle it, then we shouldn't even mention it. Let's go. We can't make this money. But... The young man looked at the white worm with reluctance, saying unwillingly, that's worth 5 pieces of blue titanium alloy. We'd better be alive to take them. The middle-aged man glanced at the young man. We've come a long way, don't risk your lives for these 5 pieces of blue titanium alloy. He picked up the communicator. Everyone, I know this is a tremendous opportunity, but I won't force you. Those who want to hunt the white worms stay, those who don't, come with me. After saying that, he drove his Class 4 earth-moving truck away from the Gobi Desert. Most of the convoy followed the middle-aged man, but 4 vehicles stayed behind and headed towards the white worm, activating the weapons mounted on their roofs. However, before these players could even fire, their pupils suddenly trembled, and as if possessed, they slammed on the brakes, opened the car doors, and sped out like the wind. As if they had seen the most beautiful thing in the world, they bravely climbed onto the white worm's body, found a blank spot on the skin, and inserted their heads upside down into it. The young man had been watching intently, and when he saw his once familiar companion impaled on the white worm, he broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, he glanced at Uncle Hao beside him, his eyes filled with gratitude. Within an hour of the departure of this convoy, several other convoys arrived, but most succumbed to the temptation and perished there. Until an elite convoy from the Overlord Alliance arrived, and based on their understanding of its characteristics, successfully killed the Tier 5 white worm. Chapter 70 My temper is too hot to control, 3-4. Chapter 70 Too much anger to suppress, 3-4. While the outside world was filled with bloodshed, Lin Hui was sitting on the sofa, leisurely checking the newly added supplies in the alternate dimension. Universal Shells X166,666. Adult Whiteworms X2. Baby Flower X24. 150 drones. Various explosives and landmines. In just 3 hours, so many supplies have been collected, but there are no extraordinary items. Lin Hui took a sip of hot water, looked at the completely dark sky, and exhaled, saying, there are still 40 hours left. I hope to acquire a powerful extraordinary item. At this moment, Lu Shi's cool voice came through the communicator. Boss, Li Xian sent 13 million units of scrap iron. 13 million units? Lin Hui was taken aback. 3 million more units than expected? Thanks to the addition of Jinhaoyan, a lucky charm, the Scrap Metal Guild seemed to have a cheat code today, finding an abandoned base and thus exceeding the target. Lin Hui Xian is about to earn 13 million units of scrap iron from a different space. Since we have enough materials then. With a thought, Lin Hui activated infinite synthesis. Buzz dash. In the alternate dimension, mountains of scrap metal instantly disintegrated and reformed. Obtained 1,300 units of blue titanium alloy. Lin Hui kept 100 units to pay the bounty, and looked at the remaining 1,200 units with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Continue the synthesis. I want to see what's on top of the blue titanium alloy. Consumption, 1,200 units of blue titanium alloy. In synthesis. This time, the golden light was more dazzling than ever before. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained 120 units of superalloy. Superalloys, a supermetal that surpasses the level of human technology. Its properties are 10 times that of blue titanium alloys, including high temperature resistance, corrosion resistance, radiation resistance, and low thermal conductivity. What? Lin Hui stared at the pitch-black metal before him, which resembled a black hole, and his breath caught in his throat. 10x attribute bonus. What does that even mean? If we use this thing for the next stage of the LV.6 upgrade. Lin Hui could hardly imagine how strong the defenses of his RV would be. Can it withstand a nuclear explosion? He was really looking forward to it. Ha! Today is truly a great day. Lin Hui was in high spirits and waved his hand. Qin Qian! Extra dinner tonight! Open 2 more bottles of red wine. Okay, boss. Su Qingqian's cheerful voice came from the kitchen. Soon, the table was filled with a sumptuous feast. Pan-fried wagyu beef, cream of mushroom soup, spicy lobster, lamb stew, spicy chicken, and a refreshing fruit salad. Under the warm yellow light, the aromas of food mingled together. In this apocalyptic world where others are struggling to find even a loaf of bread, Lin Hui and his friend's dinner is so extravagant it's almost criminal. Cheers! The 4 wine glasses clinked together, their crisp sound echoing through the carriage. The glasses didn't contain cheap, low-quality wine, but rather Romani Conti red wine that Lin Hui had retrieved from another dimension. Is this really the end of the world? Su Qingqian picked up a piece of spicy chicken, her cheeks bulging as she ate, her face flushed with happiness. I've never eaten this well when I was in school. Working with the boss means eating lavish meals every day, Bai Ling said, her face flushed after drinking half a glass of wine. Her loose white shirt opened at the collar due to her large movements, revealing a large expanse of dazzling white skin, which made Lin Hui dizzy. This guy doesn't act like he's part of the family at all. Liuxi, on the other hand, is much more elegant. She wore a black low-cut halter dress today, revealing her delicate collarbones and jade-like skin. The delicate silver collarbone chain dangled between her deep cleavage, rising and falling slightly with her breath, exuding a deadly allure of pure desire. She gently swirled the wine in her glass, gazing at Lin Hui with a dreamy look in her eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips. Boss, let's drink to the future of our team. Looking at the 3 beauties before him, each with a distinct style yet equally stunning, Lin Hui couldn't help but sigh with admiration. This isn't a post-apocalyptic survival story, it's clearly a post-apocalyptic vacation. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Want to see a movie? Lin Hui suggested. Okay. I want to watch a horror movie. Su Qingqian was the first to raise her hand in agreement. So the 4 of them squeezed onto the large leather sofa in the living room. Lin Hui naturally took the center position. Bai Ling, like a clingy cat, rested her head on Lin Hui's lap, munching on a bag of potato chips. Lin Hui's hand rested on her shoulder, occasionally feeling the warmth of her skin. Su Qingqian sat somewhat reservedly to Lin Hui's left, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of Lin Hui's clothes. But when she saw Bai Ling and Lin Hui being so intimate, a sense of crisis arose in her heart for no reason. So, during the subsequent movie screenings, whenever a scary scene appeared, she would burrow into Lin Hui's arms like a frightened little rabbit. The soft touch made Lin Hui's mind wander. Liuxi sat on the right, seemingly keeping her distance, but her long, beautiful legs were almost touching Lin Hui's. In the darkness, she occasionally turned her head, her clear, cold eyes seeming to hold hooks, making Lin Hui's mouth go dry. After watching the movie, Lin Hui felt more exhausted than after fighting a battle. The main problem is that I have too much internal heat and can't control it. Alright, we're going to Busan tomorrow, so get some rest. Lin Hui quickly called for a stop. If this continued, he was afraid he really wouldn't be able to control himself. Good night, boss. The 3 women returned to their rooms one after another. Lin Hui rushed into the bathroom and took a cold shower, barely managing to calm the restlessness in his heart. Back in his bedroom, he lay on his soft bed, preparing to check tomorrow's route map. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knock sounded on the door. Who? Lin Hui's heart skipped a beat. It's me, Qin Qian, came a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz from outside the door. Chapter 71 In-Depth Discussion 4-4. Chapter 71 In-Depth Communication 4-4. Lin Hui opened the door. Su Qingqian was standing at the door. She changed into a pink cotton nightgown, the hem of which only reached above her knees, revealing her two fair and slender calves. Her hair wasn't tied up, it fell smoothly beside her cheeks, making her look both pure and gentle, and giving off a pleasant milky shower gel scent. The dim light in the corridor shone on her face, revealing a blush even more vibrant than the sunset. Old boss. She lowered her head, not daring to look Lin Hui in the eye. I just watched a horror movie. I'm a little scared to sleep alone. Can I sleep with you? That reason is so lame it's almost endearing. But this did not stop Lin Hui from being tempted. He looked at the pitiful little white rabbit in front of him. If he could refuse this, he really wouldn't be a man. Come in. Lin Hui stepped aside. Su Qingqian slipped in like a thief, then rushed to the bed and buried her head under the covers. Lin Hui closed the door and crawled into bed. That warm, soft touch came instantly. 10,000 words omitted here. The third floor of the RV. The room was so clean it looked like a showroom. There wasn't a speck of dust on the floor. Lu Shi, dressed in silk pajamas, was sitting at her desk processing private messages from players inquiring about transactions. But at this moment, her heart was in complete turmoil. The sound insulation of RVs is actually very good. But she was an expert marksman, and her hearing was already more acute than the average person's. In addition, she had drunk 5 bottles of mental potion today, making her senses even more acute to an abnormal degree. The seductive music from next door was like a surround sound concert playing right next to her ears. This little girl is incredibly bold. Lu Shi bit her lip, and the electronic pen in her hand snapped in half with a snap. She never expected that Su Qingqian, who usually seemed the shyest, most innocent and well-behaved, would actually dare to launch a night raid. And it worked. A bittersweet feeling spread wildly through her heart. Looking at herself in the mirror, Lu Shi thought, is my stunning beauty and enviable figure really inferior to that little girl? Snort! She angrily shut down the system interface, got into bed, and pulled the covers over her head. But the sound seemed to be a curse drilling into my ears. So annoying! Lu Shi sat up abruptly, her cheeks burning hot. Then she opened the system interface again, intending to spend the night working. On the other side. Inside the bright, clean, and futuristic laboratory. Bai Ling was about to continue her experiment when she heard a sound. Her eyes lit up, and she rushed out of the laboratory, pressed herself against the wall with her ear against it, and held a pen and notebook in her other hand, looking as serious as if she were making precise experimental records. Heart rate is noticeably faster, breathing rate, wow, that's some stamina. As Bai Ling listened, she quickly jotted down data in her notebook. Subject of observation, Boss Su Qingqian. Time, 0:15 a.m. Question: why does human reproduction involve such complex hormonal secretion? Can fluctuations in mental energy exhibit resonance? The next morning. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains and onto the bed. Lin Hui woke up refreshed and looked at Su Qingqian, who was still fast asleep beside him, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. He got up quietly and left the room. As soon as I entered the living room, I saw Lu Shi with 2 light dark circles under her eyes, frantically processing bounty orders, as if she was venting something. Good morning, Sister Lu, Lin Hui greeted her. Lu Shi looked up at him with a resentful look in her eyes, and coldly snorted. Good morning, boss, you have a lot of energy. Lin Hui touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, Su Qingqian also walked out in a daze. Before she could fully wake up, Bai Ling approached like a ghost, holding up a notebook filled with data. Qingqian! Tell me quickly! Bai Ling looked on with eager curiosity. Were you really in a lot of pain last night? Ah? Su Qingqian instantly snapped out of her daze, her face flushing crimson. No, that can't be. Then why did you scream all night? Bai Ling! Su Qingqian was so ashamed and indignant that she covered her face and ran into the kitchen. Bai Ling turned her head innocently to look at Lin Hui. Boss, what about you? What were your specific psychological and physiological feelings at 5:18 a.m. when you made that low growl? Stop! Lin Hui was exasperated and grabbed Bai Ling's head. That's privacy. Don't you understand privacy? And hurry up and do the experiments. Is your zombie army ready yet? Oh, Bai Ling said disappointedly, putting away her notebook. Alright, then we'll collect the data next time. Looking at the chaotic morning, Lin Hui sighed helplessly, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. After a night of in-depth conversation, he felt that the sense of oppression in the apocalypse had lessened considerably. Lin Hui clapped his hands, his expression returning to seriousness. After breakfast, let's continue our journey. Chapter 72 The Alliance of Casual Players. Chapter 72 The Casual Players Alliance, 9 a.m. The air was thick with the smell of hot, dusty sand, kicked up by thousands of vehicles speeding across the zombie wasteland. Busan Mission Countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes and 32 seconds. The crimson countdown hung directly above every player's field of vision, like a sword of Damocles, urging everyone to head towards that unknown city. Buzz dash! A deep, resonant engine roar drowned out all the surrounding noise. A massive vehicle, 3 stories high, crushed the gravel on the Gobi Desert and slowly drove onto the main road. It was Lin Hui's motorhome, which had been upgraded to LV.5. Around it, the vehicles that had been rushing towards Busan instinctively parted to the sides like a school of startled fish, making way for a wide road. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? This must weigh at least 100 tons. Is this a motorhome? This is clearly a Land Cruiser. And it's just one car. I never expected there to be such a big shot among casual players. Get out of the way. Move aside. If this thing even grazes our car, it'll fall apart. The casual players on the roadside all stuck their heads out of the windows, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets, their gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and deep awe. Within this massive migrating caravan, there was a small convoy consisting of several modified pickup trucks and off-road vehicles. Inside the lead level 4 earth-moving truck, a middle-aged man named Deng Hao was holding the steering wheel with a serious expression, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Uncle Hao! Look behind you! The young man in the passenger seat suddenly exclaimed, his finger trembling as he pointed at the rearview mirror. Deng Hao glanced at the rearview mirror subconsciously. With just one glance, the cigarette in his mouth fell out. It's absolutely magnificent. The young man muttered to himself, his eyes filled with fervor. Is this a level 5 motorhome? And judging by the material, it's definitely not ordinary steel. It's so shiny black, could it be all high-strength titanium alloy? If it's that kind of big shot. The young man swallowed hard, a sudden surge of emotion rising within him. Uncle Hao, what do you think? Should we try inviting him? Invite him? The middle-aged man, Deng Hao, had a slight glint in his eyes. Yes. Invite him to join the Casual Players Alliance. The young man thought it over and it seemed more and more feasible, his eyes gleaming with hope. If we can win over this big shot, the Alliance will have another pillar of strength. Maybe we really can negotiate with the Wolf Guild. However, before Deng Hao could put his plan into action. Buzz buzz dash. A rapid engine roar came from behind. 5 or 6 identical modified jeeps, painted with the Thunder Guild's blue lightning bolt logo, sped past aggressively, heading straight for Lin Hui's RV. Is that the main convoy of the Thunder Guild? Deng Hao's expression changed. That's one of the guilds that initiated this alliance of casual players. It seems they've also set their sights on this big shot. The young man sighed. That's true. They're a big guild. How could a small team like ours be qualified to talk to such big shots? Ahead. The Thunder Guild's convoy quickly changed lanes and did not adopt an aggressive posture. Instead, they skillfully slowed down in front of Lin Hui's RV and made a request to call gesture. Inside the RV driver's cab, Su Qingqian frowned slightly as she looked at the convoy blocking the road ahead. Boss, someone is blocking the way. Lin Hui sat on the leather sofa in the passenger seat, holding an iced Americano in his hand, without even lifting his eyelids. Let's see who it is. Su Qingqian lowered the car window halfway. The lead car opposite was a modified level 4 SUV. The window was rolled down, revealing the face of a young woman. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old. She was quite attractive, wearing heavy makeup and a tight leather jacket that accentuated her curves. Her name is Feng Yingying, the woman of the vice president of the Thunder Guild. Feng Yingying originally had a confident, even somewhat arrogant, smile on her face, but when she saw Su Qingqian in the driver's seat, her smile instantly froze. It's so beautiful. In this wasteland world filled with endless yellow sand and where water is more precious than gold, most female players have long since become disheveled and have rough skin. But the Su Qingqian in front of me had fair and radiant skin, like a peeled egg, and even her hair was smooth and shiny. She was wearing a clean and tidy beige loungewear, exuding an air of serene elegance, like a young lady who had just stepped out of a villa. Jealousy. Feng Yingying was jealous. As the vice president's wife, she was already the envy of countless female gamers, able to afford a bottle of mineral water to wash herself every day. But compared to the woman in front of her, she felt like a country bumpkin. Is something the matter? Su Qingqian asked, puzzled, when she saw the other person staring at her blankly. Feng Yingying took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the bitterness in her heart, and tried her best to maintain the fake smile on her face. Hello, I am Feng Yingying from the Thunder Guild. She straightened her chest, trying to regain some confidence. Beautiful ladies, you must have heard about the Wolf Guild blocking the road and collecting tolls at the entrance to Busan, right? Su Qingqian nodded. I know. Good to know. Feng Yingying immediately adopted a proud tone and said loudly. The Wolf Guild is despicable. They completely disregard small and medium-sized guilds and solo players like us. Now, our Thunder Guild, together with the Free Guild and 5 other major forces, has formed a solo player alliance. We already have over 3,000 vehicles joining us, including 5 Tier 5 vehicles. We're ready to unite and break through the Wolf Clan's blockade, or force them to sit down and negotiate. As she spoke, her gaze greedily swept over Lin Hui's massive vehicle, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Hey beautiful, your car's level 5 too, right? Want to join us? Once you're in, we're brothers and sisters, and we can help each other out in missions. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Casual Players Alliance? Su Qingqian was not swayed by her words. She simply turned her head slightly and looked into the car. Boss, someone has invited us to join the Casual Players Alliance. Boss? Feng Yingying was taken aback and followed Su Qingqian's gaze. A young man in a casual shirt was lounging on the sofa, holding a cup of iced coffee with water droplets on it. That man is so handsome. Moreover, this kind of temperament is so composed. Lin Hui put down his coffee, slowly stood up, and walked to the window. The Casual Players Alliance? He glanced at Feng Yingying indifferently. Thinking she had a chance, Feng Yingying puffed out her chest and gave him a flirtatious wink. That's right, handsome. The Wolf Guild is so rampant right now, if we don't unite, we simply can't fight them. Joining us is the wisest choice. Lin Hui smiled. With 3 parts sarcasm and 7 parts indifference. Not interested. He only said those 3 words. The sound wasn't loud, but it felt like a slap across Feng Yingying's face. Feng Yingying was stunned, wondering if she had misheard. What did you say? Didn't you hear me clearly? We have 5 medium-sized guilds leading the way, with over 3,000 vehicles. Lin Hui waved his hand, interrupting her, and then said to Su Qingqian. Drive, don't waste time. Yes, boss. Su Qingqian immediately rolled up the car window and stepped on the gas. Boom dash. The massive RV roared, spewing out a plume of black smoke from its exhaust pipe, leaving Feng Yingying's SUV far behind. Cough, cough, cough. Feng Yingying coughed from the exhaust fumes, and her originally exquisite makeup was instantly ruined. You bastard! You're so ungrateful! She slammed her fist on the steering wheel in anger, her face extremely ugly. What's with the attitude? So what if you have a beat-up camper van? Do you really think you can take on the Wolf Guild by yourself? She picked up the communicator and reported through gritted teeth. Brother Chong. They refused. Their attitude was extremely arrogant. A young man's sinister laughter came from the other end of the communicator. Heh, overestimating himself. Thinks having some equipment makes him a lone wolf? This kind of idiot won't live much longer. Ignore him, let's just wait and see. Hearing what Chongge said, Feng Yingying felt much better. She watched the black RV speed away in the distance and sneered. What's the use of being handsome? If you're not smart, you'll be a dead man sooner or later. And that woman, let's see how you cry then. At this moment, the voice of the Thunder Guild leader came through the communicator again. Yingying, forget about that player. Get back to the team. We're electing the leader of the Solo Guild at 2 p.m. this afternoon. That's the important thing. Okay, Brother Chong, I'm coming right away. Feng Yingying stepped on the gas and sped off in another direction with the convo. Chapter 73 Only the weak need to band together. Chapter 73 Only the weak need to band together. Inside the RV. Su Qingqian gripped the steering wheel, glanced at Lin Hui through the rearview mirror, and couldn't help but ask. Boss, why don't we cooperate with them? Although that woman seems annoying, she outnumbers us and might actually put pressure on the Wolf Guild. Lin Hui sat back down on the sofa, shaking the iced coffee in his hand, the ice cubes making a crisp sound as they hit the cup. Qin Qian, you must remember one thing. Lin Hui held up one finger. The reason why wolf packs are so scary is because they are wolves. But a flock of sheep, no matter how many there are, will not become lions. They will just be a more sumptuous buffet. Besides, this so-called alliance of independent players has only been established for less than a day, and everyone has their own ulterior motives. If a real fight breaks out, who would be willing to be cannon fodder and charge to the front? Moreover, such a hastily cobbled-together organization is bound to be rife with power struggles. Dealing with them is more exhausting than killing zombies. At last, Lin Hui paused, his eyes sharpening. So-called level 5 guild leaders are no different from ants in my eyes. Only the weak need to band together for warmth, while the strong just run it over. Su Qingqian looked at Lin Hui's confident profile, her eyes filled with admiration. In her mind, the boss's words were the truth. Since the boss said they were a joke, then they must be a joke. At this moment, Lu Shi walked over in high heels, holding a list in her hand. Boss, here's a summary of what we've accomplished over the past 2 days. Also, she took out a walnut cane from behind her and handed it to Lin Hui, saying, a player just traded this for 20 units of blue titanium alloy. I think you'll be interested. Extraordinary item? Lin Hui took the walnut cane, and the attribute panel immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, Earth Scepter. Category, Extraordinary Item. Quality, Perfect. Special effect, consumes mental energy to turn the surrounding land into a swamp. The stronger the mental energy, the larger the area of effect. Usage requirement, mental energy greater than 100. Side effects, users will experience extreme thirst within 24 hours of use, needing to drink a 500 milliliters bottle of water every half hour. Perfect level? Lin Hui's eyes lit up. While not as good as a mythical brass key, perfect extraordinary items are extremely rare at this stage. Moreover, this skill is simply a god-tier skill for land warfare. Whether used to trap enemy convoys or to alter the terrain, it was remarkably effective. As for the side effects, for Lin Hui, who possessed abundant water resources, they were negligible. Well done, Sister Lu. Lin Hui couldn't help but exclaim. This thing came just in time. That seller was probably a casual player who couldn't use it because he didn't have enough mental energy, and didn't have enough water, so he got it for free. By the way, boss. Lu, she pointed in the direction of the laboratory. Bai Ling wants you to go there, saying there's a big surprise. Good. Lin Hui put away his walnut cane and walked straight into Bai Ling's laboratory. As soon as I opened the door, a strong smell of disinfectant mixed with a strange, sweet, fishy smell hit me. The laboratory was very bright, and various sophisticated instruments were in operation. In other words, Lin Hui's RV has unlimited fuel and generates a continuous source of electricity, which is why it can withstand Bai Ling's antics. Boss! You've come at the perfect time! Bai Ling was wearing a white lab coat and goggles. Her silver hair was messy, but her eyes were frighteningly fanatical. Pointing to the enormous operating table in the lab, she exclaimed excitedly. Look! My masterpiece! Tyrant Angel! Tyrant Angel? Lin Hui looked in the direction she was pointing, his pupils shrinking slightly. The already enormous tyrant zombie had become even more grotesque and terrifying. A pair of huge, rotting fleshy wings had appeared on its back. The wings came from the previously captured human-faced owl, and the veins on them were still throbbing, as if they had completely grown into the tyrant's body. Roar! The tyrant angel let out a low roar, its wings suddenly unfurled, creating a gust of wind, and it actually floated directly in the cage. I originally wanted to use parasites to control that human-faced owl, but I failed. Looking at her masterpiece, Bai Ling explained rapidly. Later I discovered that the cells of the human-faced owl are extremely active and can perfectly fuse with the tyrant's muscle tissue. So I performed a small transplantation surgery. Now, this big guy can not only withstand attacks and fight, but it can also fly. Its top speed is 250 kilometers per hour. Although it is a bit slower than the human-faced owl, as long as the boss gives the order, it will be the strongest biological bomber. Lin Hui looked at the alien species in front of him, which Bai Ling had named Tyrant Angel, and felt a chill run down his spine. Is this the creativity of a mad scientist? Very good. Lin Hui nodded. There are exactly 3 aerial bombs on this transaction list. This is an absolute weapon that the Wolf Guild never expected. Not only that. Bai Ling picked up another row of test tubes from the lab table, filled with a pale pink liquid. This is a sedative potion extracted from the infant flower. I have already encapsulated it in a specially designed diffusion warhead. Once detonated, one shot can instantly put everyone within a 100-meter radius into a deep, infant-like sleep. Unless one possesses extremely high mental strength, no one can withstand it. Bai Ling, you're amazing. Lin Hui patted Bai Ling's shoulder heavily. With these two things, the Wolf Guild's numerical advantage is a joke. He stored the sleeping potion in his alternate dimension, then turned and left. Continue creating the zombie army. We need to prepare more surprises for the enemy. After leaving the laboratory, Lin Hui went to another dimension to inspect the weapons and ammunition. General-purpose shells, 190,000. General-purpose sniper ammunition, 10,000 rounds. Bombs, 5,000. Howitzer, 3,000 rounds. Although the quantity is sufficient, the quality still needs to be improved. In addition to general-purpose shells, he plans to synthesize the remaining bullets. As for why the universal shells weren't upgraded, it's because the 1130 shells are too wasteful of shells. Upgrading them would reduce their effectiveness by a small amount, and the universal shells already have sufficient power. With a thought, Lin Hui used infinite synthesis. Countless golden lights flashed by. 10,000 ordinary general-purpose sniper bullets disappeared, replaced by 1,000 enhanced general-purpose sniper bullets. Enhanced universal sniper rounds, penetration and lethality increased by 300%. Immediately afterwards, explosives and howitzers. Lin Hui was frantically improving the quality of his arsenal. He knew very well that this time, he would be facing not only the Wolf Guild, but also the other three major guilds. How can you eat meat if you don't sharpen your teeth? Regional chat channel. The scene was bustling with activity, and news about the Casual Players Alliance was flooding the screen. Brothers! We must unite! The Wolf Guild has gone too far. Join the Casual Player Alliance, and we will reclaim our rights! Exactly! With so many of our vehicles, if we unite, we could drown them with a single spit from each of us. Kill them. I've disliked them for a long time. Tremble, you beasts of the Wolf Guild! At the same time. Looking at these messages, Zhang Yaoyang, the guild leader of the evil Wolf Guild, sneered. He turned to the core members beside him and said, "Go and investigate who started this." After the core members left, Zhang Yaoyang opened the system's private messaging system and sent a message to Zhao Tianba. Guild leader Zhao, these fat sheep are starting to cause trouble. According to the agreement, your guild should provide support, right? After a while, Zhao Tianba sent a message. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Upon seeing the message, Roy Chung revealed a cruel smile. He had anticipated this situation long ago, and he had even rehearsed an even more troublesome scenario. Another Rose Society or Iron Blood heavy industry teaming up with casual players to deal with them. Therefore, before the plan even began, he approached the Overlord Alliance to discuss cooperation. Now it's finally come in handy. Chapter 74 Entrance. Chapter 74, Entry at 2 p.m. The 5 founders of the Saturn Alliance are having a heated, cloud meeting. The 5 guild leaders are Thunder Guild, Freedom Guild, Limitless Guild, Obsidian Guild, and Fist Guild. The 5 guild leaders were all cunning. They didn't dare to meet offline, but instead hid in their respective level 5 vehicles. I think I should be the leader of the alliance. The leader of the Thunder Guild shouted. Our guild provided the most vehicles and made the biggest contribution. Bullshit. The guild leader of Fist Guild had a fiery temper. Fighting is about fists, not numbers. Our guild has the strongest fighting force, so I should be the leader. Stop arguing. The leader of the Free Guild, a cunning old fox over 50, interrupted the argument, saying, This is not the time to argue about this. I think we don't need to really fight at all. What do you mean? Everyone was taken aback. We have now gathered more than 3,000 vehicles, and we have already made a big splash. The old fox chuckled sinisterly. We can use this as leverage to negotiate with the Wolf Guild. Zhang Yaoyang is a smart man. He certainly won't want to fight us to the death. As long as they let our 5 guilds in and share some of the profits with us, what about those casual players who are just cannon fodder? Hell, the Wolf Guild can do whatever they want with them. We'll just turn a blind eye, won't we? After these words were spoken, the communication channel was silent for a few seconds. Immediately, a burst of knowing laughter erupted. Ha! Old Ginger is spicier. That's right. What we want is profit, not to actually stand up for those casual players. Moreover, even if we win a real fight, the losses will be huge. This will actually hinder the mandatory tasks that the system will issue next. What if they don't want to talk? The guild leader of Obsidian Guild pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking. No way. The old Fox Guild leader of the Free Guild chuckled. Although our casual player alliance's vehicle level isn't high, it's not to be underestimated. Zhang Yaoang isn't stupid. If he fights us casual player alliance to the death, they'll be swallowed up by the other 3 major guilds. That makes sense. Then it's settled. Let's send an ultimatum to the Wolf Guild and see their reaction. They were laughing heartily, as if they could already see themselves sitting at the negotiating table with Roy Chung. However, just when their laughter was at its loudest, suddenly, a chilling roar of propellers echoed in the sky. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-dash! The voice was low and suppressed. The Thunder Guild leader, who was hiding in the car, suddenly looked up at the radar interface displayed above, and his face instantly turned pale. That is... Through the panoramic camera on the roof of the car, he saw a black armed helicopter hovering above their convoy's assembly point. Level 6 Apache. The Sky Death God of the Overlord Alliance. How is this possible? How could the Overlord Alliance? Before he could figure it out, a Hellfire missile, spitting fire, roared out from the pylon beneath the helicopter. No! The Thunder Guild Master's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints, and the smugness on his face instantly froze into extreme terror. Boom dash! A deafening roar. The Thunder Guild leader's prized level 5 modified battle vehicle was like paper in front of that precision-guided missile, instantly blasted into a huge fireball. At the same time, on the ground, for level 6 vehicles from the Wolf Guild and the Overlord Alliance also opened fire simultaneously. They had already locked onto the other 4 guild leaders' level 5 vehicles, spewing out deadly flames. Boom 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 boom! 4 explosions followed in quick succession, each one incredibly precise. Free Guild, Fist Guild, Ultimate Guild, Obsidian Guild. These 5 presidents, who were just dreaming of dividing up the spoils, were wiped off the face of the earth without even having a chance to say their last words, along with their car. Decapitation strike. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. This is the terrifying power of the Overlord Alliance, and the Wolf Guild after they joined forces. In just a few hours, they had already taken control of the positions of the 5 guild leaders. The cunning guild leader of the Freedom Guild never imagined that the Wolf Guild's attack would come so quickly, not even giving them a chance to negotiate. The thousands of vehicles that had been gathered around Busan were instantly thrown into chaos. The president is dead! He was blown up! Run! Run! The alliance, that had just been clamoring to overthrow the Wolf Guild, has completely collapsed at this moment. Some wanted to run, some wanted to surrender, and some were so scared that they crashed into each other. The lively atmosphere in the regional chat channel instantly froze, replaced by endless despair. It's all over, completely over. The Overlord Alliance and the Wolf Guild have joined forces. How can we fight this? This is not even a battle on the same level. Is this the power of a top-tier guild? This is utterly hopeless. Wild God Chingy stared at the buzzing level 6 Apache attack helicopter in the sky, his fingers gripping the steering wheel turning white, his eyes filled with helplessness. The middle-aged man, Deng Hao's dump truck was also overturned by the explosion. He and the young man crawled out with their faces covered in blood, staring blankly at the sea of fire around them. Is this what happens to the weak? On a distant hillside, Feng Yingying from the Thunder Guild stared blankly at the still-burning fireball. It was the guild leader's car. How could this happen? How could this happen? She collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Beside her, the young man called Brother Chong was pale, his back covered in cold sweat, and filled with endless fear. He wondered if the Wolf Guild would purge him, since he was the vice president of the Thunder Guild. Wolf Guild Command Center. Looking at the horrific scene on the surveillance footage, Chung Yu-young let out a wild laugh. Ha! A bunch of rabble think they can fight me? You overestimating yourself! Zhang Yaoyang's eyes turned sinister. Tell those casual players to behave themselves and obediently pay the toll. From now on, the toll fee is increased from 50% to 60%. In 2 hours, it will be increased to 70%. 3 p.m. Just when all the casual players were in despair, feeling like lambs to the slaughter. On the horizon of Donggu, Busan, a super RV, resembling a black behemoth, slowly drove into this battlefield filled with blood and smoke. Lin Hui sat in the driver's seat, watching the black smoke rising in the distance and the desperate wails on the public screen, a slight smile playing on his lips. Is this what they call an alliance? It's even more fragile than I imagined. He slammed on the gas pedal. Qin Qian, turn on the music. We're about to enter. Chapter 75 Different Attitudes, 1-4. Chapter 75 Different Attitudes, 1-4. Boom, 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 boom. Inside the RV, Lin Hui sat in the driver's seat, his fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel in time with the music. Through the massive bulletproof glass, the magnificent city of Busan, which once housed millions of people, now lay silently beneath the gray sky like a dead steel behemoth. The dilapidated skyscrapers pierced the clouds, their exterior walls peeling away to reveal rusty steel skeletons. At the four entrances to Busan, the once wide passageways have been transformed into a despairing steel defense line. The Wolf Guild's methods are indeed ruthless. At each entrance, at least 500 modified vehicles were neatly arranged, their heavy machine guns and rocket launchers gleaming coldly in the sunlight, all pointing outwards, forming an impenetrable network of fire. In front of these steel monsters were 10 long lines of cars, each 7 or 8 kilometers long. Those were thousands of vehicles belonging to individual players and small to medium-sized guilds. Just an hour ago, they were trying to resist, trying to form some kind of union of the scattered people. But now, with several explosions and the appearance of that Apache helicopter, all their backbones have been broken. They are now like a flock of sheep waiting to be sheared, numb and desperately lining up, waiting to be exploited by the members of the Wolf Guild ahead. At this time, one of the entrances to the city was open. A low-ranking member of the Wolf Guild, sporting dyed red hair, stood with his foot on the hood of a solo player's car, brandishing an automatic rifle and spitting as he spoke. These casual players are just despicable. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know how many eyes the King of Horses has. Ha! The guild leader is brilliant. By blocking the road, we can just sit back and count our money. This is much better than searching for prey all over the wilderness. Several members chimed in. What's that Chinese idiom again? Right, waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump. Ha! You've got some culture, you bastard! Seeing how brazen these bandits were, no one dared to speak. Even if their hearts were bleeding with hatred, even if their eyes were filled with resentment, everyone chose to remain silent in the face of absolute violence. At the very end of this desperate queue, a 3-story-high black RV was slowly moving along with the flow of traffic. It was Lin Hui's Class 5 motorhome. He did not choose to directly attack the Wolf Guild with swift and decisive measures. The reason is simple. It's too far away. Bai Ling's zombie army and the Earth Scepter's maximum range of effect, limited by her current mental strength, is only about 4 kilometers. If they open fire from more than 10 kilometers away, they will not be able to exert their full combat power. More importantly, it's easy to alert the enemy. Lin Hui's target was the level 6 vehicle of the vice president of the Evil Wolf Guild, which was why he chose the entrance to the East District. According to internal communications within the Wolf Guild, their vice president Chao Hui's level 6 vehicle is deep within the eastern defense line. The best time to make a move is when the RV opens the entrance to the passage. Of course, the reason they dared to penetrate so deep into enemy territory was that's because Lin Hui was very confident in the RV's defensive capabilities. With 3,000 points of defense, it's in a league of its own in the entire C996 area. He was very confident that no weapon among the players in the current instance could threaten him. And his 1130 close-in weapon system is no joke either. The title of Top-Tier Missile Interceptor is not just a casual remark. Lin Hui smiled and pressed the communicator. Are you ready? The operations room on the 3rd floor is ready. Lu Shi's cold yet murderous voice rang out. The enhanced sniper rounds are loaded, and the warheads are filled with sedation agents. In addition, the RPGs have been loaded with enhanced high-explosive shells, and the 1130 close-in weapon system is preheating. The rear cabin is ready. Bai Ling's excited voice rang out. The Tyrant Angels can't wait to take off. The Earth Scepter is in my hand, and I can send the little darlings underground with explosives at any time. In the passenger seat, Su Qinqian excitedly exclaimed, The swarm drones are ready! Very good. Lin Hui leaned back in his chair, watching the toll booth getting closer and closer. Remain silent and wait for my instructions. At the same time, the temporary headquarters of the Rose Society in Nambu, Busan. This is a relatively well-preserved commercial building. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor, Yang Ruoling, dressed in a red trench coat, elegantly swirled a glass of red wine. Behind her, Li Feifei, having received information from the reconnaissance team, wore a complex expression. President, we've spotted Lin Hui's RV. Li Feifei's voice broke the silence. Oh? Yang Ruoling looked up. Li Feifei said. He's at the east gate entrance, queuing up. Oh. Yang Ruoling's expectant gaze instantly dimmed, a contemptuous smile curling her red lips as she leaned back in her chair. Looks like I'll just have to obediently pay the toll. There was a hint of disappointment in her voice. It seems I overestimated him. I thought he was a man of principle and ambition, but it turns out he's just a wise and shrewd man who knows how to adapt to the times. But that's normal. Yang Ruoling took a sip of red wine. The Overlord Alliance has openly sided with the Wolf Guild, and the Wolf Guild has put on this show. If it were me, I would probably choose to pay protection money in order to preserve my strength. After all, the fact that the Tier 5 vehicles of the Saturn Alliance are still burning there is the best lesson to be learned. Li Feifei looked at the black RV in the picture, hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but speak. Guildmaster, are we really not going to help? Lu Shi is in the car too. She'll probably be targeted by those bastards from the Wolf Guild. Although I don't really like her, we were colleagues after all, and Lin Hui also has the blue titanium alloy we need, right? Yang Ruoling interrupted her. Yes. Yang Ruoling sighed, put down her wine glass, and her eyes became deep and rational. Feifei, you have to understand. Although our Rose Society is ranked 3rd, we are still far behind the Wolf Guild and the Overlord Alliance. Those two guilds are now in cahoots. If we were to break their rules of the game now for the sake of Lu Shi, who has already left the guild, that would be a provocation against the two major guilds, giving them a reason to attack us. I cannot send tens of thousands of sisters in the community to their deaths for the sake of an outsider. Yang Ruoling stood up, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Pass down the order, hold back. Go and wait inside the east gate yourself. Once Lin Hui has paid the toll and entered the city, bring him to see me as soon as possible. I am very interested in the source of his blue titanium alloy. Li Feifei opened her mouth, but finally nodded helplessly. Yes, President. Donggu Busan. Iron Blood Heavy Industry, Temporary Command Building. In front of the enormous holographic sand table, Zhuge Mo was pushing up his thick glasses, the lenses reflecting a deep blue light. Behind him stood a woman nearly 2 meters tall, her body bulging with muscles like an iron tower, the Vice President of Iron Blood Heavy Industry. Guildmaster, our spies at the 4 entrances report that the Wolf Guild has started charging 60% of the toll. Casual players are complaining, but no one dares to resist. The woman in the iron tower spoke with obvious dissatisfaction. We're all human, these beasts have gone too far. Is this incredible? This is the law of survival in the apocalypse. Zhuge Mo remained expressionless, his slender fingers lightly tracing the sand table. If we don't do it, someone else will naturally choose this path. Even if we are one of the 4 major guilds, we may still be swallowed up. He paused, then looked at the woman in the tower. Have you done what I asked you to do? Okay. It's done. The woman in the iron tower responded first, then scratched her head and said, Guildmaster, I don't understand. After what happened with the Casual Players Alliance, surely no one will dare to challenge the Wolf Guild again. That's hard to say. Zhuge Mo suddenly stopped pointing and pointed to a red dot in the eastern area of the sand table. That mysterious player who was dumping large quantities of blue titanium alloy in the regional channel. I have a feeling he won't just obediently pay the toll. Him? The woman in the tower was taken aback. Hasn't he not shown up yet? Perhaps he has already arrived. Chapter 76 I've Got Your Back 2-4. Chapter 76 I've Got Your Back 2-4. Zhuge Mo pulled up a drone-captured image and pointed to the black RV queuing at the entrance of the East District. The metallic reflectivity of this RV is somewhat similar to that of blue titanium alloy. If I'm not mistaken, the main body material contains at least 80% blue titanium alloy. This is definitely not something an ordinary player can have. He hadn't seen large quantities of blue titanium alloy. He was just guessing based on his intuition. President, what do you mean? Guitian. Exist. Notify the elite convoy to be on standby at any moment. Zhuge Mo's eyes sharpened. If fighting breaks out at the East Gate, we'll lead our men there immediately. Huh! The woman in the iron tower was bewildered. Why are you rushing over there? To help the Wolf Guild? Zhuge Mo glared at her with exasperation. Of course we'll help that mysterious player. It's better to offer help in times of need than to add flowers to brocade. We need to show him with our actions that Iron Blood Heavy Industry is his ally. But this would offend the Overlord Alliance. So what if I offend you? Suga Mo sneered. Go, do as I say. Yes. Although the woman in the Eiffel Tower is slow-witted, she has one advantage: she is obedient. Soon. Watching Wu Tiantian's departing figure, Suga Mo took off his glasses and rubbed his temples. Based on his intelligence analysis, Zhao Tianba would take action against Iron Blood Heavy Industries sooner or later. He now has to take a gamble. If that RV dares to make a move, it means that the mysterious person is quite confident, and the target is likely the Wolf Guild's Tier 6 vehicle. All 10 Tier 6 vehicle upgrade blueprints are currently in the hands of the 4 major guilds. If a vehicle wants to be upgraded to Tier 6, it must defeat a Tier 6 vehicle. If he can win over a powerful ally, he will have a chance to fight against the Overlord Alliance. As for the Rose Society, Suga Mo has already tested them. Yang Ruoling is not decisive enough and only wants to stick to her own little corner of the world. She is not a good choice for cooperation. The mysterious man hopes you won't disappoint me. I've staked everything on you in this game. At the entrance to Donggu, Busan, traffic moved as slowly as a snail. Lin Hui's black RV stood out among a group of low-end modified cars, yet remained remarkably understated. All weapon systems were concealed beneath the armor, and even the radar was in silent mode. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the window of the car next to me. Lin Hui turned his head and saw a huge red Dayun heavy truck suddenly appear in the lane next to him. Although it couldn't compare to Lin Hui's RV, it was still a behemoth among level 5 vehicles. The car window rolled down, revealing a dark-skinned, resolute face. He was a man in his 30s, his right eye was covered by thick bangs, revealing only a bright left eye. He nodded to Lin Hui, took out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and handed it to him. Hey bro, nice car. Let's get acquainted, my name is Chen Yi. Chen Yi? Lin Hui's heart stirred slightly. He had seen this name before in the regional channel. He seemed to be known as Wild God, a top figure among solo players who frequently shared information for free. I don't smoke, thanks. Lin Hui shook his head. Chen Yi didn't mind, lit his cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. He looked Lin Hui's RV up and down, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Brother, your RV is really beautiful. Looks like you went all out. But... Chen Yi sighed. What a pity, such a nice car, it's going to get scraped clean by those wolves. There's nothing we can do, circumstances are beyond our control, Lin Hui said calmly, acting like a helpless player. Yes, circumstances are beyond our control. Chen Yi gave a wry smile and slammed his hand on the steering wheel. What kind of wild god is that? In the face of absolute power, it's nothing but a fart. If the Overlord Alliance hangs an Apache helicopter in the sky, who would dare to touch it? My Dayun heavy truck looks intimidating, but if it were hit by a missile, it would be nothing but a pile of scrap metal. He looked at Lin Hui and said earnestly, Brother, why don't you join a guild? With your RV, you could easily become a deputy hall master in the Overlord Alliance. Why put up with this nonsense here? I don't like it. Lin Hui smiled, answering with a crisp 3-word reply. Hey! What a coincidence! Chen Ye's eyes lit up, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Me too! What I hate most is all those rules and regulations in guilds. You have to follow orders for everything, and you have no freedom at all. Being a solo player is so much better. You can go wherever you want. He slammed his fist on the steering wheel and cursed. If I weren't so weak, I would have ripped all those bastards from the Wolf Guild up ahead. What kind of trash are they, blocking the road and thinking they can rule the world? After venting his frustrations, Chen Ye's gaze towards Lin Hui softened considerably. In this time when everyone is on edge, meeting someone like him who also doesn't want to be a guild lackey feels very comforting. Brother, I think you're pretty good to look at. Chen Yi lowered his voice and pointed to his heavy truck. Although your RV is big and looks intimidating, those kinds of RVs are usually thin-skinned and heavily armored, so you'll be at a disadvantage in a real fight. My Dayun heavy truck may not be good at anything else, but it's tough, durable, and has a lot of firepower. He patted his chest and said generously, If you manage to get into the city smoothly and anyone causes you trouble, just come to me. I'll protect you. Hearing Chen Ye's heart-to-heart words, Lin Hui was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Protect me? This was the first time anyone had ever said such a thing to him since he came into this world. Moreover, he could sense that Chen Yi was sincere. In this treacherous apocalypse, such pure kindness was even rarer than a perfect-grade extraordinary item. Okay. Lin Hui didn't refuse. Instead, he flashed a bright smile. Then thank you in advance, wild god. If I ever run into trouble, you'll have to lend me a hand. What do you mean by wild god? Just call me Qingyi. Qingyi waved his hand. While the two were chatting, the line moved forward a little further. At this point, Lin Hui's RV was less than 600 meters from the checkpoint. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere had already reached a breaking point. Wearing tactical headphones, Su Qingqian's hands flew across the keyboard. Boss, the swarm of self-destructing drones has completed its self-check and has locked onto 35 enemy outer firing points. Enhanced bombs are loaded normally. Third floor operations room. Lu Shi's long, beautiful legs were propped up on the chair, and she held a heavy sniper rifle in her hand, with a special sniper bullet, a sleep potion bullet, loaded into the barrel. At her feet, RPG rocket launchers and enhanced grenade launchers were already ready to go. Lu Shi's voice was as cold as ice. Looking for a level 6 vehicle. The rear of the carriage. Bai Ling wore a loose white coat and held the ancient earth scepter tightly in her hand. Her eyes flashed with an eerie yellow light, and her mental energy spread outward like a tide. One by one, zombies carrying explosives powerful enough to destroy a level 4 vehicle burrowed into the ground from under the RV and moved forward. Boss. Bai Ling licked her lips. The zombie army has already set off. Lin Hui sat in the driver's seat, watching the checkpoint getting closer and closer, his fingers gently stroking the start button. Wait a little longer. 500 meters to go. Chapter 77 Weakness is the Original Sin, 3-4. Chapter 77 Weakness is the Original Sin, 3-4. 500 meters left. Lin Hui sat in the driver's seat, his fingers gently stroking the leather texture of the steering wheel. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, cutting through the congested traffic ahead and locking onto the Wolf Guild's defenses. It must be admitted that although the Wolf Guild acts brutally, they are indeed quite skilled in military matters. The defensive line in front of us was not placed randomly, but rather was the result of careful tactical arrangement. The more than 500 modified vehicles were not haphazardly clustered together, but rather arranged in a staggered manner, forming more than a dozen tiers of firepower formations, organized by squad and company. The front row consisted of heavy trucks and bulldozers covered with thick steel plates serving as cover. The middle row was a fire support vehicle equipped with twin-mounted heavy machine guns and grenade launchers, and the rear row was a highly mobile off-road pickup truck ready to pursue at any time. At the high points of the defensive line, the figures of anti-tank missile teams could also be vaguely seen. This is not just a group of thugs, it is clearly a fully mechanized combat brigade. In contrast, those solo player teams still queuing up, looking pale and exhausted, were like lambs to the slaughter, completely outmatched in both firepower and morale. At this moment, Lin Hui had not yet spotted the Vice President's level 6 vehicle in his field of vision. It seems that guy is very cautious, hiding far behind the defensive line, Lin Hui thought to himself. The current distance is still too far. We must break through this first line of defense and allow the RV to drive straight in, closing the optimal output distance for Bai Ling and Lu Shi, before we can carry out a decapitation strike on that level 6 vehicle. Just as Lin Hui was observing the enemy's situation and thinking about tactics to break the deadlock, a series of piercing cries and cacophony of insults pierced the oppressive atmosphere and reached Lin Hui's ears. Hurry up! What are you dawdling for? Do you want to die? On a passageway not far from Lin Hui's RV, a gang leader with a red mohawk was kicking a thin young man kneeling on the ground with a fierce expression. Bang! The kick was powerful and heavy, sending the young man rolling twice on the gravel-strewn ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Brother, I really have no supplies left. The young man, ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, scrambled over and grabbed the red-haired man's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. Half of our fuel and food were stolen on the way, and we just handed over the rest. There's really nothing left. No supplies? A hint of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the red-haired gang leader. His gaze passed over the young man and landed on the dilapidated level 2 modified sedan behind him. The passenger window was half open, and a young woman was sitting inside. Although her face was covered in dust and her hair was a little messy, her terrified eyes and beautiful face were quite moving. The red-haired gang leader licked his chapped lips, then used the barrel of his gun to lift the young man's chin, grinning maliciously. Isn't this the best supplies? Since you can't pay the toll, then leave your woman here. No! Upon hearing this, the young man seemed to have been provoked. He lunged forward and grabbed the red-haired man's leg, screaming, She's my girlfriend! You can't do this! Please let us go! We'll do anything for you, just don't touch her! The woman inside the car also heard this, and she turned pale with fright, gripping the car door handle tightly, her whole body trembling. "Damn it, you're asking for it!" A fierce glint flashed in the red-haired gang leader's eyes, and without the slightest hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang dash! A crisp gunshot rang out. A bloody hole instantly appeared between the young man's eyebrows. Before the pleading in his eyes had faded, his body fell straight backward, and blood quickly stained the ground beneath him. The players queuing around them let out a suppressed gasp, but no one dared to move, or even breathe loudly. Brother Jie! The woman inside the car let out a heart-wrenching scream. Damn it! I'm wasting another bullet! The red-haired gang leader disgustedly wiped the blood off his boots onto the corpse, spat out a glob of phlegm, and said, "No money and you want to go into the city? Consider this beat-up Class 2 vehicle as interest. As for this woman, we'll take good care of her for you." Several thugs from the Wolf Guild nearby burst into laughter, their eyes filled with bestial lust. "Drag this woman out!" Red Hair waved his hand. The vehicle's owner was dead. The car door was violently pulled open, and a young woman screamed in terror, her hands gripping the door frame so tightly that her nails broke and bled profusely. But her strength was no match for the several burly men. Smack! One of the thugs slapped the woman across the face, causing her mouth to bleed and her vision to blur. "You filthy bitch! What are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? It's your good fortune to serve us brothers. Take this to Brother Chow," Red Hair ordered. "Such a beautiful specimen should be given to Vice President Chow to have a taste first. Once Brother Chow is tired of it, he can reward it to us brothers." Ha! The surrounding thugs let out a vulgar laugh, roughly lifted the young woman who was utterly desperate, and walked her deeper into the defensive line. The whole process took only a few minutes. Countless eyes watched this scene from among the hundreds of cars lined up around them. Some people gripped the steering wheel in anger, their knuckles turning white. Some turned their heads away, unwilling to witness the horrific scene, and many more lowered their heads, their eyes filled with fear and numbness. No one dared to speak. No one dared to resist. That still warm corpse was the best warning. A bunch of beasts! Inside the red Daeun heavy truck, Chen Yu watched this scene, slammed his fist against his thigh, his eyes red-rimmed. These aren't even human anymore! They're worse than zombies! But in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. He may have been passionate, but he wasn't stupid. Facing such a well-organized armed force, charging in alone would be futile and would only lead to his death. Inside Lin Hui's RV, Su Qingqian looked at the woman being dragged away, her face as pale as paper. As a woman herself, she deeply understood the despair that woman felt at that moment. If she hadn't met Lin Hui, if she had been captured by the Wolf Guild, her fate would likely have been even worse than that woman's. After the collapse of the post-apocalyptic order, women no longer possess freedom, but are the most likely source of conflict and destruction. Boss! Su Qingqian's voice trembled slightly. Lin Hui sat in the driver's seat, his gaze as cold as ice, without the slightest fluctuation. He is neither the Virgin Mary nor the Savior. In this cruel game, everyone has their own destiny. Weakness is the original sin. Don't look, Lin Hui said calmly. Our target is the level 6 vehicle belonging to the Vice President of the Wolf Guild. Chapter 78 Everyone Must Die and Go to Hell, 4-4. Chapter 78 Everyone Must Die and Go to Hell, 4-4. Meanwhile, at the rear of the column, inside a level 4 military camouflage pickup truck, the atmosphere was extremely tense. In the driver's seat sat a man with a sinister face. He was none other than Xian Chong, the Vice President of the Thunder Guild. In the passenger seat sat Feng Yingying, who was once full of vigor but now trembled with fear. Brother Chong, did you see that? That woman was taken away. Feng Yingying's voice was filled with undisguised fear, and her body trembled uncontrollably. What if they try to catch me too? Brother Chong, you'll protect me, right? She had been observing that the members of the Wolf Guild were like sifting through goods. As long as they saw a woman with even a little bit of attractiveness, they would find an excuse to detain her. She was very confident in her appearance, which became her biggest source of fear at that moment. In the driver's seat, Qian Chong sat with a gloomy face, not uttering a word, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He used to be the Vice President of the Thunder Guild, a powerful figure in the casual player community. But now, facing the Wolf Guild's butcher's knife, he's like a dog with its teeth pulled. Brother Chong, say something! Seeing that Qian Chong remained silent, Feng Yingying panicked even more, her voice trembling with tears. You're the Vice President of the Thunder Guild. You have a level 4 battle chariot, you're strong enough to protect me, right? Smack! A crisp slap interrupted Feng Yingying's sobbing. Qian Chong suddenly turned his head, his face contorted with rage, and roared. Shut up! You idiot! How many times have I told you? There is no Thunder Guild now. I'm not a vice president. I'm just an ordinary solo player now. Are you trying to get me killed? If you dare mention those words again, I'll throw you down right now. Qian Chong was genuinely scared. The image of the Apache helicopter turning the guild leader's car into a fireball had become a nightmare for him. Now, all he wanted was to keep a low profile and sneak into the city like a coward. As for Crystal Feng? Although this woman is indeed very attractive in bed, why would I go to the Sinful Wolf Guild for a woman? Are you kidding me? As long as I survive, as long as I get into Busan, and survive this mission, what kind of woman can I find? Feng Yingying covered her swollen cheek, looking incredulously at the man who had once sworn eternal love to her. That slap shattered all her illusions. She saw the coldness and selfishness in Qian Chang's eyes. You! Feng Yingying let go in despair, shrinking into the gap of the wardrobe in the back seat like a wounded kitten, trembling. I won't say anything anymore. I won't say anything more, just don't leave me. The convoy moved slowly, creeping forward. Finally, it was Qian Chang's pickup truck's turn to be inspected. Qian Chong took a deep breath, forced a fawning smile, and rolled down the car window. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. He pulled out a pack of good cigarettes from his pocket, and handed it over, then pointed to a pile of supplies behind him and said, These are my supplies, 60% of them. They're all here, including weapons and ammunition, some bulletproof steel plates, and food. Please accept them, brother. This represents a full 60% of my assets, a significant financial blow. Oh? The red-haired squad leader in charge of the inspection weighed the supply bag in his hand, glancing at Qian Chong with some surprise. You're pretty well off, aren't you? So much good stuff. Hee, good luck, Qian Chong said, bowing and scraping like a lapdog. There are quite a few supplies. The red-haired gang leader suddenly changed the subject, his eyes sharpening. But why does this car smell of perfume? You haven't been hiding anything from me, have you? Qian Chang's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. No! Absolutely not! Brother, you're right! Enough talk! Open the car door! The guys need to go in and check. The foreman waved his hand impatiently. These are the rules. If you don't allow an inspection, you're up to something. Treat it as non-cooperation. According to the game rules, vehicles are the player's absolute safe zone, and no one else can enter without permission. But in the face of overwhelming firepower, this rule is a joke. If you don't come down, I'll shoot you. Qian Chong gritted his teeth and had no choice but to obediently revoke the permissions. That's more like it. Two members of the Wolf Guild grinned maliciously as they climbed into the carriage. Why does this car smell like a woman's perfume? Qian Chang's smile froze instantly. And this too. A bald member pointed to an unopened box of condoms sticking out of the passenger side glove compartment. What are you doing carrying this stuff when you're driving alone? To blow up balloons? This, Qian Chang's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Don't play dumb with me! The bald man slammed his fist on the car door. You've got a woman in the car, haven't you? Hand her over right now. If we find her, it won't just be about the woman, you'll be dead too. Upon hearing this, Qian Chong was visibly shaken. His legs went weak, and he almost knelt on the driver's seat, shouting in a trembling voice. There's a woman! Brother, don't shoot! I was so nervous I forgot. I'll call her out right now! After saying that, he went to the back of the car and whispered. Ying! Come out quickly! You've been discovered! The wardrobe door was pushed open a crack, revealing Feng Yingying's desperate and pale face. As she was roughly dragged out of the car, the red-haired gang leader looked her up and down, then curled his lip and said, Tisk, she's not bad looking, but only above average. Vice President Chow definitely wouldn't be interested in her, she's too vulgar. The henchman next to him leered. Brother Chow doesn't like it, but we brothers don't mind. Those long legs are enough to play with for days. Haha, you're right. Red Hair waved his hand. Take him away. This kid knows what's good for him. Upon hearing this, Feng Yingying was terrified. She lunged at Qian Chong like a madwoman, clinging desperately to his car door. Brother Chong! Save me! You promised to protect me! Help me! Qian Chong forcefully pried her fingers apart, and whispered urgently in her ear. Ying, listen to me, the situation is beyond our control right now. Please bear with it for now. Once I get into the city and contact my old comrades, I will definitely find a way to rescue you. Just be patient. After saying that, he suddenly pushed Feng Ying to the two members of the Wolf Guild. After Feng Ying was taken out of the car, Jian Chong immediately stepped on the gas pedal to the floor. Boom dash! The pickup truck, billowing black smoke, sped through the checkpoint like a fleeing rabbit, heading towards Busan without looking back. As Feng Ying watched the car speed away, the hope in her eyes instantly turned into endless resentment. Jian Chong! You bastard! She let out a piercing scream, pointed at the departing pickup truck, and shouted at the red-haired gang leader. Arrest him! Arrest him now! That man's name is Jian Chong! He's the vice president of the Thunder Guild! This shout startled everyone around. The red-haired gang leader glanced back at the pickup truck that had already driven away, but only gave a disdainful sneer. Thunder Guild? That trash guild whose guild leader was blown to ashes? Red Hair reached out and grabbed Feng Ying's chin, grinning maliciously. Let him run away. A coward like him who would even give away his own woman can't amount to anything. So what if he's the vice president? Once he's in the city, he's just a dog that our wolf guild can kill whenever we want. But you, little beauty, instead of worrying about him, you should worry about how to serve us brothers well, ha ha ha. As she spoke, several dirty hands began to roam lewdly over her body. Feng Ying felt nauseous and desperate. She knew she was finished. Just as she was being dragged toward one of the Wolf Guild's vehicles, her desperate gaze inadvertently drifted back. In that instant, she saw a huge, black RV slowly driving towards her. Through the car window, she saw the handsome man who had rejected her before and was now looking indifferent, as well as the stunningly beautiful woman who drove her mad with jealousy. A twisted sense of pleasure suddenly welled up inside me. Hee hee, you guys are here too. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Feng Ying's lips as she muttered to herself. What's the use of a nice car? That woman is 100 times prettier than me, but her fate will be 10,000 times worse than mine. Everyone has to die and go to hell. Chapter 79 Kill. Ignite the Flames of War. 5th update. Chapter 79 Kill. Ignite the Flames of War. 5th update. The black RV, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression, slowly stopped in front of the checkpoint. This RV is absolutely enormous. Even among a group of modified cars, it stands out like a giant beast. The jet-black body barely reflects sunlight. It possesses a deep, almost ethereal quality that seems to devour light, like some kind of mysterious metal. The red-haired gang leader, who had been admiring Feng Ying's long legs, instinctively turned his head when he heard the deep, resonant roar of the engine. Upon seeing this, he froze completely. What are you lying down for? Red Hair's eyes widened, and his mouth opened so wide it could fit an egg. As a minor leader in the Wolf Guild, he had seen his share of the world, even the guild leader's level 5 military pickup truck. But compared to the RV in front of him, the guild leader's car was practically a toy. This sense of weight, this craftsmanship, this aura that seems capable of crushing everything. Top-notch. Absolutely a top-tier vehicle. His gaze followed the car's movement and finally settled on the passenger side window. There, a woman was sitting. She was wearing a simple white loungewear outfit, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, her skin as white as snow, and her eyes as clear as water. In this world full of dust and blood, she was as pure as a white lotus blooming on the ruins. The red-haired gang leader felt his heart skip a beat, then begin to pound wildly. It's so beautiful. Compared to this woman, the previous two women were simply ordinary and vulgar. Red Hair's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and his greedy desires grew wildly like weeds. He wanted not only the car, but also the woman. Once this thought arises, it can no longer be suppressed. His men around him were also stunned, their mouths practically watering. Hey kid! Get out of the car! Red Hair suddenly raised his rifle, pointing the muzzle at Lin Hui in the driver's seat, and roared fiercely. I suspect you're a remnant of the Thunder Guild. Or a spy. Get out of the car immediately for inspection. He had a very clever plan. If Lin Hui dares to open the car door or get out of the car, he will not hesitate to shoot the man dead immediately. Then, this invincible RV and that angelic woman would both be his. However, to his surprise, the man in the car didn't even glance at him. At this moment, Lin Hui sat high in the driver's seat, his gaze passing over the red-haired leader and the roadblocks ahead, heading straight for the deepest part of the Wolf Guild's defensive line. There, a huge military pickup truck was parked. It was surrounded by layers of modified cars, like a star surrounded by the moon. That's a Tier 6 vehicle. Even from 5 or 6 kilometers away, Lin Hui could still feel the terrifying aura it exuded. The car's body has an eerie grayish-white color, which is the color of high-strength titanium alloy mixed with blue titanium alloy. On its roof, besides the conventional Gatling gun, the most conspicuous feature is a rectangular firing pod. 1-unit short-range missile launcher. This is the symbol of a Tier 6 vehicle. Once locked on by its fire control radar, it can carry out beyond visual range strikes on targets within 100 kilometers. 4 of the 5 guild leaders of the Casual Players Alliance died at the hands of this thing. Hey! I'm talking to you! Are you deaf? Seeing that Lin Hui completely ignored him, the red-haired gang leader felt extremely insulted. He's used to being domineering and arrogant. When has he ever been treated like this? You shameless bastard! Enraged, the red-haired gang leader strode towards the RV, slamming the butt of his rifle heavily against the door. If you don't get out, believe me, I'll blow this piece of junk to smithereens. Several of his men behind him also raised their weapons and surrounded him menacingly, cursing under their breath. Kid, get down here right now! Don't force us to take action. If we riddle you with bullets, your woman will suffer. The casual players queuing around sighed and turned away when they saw this. It's another tragedy. Everyone assumed that Lin Hui was either terrified or putting up a futile resistance. However, the next second, Lin Hui finally withdrew his gaze from the distance. He slowly lowered his head, his dark eyes looking down indifferently at the shouting red-haired gang leader through the glass. Red Hair felt a chill run down his spine from that look and instinctively wanted to pull the trigger. But Lin Hui only moved his lips slightly and softly uttered a single word. Kill. The voice was very soft, but it was transmitted to Lu Shi's ears in the third-floor operations room through the car's intercom. Bang! There were no warning signs whatsoever. The red-haired gang leader's head exploded instantly, just like a watermelon smashed by a hammer. Red and white brain matter mixed with blood splattered onto the faces of several of his henchmen nearby. The headless corpse continued to wave its arms out of inertia, took 2 steps forward, and then fell straight down in front of Lin Hui's car with a thud. Quiet. A deathly silence. The surrounding noise seemed to be paused at that moment. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene in disbelief. Chapter 80 The Lone Brave Man. Chapter 80 The Lone Warrior. The casual players queuing around the Wolf Guild were completely stunned to see the guild's leader lying in a pool of blood. At this critical juncture, when the Wolf Guild and the Overlord Alliance hold absolute power, and everyone is trembling like lambs to the slaughter, someone actually dares to make a move. And it happened in full view of everyone, with such decisiveness and brutality, a single shot to the head. Is this insane? Shock, fear, and worry, a complex mix of emotions spread through the crowd. Although they weren't the ones who fired the shots, everyone's hearts were in their throats, as if they could already see the horrific scene of the black RV being torn to shreds by the Wolf Guild. Inside the Class 5 heavy truck, Jinyu was unaware that the cigarette in his mouth had fallen onto his pants, burning a hole in them. He stared wide-eyed at the silent behemoth ahead, and after a long while, he exhaled a hoarse breath. Dude, you're fucking awesome! That's a real man! Meanwhile, the Wolf Guild, after a brief period of silence, finally erupted into chaos. He killed Red Hair! Damn it! How dare they kill someone on our turf? This bastard's got a death wish. Get him! Shoot out the tires! Chop the man up and feed him to the dogs, leave the woman here! The dozen or so thugs responsible for perimeter security reacted, their faces contorted with rage, raising their rifles and shotguns and howling as they aimed at Lin Hui. However, they were met with 4 cold gunshots. Pft, 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 pft. Those riders who had just raised their guns but hadn't even had a chance to pull the trigger had their heads explode one after another, their blood blooming into flowers in the air. Inside the operations room on the 3rd floor, Lu Shi's aloof and stunningly beautiful face remained completely expressionless. In the driver's seat, Lin Hui looked at the level 6 vehicle deep within the Wolf Guild's defensive line, a bloodthirsty smile curving his lips. Bai Ling! Sister Lu! Qing Qian! Exist! 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 The 3 women's voices rang out simultaneously, filled with barely suppressed fighting spirit. Keep a close eye on it. We only have one target, and that's that level 6 vehicle. Lin Hui's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. Wait for my order. Take it down in one fell swoop. Yes. Break through the barrier. Lin Hui only said those two words before slamming his right foot on the gas pedal. Boom! The LV.5 motorhome roared like an ancient beast awakening. At that moment, the earth trembled. This steel behemoth, weighing hundreds of tons, ran over the headless corpses on the ground and slammed into the Wolf Guild's defensive line, all before everyone's horrified eyes. Stop him! Stop him now! Fire! Open fire! Only then did the members of the Wolf Guild stationed in the other passages and rear formations realize what was happening. Gunfire erupted everywhere. Da-da-da-da. Boom! 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 Countless tongues of fire spewed out from all directions, and a dense barrage of bullets rained down on the black RV like a storm. Rockets, trailing long plumes of flame, hurtled in with a deathly whistle. In an instant, Lin Hui's RV was engulfed in flames and smoke. A lone hero! Among the crowd, countless casual players watched the black shadow being swallowed by the artillery fire, and an indescribable sense of sorrow and respect welled up in their hearts. In this apocalyptic world where everyone is selfish and would sell their dignity to survive, there are still people with such courage who dare to charge against the tyranny of the Wolf Guild single-handedly. At this moment, countless casual players were filled with emotion. With such concentrated firepower, even a lump of iron would be blasted to pieces, right? What a pity, he was truly a man of courage and integrity. A somber atmosphere spread through the crowd. Is this what happens to those who resist? In this dog-eat-dog world, are lone heroes destined to be nothing more than fleeting fireworks? If only we could really defeat these beasts. In the group, someone murmured something with a sob in their voice. These words struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Although reason tells them it's impossible, deep down, who doesn't yearn for a savior to descend from the heavens and tear apart the darkness brought by the Wolf Guild? Uncle Hao. Inside a dilapidated Class 4 dump truck, the young man clung tightly to the window frame, shouting, "It's that truck, that big shot's truck!" The middle-aged man, Deng Hao, sighed deeply, stubbed out his half-finished cigarette on the dashboard, his eyes full of regret. Too impulsive, not worth it at all. On the Class 5 transport vehicle, Qingyi stared blankly at the area engulfed in flames, his eyes red-rimmed. If only I could have that kind of courage. He slammed his fist against the car window, gritting his teeth as he said, "Brother! Rest in peace. Although we've only known each other for less than half an hour, I, Qingyi, swear. As long as I live, one day I will twist off the head of the Wolf Guild leader and offer it as a sacrifice to your spirit in heaven." The rear of the team. A convoy of more than a dozen vehicles bearing the Scrap Metal Guild flag had just arrived. Inside the lead level 4 truck, Li Xian was wiping his sweat, still figuring out what good stuff he could get from this batch of scrap metal. Where is the God of Light? He had just stuck his head out of the window when he saw a scene that made his heart stop. A black RV he knew all too well was charging alone toward a steel wall of hundreds of armed vehicles, and was instantly surrounded by concentrated fire, and disappeared into a sea of fire. What? Li Xian's hands were trembling with fear. This is Huixin. Is he out of his mind? Boss! That must be Huixin. In the passenger seat, Jin Haoyun, the Emperor of Luck, was so excited his face turned red. Far from being afraid, the kid was practically dancing with excitement. I knew it! Shining God is shining God! This is too powerful! This is the spirit of I will go even if there are thousands of people against me. A role model for us all. He is truly a role model for us all. Li Xian's lips twitched wildly as he looked at Jin Haoyun's fanatical appearance. A role model, my ass. Those are hundreds of armored vehicles. And anti-tank missiles. RPG. Haoyun. Li Xian swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Do you think Huixin can still survive? With that firepower, forget about the vehicle, he'd probably be reduced to ashes. TCH. Brotherly, you underestimate Huixin. Jin Haoyun said confidently. Since Huixin dared to charge, it means that these chickens and dogs can't hurt him at all. Just watch, the Wolf Guild is going to be in big trouble. Looking at the towering flames ahead, Li Xian felt completely uncertain and could only pray silently. God, please don't die. If you die, who will buy my scrap metal? Last night, Lin Hui specifically told him not to sleep and to get up and collect scrap metal. The target is 20 million units of scrap iron. After you've collected everything, come to the East Gate to meet him. He invested all his wealth and transferred all his scrap metal to Lin Hui through the system. Everything he has was given to him by Lin Hui, so naturally he doesn't want anything to happen to Lin Hui. Chapter 81 What the hell is this defensive power? Chapter 81 What the hell is this defensive power? Meanwhile, on the bridge on the south side of Busan, Zhuge Mo received news that the black RV had made a move, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Quick! Tell the guys behind to speed up! An order was issued. On the other side, the Rose Society's motorcade. Li Feifei sat in the car, watching the live footage transmitted by the drone, her handsome face filled with disbelief. He really did it. She took a deep breath and immediately connected with the president, Yang Ruoling. Guild Master! Lin Hui has made his move! He's single-handedly charging into the Wolf Guild's defenses. On the other end of the communicator, Yang Ruoling was clearly stunned for a few seconds. What did you say? Alone? Yang Ruoling's voice was filled with astonishment. Without using the terrain? Without waiting for an opportunity? Without any help? They just charged straight up like that? Yes, President. Li Feifei looked at the sea of fire, her tone complicated. Yang Ruoling remained silent for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. Brave but reckless. These 4 words were her final assessment of Lin Hui. What's the difference between this and courting death? It's just reckless courage. Yang Ruoling swirled the red wine in her glass, her tone becoming indifferent. Originally, I was planning to wait until he entered Fushur and make a deal with him. Now it seems there's no need for that. Under that kind of firepower, even a level 6 vehicle would be severely damaged, let alone his level 5 motorhome. Feifei, come back, Lin Hui is destined to die. Li Feifei bit her lip, just about to agree. Suddenly she caught a glimpse of dust rising from another direction out of the corner of her eye. She quickly turned the binoculars around, and her pupils instantly contracted. President! Wait! Li Feifei's voice suddenly rose. I saw the Ironblood Heavy Industry convo. It's Zhuge Mo's car. And that violent female Vice President Gui Tiantian's car. They are leading all of Ironblood Heavy Industries' elite forces and are rushing towards the East Gate entrance at full speed. What? Yang Ruoling was truly shocked this time. Zhuge Mo is here? What does he want? I don't know. Li Feifei was also completely confused. Judging from this posture, they're acting very aggressively. Are they going to start a war with the Wolf Guild? For Lin Hui's sake? Impossible. Yang Ruoling categorically denied it. Zhuge Mo is as shrewd as a fox. How could he do such a stupid thing for someone who is bound to die? Besides, there's the Overlord Alliance. Wouldn't his entry at this time be like inviting trouble? There must be something fishy going on. Zhuge Mo would never do something meaningless. Yang Ruoling's eyes were unpredictable as she paced back and forth in the room, her mind racing. What information did Zhuge Mo possess that I didn't know about? A few seconds later, Yang Ruoling suddenly raised her head, a resolute glint in her eyes. Pass on my order! Immediately assemble a security escort convo. I want to go to the East Gate and see for myself. I want to see what Zhuge Liang is really up to. Busan East Gate entrance. The heart of the Wolf Guild's defensive line. Inside that Class 6 military pickup truck, the air was filled with the aroma of expensive red wine and the scent of women's cosmetics. Vice President Chao Hui, dressed in a bathrobe, lay comfortably on the large velvet bed, swirling a wine glass in his hand. Around him, a dozen scantily clad and beautiful women were serving him with trepidation. Some massaged his legs, some fed him grapes, and one woman even knelt on the ground to act as his footstool. Not bad, that's good. Chao Hui squinted, enjoying the treatment he received like a local tyrant. This apocalypse. For him, this was paradise. Even if the outside world is littered with corpses, even if countless people sell their souls for half a bottle of water, he can still revel every night, and control the lives and deaths of countless people. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the car door, and his men shoved the young woman who had just been kidnapped into the car. The woman's clothes were disheveled, her face was streaked with tears and slap marks, and her eyes were filled with resentment and fear. Wow, that's a sharp look. Chao Hui sat up straight, as if he had discovered a new and interesting toy. I love taming these wild horses. Cry. No problem, tonight I'll make you scream louder than anyone else. Just then, a series of urgent alarms and explosions pierced through the well-insulated carriage. What's going on? Chao Hui frowned, a hint of displeasure on his face. The subordinate immediately replied, Vice President! Someone's trying to break through. They've killed many of our brothers and are charging this way. Someone tried to pass the test? Xiao Hui was taken aback for a moment, then asked as if he had heard a joke. How many vehicles do they have? Which guild are they from? The subordinate hesitated for a moment. There's only one car. It looks like a black Class 5 motorhome. A car? Xiao Hui's expression froze for a moment, then he burst into laughter, spilling the red wine in his hand. Ha ha! One vehicle dares to charge through our defenses of hundreds of vehicles? Have the brains of today's casual players been eaten by zombies? He stood up, strode to the driver's seat, picked up the military binoculars, and looked ahead. His gaze passed through the 13 battle formations, and he saw a distant cluster of flames shrouded in smoke. Heh, overestimating yourself. But the next second, Xiao Hui's smile froze. Suddenly, a gigantic black beast burst forth from the thick cloud of black smoke. How is this possible? Xiao Hui's eyes widened, and the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground with a crack, and shattered. Completely unharmed. That RV survived such a barrage of bombing without even a scratch. What the hell is this level of defense? Xiao Hui felt his understanding had been overturned. Even with his Tier 6 vehicle, taking so much damage from RPGs and heavy machine guns, wouldn't the armor plates be riddled with dents? But this car is spotless, just like it just came off the factory. Chapter 82. Is this the kind of weapon a Tier 5 vehicle should have? Chapter 82. Is this the kind of weapon a Tier 5 vehicle should have? Center of the battlefield. Smoke filled the air, and flames soared into the sky. Everyone assumed that the RV had been reduced to scrap metal in the previous barrage of fire. However, buzz dash! A deep, powerful roar from the engine, like the roar of a dragon, suddenly tore through the billowing dust. The next second, the enormous black creature, with an unparalleled aura, broke through the fire net and appeared unharmed in everyone's sight. There are no dents. There was no damage. Not a single piece of paint was chipped off. Even the huge windshield wasn't cracked at all. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Those were hundreds of rockets and mortar shells. Even a steel tortoise would have been blown to bits by now. It's completely unharmed? The casual players were stunned, their mouths were agape, and their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. The members of the Wolf Guild were terrified, their hands trembling as they gripped their weapons. This is a Tier 5 vehicle? Its armor is even tougher than our guild leader's Tier 6 vehicle, right? Seeing this from afar, Jin Haoyun jumped up excitedly and laughed loudly. I knew it! Huishin will definitely be alright. Huishin is awesome! At this moment, Bai Xiong and Xiao Ran, the two hall masters of the Wolf Guild, also witnessed this scene. Bai Xiong is the head of the Greedy Wolf Hall, a middle-aged man around 40 years old. Xiao Ran is the leader of the Red Wolf Hall, and the only female leader in the Evil Wolf Guild. She has short, neat hair, a hideous scar on her face, and eyes that are fiercer than any man's. A look of greed also appeared in their eyes. If we could take over this RV with its insane defenses, dismantle it, or keep it for ourselves, wouldn't we have enough materials to upgrade to a level 6 vehicle? If you don't fight for it, you'll only ever be a dog for Xiao Hui and Zhang Yaoyang for the rest of your life. But this vehicle is too tough. Conventional firepower simply can't penetrate its defenses. Xiao Ran's gaze turned cold, a thirst for power overriding her reason. She picked up the communicator, her voice icy and chilling. Notify the 7th Phalanx at the front. Switch to individual thermobaric weapons. What? A man-portable thermobaric weapon? Upon hearing the order, the subordinate nearly dropped the communicator in shock. Master! That's our trump card. The entire guild barely has any. And the power of a single soldier thermobaric bomb. Shut up! Use it just because I told you to. Xiao Ran's eyes gleamed with madness. That RV's shell is so hard that only the high temperature and pressure of a thermobaric bomb could kill the people inside. As long as they die, the RV is ours. But execute the command. Yes. On the other side, Bai Xiong broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this order. That woman is fucking insane. Bai Xiong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Thermobaric bombs are known as bunker clearers, a deadly weapon. Once fired, there won't be a single survivor within hundreds of meters. Is she really not afraid of destroying the car? However, he then revealed a sinister smile. All right, let her lead the charge. Once the people inside are dead, I'll lead my men up and we'll divide up this RV together, hee hee. At the same time, Lin Hui's RV slowly came to a stop. It wasn't that he was afraid, but rather that the road ahead had been completely blocked by the two heavily armed combat formations of the Wolf Guild. There are still 4.5 kilometers to go. Lin Hui sat in the driver's seat, his eyes still fixed on the level 6 vehicle in the distance, ignoring the enemy in front of him. Boss! In the operations room on the 3rd floor, Lu Shi's usually cold voice suddenly became urgent. At the 2 o'clock position, someone in that formation has picked up a single-soldier thermobaric device. As an awakened expert in shooting, she has a thorough understanding of all kinds of individual weapons. Man-portable thermobaric weapon? Lin Hui's eyes narrowed, and then a cold smile appeared on his lips. You want to use a man-portable thermobaric weapon to destroy my RV? Innocent. Target locked. Lin Hui's voice was as cold as a knife. Since they want to play with fire, then let them taste what real firepower coverage is like. Yes. Lu Shi's fingers flew across the fire control system. At this moment, inside the 7th formation, an elite member of the Wolf Guild was kneeling on the ground, carrying a heavy single-soldier cloud burst launcher on his shoulder, the crosshairs of the scope already locked onto Lin Hui's RV. Xiao Ran watched the scene with a cruel smile on her face. She could almost see the RV being consumed by inferno-like flames, the damned owner inside being instantly roasted to a crisp by the intense heat, his internal organs shattered into a bloody mess by the high pressure, a truly magnificent scene. Go to hell! Bang dash! With a muffled bang, a large thermobaric bomb, trailing a plume of flame, hurtled out and headed straight for the RV. They're here! One of the solo players shouted in terror. That's a man-portable thermobaric weapon! Get down! It does not rely on fragmentation to kill, but rather disperses fuel into the air to form a cloud through 2 explosions, which are then detonated to generate temperatures of thousands of degrees and terrifying overpressure shock waves. In a confined space, it can instantly drain the oxygen and shatter the internal organs of any living organism. It's known as a one-stop shop for funeral services. Thermobaric weapons, with even greater yields, are even referred to as subnuclear weapons. This is enough to demonstrate its power. However, just as the man-portable thermobaric weapon was fired and still in the air, at that very instant, buzz crack crack crack! The armor plating on the roof of the RV suddenly slid open to both sides. A steel turret, brimming with futuristic and violent aesthetics, slowly rises. That's an 11-barrel 30mm Gatling gun. Like the 11 Eyes of Death. That is... In the crowd, one knowledgeable military enthusiast suddenly let out a distorted scream. A Type 1130 close-in weapon system? That's the last line of defense on warships used to intercept supersonic anti-ship missiles. What? Before the scream even landed, the radar on the RV had locked onto the man-portable thermobaric weapon that was still in flight. Zzz. The terrifying sound of gunfire, like a chainsaw cutting through steel, suddenly rang out. A rate of fire of 11,000 rounds per minute. This means that nearly 230mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds are fired in 1 second. A visible storm of fiery red metal tore through the air and struck the man-portable thermobaric bomb with perfect precision. Boom dash! Before the man-portable thermobaric bomb could even reach the RV, it was blasted apart in midair by this metal storm. No! Xiao Ran's smile froze instantly, turning into extreme terror. But it was all too late. Boom! The fuel from the thermobaric bomb, detonated in midair, mixed with the terrifying high-explosive barrage from the 1130 close-in weapon system, instantly covered the entire 7th phalanx. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky. In that instant, the air within an 80-meter radius was instantly sucked out, replaced by a sea of fire at a temperature of 2,500 degrees Celsius and a terrifying overpressure of tens of kilograms per square centimeter. More than 50 modified war vehicles belonging to the Wolf Guild, along with hundreds of members inside, were completely engulfed by a sea of fire at thousands of degrees Celsius in an instant. There were absolutely no screams, because they had already vaporized before they could make a sound. At the edge of the inferno, those riders who were a little further away felt an irresistible heat wave rushing towards them, and then the air in their lungs was instantly sucked out. They were scratching their throats in agony, their eyeballs bulging, their skin carbonizing and peeling off at a visible rate. That was real hell. The smoke and dust cleared. The once well-equipped heavy combat formation is now nothing but a pile of charred and twisted scrap metal and human-shaped charred remains. Dead silence. The entire battlefield fell into an even more terrifying silence than before. Everyone was stunned. The crowd's gazes trembled as they shifted to the still intact black RV. On the roof of the vehicle, the menacing Type 1130 close-in weapon system was still slowly rotating, its barrel glowing slightly red from the high temperature and emitting wisps of blue smoke. Chapter 83 Saturation Attack. Drown him with artillery fire. 1-7. Chapter 83 Saturation Attack. Drown him with artillery fire. 1-7. Hiss dash! After a brief silence, a chorus of gasps filled the air. Countless casual players stared wide-eyed. Is this the Type 1130 close-in weapon system? Everyone's head was buzzing. Any player with a little common sense knows that this thing was originally the last line of defense on a warship, specifically designed to intercept supersonic anti-ship missiles. Install it on a motorhome on land? That's utterly shameless, a complete rip-off. That's incredible. That's incredible. That's a man-portable thermobaric weapon. The Wolf Guild's trump card, known as the Bunker Slayer. If it were any other vehicle present, even those level 6 vehicles, they would probably have been reduced to a pile of burning charcoal by now. The crowd's gazes were fixed in horror on the 7th combat formation ahead. At this moment, all that remains is a scorched earth still emitting black smoke. The entire formation, along with dozens of chariots and hundreds of elite members of the Wolf Guild, was as if it had been forcibly erased from the world by an eraser. The entire battle formation of the Wolf Guild was wiped out. In that very second. Gulp! Countless people couldn't help but swallow hard, their throats feeling as dry as if they had swallowed a handful of sand. But after the fear subsided, an indescribable sense of pleasure spread wildly through the hearts of all solo players. That was so much fun! Watching those ruthless wolves from the Wolf Guild, who treated human life like dirt, get blasted into dust was even more exhilarating than drinking an ice-cold Coke in the desert. Inside a Class 5 heavy-duty truck, Xinyi was completely stunned. What? He opened his mouth, but for a moment he couldn't find any words to describe his feelings. Just half an hour ago, he confidently told people, "I'll protect you once we get to the city." Looking back now, what I said was like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world showing off half a steam bun he had just picked up in front of the richest man. Damn, I've managed to brag about someone who's actually awesome. Xinyi gave a bitter laugh, his face burning with pain, but it felt so good to be slapped in the face. And on a level 4 soil compactor truck not far away, the short-haired young man had completely lost the ability to speak, and was frantically shaking Deng Hao's arm with both hands. Uncle Hao! Uncle Hao, did you see that? That RV tycoon is amazing! Do you think he can win? Can he kill all those bastards? The young man's eyes burned with a flame called hope. Deng Hao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, and shook his head with a complicated look in his eyes. It's extremely difficult. His voice was somewhat low, tinged with irrational pessimism. Although the 1130 close-in weapon system is an absolute defensive marvel, have you ever thought about what that rate of fire means? That means money is being burned every second. That's tens of thousands of rounds consumed every minute. Even if he had an arsenal, he couldn't afford to burn money like that. Deng Hao pointed to the Wolf Guild's convoys stretching across the mountains ahead, his tone heavy. Moreover, this is just one formation of the Wolf Guild. Look over there are 12 full-strength heavy armor formations. And this is only the force from the east entrance. The elite forces from the west, north, and south gates, as well as those inside Fuqing, haven't even moved. What's even more despairing is that behind the Wolf Guild stands that behemoth, the Overlord Alliance. Deng Hao sighed, his eyes dimming. One tree cannot support a forest. This big shot is indeed strong, even invincible in a one-on-one fight, but in this kind of strangulation battle on the scale of a heavy combined arms brigade, once the ammunition is exhausted, this RV will become an immobile iron target. Upon hearing this, the light in the young man's eyes dimmed considerably, but he still gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "What if all of us casual players ganged up on them? Since we all hate these bastards, why not take advantage of the fact that the big shots are drawing fire and fight them to the death? Compete? What will we use to compete?" Deng Hao said bitterly. In that decapitation operation this afternoon, the Tyrant Alliance and the Wolf Guild blew several of the leading guild leaders to ashes, and even broke the backbone of us solo players. Everyone is afraid. Nobody wants to be the first to stick their neck out, and nobody wants to die. Take my advice, back the car up and get away. When gods fight, mortals suffer, Don't get caught in the crossfire. At the same time, many players who have calmed down have also realized this. Although the 1130 close-in weapon system is an unbeatable defense, it couldn't change the course of the battle against the Wolf Guild's siege of over 500 heavily armored vehicles. There were no supplies and no reinforcements. This is a tragic elegy for a hero. The heart of the Wolf Guild's defensive line. The aroma of red wine that had filled the level 6 military pickup truck had long been replaced by a somber atmosphere. Xiao Hui stared intently at the undamaged black RV, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. The 7th formation, reduced to charcoal, was like a resounding slap across his face. Xiao Ran! Xiao Hui grabbed the communicator and roared into the other end. Who told you to use the thermobaric bomb on your own? Is your brain filled with shit? So many members of the Wolf Guild died at once, and right under his nose. His presence at the east entrance represents the face of the Wolf Guild and, more importantly, Xiao Hui's authority. Now that he's been slapped in the face and is being humiliated on the ground, how can he possibly tolerate this? On the other end of the communicator, Xiao Ran gritted her teeth, her face full of resentment and bitterness. Vice President, it's my fault for not eliminating them. But the 7th formation is also an elite force of my Red Wolf Hall. I'm heartbroken too. She stared at the scorched earth before her, her heart bleeding. The 7th formation was her direct subordinate, and now it was gone. She was more heartbroken than anyone else. Useless! All of you are useless! Xiao Hui slammed the wine glass in his hand down. Through the bulletproof glass, he stared intently at Lin Hui's RV. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong with this car. The metal materials used in this RV are not simple. The black texture is definitely not ordinary steel. It must contain a large amount of blue titanium alloy. And the external weapons system is a Type 1130 close-in weapon system. A Type 1130 close-in weapon system. Even Zhao Tianba, the president of the Overlord Alliance, doesn't have this thing. A deep sense of apprehension flashed in Xiao Hui's eyes. This close-in weapon system is the bane of all subsonic missiles. As long as it's present, its short-range missiles pose no threat to the enemy. In other words, the biggest advantage of Tier 6 vehicles is completely negated. We must wear him down. Xiao Hui made a quick judgment. With this rate of fire, the ammunition consumption is astronomical. He's just a lone wolf. Even if he fills the car with ammunition, how long can he last? Pass on my order. All formations, listen up. Saturation attack. Drown him with cannonballs. Chapter 84. If the bet is lost, the Rose Society will cease to exist. 2-7. Chapter 84. If the bet is lost, the Rose Society will be gone. 2-7. Xiao Ran, the leader of the Red Wolf Hall, and Bai Xiong, the leader of the Greedy Wolf Hall, immediately carried out the order. The two understood that, facing such a monstrous level of defense, the only chance of victory was to exhaust the opponent's resources. Fire! Give me, my mother, a good beating! In an instant, the entire entrance to the East District seemed to have transformed into a hellish place. The remaining 12 battle formations of the Wolf Guild, with hundreds of modified vehicles, roared simultaneously. Heavy machine guns, autocannons, grenade launchers, and rocket launchers. Countless flames intertwined to form an impenetrable net of fire, engulfing the lone RV. Boom! Shells and bullets rained down on Lin Hui's RV like a storm. The explosion instantly engulfed the RV, sending thick smoke billowing into the sky. If it were a regular vehicle, even a Tier 6 vehicle, it would be shredded into metal scrap within 10 seconds under this density of fire. However, a scene that filled all the players of the Wolf Guild with despair unfolded. Inside the RV, Lin Hui remained as still as a mountain, not even lifting his eyelids. Warning, armor durability decreased by 0.1%. Warning, left side armor durability decreased by 0.2%. The system notification sounded indifferently. Initiate automatic repair, Lin Hui calmly ordered. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The RV's black armored surface appeared to have transformed into some kind of living liquid metal. The white marks pierced by the same heavy machine gun bullet, and the scratches scraped by shrapnel, instantly crawled, filled in, and restored to their original state under the automatic repair function of the golden entry. Not even a second is needed. That's the terrifying power of 3,000 points of physical defense combined with automatic attribute repair. Conventional firearms attacks can't even keep up with its self-repair speed. As for those man-portable missiles that pose a slight threat, buzz dash. The Type 1130 close-in weapon system on the roof of the vehicle merely turned its muzzle lazily, spitting out a short string of fire, and detonated it in midair 100 meters away. No matter how fierce the wind and rain, I will remain unmoved. Is this some kind of guasha? Chao Hui was completely dumbfounded when he saw this. More than 500 vehicles. There's absolutely nothing we can do about it. This is outrageous. This is completely illogical. Chao Hui grabbed his hair, feeling his worldview crumbling. Even their tire defenses couldn't be broken? Those are made of rubber. The other party's glass can't be broken either? That's glass. The physical defenses of this RV are beyond his imagination. Sudden. A crazy idea struck Chao Hui's mind like lightning. He suddenly pressed his face against the window, staring intently at the RV that gleamed with an eerie black sheen. So hard. Could it be that this car is entirely upgraded with blue titanium alloy? This moment. Chao Hui felt like he was about to stop breathing. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. That's too extravagant. That's outrageously extravagant. It is precisely because of its extravagance that it is so hard. So hard that it inspires despair. In that instant, Chao Hui suddenly thought of the mysterious player who had been causing such a stir in the regional chat these past 2 days. The mysterious person who was seeking to buy universal artillery shells, even going so far as to use blue titanium alloy as the currency. It's him! Chao Hui slapped his thigh suddenly. It's definitely him. Only he has so much blue titanium alloy. He instantly connected Lin Hui with that mysterious player. This moment. Chao Hui's greed once again overwhelmed his fear and completely took the lead. This car is a mobile gold mine. If we can take him down, we can steal all the blue titanium alloy from his car. I can build an invincible Tier 7 vehicle myself. Keep hitting them! Keep hitting them! Chao Hui screamed hysterically into the communicator. Even if it's grinding, we'll grind that turtle shell down. We must take him down! Meanwhile, at the entrance to the East District of Busan, the Rose Society's team. Li Feifei put down her binoculars and turned to the communicator to report urgently. Chairman Lin Hui is not dead. Not only was he not dead, but the barrage of fire from hundreds of vehicles belonging to the Wolf Guild didn't even scratch his car's paint. On the other end of the communicator, Yang Ruoling, who was rushing over at full speed, fell silent. Through the footage shared by Li Feifei, she witnessed the despairing scene firsthand, endless artillery fire ravaging the land, while the black RV stood like a god, impervious to all attacks. Yang Ruoling's fingers gripping the steering wheel turned slightly white, and a storm raged in her heart. I admit I misjudged him. Yang Ruoling's voice was a little hoarse. No wonder he dared to go through that hell gate all by himself. Even the 4 major guilds combined couldn't afford something made entirely of blue titanium alloy. Where did he get it from? And did Zhuge Mo anticipate this, which is why he dared to bring his men here in such a grand manner? Yang Ruoling frowned, her mind filled with doubt. Is he really going to help Lin Hui? Has he gone mad? Isn't he afraid of retaliation from the combined forces of the Overlord Alliance and the Wolf Guild? Li Feifei, standing to the side, couldn't help but ask. President, if we enter now and help Lin Hui, perhaps we can. No. Yang Ruoling took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the impulse in her heart, and her eyes became rational and cold again. If it were just the Wolf Guild, Yang Ruoling might grit her teeth and join forces with Iron Blood Heavy Industry to win over Lin Hui, a potential asset. However, the existence of the Overlord Alliance was like a mountain, completely extinguishing the flame in her heart. She had witnessed the power of the Overlord Alliance. That was a truly militarized force, a hegemon with air superiority. No matter how powerful Lin Hui's vehicle is, he's still just one person. And no matter how formidable the 1130 close-in weapon system is, it will eventually run out of ammunition. I can't gamble. The lives of thousands of sisters in the Rose Society cannot be entrusted to anyone else. If we lose the bet, the Rose Society will cease to exist. Yang Ruoling closed her eyes and finally made a decision. Let's wait and see. We can't risk getting ourselves involved. Chapter 85 Just enjoy the show. 3-7. Chapter 85 Just enjoy the show. 3-7. The other side of the battlefield. The earth trembled slightly as a well-equipped and disciplined convoy of heavy armored vehicles appeared on the horizon like a torrent of steel. That's the main fleet of Iron Blood Heavy Industry. Inside the lead Tier 6 heavy dump truck, Zhuge Mo adjusted his glasses and looked at the black RV in front of him, which was still spotless despite being bathed in gunfire. A hint of undisguised amazement flashed in his eyes. Really? It's stronger than I expected, ridiculously stronger. He initially thought Lin Hui's car body only contained blue titanium alloy, which would allow it to withstand some damage. He never expected its defensive capabilities to be so extreme. Any conventional weapon would be futile, especially with the 1130 close-in weapon system. President! Guitiantian, the burly vice president with a towering physique, excitedly waved her fist. This RV is so tough! Should we still go for it? Of course we have to go for it, and we have to make the right gesture. Zhuge Mo's lips curled slightly upward as he picked up the communicator, his voice steady and powerful. All personnel, listen to my command. Spread out and form attack formations. All personnel, prepare for level 1 combat. Aim all your cannons at the flanks of the Wolf Guild. Yes. The members of Iron Blood Heavy Industry roared in unison, their momentum unstoppable. At the same time, Zhuge Mo opened the system interface and clicked on the familiar private message window, the mysterious seller who sold blue titanium alloy. The interior of the RV. The explosions outside continued incessantly. Although the vehicle was as stable as a mountain, the dense metallic clanging sound still penetrated through the armor, like countless iron hammers pounding on everyone's eardrums. Warning, external noise level is too high. Noise reduction mode has been automatically activated. Su Qingqian's fingers flew across the keyboard, controlling more than a dozen miniature reconnaissance drones as they darted through the smoke of the battlefield, constructing real-time maps of the enemy's firepower distribution. Boss, all enemy firing positions have been marked. That Tier 6 vehicle is still hiding at the very back, protected by 2 heavily armed formations in front. Lin Hui sat in the driver's seat and nodded expressionlessly. He pressed his earpiece and asked in a deep voice, Bai Ling, what's the situation? Inside the biochemical laboratory in the rear compartment of the RV. Bai Ling was in a state of both frenzy and disarray at the moment. She gripped the earth scepter, which radiated an earthy yellow glow, tightly in her hand, while a dozen or so empty mineral water bottles lay piled up beside her. Gulp gurgle. Bai Ling tilted her head back and gulped down another whole bottle of water. Some water even trickled down her fair neck and into her collar, but she didn't bother to wipe it away. This is a side effect of the Earth Scepter forcibly altering the terrain rules. The user will experience extreme physiological thirst within 24 hours. Awesome! Bai Ling wiped her mouth, her eyes flashing with an eerie, earthy yellow light, a sign that her mental energy was operating at full capacity. Boss, 2 more minutes! Bai Ling licked her moist lips, her voice carrying a hint of morbid excitement. She didn't turn the ground into a large swamp, as that would consume too much mental energy. Instead, she precisely delivered the 50 zombies carrying high explosives along the soft soil to the backsides of the 5 formations in front. The reason they were constantly on the defensive was not only to deplete the enemy's ammunition, but also to use the smoke and explosions to cover up the movement of the zombies digging underground. The Wolf Guild thought they were launching a saturation attack, but little did they know, death had already reached their feet. Just then, Lu Shi's cool voice rang out. Boss, there's new information. Zhuge Mo, the president of Iron Blood Heavy Industry, sent me a private message. He said his men are in place and can flank us at any time to help us break through the defenses. He also said he guessed that our target was that level 6 vehicle and is willing to lend a hand. Lin Hui was slightly taken aback. Lin Hui pondered the name, Zhuge Mo. He had a fairly good impression of this person. During the previous transaction involving blue titanium alloy, the other party was not only straightforward but also provided a large quantity of urgently needed general-purpose artillery shells. In fact, half of those shells were contributed by Iron Blood Heavy Industry. Through the drone's footage, Lin Hui could indeed see the Iron Blood Heavy Industry convoy deploying its attack formation in the distance. He squinted and muttered to himself. Not only did he guess what we were going to do, but he also dared to bring people here at this time. This Zhuge Mo is not simple. Are you not afraid of retaliation from the Wolf Guild and the Overlord Alliance for sending so many people to assist me? Regardless of Zhuge Mo's motives, Lin Hui appreciated the good intentions. But he doesn't need it. Lin Hui has a problem. He doesn't like owing favors to others. Not to mention. Just a few stray dogs, do they need help? Lin Hui smiled confidently. I can handle it myself. Sister Lu replied to him. Lin Hui's voice was calm and confident. I appreciate the sentiment. But he doesn't need to take action. Let him bring his men and watch the show from the sidelines. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Hui immediately sent the exact words. Iron Blood Heavy Industry Team. Zhuge Mo stared at the line of text that appeared on the screen for a full 3 seconds. Don't need help? Just want to watch the show. Zhuge Mo took off his glasses, took out a piece of velvet cloth from his pocket, and slowly wiped the lenses. Faced with an attack by hundreds of tanks and a huge guild, he actually told him to just watch the show. That's interesting. Zhuge Mo put his glasses back on, and his smile deepened. Just then, the loud, boisterous voice of Vice President Gui Tiantian came through the communicator. Guild leader! Xiao Hui from the Wolf Guild sent a message. He asked us what we wanted by bringing so many people here. Are we trying to take advantage of our misfortune? He also told us to get lost immediately, or he'll beat us up too. That bastard's too arrogant. Chairman, let's take him down. Zhuge Mo chuckled and waved his hand. No rush. Since that mysterious player is letting us watch the show, then we'll be proper spectators. Zhuge Mo leaned back in his chair, gazing intently at the smoke-filled battlefield. Tian, reply to Xiao Hui. Just say we're out giving the newcomer a ride and enjoying the scenery. Tell him not to be nervous and to continue his performance. Huh? Taking a drive and enjoying the scenery? Gui Tiantian scratched her head, looking completely bewildered. Not playing again? However, she still obediently carried out the order. Zhuge Mo looked at the black RV in the distance, his fingers tapping lightly on the handrail. I'm very curious, what other tricks does this mysterious big shot have up his sleeve? Chapter 86 To Hell with Rationality, To Hell with Self-Preservation, 4-7. Chapter 86 To Hell with Rationality, To Hell with Self-Preservation, 4-7. Going for a drive? Enjoying the scenery? Upon hearing the reply from Iron Blood Heavy Industry, Xiao Hui sat in his luxurious level 6 military pickup truck, his face twitching violently a few times. Although he was a womanizer, he was by no means a fool. At this critical juncture, the main force of Iron Blood Heavy Industry appeared on the flank of the battlefield, fully armed, and set up an offensive formation, only to tell you that they were there to take the newbies for a ride. That's a lie, even a ghost wouldn't believe it. A strong sense of unease spread through Xiao Hui's heart. Zhuge Mo would never do anything meaningless. Why would he dare to bring people here so openly, and do such a dangerous thing? Is it because of that black RV in front of him? Does Zhuge Mo believe the opponent has a chance of winning? Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Xiao Hui shook his head violently, trying to shake the absurd thought out of his mind. Iron Blood Heavy Industry is the weakest of the 4 major guilds. They have always maintained neutrality, and developed their strength in a low-key manner. How dare they challenge our alliance with the Overlord Alliance? Unless they've gone mad. Vice President, what should we do now? Should we send troops to defend against Iron Blood Heavy Industry? A trusted subordinate asked tremblingly. Be on guard, my ass! Xiao Hui gritted his teeth and roared. Since they say they want to see the scenery, let them see it. I doubt that Zhuge Mo would actually dare to open fire. But we must be on guard. He took a deep breath, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Report the situation here to the guild leader immediately. And make sure he tells Alliance leader Zhao of the Overlord Alliance that Iron Blood Heavy Industry intends to attack us. Also, bring all the heavy weapons teams from the west, north, and south gates over here. Yes. The trusted subordinate accepted the order and hurriedly withdrew. The carriage fell silent again, save for Xiao Hui's heavy breathing. He walked back to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and stared intently at the black RV bathed in gunfire in the distance. Although the car's defensive capabilities did indeed terrify him, even fill him with despair, he refused to believe in such a thing. You think being tough makes you invincible? You think you can turn the world upside down just by mounting a close-in weapons system? Xiao Hui's lips curled into a cruel sneer. Without weapons of mass destruction, without a trump card to seal the deal, you're just a tougher turtle shell at best. We can only passively take the hits and wait in despair for our ammunition to run out. Today, even if I have to pile up human lives and bombard you with shells, I will pile you up here and kill you alive. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the battlefield. As time went on, the deafening sound of artillery fire had continued for a full minute. The casual players who were initially thrilled by Lin Hui's strong counterattack are now gradually losing their enthusiasm, replaced by a deep sense of powerlessness and anxiety. In their view, the black RV looked like a small boat in a storm. Although it remained steadfast, and although it repeatedly withstood the Wolf Guild's relentless bombardment, it truly ceased its counterattacks. The scene of being forced to passively endure attacks creates a suffocating and oppressive atmosphere. Still not working? A sigh of despair escaped someone in the crowd. In the end, it's just one person. Facing a behemoth like the Wolf Guild, one person's strength is simply too insignificant. Ammunition will eventually run out, and energy will eventually be depleted. Once that closed-in weapon system stops, or that mysterious armor is worn through, what awaits that big shot will be utter destruction. Pessimism spread like a plague through the convoy. The newly ignited flame of hope seemed about to be extinguished by this cruel reality. Uncle Hao! On the level 4 earth-moving truck, the short-haired youth roared with bloodshot eyes. Give me a car, I want to fight! In the driver's seat, Deng Hao stared intently at the RV that remained motionless amidst the flames, his lips pursed, his weathered face shifting between light and shadow as he struggled violently. Reason told him that rushing in at this moment would be suicide. But the fighting spirit deep within him, which had not yet been completely extinguished, was pounding wildly against his chest. On the other side, inside a level 5 heavy truck, Qinyi leaned back in his chair, gazing at the blazing fire outside the window. His body, which had been trembling with anger, was now unusually calm. He took out the last cigarette from the pack. It lit with a pop. He took a deep breath, the pungent smoke swirling in his lungs before he slowly exhaled, turning into a wisp of blue smoke. Qinyi smiled. It was a relieved smile. To hell with rationality, to hell with self-preservation. If I don't help you out today, even if I, Qinyi, survive, I'll only ever be a coward for the rest of my life, never able to stand up straight again. He sat up abruptly and typed text into the input box of the regional channel. Regional chat channel. Qinyi. Brothers! This is Qinyi. I will launch my attack in 20 seconds. If any of you share the same thought, let's attack together at that moment. Don't let that brother in the RV fight alone. After sending the message, he abruptly stubbed out his cigarette and pressed his hand on the weapon firing button, the modified grenade launcher on the roof of his vehicle. 20 seconds. Qinyi counted down in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the Wolf Guild formation in front of him. However, the regional channel was quiet. The deathly silence was more piercing than the sound of artillery fire on the battlefield. Everyone was looking at the message, but no one replied. Fear was like an invisible hand, gripping everyone's throat. They were afraid of being targeted by the Wolf Guild, afraid of being purged later, afraid that their meager possessions would vanish in an instant. 15 seconds. Xinye's voice was a little hoarse, but his eyes remained firm. Even if I'm the only one left, I'll still go. This was not just to help Lin Hui, but also to redeem his own long-dead dignity. Finally, when the countdown reached 14 seconds, a message suddenly popped up. Qianchong, Chunyi, if you want to die, don't drag others down with you. Do you think it's easy for anyone to survive this long? Just obediently pay your toll, okay? With the strength of the evil Wolf Guild, it's already good enough that they haven't completely swallowed up everything belonging to us casual players. We should be content. Upon seeing this message, Xinye's eye twitched. Before he could even start cursing, another message popped up. Zhenhaoyun, I know you. Your name is Qianchong, right? The spineless coward of the Thunder Guild. What? Your spine's broken, so you can't straighten up anymore? People like you are just wasting air. Then, another one appeared. Li Xian, wild god. Forget those cowards. Count me in. I have over a dozen vehicles here, they may be a bit beat up, but we're ready to fight. Upon seeing these two messages, a layer of mist suddenly welled up in Xinye's one eye. Good brother! 10 seconds. Just as Qinyi was preparing to charge into battle for the last time in his life. In the heart of the battlefield, an unexpected change occurs. Chapter 87 The real battle begins. Art is an explosion. 5-7. Chapter 87 The real battle begins. Art is an explosion. 5-7, inside the RV. The outside noise was blocked out by the heavy armor, and only the sound of sophisticated instruments running and the steady breathing of the passengers could be heard inside the carriage. Rear cabin laboratory. Bai Ling held the earth scepter that emitted an eerie, earthy yellow light in her hand, with more than a dozen empty mineral water bottles lying at her feet. The scepter's side effects made her feel parched, as if her throat was on fire, but her mind was in a state of extreme excitement. Gulp. Bai Ling downed another bottle of water and wiped her mouth. Boss, I'm ready! Bai Ling's voice came through the headset, carrying a hint of excited laughter. In the driver's seat, Lin Hui looked at the radar display. On the screen, the 12 red dots representing the Wolf Guild's battle formation appeared in his pupils. Qin Qian, Sister Lu? Lin Hui asked calmly. The swarm of drones is in position, target locked. Su Qingqian's voice was calm and professional, her finger hovering over the enter key. Ready. Lu Shi's cool voice came from the operations room on the 3rd floor. Hearing the two women's response, Lin Hui looked at the raging flames ahead, his eyes suddenly sharpening like knives. Operation begins! The moment Lin Hui finished speaking. Inside the rear cabin, Bai Ling's originally bright eyes suddenly burst forth with a dazzling earthy yellow light. She gripped the earth scepter tightly, and her spiritual power poured out like a flood bursting its banks. Come out, my little darlings! Almost simultaneously, the 5 Wolf Guild combat formations closest to the RV, which were the first echelon unleashing their fury, suddenly felt an unusual tremor beneath their feet. What happened? Was it an earthquake? A member of the Wolf Guild, who was operating a heavy machine gun, lowered his head in confusion. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints. Amidst the churning of the earth, pale, rotting arms covered in mud, like demons from hell, suddenly burst forth from the ground. What is that? The word me hadn't even been uttered yet. Su Qingqian's fair fingers pressed the enter key heavily. Detonate. Boom dash. Boom dash. Boom dash. There were no warning signs, and there was no possibility of escaping. The 50 zombies, which were lurking 2 meters underground and carrying C4 explosives that had been enhanced by infinitely synthesized terms, were detonated at the same time. The earth is roaring. At this moment, it was as if 5 volcanoes were erupting simultaneously at the foot of the Wolf Guild's formation. The terrifying shockwave, a mixture of rubble, mud, flesh, and steel fragments, instantly tore the ground apart, creating a destructive blast wave tens of meters high. 5 fully equipped heavy armored formations, nearly 250 tanks of various types, were thrown into the sky like toys in that instant. Flames shot into the sky, illuminating the entire east gate of Busan City with extraordinary brightness. In the orange-red flames, countless severed limbs and broken vehicle parts flew everywhere, creating a storm of death. This scene was both shocking and sudden. The casual players who were originally preparing to charge with Xingyi froze on the spot, their mouths agape and their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. What the hell is this? A volcanic eruption? Deep within the Wolf Guild's defenses. At this moment, Xiaoran, the leader of the Red Wolf Hall, and Bai Xiong, the leader of the Greedy Wolf Hall, stood like 2 stone statues, staring blankly at the 5 mushroom clouds rising in front of them. In that instant, their minds went blank. That's all. 5 entire formations, nearly a third of the Wolf Guild's elite fighting force, were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Vice President Xiao Hui, who was located at the rear, was so shocked that he jumped up from the leather sofa. What the hell is going on? Xiao Hui screamed hysterically. No missile warning! No shell trajectory! Why did it suddenly explode? Anti-tank mines? Impossible! We cleared them long ago. And how could anti-tank mines possibly lift a vehicle dozens of meters into the air? For the first time, fear truly gripped Xiao Hui's heart. The most terrifying enemy is the unknown one. However, the nightmare had only just begun. Before Xiao Hui could recover from the shock of the first explosion, the smoke in front of him had not yet dissipated. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. A sudden, chilling buzzing sound pierced the battlefield's clamor and entered everyone's ears. Xiao Hui suddenly looked up. The hatch on the roof of the RV was wide open, and a swarm of dense black dots, like killer bees leaving their hive, rose into the sky, blotting out the sun. Then, they quickly split into 5 formations in midair and, with an indomitable momentum, swooped down towards the remaining 5 formations. Drones! It's a swarm of suicide drones! Xiao Ran's piercing scream rang out in the communication channel. Quick! Shoot them down! The remaining Wolf Guild members in the square finally reacted, and in terror, they turned their guns and cannons around, firing wildly into the sky. Thump, 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 thump. A dense hail of bullets crisscrossed in the air. Indeed, quite a few drones were blown up in midair, turning into small fireballs that fell to the ground. However, after being enhanced by Su Qingqian's mechanical expertise, this batch of drones is too fast and there are far too many of them. There are still nearly 100 that slipped through the net. Like messengers of death, they precisely struck the 5 Wolf Guild battle formations ahead. Hide! Get inside the car! As long as we don't open the windows, this explosion won't hurt us. Bai Xiong shouted into the communicator. Logically speaking, it would be very difficult for a typical suicide drone to penetrate the armor of a heavily armed vehicle. What they didn't know was that the C4 carried by these drones was an enhanced version of C4 that Lin Hui had strengthened once using infinite synthesis. Its power was 3 times that of ordinary explosives. Boom! 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 A series of explosions resounded in the 5 formations. A terrifying shockwave instantly swept across the entire battlefield. Under the explosion with 3 times the power, the bulletproof glass of those ordinary modified cars shattered instantly. Even the most heavily armored Tier 5 vehicles were riddled with spiderweb-like cracks in their specially designed bulletproof glass during the violent tremors, teetering on the brink of collapse. Although the number of direct deaths caused by this wave of drone attacks was not high due to the protection of the vehicle's armor. Call. The deputy leaders hiding in the level 5 vehicles breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the glass was only cracked but not broken, and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. That scared the hell out of me. Luckily the glass was hard enough. However, they were not completely relieved yet. Chapter 88 Despair. A Tyrant from the Sky. 6-7. Chapter 88 Despair. A Tyrant from the Sky. 6-7, 3rd floor war room. Lu Shi's stunningly beautiful face remained expressionless as she steadily held her sniper rifle, the muzzle already locked onto the glass of the deputy hall master's vehicle. Bang! 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 Those specially made, enhanced sniper bullets sliced through the air and precisely penetrated the spiderweb-like glass. The bullets did not kill anyone directly, but instead struck the inner wall of the carriage and exploded instantly. Laugh. A colorless and odorless gas instantly filled the entire carriage. A deputy leader of a level 5 vehicle was about to drive away when he suddenly felt an irresistible wave of drowsiness wash over him, and his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. How to reply? Before he could finish speaking, he fell straight backward and began to snore loudly. Special bullets containing a sedative, formulated by Bai Ling, can force creatures within a radius of 100 meters into a deep sleep within 1 second. 1-2-10. More and more specially designed bullets were fired into the unprotected formations. The machine guns and artillery that were roaring wildly suddenly seemed to have their throats choked, and one after another they fell silent. The 5 combat formations presented an extremely bizarre scene. Hundreds of tanks remained stationary, their engines still roaring, but the people inside seemed to be under a spell, sprawled out on their seats, fast asleep, as peaceful as infants. What kind of sorcery is this? Is it a specialization? As Xiao Ran and Bai Xiong watched this scene, they felt a chill run from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. No! Something's not right! Within these formations there were also a few players who had awakened their specializations. Their mental strength was relatively high, and they were barely resisting this terrifying drowsiness. One of them bit his tongue hard, using the excruciating pain to regain a moment of clarity. Through the broken window, he saw the cold, beautiful figure at the 3rd floor window of the RV. He shouted with all his might. Shoot that woman quickly! The next second, the members of the Wolf Guild who were still conscious, as well as the 2 last guard formations deep in the defensive line that were unaffected by the attack, led by the 2 hall masters, Xiao Ran and Bai Xiong, opened fire instantly. Countless bullets were fired at Lu Shi in the 3-story combat room of the RV. And at that very moment, Lin Hui chuckled softly in the driver's seat, his fingers swiping lightly across the screen. Trying to take down my sniper? Did you ask me first? Buzz. The Type 1130 close-in weapon system on the roof of the RV started rotating again. With a firing rate of 11,000 rounds per minute, an impenetrable wall of metal fire was instantly woven in front of Lu Shi's window. Ding ding dang dang. All the bullets and shells were intercepted and shattered within 10 meters of the window. Under this impenetrable cover, Lu Shi didn't even blink, calmly pulling the trigger and firing the last specially made sniper bullet. 20 seconds. Just 20 seconds. The Wolf Guild's 10 main combat formations at the front have been completely wiped out. Some are dead, some are asleep. The entire battlefield was left with only a final, deathly silence. The battlefield suddenly fell silent. The silence came so suddenly and eerily that it created an unreal buzzing sensation in everyone's ears. The deafening sounds of artillery fire disappeared. The roar of the engines from the hundreds of tanks that had been running became sparse and infrequent. All that remained was the burning wreckage, crackling and popping, and the howling of the wind through the scorched earth. Inside a Class 5 heavy-duty truck, Qin Ye's finger, which was already pressed on the launch button, froze. His mouth was agape, his single eye was bulging like a copper bell, and his jaw was almost dislocated. 1988. He was still subconsciously counting the numbers, the countdown he had just shouted in the channel. But before he could even count to launch, the battle seemed to have already ended? What the hell happened? In the time it took me to count, the other side was gone? Shinny felt like he was dreaming. In those mere 20-odd seconds, how did the Wolf Guild army, which was originally about to devour Lin Hui alive, suddenly collapse? Some were blown into the sky, while others seemed to be possessed and collectively fell asleep. What on earth happened? Not only him, but all the casual players around him were shocked. This was all too magical, too unreal, and completely beyond their understanding of the word battle. They imagined the battle to be a clash of artillery and a bloodbath. As a result, they directly provided you with a one-stop service including volcanic eruption, drone in front of you, and everyone falling asleep instantly. What's the point of fighting now? Not only the casual players, but also Zhuge Mo and Li Feifei, who were waiting to watch the show from afar, were all stunned at this moment. It's so surreal. This is too unreal. Can anyone tell me what happened? The expressions on the faces of Xiao Hui, Bai Xiong, and Xiao Ran, the three big shots of the evil Wolf Guild, were more interesting than if they had seen a ghost. Gone, all gone. Sitting in his prized Tier 6 vehicle, Xiao Hui stared at the 10 deathly silent formations ahead, his body trembling uncontrollably. He still doesn't understand what happened. Why did those formations suddenly explode? Why did those people suddenly fall asleep? Although he didn't know the specifics of the mechanics, he did know one thing. It was the black RV in front of him that did it. With the power of a Tier 5 vehicle, it wiped out 11 of his full-strength combat formations in just 1 minute. More than 400 vehicles. That's it. At the entire East Gate entrance, the 13 battle formations that had once seemed impregnable were now reduced to just the 2 last guard formations beside him. Who is this? Are these really players like them? Even if Zhao Tianba, the leader of the Overlord Alliance, came in person with 2 Level 6 Apache helicopters, it would be impossible for him to accomplish this in such a short time. Fear. An overwhelming sense of fear engulfed Xiao Hui like a tidal wave. But just as everyone was shocked, horrified, afraid, and bewildered. Buzz dash! The black RV, seemingly returned from hell, roared again. It moved. It crushed the wreckage and scrap metal blocking its path, charging straight toward Xiao Hui's Level 6 military pickup truck with an unstoppable momentum. He's coming! Xiao Ran screamed, her voice filled with despair. Stop him! Stop him! Almost simultaneously. Snap! The huge armored door at the rear of the RV suddenly opened slowly. A huge black shadow flew out like a cannonball. Extremely fast. What kind of monster is that? Bai Xiong, the leader of the greedy wolf hall, raised his trembling hand and looked through the binoculars. Upon seeing this, he was so frightened he almost wet his pants. The dark figure was over 4 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over its body and skin that was a nauseating grayish-white. The most terrifying thing is that it has a pair of huge fleshy wings on its back, which bring up a gust of wind with each flap. Tyrant? Bai Xiong recognized the prototype of this monster. That's a Level 4 zombie tyrant. But how can a Level 4 zombie tyrant have wings? How can it fly? However, when his gaze shifted downwards and he saw what the tyrant angel was holding in its arms, true despair descended. It was a long, cylindrical metal object with a conspicuous yellow and black danger sign painted on it. Airborne bombs? Bai Xiong, the leader of the greedy wolf hall, let out a scream that sounded inhuman. It's holding an aerial bomb! What? Upon hearing the words, airborne bomb, everyone panicked instantly. Those are heavy bombs dropped by bombers. One of them can wipe out everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. This is cheating. Who carries aerial bombs around during a fight and lets zombies carry them and throw them down? Shoot it down! Shoot it down now! Bai Xiong roared madly. The remaining 2 groups of Wolf Guild members desperately raised their weapons and opened fire on the Tyrant Angel in the air. However, their shooting was destined to be in vain. Because the moment the Tyrant Angel took off, Lin Hui's 1130 close-in weapon system started spinning again. ZZZ! A fiery red metallic storm tore through the sky once more. Instead of attacking the ground, it wove a completely safe protective net of firepower around the Tyrant Angel. Any bullets or shells fired at the tyrant angels were all blown apart in midair by this terrifying rate of fire. This tyrant angel, meticulously modified by Bai Ling, flew unharmed above the two remaining formations, like a messenger escorted by the Grim Reaper. Then it released its hands. The heavy aerial bomb, aided by gravity, hurtled down. Target the square formation where Bai Xiong is located. No! Bai Xiong stared in despair at the ever-growing black dot, letting out a final scream. Chapter 89. Want to leave? Too late. 7-7. Chapter 89. Want to leave? Too late. 7-7. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud rose into the air deep within the Wolf Guild's defensive lines. The earth trembled violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. The terrifying shockwave swept everything away, blowing away, tearing apart, and melting all the vehicles in the two formations like toys. One of the remaining two combat formations was completely paralyzed by this attack. Although not all of them were killed in the explosion, those who were lucky enough to survive did not even have time to celebrate. Put. Lin Hui's Type 1130 close-in weapon system has been deployed. Like harvesting wheat, they are reaping the lives that crawled out of the ruins. Or whoosh boom! An incredibly powerful enhanced RPG struck a Tier 5 vehicle attempting to escape with pinpoint accuracy, instantly turning it into a fireball. That's Liu Shi's masterpiece. Even a Tier 5 vehicle with decent defenses was no match for Lin Hui's heavily armed and monstrous squad. The last combat formation. This refers to the Red Wolf Hall Guard unit protecting Xiao Hui. By this time, they were terrified and dared not fire a shot. Some had even started to turn their cars around and try to escape. Lin Hui drove the RV and slowly stopped less than 50 meters away from Xiao Hui's level 6 vehicle. He sat in the driver's seat, looking up through the bulletproof glass. His gaze swept past the mess on the ground, past the trembling remnants of the defeated army, and straight to the massive level 6 military pickup truck. He looked at Xiao Hui, who was sitting in the driver's seat, his face ashen. Their eyes met in midair. Xiao Hui saw the man sitting in the RV. Young, handsome, with no murderous intent on his face, but rather a faint smile. This moment. Xiao Hui felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He suddenly understood. The target was neither those formations nor the other members of the Wolf Guild. From the very beginning, he was their target. No. To be precise, it was his Tier 6 vehicle. He came for my car? When he realized what was happening, Xiao Hui was utterly terrified. This RV is so bizarre, it's even more bizarre than aliens, more devilish than demons. If someone told him that a single vehicle wiped out 12 squads of the Wolf Guild and destroyed more than 600 vehicles in 2 minutes, he would think the other person was crazy and lying to him. But he witnessed this scene with his own eyes. Such a Tier 5 vehicle really exists, so powerful that it filled him with despair and a fear that ran deep in his soul. He was really scared. He didn't want to die. He wanted to enjoy the riches and glory of the apocalypse. He still had so many women he hadn't had enough of. Xiao Ran! Xiao Hui suddenly turned his head and shouted hoarsely into the communicator. Stop him! By any means necessary! Stop him! I'll go get reinforcements. I'll go get the chairman to come save us. The moment he shouted those words, he completely disregarded Xiao Ran's life or death and frantically started the level 6 military pickup truck. Buzz dash! With a deafening roar of engines, Xiao Hui jerked the steering wheel, preparing to turn around and speed towards the interior of Fuqing. He's leaving. He wants to leave this awful place. As long as he gets into Busan and rejoins the chairman's main force, he still has a chance. However, just as he turned the car around, as Lin Hui watched Xiao Hui's hasty retreat, the smile in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by icy coldness. You want to leave now? Lin Hui slammed on the accelerator, his voice low and cold. Too late. Leave your life and your car behind. Chapter 90, The Hunt Completed, 1-5. Chapter 90, The Hunt Completed, 1-5. Trying to escape? Too late. Lin Hui chuckled lightly, his tone icy. He went to such great lengths for Xiao Hui's level 6 vehicle. How could he let the other party escape? Lin Hui slammed his foot on the accelerator. Buzz dash! The RV roared even more violently, like a cheetah pouncing forward. At the same time, the Type 1130 close-in weapon system on the roof roared once again. Xiao Hui turned his head to look. The last Red Wolf Hall formation protecting him shattered instantly under the terrifying metal storm. Those vehicles that tried to stop them, whether level 4 or level 5, were all torn to pieces. Even the vehicles that tried to scatter and escape were blasted away one by the enhanced RPGs that flew from inside the RV. It's all over, completely over. Xiao Ran slumped in her seat, staring blankly at the hellish scene. Before she could react, an enhanced RPG rocket with a trail of flame accurately struck her Tier 5 vehicle. Lu Shi's finishing blow. Boom! The 13th formation was destroyed. Less than a minute. It really took less than a minute. The Wolf Guild's proud Iron Torrent, a terrifying force capable of crushing any independent alliance, was annihilated by Lin Hui's combined land, sea, and air attack. Right now. At the end of the wreckage and flames, only one last vehicle was trying to leave. That was Qiao Hui's level 6 military pickup truck. Lin Hui drove the RV slowly over the scorched earth and scrap metal on the ground, approaching Qiao Hui. What kind of monster is that? Qiao Hui roared as he watched the black RV getting closer and bigger in the rearview mirror. He activated the level 6 vehicle's unique autopilot feature. In autopilot mode, the vehicle uses its onboard radar to avoid not only obstacles on the road but also shells. Quick! Faster! This Tier 6 military pickup truck, built with countless resources, is now unleashing its maximum speed, 160 km per hour. The roar of the engine was like thunder, and the huge tires rolled over the ruins and roadblocks like a rampaging beast. However, Qiao Hui's face showed no sign of security. He glanced at the rearview mirror every now and then. His once well-maintained and arrogant face was now twisted like a vengeful ghost. He's still chasing him. In the rearview mirror, the black 3-story RV seemed like a persistent leech, relentlessly chasing after him. No matter how fast he accelerated, no matter how he used the terrain to drift around corners, that huge RV always followed him like a shadow. How the hell is this possible? Qiao Hui roared in despair. That's a motorhome weighing hundreds of tons. How can it go so fast? How can it be faster than my level 6 pickup truck? Little did he know that Lin Hui's RV possessed double the power from unlimited fuel, plus the absolute grip granted to its tires by the never wears out attribute. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the radar alarm inside the car blared shrilly. Warning! 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 High energy reaction approaching. Qiao Hui's hair stood on end instantly. He turned around in horror. On the roof of the RV behind, the menacing Type 1130 close-in weapon system was already laid flat, its dark muzzle pointing directly at the rear of the vehicle. Inside the window of the RV's third-floor operations room, a dark rocket launcher peeked out. That's Liu Shi. Call out dash. A specially made, enhanced armor-piercing RPG rocket, trailing a long plume of flame, instantly covered a distance of hundreds of meters and hurtled towards the level 6 pickup truck. Qiao Hui remained calm, knowing that his vehicle could dodge the attack. Indeed, that was the case. With a serpentine maneuver, the enhanced armor-piercing RPG rocket flew past him. Call. Qiao Hui breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, Qiao Hui felt the car suddenly swerve, and the speed dropped instantly. Warning! Vehicle stuck in swamp. Swamp? How come there's a swamp here? He immediately looked at the central control screen, which showed that his level 6 vehicle was slowly sinking into the ground. No! Speed up! Speed up! The more the vehicle struggles, the deeper it sinks. Damn it! Damn it! Inside the RV, Lin Hui gripped the steering wheel with one hand, his expression as cold as ice. Sister Lu, don't just fry it to pieces, he said calmly. I want the complete core components. Target his power system and weapon system. Clear. Lu Shi, on the third floor, calmly changed the ammunition. This time, the focus is on the mechanical structure of the power system and weapon system. Bang! Another explosion. To Qiao Hui's horror, the missile launcher on the roof of his car suddenly emitted a burst of sparks, and then became completely stuck. He was so focused on escaping that he didn't even fire a single missile, and now it's too late. Immediately afterwards. Bang! Bang! Two precise bursts of fire struck the auxiliary thrusters on the left and right sides of the pickup truck, respectively. Warning! 30% damage to the power system. Warning! Weapon systems completely disabled. The system's notification sounds were like a death knell, ringing out one after another. Chao Hui has completely lost his mind. He watched the RV getting closer and closer, and the man sitting in the driver's seat, giving him a cold smile. At that moment, he finally understood the meaning behind that look. That's not looking at a person. They were eyeing prey, an upgrade blueprint and a bunch of vehicles about to be dismantled. You can't kill me! I'm the vice president of the Wolf Guild! Our ally is the Overlord Alliance! Chao Hui turned on the loudspeaker and shouted hoarsely into the rear. Big shot! Let me go! I can give you my car! I can give you countless resources! Beauties, status, intelligence, whatever you want, I'll give you! Just don't kill me! However, the only response he received was an enhanced armor-piercing RPG rocket. Boom! A crack has appeared in the windshield of a Class 6 pickup truck. Boom! Second shot. Spider-like cracks appeared on the windshield. Chao Hui stared at the shattering glass and sank into despair. He looked up at the man inside the black RV, his lips trembling. Who are you? But he was met with a third, enhanced armor-piercing RPG rocket. Click. The windshield is completely shattered. No! I must save myself! Chao Hui suddenly thought of something, turned around and prepared to rush into the carriage. He wanted to grab a woman and use her as a hostage to threaten the other party. Whether it's useful or not. This is currently his only way to save himself. Bang! But Chao Hui had just stood up from his seat. An armor-piercing sniper bullet flew out from the operations room on the third floor of the RV, sliced through the air, and accurately pierced his forehead, splattering blood onto the leather seats. Chao Hui's eyes widened as the massive body crashed heavily to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Lin Hui slowly stepped on the brake. The black RV stopped in front of the level 6 pickup truck stuck in the swamp, like a king judging the defeated enemy. Chapter 91 Did I Do Something Wrong? 2-5. Chapter 91 Did I Do Something Wrong? 2-5. At the entrance to the East District of Busan, the smoke of battle has not yet dissipated. The 13 Wolf Guild formations that had once stood in front of the gate like an iron wall were now gone. Instead, there was a vast, ruined graveyard stretching for thousands of meters. The charred metal remains were still burning, crackling and popping, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of burning and the nauseating stench of blood. Time seemed to have frozen completely on this scorched earth. The casual convo watching from the back seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. Thousands of eyes were fixed on the black RV that sat silently in the middle of the ruins, their gazes filled with only one emotion. Reverence. It is the same kind of awe that mortals feel when looking up to a god. In less than 2 minutes, one vehicle slaughtered the Wolf Guild's proud East District main force and a level 6 vehicle. One person is worth 1,000,000 soldiers. This is simply a miracle. Inside the driver's cab of a level 5 heavy truck in the casual player's convoy. Glug. Qinyi swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. His hands trembled as he took the cigarette, which had burned down to the filter, from his lips. The burning pain in his fingertips told him that this was no dream. I only counted for a short time. Hundreds of vehicles, thousands of people, and a Tier 6 vehicle just vanished like that. A strong sense of absurdity assaulted his senses. He was prepared to die, ready to fight alongside his RV brothers with his worthless life. But now it seems they don't need it at all. Qinyi smiled bitterly, and as he smiled, tears streamed down his face. It was excitement, it was awe, and it was reverence. Not far away, in the Scrap Metal Guild's convo, Li Xian slumped in the driver's seat. The back of my clothes was completely soaked with cold sweat, sticking stickily to my body. Just a minute ago, his emotions were like a roller coaster ride, soaring from the depths of hell to the heavens. This extreme thrill almost caused his heart to stop. All wiped out. Li Xian stared at the RV and muttered to himself. Huishan, did he really do it? He knew Lin Hui and knew that Lin Hui had clothes and weapon systems. But he never dreamed that Lin Hui could be this strong. In the passenger seat, Emperor Zhenhaoyan was already in a state of frenzied excitement. The kid didn't care about anything, he just opened the sunroof and stuck most of his body out. He waved his coat in his hand as if it were a victory flag, shouting at the top of his lungs at the departing RV. Huishan is awesome! I knew it! I knew no one in this world could stand in the way of Shining God! Ha ha! You sons of the Wolf Guild! You're dumbfounded now, aren't you? Despairing now? Weren't you so arrogant just now? Weren't you going to collect tolls? Come on! Stand up and collect it! Shen Haoyun's voice was hoarse from shouting, and the veins on his neck were bulging, but he didn't care. He turned to Li Xian, who was still stunned in the car, and shouted excitedly. Brother Li! Did you see that? That winged tyrant just now! That's our god Hui's pet! It's so cool! It's really so cool! Li Xian looked at this heartless, seemingly insane guy and couldn't help but twitch his lips. But this kid is right. That's fucking cool! Li Xian took a deep breath, his eyes brimming with undisguised elation. You made the right bet. He staked his entire fortune, all his scrap metal, and even his life on Lin Hui. In this gamble, he not only won his current life, but also a bright future in this apocalyptic world. The Rose Society's motorcade. Li Feifei put down the high-powered binoculars in her hand, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her rapidly beating heart. What she saw was not only a visual shock, but also a devastating blow to her understanding of the world. She originally thought that Lin Hui's ability to hold out for 10 minutes under the siege of the Wolf Guild, or even break through and escape, would already be considered the performance of a top-tier expert. But Lin Hui's answer was, annihilate them. Moreover, it was a crushing annihilation. His opponents weren't just any stragglers. They were the main force of the Wolf clan, equipped with heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and individual thermobaric weapons. They even had a level 6 vehicle with an autopilot and missile launch system in command. That's a tier 6 vehicle. Of the hundreds of thousands of surviving players in the entire zombie wasteland of C996 district, only 10 vehicles are currently known. Each one is the prized possession of a major guild, an invincible totem. I remember telling him that at the entrance to the dark forest. Li Feifei muttered to herself. I said there are only 10 level 6 vehicle upgrade blueprints in the entire zombie wasteland, and they've all been divided up by the 4 major guilds. If you want them, you'll have to destroy a level 6 vehicle. At the time, she was just saying it casually, and it even carried a hint of discouraging people from leaving. Unexpectedly, Lin Hui actually listened to what he said. He actually did it. And he did it. Stepping over the corpses of thousands of members of the Wolf Guild, they reduced that lofty level 6 vehicle to scrap metal, forcibly stealing its upgrade qualification. That's terrifying! Thinking about it now sends a chill down my spine. If Lin Hui had wanted to deal with me back then, I'm afraid I'd be dead by now, with grass already sprouting on my grave. Call. Slowly exhaling the breath that had been building up in her mouth, Li Feifei picked up the communicator with trembling hands. President. There was a suffocating silence on the other end of the communicator. After a long while, Yang Rawling's voice, filled with complex emotions, finally came through. I saw it all. Li Feifei subconsciously glanced at the central control screen. In the 360-degree panoramic view, she saw the familiar red Class 6 supercar quietly parked behind the convoy. Inside the red supercar, Yang Rawling, the president of the Rose Society, was staring blankly at the black RV on the battlefield in the distance. Feifei, what do you say? Was I wrong to choose not to help Lin Hui? Li Feifei opened her mouth, but didn't know how to answer. Chapter 92 Those who cannot be used by me will surely be killed by me, 3-5. Chapter 92 If they cannot be used by me, they will be killed by me, 3-5. But the atmosphere in the Iron Blood Heavy Industries convoy was completely different. My goodness! Vice President Gui Tiantian widened her already large eyes, rubbed them hard, and pinched her thigh. Ouch, it hurts! After confirming that this wasn't a hallucination, she couldn't help but pick up the communicator. Can the president really achieve this level of efficiency with just one car? This is unscientific. This is cheating. Zhuge Mo pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting the lingering firelight from afar. A radiant smile bloomed on his usually calm and collected face. Sweetie, didn't you see it? Zhuge Mo's voice carried a hint of barely concealed excitement. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. The president is amazing. She's practically a fortune teller. Gui Tiantian exclaimed with admiration. No, it's not that I'm better, it's that he's better. Zhuge Mo snapped out of his thoughts, a resolute white light flashing in his eyes behind his glasses. Pass on my orders! Everyone, let's go! We're heading to the RVs. Gui Tiantian was taken aback. Huh? Where are you going? Wasn't the battle over? Finish? Zhuge Mo sneered. This is just the beginning. The East Gate has been destroyed, Chao Hui has been killed, and the Wolf Gang's reputation has been utterly ruined. Do you think that mad dog Zhang Yaoyan will let this go? And there's Zhao Tianba from the Overlord Alliance. He definitely won't let this piece of meat go. If I'm not mistaken, those two guys are already on their way. Next, this mysterious player will face a true life-or-death moment, a joint attack from the two strongest guilds in the entire server. Shuga Mo's voice became deep and powerful. This time, we must take the stage. Also, immediately mobilize all of the guild's inventory. Collect general-purpose shells at all costs. Replenish the ammunition for that RV. That close-in weapon system with that rate of fire is a money-devouring beast. It must be running out of ammunition right now. Yes. The Iron Blood Heavy Industry convoy roared to life, like a long steel dragon, and drove toward the black RV. At the same time, the ground trembled on a dilapidated highway in Busan. A massive convoy of over 200 vehicles, all of them Tier 5, swept across the road like a giant steel python. Above the convoy, the sound of massive propellers tearing through the air was chilling. Two jet-black Apache attack helicopters, armed with heavy rocket pods and air-to-ground missiles, hovered over the convoy like two giant falcons, casting suffocating shadows. This is a real war machine. At the very front of the convoy was a massive land cruiser, a vehicle so large it resembled a mobile fortress. This is the vehicle of Zhao Tianba, the leader of the Overlord Alliance. This vehicle is a heavily modified version of a main battle tank chassis, with thick reactive armor covering the body and a menacing twin-barreled tank gun prominently displayed on the roof. Even more terrifying is that the vehicle is equipped with a 2x2 tactical missile launch system, totaling 4 units, on both sides. In comparison, Chao Hui's level 6 pickup truck was practically a child's toy. There are also differences between Tier 6 vehicles. Inside the train carriage at this moment, Zhao Tianba, the leader of the Overlord Alliance, was leaning back on a leather sofa, holding a tablet computer in his hand. The tablet was playing footage transmitted by the drone, showing the entire process of Lin Hui's RV firing the first shot, breaking through the defenses, and finally accurately sniping Chao Hui. The video has finished playing. Zhao Tianba slowly closed the tablet, raised his head, and looked like an emotionless statue. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his voice low and deep. I never expected that such an amazing person would emerge from this group of new players. Although it's only a level 5 vehicle, even saturation bombing couldn't leave a trace. That RV's defensive capabilities far surpass those of my own vehicle. If I'm not mistaken, the materials used in that RV are definitely not just simple blue titanium alloy. Thinking of this, a glint of light flashed in Zhao Tianba's eyes. Where did he get so much high-grade metal? Could there be hidden resource points in this zombie wasteland that even I don't know about? It's not just about materials. Zhao Tianba lit a cigar, took a puff, and continued his analysis. That winged, flying level 4 tyrant is a product of biological modification. To achieve this level of craftsmanship, there must be at least a top-tier medical specialist of level 2, or even level 3, on board. And those high-powered modified bombs, and the control technology for swarm drones. That kind of marksmanship that allows for precise sniping while on the move. Zhao Tianba's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile of extreme interest. That vehicle was a treasure trove. It was full of top-notch talents in equipment, medicine, and shooting. Truly a place where hidden talents abound. He turned around and looked at a map of Busan hanging on the wall. If we can subdue this RV and the people inside, our chances of completing the legendary hidden quest in Busan will increase by at least 30%, and it will also be a huge help in the next stage of the dungeon. It would be a great pity to kill such a talented person. A hint of appreciation for talent flashed in Zhao Tianba's eyes, but it quickly turned into a cold killing intent. But those who cannot be used by me will be killed by me. Beside him, a thin man in his early 20s asked in a low voice, Guild Master, if you're going to take over the owner of that black RV, Zhang Yaoyang of the Wolf Guild will probably be furious. After all, we're still allies. Ally? Zhao Tianba chuckled as if he had heard a joke, his eyes filled with contempt. It's just a dog used to collect resources. If the dog doesn't obey, we can just get a different one. Ignore him. Having said that, he waved his hand and gave the order. Full speed ahead. I want to see this mysterious player with my own eyes. Chapter 93. Two giants arrive together. 4-5. Chapter 93. Two giants arrive together. 4-5, on the other side. The atmosphere inside the Wolf Guild's support convoy was completely different, one of utter ferocity. Inside a similarly menacing Tier 6 tank modified vehicle. This is the vehicle of Zhang Yaoyang, the guild leader of the evil Wolf Guild. Although it also uses a tank chassis, it is clearly a level below Zhao Tianba's in terms of both armor thickness and weapon configuration. The missile launch system was a meager 1x2 configuration, consisting of only 2 units. The main gun also had only 1 barrel. Inside the train carriage, Zhang Yaoyang had long, side-swept bangs that covered one eye, while the other eye, which was exposed, was bloodshot. His brow bones were prominent, and his whole being exuded a violent and ruthless aura. At this moment, the expression on his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if black water could drip from it. Shame. Utter disgrace. The entire main force of the East District, 13 squads, including a vice president and 2 hall masters, were wiped out by a single RV. What's even more infuriating is that this news has already spread like wildfire on regional channels. Those casual players who were originally treated like pigs to be slaughtered are now watching the show. They're all waiting to see how Zhang Yaoyang will handle this matter. If we don't kill that bastard today, we'll tear him to pieces. How are we, the Wolf Guild, supposed to survive after this? Who will be afraid of us? Zhang Yaoyang roared and slammed his fist on the control panel, creating a deep dent in the hard metal surface. That good-for-nothing Chao Hui. All he thinks about is women. He can't even handle a Tier 5 vehicle. Just then, a lone player passing by saw the massive convoy and, terrified, quickly pulled over to the side of the road, trembling as he surrendered. Zhang Yaoyang didn't even glance at it before pressing the weapon fire button. Boom! The car parked on the side of the road was instantly blasted into pieces by a shell, and the firelight reflected on Zhang Yaoyang's distorted face, making him look particularly ferocious. What are you looking at? You're asking for it. This is Roy Chung, a cruel man who treats human life as worthless. At that moment, a trembling voice came through the communicator from a trusted subordinate. President, the elite troops from the north, south, and west entrances have assembled and are 5 kilometers away from the east entrance. Fine. Zhang Yaoyang grinned maliciously. Immediately afterwards, the subordinate in charge of radar monitoring shouted. President! The missile system has locked on to the enemy's coordinates. That black RV is still in the same spot, it hasn't moved. Didn't run away? Zhang Yaoyang paused for a moment, then revealed an extremely cruel smile. It's good that he didn't run away. It's good that he didn't run away. Since he's not running, then he can't run away. Zhang Yaoyang suddenly reached out and pressed the red launch button heavily. Let's fire 2 missiles at him first to give him a taste. Consider it my way of greeting him. Call out dash! Call out dash! The next instant, 2 low-range tactical missiles, trailing long plumes of flame, shot into the sky from the launcher. The missile streaked across the sky at Mach 2, carrying devastating power, and hurtled towards the eastern entrance. The moment the missile launches, the terrifying sonic boom made all the nearby players instinctively raise their heads. A fear stemming from instinct gripped the hearts of casual players once again. That's a missile? The Wolf Guild is serious. That's Zhang Yaoyang's convo. The last time I saw missiles was when the Overlord Alliance was purging the founders of the Casual Player Alliance. That time, the 5 guild leaders, along with their vehicle, were blown to smithereens. What about this time? Everyone knew that the missile had only one target, the black RV that had just performed a miracle. East entrance. Before the casual players could even recover from Lin Hui's victory, the Grim Reaper's scythe was already hanging over their heads. Even before the missile arrived, its sharp, piercing sound of cutting through the air was like a demonic whisper, sending chills down one's spine. Watch out! Qingyi shouted. The 2 missiles, like meteors falling from the sky, carried an unstoppable force and headed straight for Lin Hui's RV. However, inside the RV's driver's cab, Lin Hui merely glanced at the 2 rapidly approaching red dots on the radar screen. Type 1130 close-in weapon system, lock on. Buzz dash! The Type 1130 close-in weapon system on the roof, which had just cooled down, suddenly started spinning at high speed, emitting a chilling hum of motor. The fire control radar locked onto the 2 incoming missiles within a fraction of a second. Predict the trajectory, calculate the ballistics, and fire. The next second. ZZZ dash! A fire dragon, visible to the naked eye, roared towards the sky at a terrifying rate of 11,000 rounds per minute. Countless tungsten core armor-piercing projectiles clashed in the air, forming an impenetrable web of death. 3 kilometers away. The 2 missiles had just entered their effective range and hadn't even had a chance to demonstrate their power. Boom! Boom! Two enormous orange-red fireballs suddenly exploded in midair. Like two dazzling fireworks, they burst open hundreds of meters in the sky above the RV, bringing only a gust of hot air and a loud bang, without damaging the RV's paint in the slightest. Call. Seeing this, the casual gamers who were concerned about the black RV breathed a long sigh of relief. But just then, rumble, rumble, rumble. The tremors of the earth grew more and more intense, as if a vast army was approaching. Immediately afterwards, someone let out a terrified scream. Look over there! What's that? Everyone looked in the direction the finger was pointing. On the distant horizon, a dark torrent of steel surged in like a tide. 1,000 vehicles? 2,000 vehicles? There are simply too many to count. Those were over 2,000 heavily armored vehicles from the Wolf Guild, radiating overwhelming killing intent as they relentlessly crushed towards them. In the distant sky, two Apache attack helicopters, like grim reapers, hovered at low altitude, their massive rotors making a heart-wrenching noise. Beneath those two helicopters was an even more elite and powerful convoy, the Tyrant Alliance. Two giants have joined forces. That intense pressure, like a mountain, weighed heavily on everyone's heart. Lin Hui was just facing a branch office with several hundred vehicles. Now, he is facing the most elite fighting force in the entire city of Busan. A true army of thousands. It's over, it's really over this time. The Tyrant Alliance and the Wolf Guild have come out in full force. Even if a god came, he couldn't stop this kind of lineup, right? A sense of despair spread through the crowd once again. Everyone knew that these two guilds had come for revenge. They wanted to completely destroy the Black RV and its owner on this ruin. Chapter 94 System, Upgrade Me. LV.6. 5 to 5. Chapter 94 System, Upgrade Me. LV.6. 5 to 5, and just then. On the other side, a neat convoy slowly drove into the battlefield. The vehicle is painted with a huge gear logo, Iron Blood Heavy Industry. Iron Blood Heavy Industries is here too? The crowd buzzed with discussion, a glimmer of hope appearing in their eyes. Could it be that Iron Blood Heavy Industries is going to help with this black RV? It's no use. Even with Iron Blood Heavy Industries added, it's still no use. Some people shook their heads pessimistically. The other side is the Overlord Alliance plus the Wolf Guild, and the aerial overlord Apache Iron Blood Heavy Industry. Even if they exhaust all their resources, it will only be a drop in the ocean. Just then, Shuga Mo's level 6 heavy dump truck broke away from the group and drove straight to Lin Hui's RV, with the two vehicles only 10 meters apart. The car window rolled down. Shuga Mo's bespectacled, refined, and scholarly face was revealed. He looked at the young man sitting in the RV, who remained calm despite the approaching army, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Let me introduce myself, my name is Shuga Mo. Lin Hui turned his head, looked at him through the car window, and replied calmly. Lin Hui. As Shuga Mo pondered the name, a flash of lightning suddenly struck his mind. He remembered. At the very beginning of the game, the server-wide announcement that he achieved the first kill of a Tier 3 alien species was made by someone named Lin Hui. It was him. A thought flashed through his mind, and Shuga Mo smiled, pointing to the dark mass of enemy troops in the distance. Brother Lin, this time Zhang Yaoyang of the Wolf Gang is really serious. He's even revealed his secrets. And he looked up at the Apache helicopter in the sky. Zhao Tianba from the Overlord Alliance has arrived too. He's quite the domineering one. To be honest, standing here and looking at this scene, my legs are starting to cramp up. Shuga Mo said this half-jokingly, but the seriousness in his eyes was genuine. However, Lin Hui merely glanced indifferently at the towering torrent of steel in the distance, his tone as calm as if he were commenting on the evening's weather. They do have some ability. These 6 seemingly casual words caused Shuga Mo's expression to freeze for a moment. Do you have some ability? Is the combined forces of the Overlord Alliance and the Wolf Guild considered to have some strength? Is this arrogance, or is there real confidence behind it? Just as Shuga Mo was in a daze, Lin Hui's voice came again, still in that calm and composed tone. This time, Chairman Shuga, you should just continue to watch the show from the sidelines. He gave Shuga Mo a meaningful smile. The next scene will be even more exciting than the last one. Upon hearing this, Shuga Mo was suddenly stunned. He looked into Lin Hui's dark eyes, which held no fear, only absolute confidence and an air of complete control. This confident yet not arrogant demeanor gave him an extremely absurd illusion. It was as if, in this man's eyes, the thousands of tanks opposite him and the helicopters in the sky were really just a pile of scrap metal. For a moment, he actually felt that the other party might have a way to break the deadlock. Good! Suga Emo took a deep breath, nodded slightly, and made a decision. Brother Lin, since I've come this time, it means I've decided to be your friend. Since you're going to perform, I'll be your most loyal audience. But, Suga Emo pushed up his glasses and said solemnly, if you can't hold on any longer, I will intervene. Even if it costs Iron Blood Heavy Industry its entire fortune, I will ensure your safe departure. Thank you. Lin Hui nodded, this time his thanks were more sincere. Then, the bulletproof windows slowly rose. The atmosphere inside the RV instantly turned tense. Boss, here's what you wanted. Su Qingqian handed over a blueprint that radiated golden light with her fair hand. Those are the level 6 vehicle upgrade blueprints she obtained from dismantling Chao Hui's vehicle. Lin Hui took the blueprints, and felt a cold touch on his fingertips. He took a deep breath, and his consciousness instantly sank into his own alternate dimension. There, mountains of scrap iron await their transformation. That was 20 million units of scrap iron that Li Xian had been acquiring day and night. Activate infinite synthesis! Lin Hui thought to himself. This is a low shout. In an instant, a burst of light erupted within the alternate dimension. That massive mountain of 20 million units of scrap iron began to be compressed, purified, and transformed under the power of the golden entry. From scrap iron to refined steel, from refined steel to blue titanium alloy. Finally, all impurities were removed, and all the essence was concentrated. The light faded. 200 units of pitch black metal plates, as black holes, lay quietly in the alternate dimension. That's something beyond blue titanium alloys, a superalloy. Each piece of superalloy contains absolutely terrifying strength. Lin Hui slowly opened his eyes and looked out the window. At this moment, the armies of the Wolf Guild and the Overlord Alliance had closed to within a kilometer. Their dark cannons, like the eyes of death, were locked onto the lone RV. Turning his gaze back, Lin Hui looked at the level 6 vehicle upgrade blueprint in his hand. Vehicle upgrade blueprints, LV.5 LV.6. Serial number, C996-007. There are only 10 copies of this material in the zombie wasteland. Required materials. 1. RVLV.5, already met. 2. 300 units of high-strength titanium alloy and above, including at least 10 units of blue titanium alloy. Inventory detected 300 units of super alloy. Quality, perfect. Conditions exceeded requirements. 3. 1 autonomous driving module, obtained from Chao Hui's vehicle, conditions met. 4. 100 sets of precision electronic components, already satisfied. Lin Hui pressed down hard on the golden button on the system interface. System, upgrade me! Boom dash. A dazzling golden light burst forth from inside the black RV, shooting straight into the sky and piercing through the gloom in the air. Chapter 95 Truth lies within missile range. 1 to 5. Chapter 95 Truth lies within missile range. 1 to 5. System, upgrade me! With Lin Hui's low growl echoing deep within his consciousness, the level 6 vehicle blueprint and materials disappeared into the black RV. Boom! The next second, an unprecedentedly dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the RV as its center. The light was so intense that it pierced through the perennial haze and smoke over Busan, like a sharp sword piercing the sky. My eyes! The casual players squinted their eyes and even raised their hands to shield themselves from the blinding light. What is that noise? Is this what a Tier 6 vehicle upgrade looks like? This is outrageous! Bathed in this dazzling golden light, the already enormous LV.5 motorhome began to undergo an astonishing transformation. Click 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 buzz. Accompanied by a tooth-grinding metallic scraping and mechanical clanging, the size of the RV is increasing. The most striking change comes from the materials used in the car body. The originally dark blue-black perfect-grade blue titanium alloy armor was gradually being devoured, fused, and reforged by the 300 units of superalloy under the melting of the golden light. The black fades, replaced by a profound color that cannot be described in words. It was as dark as the night sky, yet faintly shimmered with a bluish starlight, as if the car's exterior was not made of metal, but rather a section of the deep cosmic galaxy draped over it. Click click dash. A series of rapid mechanical clicking sounds rang out. The enormous explosion-proof tires rapidly deformed and merged in the golden light, and the original wheel structure was undergoing a radical transformation. To support this increasingly terrifying tonnage, the front and rear wheels are connected to each other, and the metal extends to form several wide and heavy track structures. However, these tracks are not the bulky tank tracks, but rather a futuristic, magnetic levitation adaptive track module. It possesses both the ultimate off-road capability and load-bearing capacity of tracks, and the flexibility and speed of wheels. Next came the reconstruction of the weapon systems. The Type 1130 close-in weapon system on the roof of the vehicle, which had just achieved great feats of arms, had become even heavier on its base, and the barrel gleamed with a chilling eerie light. The super-alloy material, exceeding all specifications, gives it the ability to output power for extended periods. At the rear top of the RV, the neatly arranged armor plates suddenly cracked open, and a huge square launch matrix slowly rose up. That is the core feature of a LV.6 vehicle, the missile launch system. Ding! The RV upgrade is complete. As the system notification sounded, the vehicle's data panel appeared before Lin Hui's eyes. Vehicle, motorhome, LV.6. Physical defense, 10,000, 3,000 to 10,000. Note, 10,000 points of defense means that even against bunker bombs, only shallow marks can be left on the armor. It's a physical wall of despair. Magic resistance, 0, requires special materials to unlock. Tonnage, 400 tons, 300 to 400. Space, 400 cubic meters, 300 to 400. Note, the vehicle's internal living area, combat command area, and biochemical laboratory have been expanded. The space folding effect is activated, and the interdimensional warehouse is simultaneously expanded to 800,000 cubic meters. Durability, 100%. Energy system, unlimited. External weapon 1, 1130 close-in weapon system. 30mm caliber, 11-barrel Gatling gun configuration. Constant rate of fire 11,000 rounds per minute. Effective range extended to 3,000 meters, maximum fire coverage 5,000 meters. Current ammunition remaining, 200,000 rounds. External weapon 2, multi-cell missile launch system. Specifications, 7x7, 49 units total. Fire control radar lock-on range, 100 kilometers. Compatible with various short-range munitions such as anti-aircraft missiles, tactical air-to-ground missiles, and cruise missiles. Current load, 49 general-purpose high-explosive tactical missiles, full dot. Reconnaissance radar system, all-terrain light vehicle, radius 20 kilometers, 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers. Intelligent driving system, when activated, the vehicle takes over driving control. It possesses tactical evasion capabilities and can predict bullet trajectories to avoid them. Intelligent driving. Upon seeing these 4 words, Lin Hui smiled. Finally, my feet are free. God knows how tiring it is to drive in this apocalypse, especially having to be constantly vigilant about road conditions and attacks. In this battlefield where every second counts, he can devote himself wholeheartedly to weapon handling and tactical command, which is a qualitative leap. Of course, what excited him the most was the multi-unit missile launcher. 49 pieces. Moreover, it's a 7x7 matrix launch. Previously, when facing distant targets, Bai Ling had to control zombies to launch sneak attacks, or Su Qingqian's self-destructing drones, or Liu Shi's sniping. But now, there is another option. A 100-kilometer targeting range and 49 tactical missiles on standby. Truth lies only within the range of missiles. The only downside is that missiles are consumables. Once one is fired, the rest are gone. While killing monsters in road survival games will drop various items, including weapons and ammunition, the Universal High Explosive Tactical Missile is definitely a rare find. Certainly. Although general-purpose missiles are precious, the deterrent power of this 49-shot salvo is enough to make any power tremble. Most importantly, it also possesses the Type 1130 close-in weapon system, a nemesis of hypersonic missiles. If you hit me, I can stop you. If I hit you, it will be a devastating blow. Even if I stand still and let you hit me, with 10,000 points of physical defense plus the terrifying 0 heat conduction, radiation resistance, and corrosion resistance properties of the superalloy, I will be safe and sound even if the Wolf Guild and the Overlord Alliance use up all their ammunition. This is no longer a battle, this is a dimensional reduction attack. With the vehicle's current defensive capabilities, even if he were thrown into the center of a thermobaric bomb explosion, he could guarantee that the temperature inside the vehicle wouldn't rise by even 0.1 degrees Celsius. After learning about the attributes of the level 6 RV, Lin Hui took a deep breath and looked into the void ahead. With each upgrade, the most anticipated part is undoubtedly the draw for golden keywords. The previous abilities, such as Infinity, Never Wears Out, Space Folding, Infinite Synthesis, and Automatic Repair, were all divine skills that could defy fate. So, what surprises will LV.6, this watershed level, bring me? Thinking of this, Lin Hui took a light breath and said in a low voice, "Draw LV.6 Gold Affix." Chapter 96 This is truly a divine skill, 2-5. Chapter 96 This is truly a divine skill. 2-5 Ding! Golden affix is being drawn. Within the space of consciousness, a giant golden roulette wheel began to spin wildly. Countless golden cards spun on the wheel, until finally, the pointer slowly came to a stop. A card radiating brilliant gold appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the gold level keyword, One-Way Transparency. Entry name, One-Way Transparency. Quality, Golden Legend. Type, Rule Class. Applicable to any material on a vehicle, it is recommended to apply to all metal surfaces of the vehicle. Entry effect. 1. One-Way Transparency. The host can set the transparency and visibility direction of the substance at will. You can make the entire RV appear as transparent as air from the inside, with a 360-degree view without blind spots, while from the outside, it remains an indestructible, heavy armor. 2. Rationality Barrier. This is the core ability of this entry. When the host looks directly at the outside world through one-way transparent matter, they will be protected at the rule level. Even if the host looks directly at a mythical alien species or gazes at an indescribable being, the host will be exempt from all negative states such as sanity shock, sanity value dropping wildly, and mental pollution. Lin Hui was stunned when he saw the first result. One-way transparency? Lin Hui's expectant gaze paused slightly, and his brows furrowed gently. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. Isn't this just a peeping Tom's amazing skill? I can use this to see Qin Qian and the others naked while they're taking a shower. Ahem, am I that kind of person? Lin Hui shook his head, the tactical value of this special effect resurfacing in his mind. In pursuit of ultimate protection, all windows in this Class 6 motorhome have been replaced with super alloy panels, leaving only a screen for viewing the outside. Although the view is clear, it feels like being trapped in a can, creating a very oppressive atmosphere. Now with this, the entire carriage can be transformed into a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. A 360-degree view with no blind spots. This goes beyond mere comfort. In combat, direct visual observation is often more reliable than radar. But what Lin Hui really wanted most was the infinite modifier. If he could give the missile launcher infinite, he would truly be invincible, unleashing an endless barrage of missiles and sweeping through the entire zombie wasteland. But when he saw Effect 2, he sat up straight, and the disappointment in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by extreme surprise. A barrier of reason? What? This is truly divine skill. Lin Hui thought of the giant palace in the dark forest, and of the ghost bride. I only glanced at it, and the entire team's sanity plummeted. I still vividly remember that soul-deep tremor. After the ghost bride incident, Lin Hui understood all too well what was truly terrifying in this world. Not zombies, not missiles, but terrifying beings that can drive you mad with just a glance. As the game progresses, the monsters that appear will become increasingly terrifying. In this bizarre world, sometimes, seeing itself is a death curse. If you encounter that indescribable being, even the strongest physical defense and the most powerful firepower will be useless. Before you even make a move, just one look at it will probably drive you mad, turning you into a drooling idiot. Having this term is like giving the SAM value an absolute protective armor. As long as I'm sitting in the car, even if it's a scene from hell outside, or Cthulhu Descends, I can treat it like watching a 3D movie. Lin Hui took a deep breath, feeling much more at ease. One-way transparency. Target, full vehicle super alloy armor. With Lin Hui's command, an invisible wave swept across the entire vehicle instantly. In Lin Hui's view, the originally dark and enclosed carriage instantly became incredibly bright and airy. He seemed to be suspended in midair, with no obstructions to his view, and even the ruins beneath his feet were clearly visible. This ultimate sense of control filled him with absolute confidence for the upcoming battle. All right, it's time to go out and meet our two distinguished guests who have come from afar. However, I need to do something first. Lin Hui had a sudden thought. The 7x7 missile launch matrix that was originally towering on the roof slowly sank amidst the sound of mechanical operation. The outer armor is flipped over and covered. Ultimately, from the outside, only 9 dark launch tubes were visible on the roof of the RV, while the remaining 40 units were perfectly hidden under the armor. Never reveal all your cards at once. In this brutal apocalypse, making the enemy underestimate your firepower can often bring unexpected surprises. As the golden light gradually faded, Lin Hui's Class 6 motorhome finally revealed its true form to everyone. The super alloy armor is seamlessly integrated throughout the entire body, with no weak points found, making it look like a flawless piece of black meteorite iron. It stood silently amidst the ruins and scorched earth, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. Everyone present, whether casual players or Mo and Yang rolling in the distance, felt their breath catch in their throats. Immediately following was the sound of discussion among the crowd. No more glass! It's all armor! How high must its defense be? Look at the roof! My God, that's a missile launcher! 1, 2, 3, 9! There are a full 9 launch tubes! The crowd erupted in cheers. It's important to understand that at this stage, possessing missile launchers was a symbol of strength. The reason why Tier 6 vehicles are a watershed moment is because of the existence of missiles. Xiao Hui of the Wolf Guild only has 1 launch unit. There are only 2, Zhang Yaoyang, Yang Ruoling, and Zhuge Mo. Even the overlord Zhao Tianba only had 4. This newly upgraded RV has a whopping 9 seats. What does this mean? It means this vehicle has an exceptionally good foundation. So good that the system determines its potential far surpasses that of other vehicles. 9 missiles fired simultaneously! Zhuge Mo pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses filled with shock. Is this the source of Brother Lin's confidence? This kind of firepower, unless it's a sneak attack, is enough to annihilate any active Tier 6 vehicle. However, the worry in Zhuge Mo's eyes did not dissipate. 9 shots are powerful, but the enemy has an army of thousands. He looked at the 2 Apache helicopters circling in the distance, and the rare Level 6 missile interceptor vehicle in Zhao Tianba's convoy. If Brother Lin's missiles are intercepted and we get bogged down in a war of attrition, then it will be dangerous. Just then. Rumble, 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 dash. On the horizon, black smoke and dust obscured the sky. That was the resonance caused by the simultaneous roar of thousands of high-powered diesel engines, and even the gravel on the roadside trembled in the sound. The first thing that catches the eye is a row of blood-red wolf head flags fluttering in the wind. Wolf Guild, all forces mobilized. More than 2,000 modified armored vehicles formed a wedge formation capable of crushing everything, exuding overwhelming killing intent, like a pack of hungry wolves, and frantically pounced on the entrance to the East District. The casual players who had been watching scattered to the sides in a panic, like startled quails. Even from hundreds of meters away, the overwhelming sense of suffocation and oppression still made their legs go weak. Is this the full strength of the Wolf Guild? Some people were chattering, saying, It's terrifying! Chapter 97 Why should I, Zhao Tianba, explain my actions to you? 3-5. Chapter 97 Why should I, Zhao Tianba, explain my actions to you? 3-5, and at the very front of the convoy. A Tier 6 modified tank stands out. Zhang Yaoyang sat in the cockpit, his face so gloomy it seemed like it could drip water. He stared intently at the black RV in the distance, whose golden light had just faded, his eyes blazing with jealousy and rage. That bastard. They actually stepped on our Wolf Guild and leveled up to level 6. This is a slap in the face. It's a blatant humiliation. Zhang Yaoyang's eyes were bloodshot, and he wished he could order the firing immediately. However, he held back. Those 9 dark missile launch ports were like the 9 eyes of death, sending a chill down his spine. His vehicle only has 2 missile units, which may give him a chance to intercept missiles, but he doesn't dare to gamble. What if the other side is a madman and fires 9 rounds at him right away? How many of those rounds could he withstand? Damn it, damn it! Zhang Yaoyang gritted his teeth and turned to look at the Ironblood heavy industry convoy not far away. That guy Zhuge Mo parked his car so close. Could this black RV be part of a setup by Zhuge Mo? Suspicion breeds ghosts. Zhang Yaoyang felt increasingly uneasy and dared not make any rash moves. Boss, what should we do? Should we fight or not? The subordinate asked anxiously into the communicator. Fight my ass! Wait for Zhao Tianba. Zhang Yaoyang's face darkened. Let Zhao Tianba test the waters first. I'm not going to be the first to stick my neck out. At this moment, he saw the other casual players around him pointing and whispering, seemingly mocking his cowardice. An unnamed anger instantly surged to the top of his head. What are you looking at? Zhang Yaoyang turned on the car's loudspeaker, and his furious roar echoed throughout the room. If you look again, I'll gouge your eyes out. After I've dealt with this RV, I'll kill you all for fun. Just then. Put. A chilling sound of propellers cutting through the air came from high above. In the sky, 2 Apache attack helicopters, like black Grim Reapers, were heavily laden with rocket pods and missiles. They lowered their noses and swooped down with tremendous wind pressure. Immediately afterwards, an extremely elite convoy slowly drove in. There are only a few hundred vehicles. But all 200-plus vehicles were Tier 5 vehicles. Each vehicle has undergone meticulous modifications, with uniform paint schemes, uniform large-caliber machine guns, and even several dedicated electronic warfare vehicles and radar vehicles. In the center of the convoy, escorted by a Level 6 missile interceptor, a real land cruiser slowly drove in. The chassis of a main battle tank, a twin-barreled heavy gun, for tactical missile units, plus that incredibly thick reactive armor. This is the Overlord of District C996. This is the foundation of the No. 1 Guild. This overwhelming aura of dominance and oppression instantly overshadowed the chaotic and violent atmosphere of the Wolf Guild. This is the Overlord Alliance. Qinyi felt like he could hardly breathe. This is too strong, like a regular army. Can Huixin really win? Li Xian's palms were covered in cold sweat. With Zhao Tianba's entrance, the atmosphere at the scene instantly reached its climax. Zhang Yaoyang finally couldn't hold back any longer. With Zhao Tianba around, he instantly straightened his back. He turned on the car stereo, and the cold sound echoed across the battlefield. The kid in the black RV. Even if the Emperor himself came, he couldn't save you now. If you don't want to die a horrible death, get out of the car right now, kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. Maybe if I'm in a good mood I'll give you a quick death. Faced with Zhang Yaoyang's mockery, the black RV remained quietly parked in place, as if it hadn't heard a thing. A moment later, a young, somewhat impatient voice came from the RV's stereo. It's so noisy. If you want to fight, then fight. Why all the nonsense? Are you here to fight a war, or to put on a stand-up comedy show? Quiet. A deathly silence. No one expected that the people in the car would have this attitude when faced with the encirclement of 2,000 troops, and the presence of 2 top leaders. The tone was as if he were shooing away a buzzing fly. Inside the RV at this moment, Lin Hui was sitting in a chair, observing the scene outside with great interest through the newly opened one-way transparent panoramic view. In his eyes, the originally thick metal walls of the vehicle had completely disappeared. He looked directly at everything outside, as if he were floating in the air. This view is amazing. Lin Hui took a sip of cola, his gaze sweeping over the Level 6 armed Apache helicopter in the sky, and then over Zhao Tianba's vehicle. Qin Qian, do the calculations. If we use the fewest missiles possible, how many would it take to take out those 2 flies in the sky, and also the air defense system of that land cruiser? He was thinking about how to bury all of these people with minimal cost. Outside world. Upon hearing Lin Hui's words, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhang Yaoyang turned green with anger. "You're asking for it." He was about to order the firing, but after glancing at the 9 dark missile tubes he held back. He turned his head, looked at Zhao Tianba not far away, and said through gritted teeth, "President Zhao, this kid is too arrogant. As you can see, this vehicle is a bit strange, and its firepower is incredibly strong. I request that Chairman Zhao take action and use your air power to suppress it. I'll lead my men to charge in and tear it apart." He wanted Zhao Tianba to tackle the tough challenges first and deplete the enemy's missiles. However, Zhao Tianba's Tier 6 land cruiser simply came to a slow stop, its cannons turning slightly. Zhao Tianba's deep, domineering voice rang out. "No rush. I'd like to talk to this friend first. Want to chat?" Zhang Yaoyang was stunned. The other casual players around were also dumbfounded. The fight's about to start, what's the point of talking? Zhang Yaoyang's expression changed. He knew Zhao Tianba all too well. This guy loved recruiting talent. It was obvious he was interested in the other person's abilities, or perhaps he was after that car. If Lin Hui really was recruited by Zhao Tianba, then wouldn't the Wolf Guild have lost face for nothing today? And wouldn't they even have to act according to this kid's whims from now on? "President Zhao!" Zhang Yaoyang grew anxious, his voice turning somber. This isn't in accordance with the rules, is it? We're an alliance. This kid killed so many of my men and climbed to his position by stepping on my face. If we don't kill him, how can my wolf guild ever stand on this land again? And Zhang Yaoyang narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, President Zhao, don't forget that a full 30% of the tolls I collect here goes straight into your pocket. If you accept him now, you will be breaking our alliance. He's forcing the emperor to abdicate. However, the next second, he was met with a cold snort from Zhao Tianba. The two massive tank cannons slowly rotated, pointing directly at Zhang Yaoyang's vehicle. Zhang Yaoyang. Zhao Tianba's voice came through the loudspeaker, deep and authoritative, carrying an undeniable air of dominance. Why should I, Zhao Tianba, need to explain my actions to you? Remember who you are. I am Zhao Tianba, the Ba in Badeo, meaning domineering. Who I want to kill or who I want to spare is none of your business. Chapter 98 Dream Divination 4-5. Chapter 98 Dream Divination 4-5. Boom! An invisible aura erupted instantly. Pointed at by that dark tank cannon, Zhang Yaoyang broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He instinctively took a step back, his hand gripping the communicator trembling. He hates it. But he dared not move. Because he was no match for Zhao Tianba, whether in terms of military strength or one-on-one combat. Fine. Zhang Yaoyang gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. Chairman Zhao is so domineering, we will obey your orders. Having subdued Zhang Yaoyang, Zhao Tianba disdainfully withdrew his cannon. His convoy slowly moved forward, arriving at a position 500 meters away from Lin Hui's RV. Through the screen, Zhao Tianba looked at the mysterious black RV, a smile flashing in his eyes. He picked up the communicator, ready to start recruiting, or rather, to issue an ultimatum. However, just as he opened his mouth, ready to speak, a scalding heat suddenly erupted from his arms without warning. The temperature was so high that it felt like a red-hot iron was pressed against my chest. Hiss dash! Zhao Tianba's expression changed drastically in an instant. He suddenly reached into his pocket and pulled out the hot object. It was an old-fashioned silver pot